Shankin Province. At the foot of the mountain beneath Qianzhou's Qianlong village, a warm voice sounded good afternoon to all the viewers in front of your televisions. Welcome to the Dragon Nation Central Television special program slot, Farming Wonders. The Dragon Nation Central Television live broadcast van was parked at the exit of the mountains. The popular handsome reporter teacher Meng Lei was already in position. He looked into the camera, a hint of mystery curling at the corners of his smile. As the live broadcast began, hundreds of thousands of netizens from all over the country flooded into the streaming room, and the barrage instantly filled the screen. Good afternoon, Teacher Meng. Did you steal today's crystals again? Is Teacher Meng's wife Ming down nearby? I really want to see you two live streaming as a couple. What strange place are we visiting today? Is there a bean pod monster that refreshes at a fixed time every morning? Stop it, I'm about to turn into a bean pod myself. Teacher Meng maintained his trademark enigmatic smile as he began introducing today's interview subject. The person we're interviewing today has just finished the college entrance examination and is only 19 years old. He grew up deep in the mountains and could only attend the nearest township middle school under extremely harsh conditions. Yet he became the top scorer of Shankin Province and was granted early admission to the nation's top university, Kyoto University of Technology. What's more, in the 3 months before the exam, he streamed invention-making day and night from a free internet cafe in town. After the exams, he broadcast from his own vegetable garden filled with enormous fruits. And this gigantic fruit and vegetable garden is the key focus of today's interview. With Teacher Meng's introduction, the viewers in the live room grew more and more excited. The audience were all seasoned internet surfers. What strange anecdote hadn't they heard before? Someone had clipped the fruit and vegetable garden live stream into short videos and posted them on major social media platforms. That was what had led to this special interview mission from Dragon Nation Central Television. The interviewee was Qin Feng, a patriotic youth passionate about creating inventions. On the eve of the college entrance examination, he was accidentally electrocuted and awakened a Future Technology Amplification System. The system had a 1-week cooldown and could increase the attributes of any invention 100-fold. Thus, after the exam, he conducted all kinds of fruit experiments in his own vegetable garden. Teacher Meng stopped keeping us in suspense and let us meet the star of the show. I want to see how big those fruits are. Can they be bigger than my electric scooter? The Dragon Nation Central Television broadcast van was slowly climbing the mountain road when a convoy of vehicles appeared ahead. Not only was Teacher Meng stunned, the viewers in the live room were also bewildered. Qianlong village was extremely remote, the road not only long but muddy and rough. Let alone so many government vehicles, even a single private car showing up here would be astonishing. Only during the new year did a few small sedans appear here, let alone this motorcade of at least 30 official vehicles before their eyes. Teacher Meng got out and discovered a large crowd of people in white shirts, suits, and ties along with fully equipped reporters ahead. A government official seemed to notice the live broadcast equipment and walked over. You're the ones broadcasting the fruit and vegetable garden, right? Line your van up with the other media vehicles. Only after hearing some gossip from their peers did they learn that many important figures had come today. After receiving the samples sent from the fruit and vegetable garden, the Agricultural Research Institute of the Long Academy of Sciences had dispatched academician Li himself to lead the investigation. The Long Academy of Sciences was the largest scientific research institute in the Dragon Nation, with numerous branches dedicated to livelihood and technological research. The title of academician was a collective term for the most precious talents of the Long Academy. An ordinary researcher might toil a lifetime without ever reaching such a height. After several arduous hours on the road, the convoy finally reached Qianlong village. From the second vehicle stepped a thin, elderly man who made his way to the village entrance, supported by several people. Behind him trailed more than a dozen graduate students and a large group of reporters. For academician Li, researching agricultural technology was the calling of his entire life. If today's investigation proved genuine and they could obtain ample samples to study successfully, the number of hungry people in the Dragon Nation would plummet. The graduate students hoped to bask in the reflected glory and add a brilliant stroke to their resumes. The reporters had already prepared drafts for multiple possible outcomes. They were simply waiting for the final result to emerge before releasing breaking news to seize the largest share of public attention. Surrounded by the crowd, academician Li arrived at the village entrance. When the village chief saw this formation, he was certain that these had to be leaders from above. You must be the leaders from higher up. This old man have been waiting a long time. The road to your village is really in poor shape, or it ought to be repaired. The local government official beside him broke out in a cold sweat at once and nodded repeatedly. Academician Li smiled and asked the village chief to lead the way. Village chief, are the watermelons as big as tricycles really real? The village chief looked back in puzzlement. Tricycles? How could they be that small? Academician Li was stunned. The government official at his side was instantly displeased and was about to rebuke him when the village chief added another sentence. They're as big as cars. Academician Li let out a long breath and chuckled. Since the news is so certain, we must have a taste. The group walked along the country dirt road chatting and laughing. The village chief pointed straight ahead. Look, the fruit and vegetable garden is just up ahead. When Academician Li and the others saw the exaggerated scene before them, they nearly fainted from shock. Watermelons the size of cars lay everywhere, and bean pods as thick as barrels hung from the center of the plots. All kinds of fruits and vegetables were dozens of times larger than normal, yet there was not a single insect bite or crack to be seen. Even from a distance, one could smell the fresh fragrance of the fruit. From this alone, it was clear that their quality and appearance were absolutely perfect. Overcome with excitement, Academician Li was just about to jump into the garden to begin his research when the village chief stopped him. "Oh no, leader, please wait. Without the owner's permission, if you go down into the field on your own, you'll get beaten up." A nearby official said disdainfully, "We are government personnel, and this gentleman is an academician of the Long Academy of Sciences. How would the owner dare to lay a hand on officials?" As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped straight into the garden and strode toward a watermelon 2.5 meters tall. He waved back at everyone to show it was perfectly safe, then reached forward to tug on the unnaturally thick watermelon vine. The very next instant, a sudden mechanical arm appeared from nowhere and flung him out of the garden. No one may approach the orchard without authorization. With a smooth metallic whir, a robot with glowing red electronic eyes stepped out from within. Academician Li curiously asked the village chief what this robot was. The village chief explained that it was a nanny robot invented by the owner, used for guarding the house and the grounds. Academician Li sighed in amazement, never having imagined that current robotics technology had advanced so far. His life had been devoted solely to agriculture. He knew little of other fields. A student beside him spoke in a trembling voice, "Teacher, my partner works at the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. Judging from the fluidity of its movements and the coordination of its limbs, this robot simply does not belong to the current technological level of the Dragon Nation. It's practically alien technology." "What?" Everyone present except for the village chief was stunned. Academician Li looked at the robot before him with half doubt, then had the village chief lead them to find the owner of the orchard. As for the robot, he ordered the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute to send people over to study it. After all, every craft has its own specialists. He lifted his hand, lightly signaling for the reporters to disperse back to their posts. The vegetable and fruit garden in front of them could be filmed, but the robot involved too many secrets. He had to meet this orchard owner in person. The village chief hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let me say this in advance, if you want to see the orchard owner, you'd better be prepared for a heavy bleeding of your wallet." Academician Li's brows knit together as he sank into contemplation. The official who had just been reprimanded shot up as if spring-loaded at these words. "What? Is he planning to kill people?" The village chief stared at the comical middle-aged man before him in puzzlement. "At worst, we'll just buy a little less," someone muttered. Hearing this, the official finally calmed his explosive temper. The group arrived at the entrance of a blacksmith shop. Listening to the ring of hammer on iron from within, Academician Li began to doubt. Could someone who forged iron really be the one who cultivated agricultural products of such size? The village chief stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Qin Feng, some leaders have come to see you." The powerful, rhythmically clear sound of metal being struck soon faded away. Qin Feng welcomed the leading few along with the village chief into the small courtyard behind, then called toward the back, "Jia Keisai, serve tea for our guests." No sooner had his words fallen than a robot of the same kind they had seen that afternoon walked out carrying a tray of tea, moving in an orderly manner. Academician Li felt as though a bone were lodged in his throat, utterly stunned. The robots before them glowed with a silvery white metallic sheen all over, and the mechanical arms holding the teacups were extraordinarily steady. The personal disciple standing beside Academician Li exclaimed, "This humanoid structure. Its balance performance is astonishing, it doesn't wobble at all." Hearing his student's evaluation, Academician Li was equally shocked. When had such a composite talent appeared? He and the others carefully received their teacups and turned their gazes to Qin Feng. Having just finished forging, Qin Feng's undershirt was soaked with sweat, outlining his full and powerful muscles. The village chief was the first to speak. Qin Feng, this is a leader in agricultural research who has come specially to visit the fruit and vegetable garden. Academician Li gently set down his teacup and nodded slightly. "I wonder how you managed to cultivate such fruits and melons." Qin Feng did not answer. He simply sipped his tea slowly, his eyes lifted toward the sky. Academician Li suddenly realized what he himself must look like at that moment. It was nothing more than trying to get something for nothing. He hurriedly instructed his students, who produced a thick stack of documents. He explained that these were patent contracts his students had drafted on the way based on those fruits and some staple crop. As long as Qin Feng signed his name on those contracts, he could obtain copyright patents worth several hundred million. Academician Li believed that as a mere blacksmith, Qin Feng would hardly be able to resist such temptation. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. You can take the seeds back and study them. There's no need for patents. I'm still counting on the development of your agronomy to make sure everyone in Longwa can have enough to eat. No one had expected such awareness from a mere blacksmith. Academician Li was overjoyed and quickly grasped Qin Feng's hand. He thanked him for his contribution to agriculture in Longwa. Soon after, he led his many students carrying all kinds of tools to the fruit and vegetable garden to collect samples. Qin Feng sat alone in the courtyard looking at the few super-intelligent robots around him. Ever since he had awakened the system of hundredfold amplification, he had over the past few months thoroughly mastered its usage. For example, this robot before him, named Jia Keisai. He would place steel blocks into the furnace to be heated, forge molds approximating the human body structure, and finally assemble the parts together. Qin Feng could choose the type of amplification. The first amplification would elevate the model to the level of future technology. The second and third amplifications allowed him to strengthen specific aspects, such aspects as energy, speed, explosive power, weapon attributes, and so on. As for that fruit and vegetable garden, it had purely been Qin Feng satisfying his own curiosity and compensating for a childhood of never having enough to eat. All these amplifications were based on future technology, so the techniques could be reverse-engineered from them. He had no fear of being taken away by relevant authorities to be sliced up and studied in a lab. Qin Feng slapped his thigh, suddenly remembering. He had not even had the chance to bleed them once at his table, and they had left in such a hurry. By now he had become a renowned blacksmith within a radius of dozens of li. The farm tools and ironware of the surrounding villages were all forged by his own hands, and he had earned quite a bit of money as a result. The admission notice from Jingdu University of Technology had also arrived at the town just a few days earlier. Qin Feng planned to head to the capital in a few days to attend university. Had been longing for campus life for a very long time. Early the next morning, Qin Feng got up and started a live stream. Whoa, this kid's back after disappearing for months. Those pictures the streamer posted must have duped quite a few people, right? After months of silence, what's he planning now? Qin Feng noticed that his account had accumulated more than 10,000 followers, likely drawn in by that picture he had posted. Jia Keisai brings some steel blocks. Although the robot could completely replace him at the forge, Qin Feng had never let it do so. It was not because he begrudged the effort, but simply because he loved forging. If he went a day without hammering iron, his palms would itch. What was that thing that just put down the steel blocks? Looked like a person, didn't it? Your upper body can rotate 360 degrees. I concede defeat to your brain. Did the streamer win the lottery or something? He can actually afford a robot. Qin Feng glanced at the barrage unintentionally, took the last bite of an apple, and said, "This is Jia Keisai hammered out by my own hand with a hammer." Oh, what did you say? The streamer's bragging again. You, a so-called failed inventor, actually made a robot. Laughter filled the comments. After speaking, Qin Feng no longer paid them any mind. Today he intended to forge a new type of robot. The robots outside each possessed different specialties. Today, he wanted to create an all-purpose model. Once he said it, he acted. He clamped a steel block and placed it into the blazing furnace, waiting for it to glow red hot. Then he extracted it with tongs and set it upon the anvil. He raised the hammer in his right hand and brought it down again and again on the steel block. This process continued for several minutes, during which black fragments kept flaking off. These were scales of oxide produced under high temperature and mechanical force. With each strike, Qin Feng elongated and shaped the lump of steel. Before long, he had hammered out the shape of an arm. 2 hours later, all the molds were finished. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, looked at the pile of human-shaped molds at his feet, and began assembling them. Viewers in the live stream, seeing this heap of metal shells, began to mock again. Is the streamer trying to collect 100 failed inventions to summon a dragon? Looks like he's gotten arrogant after gaining some followers. So that robot was just rented as a prop for show. By this time, the molds had been fully assembled, and with a single thought from Qin Feng. Future technology amplification. A ball of red light flew out from Qin Feng's body, enveloping the entire humanoid mold. Hundredfold amplification of strength. Hundredfold amplification of speed. Hundredfold amplification of electrical energy. As the red light flickered, the humanoid mold began to restructure under amplification. The iron skin gradually transformed into a silvery white, and the joints of its limbs started to merge and reconnect. Its slightly dim eyes began to emit a faint green glow. Unlike other robots, its limbs were as thick. On the surface, it appeared bulkier and heavier. But do not be deceived by this appearance. Its performance and power were the most formidable. Qin Feng said with a smile, "I hereby officially name you Wenxianshan. You are now the captain of the caretaker team." Understood. Wait, am I seeing things? Strange, why has another fat robot appeared on the screen? Is the host editing the video again? The onlookers in the live stream were confused and questioning. Qin Feng crossed his arms and walked to the computer, saying this was the robot he had just created. Naturally, no one believed him until someone made an appearance. Brother Qin Feng truly has remarkable skills. Romantic mecha is unmatched. Who is this person with such a childish ID? Wait, why does he look a bit familiar? Oh my, this seems to be a professor from Lonka Institute specializing in artificial intelligence. Is this for real? Qin Feng stared at the barrage of comments, not expecting someone of such caliber to be in his live stream. Brother, our academician Wang is already on the way. What does this mean? Could it be? Looks like the host's invention has the potential to turn things around. Damn it, this kid really made it. Host 666, send me a robot wife. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, wondering why more people were arriving. He worked harder in the live stream to create small inventions, wanting to be prepared before these people arrived. About 3 hours later, there was a knock at the door, and Qin Feng welcomed the unsuspecting guests. The old man before him was stunned as soon as he entered, captivated by the robot caretaker standing in the middle of the yard. After all, he was an academician from the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. What kind of research achievements had he not seen? However, this robot, which was a one-tune replica of a human, was something he had never encountered before. Qin Feng greeted him, and Jax and the others brought chairs and tea to the group. Academician Wang admired the impeccably smooth joint movements and the steady pace, exclaiming, "In my lifetime, I have studied artificial intelligence, but this is the first time I have witnessed such a degree of advancement." But soon he became skeptical, reasoning that the most crucial aspects of operating a robot were the core program and energy source. With such a small body, how much space was left after removing the shell for the power supply and electronic components? Thus, academician Wang's expression darkened as he questioned Qin Feng in a skeptical tone about where this intelligent robot originated. Qin Feng feigned innocence, claiming he had crafted it hammer by hammer. Academician Wang was completely unconvinced. He pressed further, asking how the core program was designed. Where did the precision components and manufacturing materials for this robot come from? When the system provided amplification, it continuously enhanced and upgraded these elements. Even the most basic and rudimentary items could be amplified into products that exceeded the current level of technology. So Qin Feng decided to be straightforward. He challenged, asking how the internal structure was designed. Aren't you a professor? Don't you understand technology? Mechanical structure system, drive system, perception system, environmental interaction system, human-computer interaction system, and control system. Don't you understand any of these? Where did the rare materials come from? As a somewhat renowned blacksmith in the area, I can't refine and combine even this little material. How does the robot distinguish between the owner and strangers? Are you really studying artificial intelligence? Can't you see the robot's electronic eye camera? Haven't you worked on facial recognition and target detection functions? These statements were indeed correct, all relating to technology issues, but Qin Feng did not disclose the intricate technical details. Academician Wang, feeling utterly helpless, proposed to purchase the construction drawings and circuit designs of the robot. He even brought out a contract offering Qin Feng 70 million in cash. Moreover, once the Research Institute's subsidiary company completed the production and mass manufacturing, Qin Feng would hold 30 of the shares. Naturally, Qin Feng agreed, as even if they managed to build it, they would not possess the immense power of technological amplification. At most, it could only be considered a step beyond existing technology. Jax, draw up the program and structural diagrams. Upon hearing this, Jax took out stacks of A4 paper and then shot a beam of laser from his eyes. The paper was rapidly printing, and academician Wang was stunned once again. This robot can actually laser print out of thin air. Generally, regular laser printers are not only massive, but also consume a lot of energy. When in use, items are placed in a sealed space before the machine is activated to print. However, the robot in front of him was printing while being held in hand, doing it steadily. The small red laser continuously drew on the paper. It was not like traditional mechanical drawing methods, which printed from top to bottom in a manner resembling printing. This robot evidently possessed human-like thinking and logic. Every line of code and structure diagram was meticulously crafted. In just a few minutes, the entire stack of A4 paper was used up. Academician Wang excitedly took the thick stack of materials. These artificial intelligence documents were enough for Longhua to surpass existing technology for over 20 years. Wow, the host is incredible. From today on, I am a 10-year veteran fan of the host. It's truly absurd a mere blacksmith can design artificial intelligence. Academician Wang asked again, Qin Feng, are all the relevant technologies for this robot in the document? Qin Feng nodded slightly, and with a positive response, Academician Wang was overjoyed. He quickly instructed his students to protect the documents, stating they would return to the lab to study. Just as a few of them were about to leave, Qin Feng spoke up. Wait a moment. Academician Wang awkwardly turned back, saying the money was in the trunk and he would send a student to retrieve it. Qin Feng shook his head. When Xianshan, bring out those little gadgets. Amidst everyone's confusion, a rotund robot emerged carrying a pile of boxes. Wen Qianshan extended several long mechanical arms, presenting some of the small inventions crafted by Qin Feng to everyone. Academician Wang was once again astonished. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling them not to be shocked. These technologies were all within their reach for research. Wow, this robot was just created by the host this morning. Where does the host live? I also want to buy one. Ooh, just name your price. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see the academician specifically came to buy the patent? Romantic Mecha is unmatched. Sent a Rocket X1. Romantic Mecha is unmatched. Sent a Rocket X1. Romantic Mecha is unmatched. Sent a Rocket X1. Congratulations to the host for making the deal. Oh, I will take my leave now. Romantic Mecha is unmatched. Wow, a rocket for 100 each, just like that is so extravagant. Tisk, they casually sell a patent for 70 million. At this moment, academician Wang gazed at Wen Qianshan, somewhat entranced, desperately wanting to know what was different about this round and plump robot compared to the others. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. Wen Qianshan initiates super transformation. Understood, master. Upon receiving the command, Wen Yang gradually developed cracks in his steel body. He then crashed directly onto the ground, eliciting a gasp from academician Wang. This precious robot must not be damaged. Quick check where it's damaged and do some emergency repairs. Seeing academician Wang's repeated shock, Qin Feng slightly pursed his lips and remained silent. The sounds of mechanical bending followed in quick succession as the mechanical legs and arms began to merge while the back of the machine curved into an arc. Suddenly, two tires extended out from the body, sliding down to either end. The people present couldn't help but exclaim, "Transformers." Indeed, Wen Yang could transform into the form of a motorcycle. This was achieved after Qin Feng had put all his augmentation times on the line. Looking at the sudden appearance of the motorcycle, academician Wang nearly fainted. Fortunately, Jax was quick. At that moment, academician Wang was in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. It seemed that countless secrets were hidden within this young man, Qin Feng. The terrifying size of the agricultural products and the implied technology were already the most advanced known today. Qin Feng feared that if Wen Yang showcased more, academician Wang might become overly excited and suffer a heart attack. Thus, he instructed Wen Yang to revert to human form and not to showcase anything else. Looking at the small inventions Wen Yang presented to everyone, Qin Feng smiled faintly. Just some trivial gadgets, nothing impressive. If you all like them, feel free to give a few hundred or thousand. I want mine. The crowd curiously examined the items in their hands. Oh, I think this one is a fan. Oh, this thing can ignite. Indeed, these were previously discarded inventions, but they had brought Qin Feng a wealth of inspiration. To maintain appearances, everyone took out red banknotes and handed them to Qin Feng. He weighed the stack of renminbi and gently shook it. Then he chuckled. It's always better to have it in hand, it's so heavy. Well then, everyone, until we meet again. Seeing Qin Feng's dismissal, the crowd finally left. For academician Wang, the urgent task was to return to the research institute and conduct experiments. As the crowd departed, Qin Feng began to boast in the live stream, showcasing how his inventions could impress these researchers. I'm not convinced the streamer should be able to build a laser tower. Alright, just a few days ago the Sakura country released their latest research results. Exactly, that laser tower consumes the electricity of a small city for half a month with just one shot. Its power is immense, capable of creating a 3-meter diameter hole. As he glanced at the barrage of comments flooding in, Qin Feng grew curious and opened the microwave. Little did he know he was in for a shock. Hot Topics Ranking 1. Absurd, Sakura country develops advanced laser weapons claiming to dominate the world. 2. The Long country's Laser Research Institute announces they are unable to respond. 3. A rural young man develops a gigantic product. Qin Feng carefully reviewed various materials related to the laser tower. It was the result of a 100-person team in Sakura country developed over more than a decade. It was said that the development cost converted to renminbi could reach several billion. Firing once could even cause a small city to lose power for half a month. As for the energy and lethality, it was all just internet hype and nonsense. Sakura country had not disclosed any relevant information. Qin Feng disdainfully remarked, "A laser is just light from stimulated atomic radiation. Oh, what's so impressive about that?" Qin Feng's words meant to provoke ignited public outrage. "Why are you so arrogant? Spouting nonsense. Isn't that robot the same? Just buy some parts online and copy some code to implant. Oh, I could do it too." Exactly, the streamer probably just wants to ride the wave of popularity, right? Frowning, Qin Feng suddenly perked up. "If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten to ride the wave." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed the live stream and changed the title to next week's live demonstration of the laser gun. In Qin Feng's eyes, no technology was too difficult to imitate or create nowadays. The so-called laser tower was just a large spotlight. All he needed to do was forge steel blocks into sheets and shape them into a flashlight form. Then he could put all the electronic components from the electric stick inside And after future augmentation, wouldn't that be it? Qin Feng suddenly thought again about having to press the switch himself. Oh, wasn't that too bothersome? Another idea flashed in his mind, and Qin Feng chuckled. Next week, when the augmentation times reset, he would do it just like that. That night. Knock knock. Knock knock. Qin Feng was awakened by a series of knocking sounds, and angrily got out of bed. Muttering angrily, he dashed out wearing only half of his underpants. Qin Feng opened the door with an irritated expression and shouted, "Do you have any decency?" In the dead of night. Upon seeing the several armed guards behind, Qin Feng's volume dropped sharply. Disturbing at such a late hour. The person speaking was Director Qian from the Long Institute of Technology. He had heard that 2 academicians from research institutes were personally leading a team to investigate, and they were heading to the same location. This drew Director Qian's attention, and after inquiring with his secretary, he learned of the situation. Initially, when he saw the picture of the fruit and vegetable garden, Director Qian thought it was a photo edit, because academician Li from the Agricultural Institute had not allocated any funds. However, academician Wang had offered 70 million cash and 30 equity. Upon learning this, Director Qian personally drove over. The guards in the institute were uneasy and insisted on accompanying him, leading to the earlier scene. Director Qian entered the yard looking around. Qin Feng knew what he was looking for and called out. Wen Yang came out with Jax and the others. Despite Director Qian's experience, he couldn't hide his excitement. Qin Feng snapped his fingers and brought out a pile of small inventions. Director Qian asked in amazement, "Young man, what is this black technology?" "Oh, just some small inventions." Just like the last time he extorted academician Wang, Qin Feng received another sum of money. Cheerfully, Qin Feng stuffed the stack of renminbi into his pocket and walked out. In the rural area at night, there were no streetlights, nor was there a concrete road. A group of people walked along the small dirt road using flashlights. A guard next to Director Qian suddenly pointed his gun at Qin Feng and demanded, "Stop. Where exactly are we going?" Qin Feng was taken aback. Did Director Qian not inform these guards? The guard stared at Qin Feng in silence and was about to take action. Qin Feng was suddenly a bit displeased. Wen Yang, disarm. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Yang began to act. In an instant, Wen Yang passed by all the guards and returned to Qin Feng's side. What? The guards were taken aback as the guns and knives they held had all disappeared. If something happened to the director, it would be a serious crime. Wen Yang bent the guns one by one and casually tossed them to the ground. "Director Qian, what's the matter with your guards, hey?" Qin Feng wore a cold expression staring at Dean Qian. Dean Qian was also startled by this sudden scene. "What's going on? I said I would come alone. Now this has caused trouble." These guards were not under Dean Qian's jurisdiction. They were appointed by the central authority to protect the research staff. At this moment, Dean Qian found himself awkwardly caught between Qin Feng and the guards. Noticing this, Qin Feng said nothing further and continued walking forward. The guards picked up the damaged weapons and approached. Qin Feng looked at the fruit and vegetable garden in surprise, not expecting that the agricultural staff hadn't left yet. They used the car lights for illumination, taking samples from each variety of crops. When academician Li saw Qin Feng arriving, he couldn't help but feel curious. He then spotted Dean Qian and the others behind him. "Dean, you came too." Dean Qian awkwardly stroked. "I heard that you two came for inspection, so I thought I'd take a look." "You all carry on." Qin Feng was the first to jump into the fruit and vegetable garden, then called everyone to join him. At this moment, the guards were extremely cautious, avoiding damaging the plants. Qin Feng assigned other tasks to Wen Tian, who then left. This was the first time Dean Qian had seen such gigantic specimens, and he was truly astonished. He then self-deprecatingly remarked, "The newest variety of watermelon from our Agricultural Institute is at most bigger than a bicycle. I've never seen a watermelon this size before." At that moment, a thudding sound was heard, and everyone turned to see the source of the noise. It was the enormous watermelon being carried by Wen Tian. Everyone was shocked again. "This watermelon is at least 2 tons heavy. How does this robot have such strength? It's just like a titan." The most advanced humanoid robots were developed by Tesla. They can carry items, water flowers, and perform delicate tasks. But their carrying capacity only barely reaches 20 kilograms. Dean Qian thought he was seeing things and hurriedly wiped his glasses and put them back on. Seeing the roughly 20-centimeter footprint left by Wen Tian, he finally believed that the watermelon was indeed very heavy. Dean Qian looked at Qin Feng with lingering fear. He didn't expect such a young fellow to be capable of creating such an extraordinary robot. Suddenly, a crack opened on Wen Tian's chest, and several mechanical steel cables shot out. In just a minute, the car-sized watermelon was cut into small pieces. Wen Tian placed the watermelon on the display stand, and its structure began to retract. It ultimately transformed into a large table with a diameter of about 8 meters. "Try it out. This is the sweetest watermelon selected." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone put down their work and picked up a piece to taste. "This watermelon is so juicy." Ah, so refreshing. It's sweet and crunchy. Yeah, I didn't expect the sweetness to be proportional to the size. It seems we found the right place for this inspection. Qin Feng looked at the guard standing cautiously beside him and said, "Go ahead and eat, it's not poisonous." At Qin Feng and Dean Xian's urging, the guards finally reached out to grab some. Unlike the students from the Agricultural Institute, the guards remained silent. But from their wide-eyed expressions and satisfied demeanor, it was clear that this was the best watermelon they had ever tasted. "If you eat my watermelon, the maintenance fees for your weapons will be waived." While eating the watermelon, Dean Xian suddenly choked. "Don't worry about the fees, there's insurance." Academician Li was left with just the rind after devouring the watermelon, then asked Qin Feng if there were other different types of fields. Qin Feng smiled lightly and motioned for everyone to follow him. This fruit and vegetable garden was left with only some guards and students from the Agricultural Institute. The rest followed Qin Feng to the next destination. After a moment, Qin Feng stopped. Dean Xian asked in confusion why they weren't continuing. Qin Feng simply replied that they had arrived. "Isn't this just a wall?" Academician Li shone his flashlight ahead, and everyone could only see a dirt-colored wall. After speaking, Academician Li walked up and began to touch the wall. In the next instant, he completely vanished. Everyone was taken aback, and the students loudly called out their teacher's name. But no one answered. The emotionally unstable students were about to rush towards Qin Feng with a measuring tape, demanding an explanation. Seeing this, the guards immediately intervened, while the student continued to curse. Qin Feng frowned and said their teacher was right inside. "This is Wheato. What kind of wall is this, say?" Dean Xian also tentatively touched the dirt wall, gently shaking it. Qin Feng, somewhat speechless, stepped forward with force and lifted the wheat straw. Only then did everyone discover Academician Li sitting on the ground with his mouth agape. The students hurriedly helped their teacher up, and Academician Li was unable to regain his composure for a long time. The wheat in front of them was more than 10 meters tall. The wheat stalks were taller than utility poles, and the occasional falling grain was larger than a goose egg. They were densely packed in this field, and even at night one couldn't see the wheat ears. In a traditional wheat field, producing over 1,000 pounds per acre is normal. However, the new variety, improved by the Agricultural Institute, can yield up to 300 pounds per acre. But according to Qin Feng, the excellent variety he cultivated can yield up to 100 pounds per acre. Academician Li looked at the 4 to 5 story tall wheat in front of him and finally believed it. Academician Li rubbed his temples and stood firm after a while. Then in front of everyone, he deeply bowed to, "Old Li, what are you doing? Teacher, what are you doing?" Although Qin Feng truly deserved this bow, he hurriedly helped Academician Li up. Academician Li stood up and seriously explained to Dean Xian. Qin Feng selflessly provided all the fruits and crops to the Agricultural Institute for research. Not a single cent was taken. Dean Xian was astonished, realizing that such determination could be found in someone so young. He then asked why he was willing to give everything. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng simply lowered his gaze and calmly said, "I do this just to ensure that more people can eat their fill. If my parents had enough to eat back, then they wouldn't have starved to death." Everyone present looked at Qin Feng with deep respect. The guard captain stood straight and was the first to speak. All members of the guard salute. With the guard team saluting in unison, the students and academicians beside them also put down their documents to pay their respects. Qin Feng waved his hand, indicating that he was also a part of Dragon Country and that this was the least he could do. The crop sampling work took 2 days and nights to complete. Before leaving, Dean Xian instructed Qin Feng to feel free to contact him if he needed anything in life or study. Qin Feng simply agreed, for he thought that with money, could he still lack anything? What he didn't know was that Dean Xian could provide significant assistance for his future. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the staff from various research institutes had all returned to the academy, preparing to go to university. Qin Feng looked at the items in the blacksmith shop with worry, unsure of how to take everything with him. It is true that he got restless if he didn't forge iron for a day. Therefore, during his university years, the blacksmith shop must be completely moved. Should he hire a moving company? No way, the village roads are rugged and difficult to traverse. It certainly wouldn't work. Then should he rent a blacksmith shop after going to school? That won't work either. These items are all ancestral heirlooms and hold extraordinary significance for Qin Feng. A helicopter transport. What the heck, that's too exaggerated. There's a stretch of mountain road in between, and there's no signal at all. Just as Qin Feng was deep in thought when Tian arrived carrying a pile of steel blocks. "Hey, isn't there ready-made artificial intelligence?" So Qin Feng gave Wentian a soul triple strike. "How should I take the entire blacksmith shop with me? How should I set up the experimental field? In what way should I make a dazzling entrance at university?" Wentian's eyes instantly turned blue, projecting a screen onto the wall. Qin Feng widened his eyes, looking at Wentian in disbelief. "You are truly my little treasure. I love you to bits." That afternoon, Qin Feng took out all the stock of steel blocks. Then he opened Douyin to start a broadcast. "Hello, brothers. If I don't forge iron today, I'll be itching all over. Streamer, I heard your robot patent sold for 70 million. Is that true? What is your true identity? Can your robot transform 72 times? Qin Feng opened the live room, but instead of looking at the comments, he dropped a statement. Today I will craft Doraemon's dimensional storage box. What the hell? Did I hear wrong? Has the streamer burned his brain from forging iron? The dimensional storage box in Qin Feng's view was simply a scaling device. He placed the quartz sand he collected that afternoon into the container and added a solvent. He placed the container into the furnace to melt it until it reached the melting point. Half an hour later, the quartz sand in the container had been refined into water glass. Qin Feng waved his hand, asking Wentian to take out the extremely hot container. Then he added calcium carbonate to react with the previous two materials. Next, he constantly pulled and stretched the semi-liquid material with various tools, eventually forming glass. Qin Feng took out sandpaper and continuously polished the edges of the glass with glass shards falling out. He only stopped once he had polished both sides thin, then fitted it with a frame. The homemade magnifying glass was a success. Oh, what's so special about a magnifying glass? Yeah, they sell for $10 in stores. The streamer's cost must be over 100. I think the streamer definitely has more plot developments ahead. The first step of the magnifying glass has already been made. Qin Feng's goal was to use the principle of the magnifying glass to infinitely enlarge the space inside the iron boxes. Though it sounds absurd under the enhancement of technology, everything seemed quite normal. He melted all the remaining steel blocks into molten iron and poured it into the prepared mold. After waiting for the mold to set, he then threw it into the large water pool outside to cool down. Everything was ready. Qin Feng placed the two large iron boxes next to the magnifying glass. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. So the dimensional storage box is just a trick with a magnifying glass. It's also a creative idea, at least it won't be afraid of mice gnawing at it. Qin Feng turned his back to the live room, looking down at the iron boxes. Technology enhancement, 100 times space enhancement. After a flash of red light, the magnifying glass beneath his feet vanished. In its place were two black storage boxes with a mechanical style. Qin Feng picked up one of the hammers, attempting to place it inside. The moment the hammer touched the space of the iron box, it shrank to the size of a sunflower seed. Cool. At this moment, Qin Feng positioned the storage box under the camera and said, "Open your eyes wide and watch closely. The streamer is about to perform magic." As soon as he finished speaking, Wentian threw the forging anvil into the box. It then instantly disappeared from the screen of the live room. Is this real dimensional space? You foolish bird, there might be a hole below. How can you believe such a simple trick? The streamer should test the strength of this robot. It's more interesting than your trick. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow at the mention of trickery. So Wentian began throwing all the items from the blacksmith shop into the storage box one after another. The furnace, cooling pool, large and small steel blocks, iron tools, and farming implements all disappeared. A few minutes later, everyone was astonished at the completely empty blacksmith shop. What the hell, where did everything go? Unbelievable. Streamer, let us see what's underneath the iron boxes. Yes, we want to see underneath you. Qin Feng attempted to move the storage box. How the box that stored the entire blacksmith shop was surprisingly not heavy at all. Qin Feng moved the two chair-sized storage boxes aside and pointed the camera at the ground. Flat and empty. I must have eaten mushrooms and fallen under an illusion. WC streamer, you're like Dr. Strange. Little brother, this. Romantic non-mecha sent a rocket X1. Romantic non-mecha sent a rocket X1. Romantic non-mecha sent a rocket X1. Romantic non-mecha has become the #1 on the gift list of this live room. WC, the mecha big brother, is impressive. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned upon seeing the gifts. All your academicians have taken their patents back. Why are you still here? He little brother has so much skill, how can I easily leave? Romantic non-mecha. So the streamer's dimensional storage box is real then? I'm shocked. Is there anything the streamer can't create? Can the streamer create a time-stop device? I want to save lives. Streamer, didn't you say that the laser tower in Sakura country is very lame? Yeah, you make a new one for us to see, we'll be convinced. Only then did Qin Feng remember that he had not yet realized the boast he once made. So he informed the live room that he would create it when he went to university next week if he had the time. If little brother lacks any materials, feel free to contact me. Romantic non-mecha. The streamer just graduated from high school. Come on, young man, casually beating us old folks from the 90s. At this time, Qin Feng received a private message on Douyin. It was from Romantic non-mecha. Little brother, you haven't started university yet. Yes, but I have already received the admission notice from Kyoto University of Science and Technology. Would you consider coming to our Lonka Institute affiliated university? There are all kinds of research geniuses here, you'll probably like it. No way, I'm definitely going to Kyoto University of Science and Technology. Don't even think about it. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he exited the private message. If he really went to Lonka Institute affiliated university, what would happen to his experiments then? What'd he have to say? Everyone step aside. I'm about to start casting spells. In the end, he might be taken away by the state and placed in a laboratory for dissection and study. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps that at least in his live stream, he could still explain the principles. The next day, Qin Feng woke up early to pack his things, stuffing everything in the yard into the dimensional storage box, including that group of jakes. At this moment, the yard and the blacksmith shop were empty. Anyone unaware might think it had been cleared out by thieves. Qin Feng looked at everything with satisfaction. It was time to set off. After thousands of kilometers of arduous travel, Qin Feng finally arrived at the entrance of Kyoto University of Science and Technology. Hey, stop. Did you take a wrong turn? The security guard at the entrance blocked Qin Feng. Confused, Qin Feng turned to look at the sign Kyoto University of Science and Technology. Was there a problem? Just as he was about to re-enter, the guard's voice became even louder. Hey, this is a school, not a tourist spot. The guard's shout attracted quite a crowd. Qin Feng pushed his motorcycle to the entrance covered in mud. At the back of the motorcycle were two large boxes. Anyone who saw them at first glance would think he was on a long-distance riding trip. Qin Feng cursed under his breath, truly troublesome. So he pulled out his admission notice, and only then did the guard let him in. Kyoto University of Science and Technology is the strongest university for engineering majors in Longwa. Mechanical engineering, artificial intelligence, electrical automation, software engineering, and many other majors are ranked first in the country. The university covers an astonishing area of 5,100 acres, equivalent to a small city. Some students drive to class, which is very common since the school even has a high-speed rail station. Looking at the vast campus, Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. After much effort, he finally found the reporting office for the mechanical engineering department. As he approached, two students rushed out to greet him. Hey, uncle, where's our kid? Qin Feng frowned. It was just that his hairstyle was a mess from the speed. I am the new... The two students' eyes lit up again. Oh, I see. Are you a first-year master's or a first-year doctoral student? Qin Feng's vision darkened, almost fainting from anger. He then opened the admission notice and pointed at the name, asking if it looked like him. The two nodded awkwardly, finally welcoming Qin Feng inside. New students usually need to stay here after completing the procedures at the reporting office, waiting for the school bus to take them to the dormitory, and then selecting different types of accommodation. Since Qin Feng had a motorcycle, he naturally did not want to linger. After receiving his student ID, he mounted his motorcycle. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle shot out. Even at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, it took him a full 2 hours to reach the dormitory area. This dormitory area looked several times larger than an average community. Big cities are definitely better than my village. As Qin Feng stood outside lamenting, someone nearby mocked him in awkward Mandarin. Longwo's too busy. Qin Feng looked over and saw some Ni brothers. Are they still this arrogant in our country? Just as he was preparing to teach them a lesson, the security guard from the community ran over. Only then did the Ni brothers leave reluctantly. Qin Feng teased with a smile, asking why he couldn't chat with them. The guard smiled wryly, seemingly helpless. These Ni brothers can come to the top universities in the country as long as they can speak a bit of Chinese. Moreover, each year there are quite a few scholarships for studying abroad. Sometimes they bully some female classmates and the school resolves it privately for the sake of face. Qin Feng looked coldly at the backs of the international students as they left, sneering. It was only after entering the dormitory area that Qin Feng learned that this was just the accommodation for mechanical engineering students, with dozens more of the same size. Qin Feng needed a single room, not wanting a roommate to disturb him. It's not that he couldn't afford off-campus accommodation, it was just inconvenient. To make the enhancements even stronger, it was essential to make the manufactured items more precise and professional. Specialization exists in university technical barriers. Only students from the mechanical engineering department have the right to access some advanced technologies. Qin Feng rode around on his motorcycle and finally found a lodging building that looked quite good. However, the dormitory manager seemed unwelcoming upon seeing that he was from Longwa. Hey, this is the international student dormitory, go elsewhere. Qin Feng looked expressionlessly at the manager, insisting that he wanted this building. 10,000 a year for accommodation, can you afford it? The manager's pride surfaced as he looked down at. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng tossed down 0 on the spot, and then turned to retrieve his storage box, requesting a single room with no disturbances. These were easily met as the international student area was not fully occupied. Qin Feng's accommodation was arranged on the top floor, which was unoccupied. The manager, with a flattering demeanor, carried Qin Feng's storage box, while asking various questions about his well-being. Upon gently pushing open the door to his dormitory, Qin Feng was also amazed. Sofa, television, balcony, refrigerator, air conditioner, coffee machine, cocktail bar. A standard apartment configuration. Are these really student dormitories? Qin Feng was indifferent to all this, just wanting an environment free from disturbances. After the manager left, Qin Feng thoroughly tidied up the living room, throwing all unnecessary items into the storage box. In just a few minutes, the dormitory transformed into a blacksmith shop. Once everything was settled, he planned to buy something to eat, but unexpectedly saw several Inai brothers riding on his motorcycle, making various strange movements. The group showed no signs of stopping when they saw Qin Feng come out. Instead, they became even more arrogant, demanding that Qin Feng hand over the keys so they could take a joyride. Qin Feng sneered. "All right, let them enjoy themselves." He tossed the keys over, and they thought Qin Feng had succumbed to their intimidation, laughing even louder. 6 people squeezed onto the motorcycle and then sped away. Qin Feng closed his eyes slightly, sitting in a chair outside, as if waiting for some news. An hour later, the mechanical freshman group exploded with messages. "Oh my, a huge scoop." A few Inai brothers squeezed together to race, and then the motorcycle fell over due to instability. Is it true? What happened in the end? All suffered fractures and were taken away by the school hospital. Oh, they didn't die? That's impressive. All I can say is they had it coming. Qin Feng smiled slightly as this was all part of his scheme. He instructed Wentian seize the opportunity to take down this group of bullies. Once again issuing commands remotely, Wentian transformed back into human form and headed towards the dormitory area. This scene stunned many onlookers. Thus, the knowledgeable one stepped up to explain, "Look, these students' IDs are from the mechanical engineering department. Therefore, this transforming motorcycle must be their latest research achievement." What the knowledgeable one said actually deceived quite a few of the onlookers. When the video reached the hands of the dean of the mechanical engineering department, he spat out a mouthful of hot tea. Where the hell did this come from? A transforming motorcycle. I've never seen one in my life. Xiaowang, investigate the movements of this robot. When Tian returned to the dormitory building for international students, when he was called to a stop by someone. It was the secretary of the dean of the Mechanical Institute, who wanted to invite Qin Feng to the office. Qin Feng readily agreed, as it was on the way. The school staff rarely played Douyin, so they were unaware that when Tian could transform. Even many people online didn't believe it, treating it as mere special effects. After Xiao Wang took Qin Feng to the office, he left. The dean could hardly believe that such a sophisticated mechanical body was actually the work of a student. He had stayed at the Mechanical Institute after graduating from university, working his entire life before becoming the dean. Thus, he was quite knowledgeable about the mechanical field and had connections with people from the Lonka Institute. The dean furrowed his brow, looking at Qin Feng. "Is this your doctoral graduation project?" Qin Feng gave a dull smile. "I am a freshman this year. My name is Qin Feng." "What? A freshman?" The dean could hardly believe his ears and asked again and again. But the response was still the same. The dean stared blankly at the ceiling, truly amazed by this prodigy. Seeing the dean in a daze, Qin Feng clarified his intentions. Due to the need for constant learning and research, he might rarely attend classes or do assignments. At this moment, the dean was amused. He stated that Kyoto University of Science and Technology ranked first among national engineering universities, with many talented students and teachers emerging continuously. Large national companies and institutions like Lonka Institute come to campus for recruitment every year. In such a powerful school, how could one neglect following teachers and instead choose to self-study? Qin Feng remained expressionless. "Can you produce this robot beside me?" The dean's laughter abruptly ceased, and he began to argue back. The things produced by their mechanical institute must have a certain purpose and significance. They focused on research such as improving fuel efficiency, maintenance for prolonging mechanical lifespan, safety, and so forth. Qin Feng did not want to hear him ramble and suggested discussing it after lunch. Passing by the library, a nearby abandoned factory caught Qin Feng's attention. The dean said that there had been an explosion here, and due to national regulations it was sealed off. Qin Feng looked at the small factory and felt a bit excited. Moreover, it was very close to the library, just a few minutes by bike. So he immediately called Dean Xian. "Dean Xian, I want to take the factory that our school has sealed off to do some inventions." The dean beside him was puzzled. How could a student make a call? And to lift the national seal on the fact, what was his background? Moments later, the dean's phone rang. A few simple sentences left the dean utterly. The caller was from a national department notifying the lifting of the factory's seal and that it could be leased. The dean looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, unable to speak for a long time. "How about leasing the factory to me?" No problem, no problem." After obtaining the lease for the factory, Qin Feng rode Tian back to the dormitory to move his things. The dean witnessed Tian transform and shook his head with a wry smile. One generation is stronger than the last. Qin Feng quickly organized all his belongings in the dormitory, preparing to take everything to the factory. He even packed the bed into a storage box. After completing all this, he happily arrived at the factory. As Qin Feng pushed open the heavy door, a musty smell of dust hit him, making him cough. What came into view were broken machines and garbage scattered all over the floor. Qin Feng was too lazy to clean up, delegating the task entirely to Tian and Jakes. They melted down all the old machinery into steel blocks and stored them to the side. By nightfall, the factory had finally been cleaned up. Qin Feng looked at the small furnace and anvil, feeling a bit out of place. So he turned on the live stream. Hello brothers, long time no see. Wow, as the streamer moved into a bridge hole. No way the streamer isn't lacking money. Could it be that he's experiencing the life of a homeless person? Qin Feng curled his lip. How could he possibly live in a bridge hole? This is my newly rented blacksmith shop. I wonder if I'm missing anything. Everyone please give me some advice on how to set it up. Oh streamer, you should ask professionals about this. What's there to ask us? Just search on Baidu. With tens of thousands of fans in the live stream, they all advised him to consult professionals, which was quite strange. Oh dear, he himself was a student of a top engineering university. Oh, why not find a metallurgy professor? He had miscalculated. Qin Feng quickly closed the live stream and sent out 3 red envelopes of 8,888 in the freshman group. Classmates, do you have the contact information of any metallurgy professors? Once the envelope was sent, it immediately caused a stir in the group. Wow, where did this rich student come from? Let's be friends. Big brother 666, I know a metallurgy major. How does that sound? Can I pretend to be one now? Moments later, a person with a penguin avatar added Qin Feng. This student, what you're doing is not good. Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm a bit anxious. I am Professor Wang from the metallurgy department. What do you need from me? Teacher, I would like to inquire about casting tools. Generally, the main ones are the furnace, forging table, and cooling. Teacher, is there anything else? Haha, these are enough for you freshmen to learn for a long time. I'll teach you new tools after you're in your second year. I am a mechanical major and have been engaged in casting for a long time. It's because my equipment is outdated that I came to consult. The teacher felt a bit awkward and sent over a large batch of equipment and pictures, wishing you proficiency in your skills and continuous progress. Qin Feng looked at these pieces of equipment one by one, feeling a bit of a headache. High temperature forging furnace, blower thermometer, hydraulic press, spring hammer cutting machine, and a series of small miscellaneous items like bench drills. Wow, am I really going to rely on blacksmithing for my whole life? In Qin Feng's eyes, blacksmithing just had 3 steps: heating the iron, forging, and cooling. He never expected that real metallurgy required such a vast array of equipment. He might as well make a fully automated assembly line machine. Currently, Qin Feng only planned to replace the anvil with an automatic forging machine and the small furnace with a professional controllable blacksmith furnace. Lastly, he would buy some small items like cutting machines to make the finished products more precise. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and when Tian opened it at Qin Feng's gesture, it turned out to be the dean of the Mechanical Institute, who looked at the entire small factory in astonishment. He never expected that in just one day Qin Feng would transform an abandoned factory into a cozy little home. In that small furnace, coal was burning. The dean pulled his gaze back and looked at Qin Feng. There's something even smaller than this robot. There's more than just one. What on earth is going on? Qin Feng merely smiled faintly and instructed Jakes to offer a seat to the newcomers. The dean carefully observed Jake's steps and arm swings until he arrived right in front of him. 2 Jakes held their hands out in a welcoming gesture pointing towards Qin Feng. At that moment, the dean looked like a child who had never seen the world, peering and glancing around. Kyoto University of Technology also conducts research on intelligent robots. Moreover, professionals from the Mechanical Institute were involved in both the materials and design. Their most successful creation was a humanoid robot. It was quite large and required various wiring for guidance. However, it moved by swaying left and right, and its movements were not very smooth, with a slight delay in signal reception. It could only bear a weight of around 10 kilograms, making it nearly incapable of performing human tasks. Such a creation had even won a National Research Award a few years ago. In contrast, Jakes not only had a form closest to that of a human, but also a relatively light overall weight. The signal feedback was very timely, and the walking logic completely mimicked human movement. The dean sat in a chair feeling somewhat dazed. It felt as if his entire life had been in vain. His once proud creations were being overshadowed by Jakes. Qin Feng did not notice the dean's expression at that moment. Instead, he took off his coat and pants. He changed into the gear he used for forging, an all-purpose vest, shorts, and flip-flops. He placed the steel block he had melted at noon back into the forge until it glowed red before taking it out. Using tongs, he placed it on the anvil and began hammering it, ringing out with a rhythmic clang. In just a few minutes, he shaped the glowing red steel block into a long strip. Sizzle, sizzle. Qin Feng fished out the steel cane from the water bucket and leaned it against the dean's chair. The dean smiled wryly and said, "This is my first time witnessing such a thing. I will discuss your request with the other professors." What Qin Feng crafted was quite simple and consisted of the most basic elements. Yet the dean noticed something different: the proficiency in controlling the heat and the endurance in forging. Clearly, he was not an ordinary blacksmith, but rather one with significant experience. In fact, the dean had come tonight to notify Qin Feng. The school intended to thank him for lifting the ban by providing rental fees for his university period. They would also offer some relevant technical guidance, but it seemed rather redundant now. He might even think the school was trying to humiliate him. At this moment, the dean stood up, picked up the cane, and prepared to leave. If the professors agree, I will grant the Mechanical Institute a new patent. Hearing this, the dean's eyes instantly lit up. He then assured Qin Feng that he would persuade the group of old-timers. The next morning, Qin Feng's professional equipment was also delivered to his door. The blacksmith furnace and forging machine were set up, and a simple test revealed no issues. He opened the live streaming room. Brothers, today, I am here to fulfill my promise. While the streamer has updated his equipment. Is that for real? Just based on these few pieces of gear? I don't believe it. He must be riding on the coattails of the Sakura Nation's fame. Qin Feng chuckled. In due time, it should be the Sakura Nation riding on his fame. What kind of research results would be revealed if he were too secretive about his destructive power? He turned on the blacksmith furnace switch and proportionally placed in the coal. After waiting for the temperature to stabilize, he added a new batch of steel blocks. Once finished, he clamped the steel blocks onto the forging machine and started the automated hammering. I must say it is truly a powerful technological nation. Each hammer strike is identical. During the hammering process, there is no imbalance in force, preventing improper forging. The steel block has now been thinned to 1/10 of its original thickness. It can now be shaped. The steel sheet is bent and continues to be hammered. Is the streamer really joking? You're making a laser gun, but not researching the laser tube. Look, you did the same with the previous robot. Switching fields is like climbing a mountain. Young man, don't be too stubborn. I truly haven't seen any laser modules around the streamer. At this moment, the steel sheet has been shaped into a hollow steel pipe, which was then dropped into the cooling pool. Once cooled, he took out the electronic components of the flashlight to embed them inside. Haha, the flashlight is indeed impressive. Funny streamer, are you planning to showcase a new magic trick? Should give it some time. Qin Feng walked up to Wen Yang, and at this moment, he aimed to add a ranged weapon to his already formidable physical form. Wen Yang removed its entire left arm, and then picked up the longer flashlight. Technological enhancement. In an instant, the entire live streaming room was bathed in a flash of red light. The electronic components inside the flashlight began to expand and upgrade, becoming increasingly intricate. At the connection point of the severed arm, the flashlight was also seamlessly installed. The longer flashlight had its material upgraded from ordinary steel to high-quality steel. The high-quality steel, upon further upgrading, transformed into the mysterious blue object now present. At first glance, it looked like a sniper rifle, but in reality, it was a true laser gun. As the red light in the live streaming room dissipated, everyone finally saw Wen Yang's appearance. A robot that appeared somewhat bulky with a sniper rifle installed on its left arm. Is this the laser gun? The streamer couldn't have secretly bought a toy gun to fool us, his tens of thousands of fans, right? Does this toy gun have a link? I want to buy one for fun. The gun is indeed cool, but the robot is too fat. Haha, I trust the streamer. Romance is nothing without mecha. While the top-ranked brother has arrived. 666. The principle of the laser gun is based on the charging of the laser tube inside the gun, emitting radiative light. Traditional portable laser guns can only ignite objects within 2 meters. Beyond a few hundred meters, they can at most cause radiation damage to the eyes. Currently, the most advanced and powerful ones come from the Beautiful Nation. The shield is a laser weapon developed by the Air Force of the Beautiful Nation, which has successfully shot down drones and flying missiles during tests. However, each shot costs nearly 100,000 RMB. Moreover, it doesn't guarantee a hit due to the high development and logistical costs. In today's military, physical missile strikes remain predominant, while lasers are typically used as jamming signal weapons. What Qin Feng created is not only compact, but also consumes very little energy. The laser gun in Wen Yang's hands can be powered by its own stored energy. Firing a laser at full power only depletes 5 of its energy. As for its power, well, that certainly requires a test outside. If he loses control, it would be unfortunate to blow up his new home. Qin Feng took his phone and walked out of the factory, requesting Jakes to bring many steel blocks. Outside, apart from the small factory, it was all wasteland, perfect for testing various finished products. Jakes placed the steel blocks a few meters away, and Qin Feng ordered to fire. When Tian raised his left arm, and after a few seconds of charging, a small beam of blue light was shot out from the laser gun. It pierced through the steel block the moment it made contact. Qin Feng leaned in and poked the steel block, only to have it crumble into several pieces. It seemed that the radiation from this laser gun had a certain lethality. Is this a steel block or foam? Don't fool us. But it really looks like a steel block. This is clearly steel used in forging. Yes, my family is in this business. The steel block is definitely real. But with such a small size, the power, power is generally proportional to size. The Jacks placed all the steel blocks several dozen meters away. Qin Feng instructed Wen Tian to increase the power and fire again. This time, Wen Tian charged for over 10 seconds before releasing a laser beam that was thicker than the last. The immense heat instantly burned through the pile of steel blocks, leaving only a heap of steel slag. Although the energy consumption had not reached its maximum, Qin Feng was not very satisfied. What disappointed him was that the reference object was too low and failing to showcase the power of the laser gun. Yet even so, the viewers in the live broadcast were astonished. It is indeed impressive. Dozens of steel pieces turned into a pile of debris in an instant. If that hit me, wouldn't I have to deal with some serious burns, eh? Are you Superman? So tough. At this moment, the news of Qin Feng creating the laser gun had already been reported to the Lonka Institute by the top donor. In less than half an hour, the sound of helicopter blades began to echo from the sky. Qin Feng focused his gaze and was taken aback. Wasn't this the military stationed at the school? Were they coming to capture him? The streamer isn't stealing state secrets, is he? How bold. I was going to follow you, turns out you were stealing technology. You idiots, do you think the National Security Department is easy to mess with? Ignore the XXS comments. Just as Qin Feng was packing up and preparing to flee, he heard a familiar voice. Qin Feng, I am Dean Wong from the Mechanical Institute. As the helicopter landed, Dean Wong rushed over. Several soldiers in military uniforms followed him. Qin Feng, puzzled, inquired what was happening. It turned out that an hour ago, Dean Wong had taken people to the military base to deliver machinery. However, the military had detected two unusual high-temperature signals in a barren area. After inquiring, they learned that it was not the school conducting an experiment. Thus, they prepared to send armed forces to investigate, fearing it might be caused by a missile explosion. At that moment, Dean Wong happened to arrive with the machinery and requested to go along. After all, as the dean of a prestigious major, he had significant standing. After the plane ascended and flew for a few minutes, Dean Wong picked up binoculars to take a look. Goodness, isn't that Qin Feng? Could it be that he caused the high-temperature signal? This led to the scene that just unfolded. Dean Wong asked in confusion, Qin Feng, what exactly did you do? Qin Feng casually described everything that had just happened. Dean Wong muttered to himself, oh, just playing with a laser gun. What do you mean? A laser gun? Dean Wong's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Feng skeptically. He could not believe that a mechanical engineering student would possess such top-notch optical technology. He only considered those robots to be industry geniuses. But this laser gun was clearly from another field. Qin Feng, helpless, had to ask Wen Tian to demonstrate the operation again. As soon as Wen Tian lifted the laser gun, several soldiers raised their sidearms. They demanded that Qin Feng accompany them. This was beyond Qin Feng's expectations. How could conducting an experiment in a barren area be prohibited? Dean Wong wanted to plead on Qin Feng's behalf. Even if the laser gun was fake, he wanted to protect him. After all, Qin Feng was a rare genius in the Mechanical Institute. The soldiers, however, were not inclined to listen to Dean Wong, as they were from different systems. At that moment, a voice came from the sky. Listen below, cease all actions. Everyone looked up to see an armed helicopter looking even more advanced than the previous one. Seeing this, the soldiers had no choice but to halt their actions, but did not relax their vigilance. What does this mean now? Could it be that the streamer really stole state secrets and is being pursued by so many? A good show is about to unfold. After the armed helicopter landed, the first to approach was Dean Qian from Lonka Institute, accompanied by several guards. Dean Qian immediately spotted the guns in the soldiers' hands and shouted angrily, "Put the guns away, you cannot afford to offend this person." The soldiers remained unmoved, as they could only act upon receiving orders. Seeing this, Dean Qian was furious. If the guns accidentally discharged, the loss to the Dragon Country's scientific research would be unimaginable. However, Qin Feng appeared quite calm due to Wen Tian's speed. It was enough to knock the guns away after the soldiers moved their fingers. Dean Qian hurriedly contacted an old friend. Moments later, the soldiers received the order to retreat and finally left in an orderly manner. After seeing the situation settled, Dean Qian let out a sigh of relief. He quickly walked up to Qin Feng, checking him over to ensure he was unharmed. "Oh no, you scared me. Otherwise those old fellows at Lonka Institute would have scolded me to death." Qin Feng chuckled. "Everything is under control." Dean Wong from the school looked astonished. From the recent events, he should have easily guessed. This old man before him must be an academician from Lonka Institute. He never expected that his student would have such a background. But why didn't he go directly to the affiliated University of Lonka Institute? Dean Wong had many questions at this moment, but ultimately held his tongue. After Qin Feng introduced the two deans to each other, Dean Wong was taken aback. Although both were deans, the other was from the most prestigious scientific research institute in the Dragon Country. He was merely the dean of a university. Many high-tech achievements that he took pride in were nothing remarkable in the eyes of Lonka Institute. Moreover, this person was so concerned about Qin Feng. Could he possibly be his grandfather? Qin Feng once again demonstrated the effect in front of both of them. The high-temperature laser shot from the gun caused both their cheeks to flush slightly. The two deans looked at the heap of steel slag before them and couldn't help but mutter to themselves. This power was almost comparable to the national heavy-duty laser weapon, yet the size was only that of a sniper rifle. Then Qin Feng had when Tian design a blueprint which was printed and handed over to Dean Qian. Haha, the efficiency of your invention exceeds our manufacturing efficiency. Then I'll head back early and arrange for someone to research it. After sending Dean Qian off, Dean Wang hesitated and stood aside. Could it be? Dean, don't even think about this. Only professors from Lonka Institute can understand even a little. Dean Wang awkwardly scratched his head and then left. As Qin Feng's video went viral online, its popularity quickly surged to the top of the charts. A wave of discussions erupted across major social apps with people from all walks of life engaging in heated debates. Some claimed it was a fake video asserting that current technology couldn't possibly achieve such feats. Others argued that the attack helicopters were indeed used by real military units, implying that the laser guns must involve certain specialized barriers. While the online chatter was at its peak, individuals from Sakura Country also took notice. They believed that the latest laser guns from Long Country were merely special effects. They claimed that their own laser towers, which took considerable time and effort to develop, were the most advanced and energy efficient. It wasn't until officials from the Long Institute confirmed the news that the rumors were substantiated. When the professors from the Optical Research Institute first saw the video, they scoffed. In this field, they considered themselves to be the top experts. They questioned how a laser gun could operate without tube charging and instead rely on electrical support. Even if Dean Qian brought back the relevant technology, these professors remained skeptical. Yet for the sake of appearances, they pretended to study the blueprints and began tinkering in the lab. As they perused the technical descriptions on the documents, they couldn't help but chuckle. It wasn't until someone successfully constructed the first laser gun according to the blueprints that the room fell silent. Their lab had laser guns of similar size, but their lethality was limited to igniting tissues within a 2-meter range. In contrast, the design based on Qin Feng's simplified blueprints was capable of inflicting harm on objects up to 20 meters away. Dean Qian broke the silence. Qin Feng is a genius. You all should study these intricate blueprints carefully. This might be the greatest research achievement of your lives. While many were frantically busy with this technology, Qin Feng was lounging in bed, enjoying the air conditioning. It was the first day of school, and his classmates had all received notifications. Starting tomorrow, there would be a month-long military training. However, Qin Feng felt no fear as his expertise allowed him to navigate the Mechanical Institute with confidence. Even the principal wouldn't dare to impose on him. Just then there was a knock at the door. Dean Qian entered with another elderly man. Qin Feng was puzzled, but the old man spoke first. Qin Feng, I am the principal of the school. After a brief introduction, Qin Feng learned the reason for the visit. It turned out that the personnel from the Long Institute had informed the school's principal about Qin Feng's safety concerns. To prevent a repeat of the previous soldier conflict, most staff near Qin Feng's factory had been replaced. Each replacement had a background as a special forces soldier and relevant professional knowledge. This way it would be less likely for anyone to suspect anything. Even the troops stationed at the school had received orders. Qin Feng was astonished. Such actions likely required mobilizing hundreds of personnel. Whether good or bad, it was apparent that the Long Institute placed significant importance on his safety. The next day, during the first assembly for military training, Qin Feng attended. Unlike other students in green uniforms, Qin Feng arrived with a host of service robots. Sun umbrellas, lounge chairs, watermelons, small refrigerators, and anything else that could provide relief from the heat were brought along. All the students from the Mechanical Institute were exposed to the scorching sun, while Qin Feng relaxed in the audience area, munching on watermelon and relishing the envious glances directed at him. Qin Feng's extravagant behavior attracted the attention of a certain instructor. The instructor approached him, opened a bottle of drink, and took a sip. Haha, you seniors do this every year. Qin Feng responded cheerfully, clarifying that he was not a senior. The instructor was momentarily taken aback, but quickly came to terms with it. He assumed Qin Feng must have some significant issues to warrant an exemption from military training. Thus, he advised Qin Feng to head back early. Once military training ended, some classmates might not be able to endure the heat and would come over to retaliate. Qin Feng glanced at the tall individuals in the front row who were glaring at him in defiance and felt a twinge of anxiety. He instructed his robots to pack up, preparing to leave first. As Qin Feng departed from the audience section, a few individuals hiding at a distance in the playground noticed him and stealthily followed. At this moment, Qin Feng was unaware of the impending danger, humming a tune as he walked away. After walking for a while, he sensed something was off. Peering through the nearby glass, he noticed a few people not far behind sneaking up on him. Initially thinking they were merely following him, he began to feel uneasy after turning down several streets and finding they were still behind him. With Qin Tian and his robots not by his side, he worried that these individuals might ambush him. That would be a significant loss. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, prompting him to quicken his pace toward the factory. Noticing this, the pursuers also sped up. This scene was coincidentally observed by a security guard who had just been reassigned. He quickly notified some secret bodyguards ahead of Qin Feng's path. As Qin Feng realized the pursuers were closing in, he decided to start running. Some even drew guns, shouting ahead, "Bastard! Stop right there!" Seeing this, Qin Feng felt assured. These individuals were assassins sent by Sakura country specifically here to eliminate him. Upon entering a nearby teaching building, Qin Feng cursed under his breath. If these people indiscriminately opened fire on students, it would spell disaster. He had barely entered when he exited through another door. Just as Qin Feng turned to check for the pursuers, someone suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Startled, he broke free and prepared to flee. "Don't panic, little brother. We are the bodyguards assigned here today." Qin Feng turned around and focused on the two who were holding badges embedded with the national emblem. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall to rest. "You all should be armed, right? Is it live ammunition?" The two nodded affirmatively, explaining that their guns were already deactivated. They had received a unified briefing before coming. Qin Feng was their long-term protection target, and they could not afford any mistakes. In necessary situations, clearing the magazine was permissible. The two instructed Qin Feng to hide behind the wall as they waited for the pursuers. In the moment the two peered out, their eyes met. The follower immediately opened the safety and squeezed the trigger. A sudden gunshot rang out, fortunately hitting only the wall and causing no injuries. As the rescue signal was sent out, nearby bodyguards received the alert and hurried over. During the retreat, two bodyguards fired multiple times to fend off several attackers. They hit one of them, but it seemed to be wearing a bulletproof vest, resulting in no substantial harm. As more bodyguards arrived, they finally surrounded the armed individuals. However, the group refused to surrender, hoping to leave some alive for interrogation. They specifically notified the station troops, who used sniper rifles to sedate the attackers. Yet before their consciousness faded completely, they committed suicide. After this incident, many versions of the story circulated around the campus. One of them claimed that the station troops were conducting live ammunition drills at the school. Many people praised the last few who committed suicide for their superb acting. The way they fell was just like real. The only useful information gathered from these individuals was one. That is, they were from the Sakura country. As for which department they belonged to, no relevant information could be found. The upper echelons of Long Country expressed serious condemnation and questioned this. After this incident, Qin Feng stayed in the factory for the next few days. With the protection of Wentian, there was hardly anyone who could pose a threat. Qin Feng was quite puzzled by the weapons used by these Special Forces bodyguards. Could it be that even the firearms of Special Forces couldn't penetrate a bulletproof vest? At this moment, a strong desire emerged in his mind. Qin Feng contacted Dean Qian and made this request. Dean Qian did not agree over the phone, but came directly to the school. "What do you need this gun for?" The bodyguards used the Type 54 pistol. This gun is a product imitated by Long Country from the former Bear Country and was standardized for military equipment in the last century. Currently, it is also the most produced and equipped handgun in Long Country. The Type 54 pistol has always been supplied for basic and special forces use. It can be used for self-defense and close-range attacks on enemies with an effective range of 50 meters. Although it can also be fired within 100 meters, it will be affected by wind direction and may deviate from the target. This gun has strong penetration power and considerable force. However, it still has shortcomings against advanced bulletproof vests, which is why Qin Feng proposed the idea of modification. Dean Qian firmly refused. Not to mention, the confidentiality of military weapons firearms are under the unified supervision of the state. Every soldier assigned a firearm must take good care of it, and if it is lost, they will face a military court. If you really want to obtain a gun, you can seek out some military experts from Lonka Academy. However, these military experts would probably just laugh it off. In their eyes, the Type 54 pistol is outdated, a product of the last century. If you are here specifically to modify it, wouldn't that be looking down on their latest research? No matter how Dean Qian explained, Qin Feng remained stubborn. Either upgrade these bodyguards' weapons to something that can penetrate bulletproof vests, or give me this model of gun to modify. In the end, Dean Qian still compromised. The upper departments had a very simplistic view of Qin Feng, believing he was merely a research talent inventing new technologies, hence the protection for him was just ordinary special forces standards. Weapons capable of penetrating bulletproof vests are only used by special departments and unconventional special forces. Dean Qian's current thought was to reach out to those old timers. He could obtain an ordinary Type 54 handgun and let him tinker with it. After all, how could someone who had never been in the military field understand these internal structures? Even a genius in optics and robotics wouldn't be able to produce a new standard handgun. After contacting Dean Qian, indeed managed to procure a Type 54 pistol. Of course, those military experts only handed it over because of Dean Qian's influence. It was considered a personal favor to the dean, making future dealings easier. This Type 54 pistol was delivered to the factory under the escort of the guards. When Qin Feng personally held the gun, he felt something extraordinary. This gun weighs only 850 grams when unloaded. However, when held it felt heavy. It could penetrate a 3mm thick steel plate at a distance of 25 meters. However, to penetrate a bulletproof vest made from various metals and materials still felt beyond its capability. Most of the kinetic energy from the bullets and fragments would be noticeably suppressed. Qin Feng looked up at the guard. "Aren't you giving me bullets?" The guard shook his head. Dean Qian stated that it was already good enough to get a gun. What else could one ask for? Qin Feng lowered his head in silence and continued to explore the gun. He disassembled the barrel slide recoil, spring frame, firing mechanism, and magazine. The guard beside him said nothing. However, from his disdainful gaze, it was clear how foolish Qin Feng's actions appeared. From then on, Qin Feng remained silent and took out materials and a hammer, looking determined. Dean Qian advised him to give up if it wasn't going well. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and truly set it down, but then he took out his phone. I like to live stream when I invent new things. Is that okay? Dean Qian helplessly shook his head, allowing Qin Feng to continue his tinkering. As usual, Qin Feng opened the live stream, changing the title to Modifying the Type 54 Pistol. As soon as I opened my phone, I received such a funny recommendation. Oh, isn't this the streamer who created the laser gun? Do you believe it? Look at the title. A bunch of ignorant people, it seems they still don't know how awesome the streamer is. Tisk the bodyguard is here. Qin Feng merely picked up the Type 54 pistol, waved it around in the live stream, and then set it down. Yo, looks quite realistic. Where can I buy this gun? I want one too. From my years of experience, it seems like a real gun, not a replica. Get lost, are you a terrorist? And you call yourself a professional? Qin Feng's design philosophy was to enhance the original performance of the firearm, be it materials, firearm stability, or lethality. A steel block was placed in the forge, heated for about 20 minutes, then removed. When it reached a width of 1 centimeter, it was thrown into the cooling pool. After cooling, he picked up the steel sheet and cut out 6 pieces of varying sizes on the cutting machine. Then he threw them back into the fire to continue heating. Are you kidding me? Is this modification? Since it's a joke, it must be a joke till the end, otherwise how to deceive followers. This is the first time I've seen this kind of modified handgun. Don't tell me the streamer is going to manually create a precision handgun. As the steel sheets turned red hot, he used pliers to take them out. He placed them on the automatic forging table, adjusted to a lower force, and then molded the steel sheets. In no time it was completed, and once cooling finished, everyone could see its shape. What are these pieces? Rectangles, narrower rectangles, and a 3-sided enclosure. This is a mess, but if you're fooling us, at least make it look a bit better, you jerk. Qin Feng chuckled softly. Who told you this is a finished product? Jax brought over a pile of carving tools, including small hammers, a drilling machine, and various sizes of high-strength springs and screw sets. He drilled holes in the small steel blocks and continued refining them. The vague objects began to reveal their true forms under Qin Feng's meticulous carving. These are actually gun parts. Wow, although the modification is fake, this intricate work is impressive. The broadcaster should just carve bigger things, it's more profitable. We love watching this too. Yes. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Qin Feng's carving task was completed. He then assembled the parts to resemble a Type 54 pistol. Looking at the scene before him, Dean Qian's eyes lit up. He never expected his blacksmithing skills could achieve such precision. Moreover, the assembled pistol gleamed brighter than the one brought in. Qin Feng, holding the completed pistol, walked towards the back door of the factory. I'll go enchant it now. The crowd was baffled. What was enchantment? A few minutes later, Qin Feng returned with the glossy black pistol. Wow, this gun looks like a plus version of the previous one. Exactly, not only does the color look cool, but it also has sharp contours. Wait, could it be a switch? Damn, are you a professional contrarian? Qin Feng presented the pistol to the guard and calmly said, "Take a look, is there anything different?" The guard awkwardly accepted the pistol and began examining it. Report. No problem. Qin Feng spoke into his phone. Some people would likely recognize this as a professional guard from the Lonka Institute. His statement undoubtedly confirmed the feasibility of this handcrafted pistol. Yes, I saw guards in this uniform when I visited the Lonka Institute. So what if it was made? Our great nation has countless skilled craftsmen. Is it called success without multiple shooting experiments? Exactly, why doesn't the broadcaster dare to shoot? At this moment, Dean Qian was also curious. Could the pistol handcrafted by Qin Feng perform a series of shooting operations? So he immediately called a few people in the military profession. Unexpectedly, they didn't believe it at all. If it was a purely handcrafted Type 54 pistol, the bullets would shoot freely. However, they also wanted to see the shooting live for a good laugh. Since the experts were not used to smart devices, the task of filming was handed over to the guard. Under authorization, the guard pulled out a Type 54 pistol from his waistband. He then removed a bullet from the chamber, handed it to Qin Feng, and reloaded. Immediately, Dr. Qian handed his phone to the guard, asking him to film. A standard Type 54 pistol can penetrate a 3mm steel plate within 25 meters. Qin Feng had Winnie bring out a 3cm steel plate and set up for a 100-meter shot in an outdoor open space. Dean Qin questioned, "It's nearly 10 times thicker and at a greater distance, is that possible?" Qin Feng merely smiled faintly and remained silent. Once the shooting target was set up, Qin Feng prepared to shoot. Bang! The live broadcast room was temporarily closed, and many viewers were bewildered, wondering if it had been reported. When Jax brought over the 3cm thick steel plate, both the guard and Dean Qian stared in disbelief. What on earth is this? Penetrating a 3cm thick steel plate at 100 meters. Is this a handgun or a submachine gun? Dean Qian hurriedly sent the video to have staff familiar with smart devices show it to the military experts. The professors on the other end were equally stunned. An outdated model actually has more power than the most advanced handguns. A call came in immediately. Is this really a modified Type 54 pistol? Yes, Qin Feng is truly a genius. Military experts were very pleased after receiving Dean Qian's confirmation. The new type of Type 54 pistol could reach such extremes. It truly is a gifted talent. Qin Feng said he was just casually testing. Who said this was the limit? On the other end of the line there was silence, then an outburst. They all requested various tests from Qin Feng and authorized him with bullets. At this moment these experts were very eager to understand the various data of this modified gun. Qin Feng refused. He did not want to be ordered around for no reason. Of course the request was straightforward, lifting the ban on his live broadcast. In Dean Qian's view this was just a matter of a sentence. Through his communication, the Douyin officials quickly lifted the live broadcast ban manually. They also pinned Qin Feng's live broadcast room at the top of the hall, changing it to the official live broadcast room of the Lonka Institute. As long as the live broadcast could run normally, Qin Feng didn't care what the title was. When the live broadcast resumed, many netizens clicked in out of curiosity. The live broadcast room of the Lonka Institute. First time seeing it. The broadcaster just shot a gun and the live broadcast was closed. How is it back now? Shooting a gun. How disgusting. I wonder how many kids this will lead astray. Which gun are you referring to? Are they students from the Lonka Institute? They look so young. Thanks to the official maneuvers and word of mouth, Qin Feng's fan count also reached over 8,000. Under Qin Feng's instructions, Jax brought over dozens of steel plates. All of them were 3 centimeters thick, placed every few meters apart. Dean Qian thought even if the modified power is great, it couldn't possibly penetrate so many consecutively. After all, even a submachine gun would find it somewhat difficult to penetrate dozens of steel plates of such thickness. A handgun. The crowd was not optimistic. Moreover, the distance for this test reached a full 300 meters. This is almost comparable to a light sniper rifle. The spectators in the live broadcast room only saw Qin Feng aiming the gun at a distance. Bang! A few minutes later, several steel plates slowly appeared in front of everyone. Jax brought all the steel plates forward, except for the last one. All were penetrated. What? The guard was shocked and couldn't help exclaiming, this clearly did not match what he had seen in the army. How could a mere handgun do this? Dean Qian also looked solemnly at the steel plates. From the various sized holes and the bullet casings on the last plate, it was clear this should be the maximum lethality. What does this concept mean? Without the obstruction of steel plates, it could hit targets within a kilometer. The lethality is extremely high, even able to rival ordinary sniper rifles. Portable, powerful, long range, and cost-effective. It's full of advantages. Dean Qian also sent the complete video to those experts. Such test results made those experts eager to fly over immediately. I can't believe how advanced the technology at Lonka Institute has become. This power is even greater than that of the 98K in my game. It's outrageous. This is a handgun. Are you seriously telling me this is a handgun? Stop talking nonsense and get the link up. Despite Qin Feng closing the live stream, there were still many people debating below. Several senior experts from Lonka Institute were also preparing to set out immediately to investigate in person. Dean Qian looked at Qin Feng with a serious expression. You need to be careful, this group of old men are all crazy. Qin Feng looked up in confusion. How did these military experts become crazy? Dean Qian explained with a bitter smile. The military research was initially an independent center, but due to special reasons it was incorporated into Lonka Institute. However, most of the time, they still followed the orders of the military. Therefore, at Lonka Institute, whatever these military experts wanted, they had to get. Whether it was rare research materials or the latest scientific achievements about to be announced, they had to come and take a look. Some even wanted to pry into the projects being developed by other research institutes. At that time, Dean Qian was furious, as this was one of the major taboos in the research community. The final outcome was that a certain old leader personally came to Lonka Institute. He simply criticized the leaders of that group of military personnel and left. Dean Qian felt helpless. After all, he was not involved in military matters. Without a powerful leader backing him, he had to let it go. But Qin Feng's new invention made Dean Qian. What if those old folks forcibly took Qin Feng back and assigned him a position at the Weapons Research Institute? Wouldn't that mean he'd be stuck in this field for life? Dean Qian would never allow such a thing to happen even if they had a powerful leader backing them. Let's arrange a few more beds tonight. I and Gardley will stay here for now. Qin Feng was quite surprised by this. Was he afraid that I would sell the patent for the new type of Wuxia pistol to others? Dean, don't worry about it. The design and core secrets of this gun I will hand over to the military in a few days. However, my bodyguards must be the first to use this configuration. Dean Qian waved his hand, indicating that there would be no problem. As long as this handgun is produced and passes testing and inspection, it will be immediately sent to all bodyguards of this university. Then I won't see you off. Safe travels, Dean. Seeing Qin Feng issue the dismissal, Dean Qian had nothing. Thinking of the Wenyang equipped with a laser gun as well as that group of jacks, he felt relieved. Watching the Dean's special car gradually disappear on the road, Qin Feng smiled faintly. In his hand was this Wuxia pistol with several rounds left in the magazine. As for the limit data, Qin Feng did not plan to test it, as it was not his preference. As long as the bodyguards can penetrate most bulletproof vests, ensuring his personal safety is sufficient. He was quite satisfied with the results of the previous 2 experiments. Because these were just ordinary bullets which could continuously penetrate several pieces of 3 cm steel plates at a distance of 300 meters. If he were to make simple changes to the internal structure of the handgun, wooden armor-piercing and sniper bullets also work. This power would easily take out a target from thousands of meters away. That night, Qin Feng finished washing up and prepared to rest. 2 special military vehicles stopped at the factory gate, and an old man got out. The door of the factory was kicked open directly, and dozens of guards lined up at the door. Standing in the middle was the old man, who was smiling at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was startled by this sudden scene, and then looked at the fully armed guards in front of him. Wenyang, be on guard. As soon as he finished speaking, the motorcycle Wenyang that was charging nearby transformed. With the sound of metal grinding, the humanoid Wenyang stood in front of Qin Feng. The old man clearly knew about this robot through other professors. So he said with ill intentions, young man, you are truly a genius, one of a kind. Would you like to contribute to the country and hand over all of these to us? Qin Feng looked at the old man with a cold face. He hated having his routine interrupted. Not even official personnel were exempt. The old man looked at the indifferent Qin Feng and laughed heartily. Haha, I was careless. Let me introduce This old man in front of him was Professor Wang from the military division of Lonka Institute. Although his rank was not high among the leadership of Lonka Institute, his connections behind him were terrifying. Professor Wang himself came from a military background and later became very interested in researching instruments. Coupled with a bit of talent, he devoted himself entirely to this field. The soldiers he commanded back then had all become high-ranking leaders now. This is also why Professor Wang could act recklessly at Lonka Institute. As for the many research projects and achievements under his name, most were bought from others. The prices offered were quite good, and due to fear of the connections behind him, most people had no choice but to agree. However, these actions were not enough in Qin Feng's eyes. He just sneered. What are you? How dare you take my... Professor Wang's smiling face suddenly changed drastically, his lips twitching. Since entering the research institute, everyone had treated him with great respect. Nobody had ever spoken to him like this, let alone a little brat who was only 20 years old. But Professor Wang still maintained his composure and tried to persuade him again. Your invention is considered a prohibited item. If you do not have our authorization, you will be classified as a person who poses a threat to social security. Are you going to bring it over yourself, or should we do it ourselves? Qin Feng smiled faintly. With the armed forces in front of him, they truly were not a match. The newly invented Wuxia pistol could easily penetrate bulletproof vests. Not to mention Wenyang's powerful laser gun. Seeing the kid refusing to drink the toast, and instead asking for punishment, Professor Wang could only sigh. What a pity Longhua is about to lose a great inventor. But that has nothing to do with me. Under Professor Wang's signal, the guards on both sides raised their rifles and slowly approached Qin Feng. Generally speaking, the guards at Lonka Institute do not take orders from any academicians or professors and can only silently ensure security. But Professor Wang was not a local of Lonka Institute, but had transferred from the military division. These guards were hoping to follow Professor Wang in the future and make a name for themselves. Therefore, they willingly obeyed his orders. Even if something went wrong, his background could settle everything. As the guards approached Qin Feng, the jacks flashed in front of him. The steel bodies opened a gap, and the silver-white shells quickly stretched to both sides. In an incredibly short amount of time, all the jacks rearranged and combined. In front of Qin Feng and Wentian, they formed a silver-white, transparent wall several meters wide. Qin Feng looked at the scene before him in surprise. Was this the activation of a protective mechanism? This wall made of jacks' bodies could withstand most lightweight weapon attacks. However, the appearance of this wall was primarily to protect the safety of the guards, as these guards prepared to take further action when Tian raised his arm first. A 2-meter-long pale white sniper rifle appeared in an instant. Professor Wong was momentarily stunned, unable to believe the scene before him. What on earth is this? He had long heard of intelligent robots, but no one had told him that these robots were equipped with weapons. Moreover, it seemed that this weapon was no ordinary one. Professor Wong had been involved in the military field for most of his life, and this was the first time he had seen such a sniper rifle. Furthermore, he couldn't see any magazine or trigger on this integrated sniper rifle. When Tian raised his arm and aimed at the few people in front of him as electric currents continuously gathered towards his arm, a thick blue beam of light shot out, instantaneously penetrating the entire wall. The diluted blue light immediately filled the entire factory. Except for Qin Feng, who was hiding behind the wall, everyone else was harmed by the light. Professor Wong and the others covered their eyes, their hands trembling uncontrollably. "My eyes! What have you done?" Professor Wong cursed angrily while holding his pained eyes. In fact, this was thanks to Qin Feng holding back, otherwise even the lowest power shot would have been enough to eliminate several people. Wenqin's sniper rifle actually had many functions. It could switch freely in real combat based on different situations. Just like the earlier scenario, the laser gun only emitted a strong light. Not only did it reduce power consumption significantly, but it was also weakened by the transparent wall. Qin Feng wasn't afraid of Professor Wong's hidden strength, he simply didn't want to cause more trouble for Dean Qian. The few people in front of him were merely experiencing temporary blindness. They would recover in a few days. Just as they were shouting, the door of the factory was violently kicked open. "Wong Erden, stop it." Just as the words fell, Dean Qian burst in with fully armed guards. Professor Wong wailed while angrily cursing. Because Wong Erden was indeed his name. Usually in the workplace, everyone feared the power he held behind him, and few dared to call him by his full name. Seeing this scene, Dean Qian and the others were somewhat bewildered. Qin Feng stood behind the transparent object, arms crossed with a mocking expression. There were also guards covering their eyes, unable to get up. Dean Qian's mind raced as he quickly pieced together the entire situation. It must be that Professor Wong had brought people looking for trouble only to be countered instead. Dean Qian had experienced the power of these gadgets in Qin Feng's hands firsthand. After sending someone to take away those temporarily blinded individuals, Dean Qian walked straight up to Qin Feng, continuously observing the glowing wall before him, unable to help but be mesmerized. "What's the matter? Haven't seen Jax in a few days and don't recognize it." Qin Feng smiled faintly. "What?" Dean Qian was somewhat incredulous. Oh, weren't Jax those robots? How had they turned into something that could only be used as a large lamp? Qin Feng remained silent, quietly watching the reassembly of Jax. After a few minutes, the several-meter-long silver-white, transparent wall had already transformed back into the shape of a robot. Dean Qian was left dumbfounded. This defied common sense, which intelligent robot could merge together. Dean Qian did not know that these Jax looked identical, but their internal structures were vastly different. Each had its own distinct characteristics, which was also why Qin Feng wanted to create Wenqian. He simply wanted a versatile, intelligent robot. Despite his shock, he still believed his words. After all, Qin Feng had invented far too many extraordinary things. "Oh right, how did you know Professor Wong was coming, Dean?" Dean Qian sighed. Once the test video of this new type of Type 54 pistol was submitted, he had anticipated it. When he returned to the Dragon Science Institute to handle other matters, he casually asked the security. Only then did he learn that Professor Wong was in an armored vehicle heading towards the place he had just returned to. Initially, he thought it was for a visit, but after checking all information records, there were no significant discoveries. Thinking of Professor Wong's usual style and behavior, Dean Qian instantly panicked. If anything happened to Qin Feng, let alone Professor Wong Erden, even his protective umbrella would be scolded to death by those old experts at the Dragon Science Institute. The old experts there placed great importance on talented individuals. A year prior, a student from Kyoto University of Technology created a fuel engine. Its fuel efficiency was significantly higher than all products on the market. Although this achievement was not considered cutting-edge technology for the Dragon Science Institute, an old expert recognized his talent and poured in numerous resources, making him his disciple. Let alone someone like Qin Feng, who was an even more extraordinary inventor. The patents Qin Feng had submitted to the Dragon Science Institute had not been exposed to the media. Although he had been live streaming, most people did not know his identity in reality. If Qin Feng's inventions were all exposed, wouldn't the doors of the factory be trampled by professors and academicians? Oh right, how far along are the research efforts on my invention patents at the Dragon Science Institute? Hearing Qin Feng inquire about the research progress, Dean Qian felt a bit awkward. The crops they had begun researching were still in their infancy. These results came from the special cultivation and planting base at the Agricultural Research Institute. The fruits produced either had size without sweetness or sweetness without weight. They were lacking in balance, which caused several agricultural professors to have doubts. Whether Qin Feng was concealing something about the patents, or if he had been wrong for decades in his profession. The Artificial Intelligence Research Institute had indeed replicated humanoid robots. However, the functions and strength they exhibited fell far short of what Jax possessed. Qin Feng was not surprised if the Dragon Science Institute were to completely manufacture an identical version. He would be astonished. After all, these technologies originated from the future. It would take many technological revolutions along the way to reach the current standards. When these patents are widely applied in society, the livelihood and technology of Longwa will reach an unprecedented level of prosperity. Don't you really want to come to the Dragon Science Institute for research? Many advanced technologies here have never existed in society. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. These advanced technological achievements were also what he needed to reference. However, it was just not the right time. Professor Wang's handling of the situation was revealed that very afternoon. Due to the risk posed to the lives of research personnel, he was dismissed from his position at the Lonka Institute. All research projects during his tenure were meticulously reviewed and restructured. He received a 10-year prison sentence and had to cooperate with relevant departments for investigation during his service. It was unexpected that Professor Wang would face such a predicament in his later years, which could be considered a stroke of luck. He could have peacefully enjoyed his remaining years, but instead was tempted by the research results of others. Why provoke anyone, especially a rising star in research? Several days have passed since this incident, and the military district personnel came to visit again. However, the visitors were some upright and authoritative experts. Qin Feng welcomed the hunched old experts and asked Jakes to prepare tea. Jakes completed the task of making tea with fluid motions. Since entering, the group of old experts had their eyes fixed on the robots. In their perception, robot technology had always been very backward. Only in a semi-mechanical, semi-human state could some transport tasks be accomplished. However, Jake's full service made them feel as if they were living in a future world filled with mysterious futuristic elements. Finally, someone could not sit still and hurriedly stood up to inquire. "Young man, what are these robots?" Qin Feng, sitting next to the group of old experts, explained while crunching on an apple. "Nanny robots, very useful." The old experts were increasingly astonished. In their eyes, such advanced robots were merely at a nanny level. Could there be robots with even more comprehensive functions than these nanny robots? The old expert sitting at the front stood up excitedly. He anxiously inquired about which high-tech companies these functional robots were purchased from. The researchers in their military district were always buried in weapon development. If such novel gadgets were included, they might develop even more advanced equipment. Qin Feng merely smiled. "These robots are not available for sale on the market." The old man at the front was taken aback, then furrowed his. "Young man, don't mock us old folks. Wang Erden has learned his lesson. I have never seen these robots at the Lonka Institute, so they must have been crafted by skilled civilians." After finishing his words, the old expert glanced around the factory. Upon seeing a large number of forging equipment, he teased, "Could it be that they were crafted in your little smithy?" Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Qin Feng merely nodded silently. "Young man, stop pretending. I know you have a talent for weapon modification. You should quickly report the address to us." Qin Feng did not wish to waste words and directly walked over to. He heated the steel block to high temperatures and shaped it. Within 10 minutes, Qin Feng completed the forging of the steel block, casually tossing it into the cooling pool, creating a cloud of mist. Before the astonished gazes of the dozen people present, a completely silver-white arm materialized. Qin Feng picked up the arm. "So is there any difference?" The few looked at Jake's arm and the newly forged item, staring wide-eyed at each other. They had originally thought that producing such advanced robots would require a very large workshop with numerous staff. To their surprise, a single person in a small smithy could accomplish such a massive task. The group of old experts were increasingly astonished. Truly, geniuses emerge in youth, with each generation surpassing the last. I didn't expect today to bring such a delightful surprise. Name your price. We want these patents. Feel free to quote a price." Qin Feng waved his hand. "What? Don't you trust us? We aren't like Wang Erden. We won't force you." Qin Feng felt a bit puzzled. Didn't they know that the people from the Artificial Intelligence Institute had already signed the patent contracts? In fact, they really didn't know. The military district had only recently been integrated, and the intersections between the two research institutes were minimal. Most coordination work was completed through the directors. After hearing the explanation, the experts could only sigh. It seems they need to recruit more young people who are adept at using the internet, otherwise they would miss many extraordinary talents. Oh dear, missing it is unavoidable. The purpose of this group of old experts coming today was merely to see if Qin Feng could upgrade a batch of old model firearms. After clarifying their intent, Qin Feng naturally did not refuse to demonstrate. Whether or not they could legally carry these lethal weapons depended on these old experts to help apply for privileges. Moreover, he would personally go to the Lonka Institute to research the latest scientific achievements. Qin Feng took out the box containing the old model pistol and placed it in front of the experts. One of the experts carefully took it out and held it in his palm. Is this the new model of the upgraded pistol, eh? Yes, under my research, this gun's performance data is dozens of times better than the old model. Qin Feng's words left the old men stunned. Yet the fact remained. After systematic initial enhancements, this gun had become the most capable among its kind. The old experts wished for Qin Feng to accompany them for testing the data's accuracy. They decided to go to the military base stationed at the school, where there were specialized measurement tools. Qin Feng certainly did not refuse. Becoming familiar with the military base at the school would benefit his future research experiments. After a whole afternoon of testing, the final results were out. The extreme lethality of standard bullets could accurately hit targets within a kilometer. Throughout the testing process, the old experts' eyes were wider than ever. They could hardly believe that such lethality was exhibited by an old model. Throughout the testing process, the old experts' eyes were wider than ever. They could hardly believe that such lethality was exhibited by an old model pistol. However, the test results were evident, leaving them to marvel at the progress of the times. When they asked Qin Feng how much he wanted for the patents, he generously offered them. However, some conditions were that once the safety tests for the pistol were completed, it must be immediately allocated to the school's bodyguards. In the future, when conducting related weapon research, he hoped the military district could provide some equipment assistance. These conditions seemed trivial to the experts, and they each readily agreed. In the Military Research Institute, most researchers were in their 40s and older. What was most lacking was someone like Qin Feng, who was both young and accomplished. The group of experts happily took away the technical patent documents for the Type 54 pistol. However, Qin Feng felt quite anxious. He could not entrust all his safety to others. He needed to have something to protect himself. Although Jax and Wenyang were very powerful, they couldn't be carried everywhere. He needed a portable and highly secure protection device. The most common life-saving equipment is a bulletproof vest. For Qin Feng, it was quite easy to purchase one made of special materials. He could even pay a high price to buy a customized version from the Lonka Institute. But in the end, it was just a bulletproof vest. Even if it could withstand sniper bullets, what would that matter? He couldn't just arm himself to the teeth, could he? Since he wanted to create a top-notch safety device, he couldn't look at it from the perspective of modern society. He needed to study and observe materials from the futuristic sci-fi world. There were countless films and novels that used this kind of background as a selling point. However, he also needed to go through a lot of checks and screenings himself. Qin Feng quickly tidied up his library card and student ID, preparing to head to the library for research. To ensure his safety at this stage, Qin Feng planned to bring Wenyang and Jax along. Naturally, this attracted many people's attention as they stopped to watch. Some even filmed videos and uploaded them to Weibo, causing a stir with various netizens discussing it. Wow, it looks so futuristic. Is this for a new movie? Looking at the video blogger's location, it should be the top engineering university in the country. It wouldn't be surprising to have such things there. A normal student can create this. Who are you trying to fool? Have you never seen a genius? You're a fraud. It's just noise. The Lonka Institute has also released similar research projects before. Recently, the Lonka Institute's Artificial Intelligence Research Institute indeed released a large poster. The poster featured a smart robot similar to Jax. However, the research progress was slow. The current stage robot could at most walk independently and carry lightweight boxes. As for its lethality and transformation capabilities, they fell far short. Nevertheless, even this represented a significant step forward in robotic research. Netizens who had a slight understanding of the Lonka Institute's projects began to retort. As for Qin Feng's fans during the live stream, they had already regarded him as a genius inventor from the Lonka Institute. From a previously regarded useless inventor to an officially recognized research expert of the Lonka Institute, the identity shift happened so quickly that many netizens ultimately believed it. After all, the content of Qin Feng's live stream was explosive. Without an official endorsement, anyone would think it was special effects and a script. This morning's uproar also brought Qin Feng's Douyin account followers to 1 million. The library of Kyoto University of Science and Technology is very large with dozens of buildings. Each library resembles a park in a high-tech zone. Inside, the greenery is well maintained with ornamental flowers and plants everywhere. Qin Feng took 10 minutes just to walk through the outer area before entering the main door. After swiping his student ID at the front desk, Qin Feng swaggered in with the robot towards the deepest part of the library. The internal layout of the library is elegant, exuding an artistic ambience. It is said that during the construction of these libraries, the design costs alone amounted to tens of billions. Each of the dozens of libraries in the whole school is unique. One can imagine how extravagant the school is. The top levels of the library feature many private rooms. Each room is about the size of a regular dormitory, furnished with a bed, table, and sofa. By opening the windows, one can enjoy the view inside and outside the library. These are prepared for students studying all night, and the charges are particularly cheap. It only costs 50 yuan a day, including 3 meals. With such an environment and price, who wouldn't be tempted? Qin Feng's purpose for this trip was precisely here. The library is filled with a myriad of books, all neatly arranged. Jax and the others all set off for the sci-fi book section, selecting books one by one. Qin Feng, on the other hand, casually lay on the sofa flipping through the books that Jax brought back. One must say the library at Kyoto University of Science and Technology has a vast collection. The commands Qin Feng issued to Jax had many conditions. The safety protection device must be portable, durable, possess high security, and be relatively easy to replicate. Even with so many screening conditions, Jax continued to bring books into the room. Qin Feng casually picked up a book and flipped through it for a few hours. This book told the story of time patrol officers capturing criminals during missions. The story didn't particularly attract Qin Feng's interest. What intrigued him was the protagonist's time travel suit. However, in the end, this book was eliminated by Qin Feng. Time travel. What a joke. Such a function to Qin Feng at this moment was no different from an ant building a spaceship. The safety device he sought could have outrageous features, but not too outrageous. He picked up the next book, Spider-Man's nanotech suit. The nanotech suit looked great with ultra-high mobility and lethality. Being able to fly around outside buildings certainly seemed thrilling. The only difficulty was where would he find a mutated spider? Qin Feng stayed in this room for several days, during which Jax kept coming in to move books. After going through dozens of books, he still hadn't found what he needed. This made Qin Feng doubt whether his starting point was the problem. That day he checked out and returned to the workshop with the robots. Since what he needed was similar to the function of a bulletproof vest, why not create a similar product himself and enhance it with technology? Technological enhancement would inherently bring multiple technological revolutions to current products. Wouldn't that significantly improve the portability and safety of the bulletproof vest? Only things that Qin Feng personally manufactured could be enhanced by technology. Although it seemed that the limitations were great, in reality there were many loopholes to exploit. As Qin Feng's research industry grew larger, he could easily create the most basic lathe workshop. After enhancing the machinery in these workshops, the final products would also be top-notch globally. Qin Feng immediately went online to check relevant information. The best-known bulletproof vest material in the world today is Kevlar. Kevlar has a particularly strong ability to resist armor-piercing bullets, doubling the protective capability of other materials. Moreover, it is highly flexible and comfortable to wear. A bulletproof vest made from this material weighs only 4 kilograms. Qin Feng immediately called Dean Xian. He needed the most advanced bulletproof materials from the Lonka Institute, just one would suffice. He also conveyed his thoughts to Dean Xian. Qin Feng, are you joking? I understand doing experiments and modifications, but only using one material seems a bit reckless, don't you think? Qin Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that experiments require a certain success rate. However, as the destined child of the system, failure should not be an option. Despite Dean Xian's attempts to persuade him, Qin Feng remained unmoved. Since he couldn't change his mind, he decided to proceed as suggested. Within half an hour, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feng was a bit puzzled. Did Dean Xian rent a room nearby? Why was he so efficient this time? When Jax opened the door, both he and the person on the other side were stunned. Qin Feng quickly stepped forward. Who are you? Are you Qin Feng? I am your class monitor. The tall boy standing in front of him was indeed the class monitor of the new students from the Mechanical Institute. Qin Feng nodded and welcomed the class monitor inside. As the monitor walked, he gazed at the structure of the workshop, looking a bit dazed. The workshop, neither too big nor too small, was filled with various gadgets and blacksmithing tools. In the innermost part, there was even a bed and some daily necessities. Was this student living here all the time, not going out? Do you really make a living by blacksmithing? Qin Feng was taken aback. Yes, do you have something you want to forge? The class monitor shook his head, indicating he was here for other reasons. Qin Feng took the 2 cups of tea and instructed Jax to leave. He did not notice the monitor's puzzled gaze, which was fixed on Jax. Boy. Qin Feng took the 2 cups of tea and instructed Jax to leave. He did not notice the monitor's puzzled gaze, which was fixed on Jax. Qin Feng, what's the deal with this service robot? The monitor finally couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng casually explained it was something he created casually, just a worthless gadget. The corners of the monitor's mouth twitched. What did he mean by casually created? What did he mean by worthless gadget? Their company was somewhat well-known locally. After a year of profits, they had nearly several billion. Last year, at a large robot exhibition they attended, there was a humanoid intelligent robot among the displays. However, neither its walking smoothness nor its intelligence could match the level of the robot beside Qin Feng. Moreover, that robot's technical quote had already reached a budget of over $1 billion. This made the monitor, who loved robots, only able to give up with tears. Qin Feng, don't lie to me. I have quite a deep understanding of robots. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. How deep was this understanding? Do you know how to solve the walking spacing and control force of robots with the least amount of code? Do you know how different modules are configured to achieve the optimal solution? Do you know how these circuit boards are arranged and designed? Do you know? Qin Feng's series of questions shattered the monitor's proud understanding. The monitor never expected that someone making a living by blacksmithing who barely attended classes could know so much about complex robot technology. He could only awkwardly pick up the teacup on the table and take a small sip. How is the tea? The monitor carefully savored the flavor, seeming a bit incredulous. He took a few more sips and smacked his lips. It's bitter at first, but leaves a sweet aftertaste. If I'm not mistaken, this is Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, right? Qin Feng didn't know much about tea varieties. It was something the dean of the Mechanical Institute casually left here during a visit. Although he didn't understand tea, it was not hard to tell from the monitor's expression that this tea was definitely of high quality and quite expensive. Hee, if you like it, drink more. We have plenty of this tea at home. I'm tired of it already. The monitor unexpectedly said with a slight smile. I just didn't expect that you would buy such quality tea. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, and the monitor seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his words. If there's nothing else, you should head back early. I still have other work to do. Only when Qin Feng was about to see him off did the monitor remember the purpose of his visit. Oh, I almost forgot I came here representing the class. The monitor took out a thick stack of envelopes from his bag and solemnly handed them to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a bit surprised at that moment. Opening a corner of the envelope revealed that it was indeed money. What does this mean? Aren't I your class monitor? I noticed you hadn't been coming to class for many days, so I checked it out briefly. I found out you opened a blacksmith shop at school and didn't have money to stay in the dorms. The classmates pooled together some money for you. Although it's not much, it's a token of goodwill. I hope you can focus more on your studies. Qin Feng was a bit taken aback by this. He didn't expect such a kind-hearted class monitor. He cheerfully responded, Class monitor, do you still think I lack money? The monitor looked at the several expensive robots around and those precision blacksmithing tools, smiling awkward. You take the money, it's a kind gesture from the classmates. Qin Feng ultimately accepted it, intending to help his classmates in other ways. Seeing the time, it was almost mealtime. As a traditional virtue of Longhua, he naturally had to keep the class monitor for a meal. Qin Feng immediately issued orders in jacks, and the others executed them without a hitch. Some went to buy fish, some went to buy vegetables, and others went to start the fire and cook. These functions were not available when they were first created. Qin Feng needed to grant permissions to let jacks download from the internet. Various recipes and tutorials would appear and be practiced in Jax's mind. So even if it was their first time making this type of dish, the taste and presentation would not lose to that of a restaurant. The monitor could only watch them perform, unable to lend a hand. Today he truly had his eyes opened. The fresh fish was stunned, scaled, gutted, cut, and marinated all in one go. Other ingredients were treated similarly, with no steps missed. In just half an hour, Jax had prepared a large table of delicacies. This color is really beautiful, better than any hotel I've been to. After Qin Feng and the monitor received their bowls and chopsticks, they began to feast. The standard of Jax's cooking truly conquered the monitor's appetite, who couldn't stop praising it. This dish is a feast for the senses. If I said it was made by a robot, no one would believe it. Qin Feng was quite grateful for the monitor's actions. In the following time, he decided to devote all his energy to crafting the bulletproof vest. A conventional bulletproof vest mainly consists of two parts, the outer garment and the ballistic layer. The outer garment is commonly made from synthetic fibers. The ballistic layer, however, is different. It requires a significant amount of special materials to form a single or composite protective structure. There are many different types of bulletproof vests, each designed for various environments. But Qin Feng did not need to understand them in detail. He only needed to use the best materials and the simplest production environment. Coupled with technological enhancement, he could create the strongest protective clothing in the world. At that moment, Dean Qian happened to arrive with supplies. His first words upon entering were, "Do you really understand the craft of making bulletproof vests?" Qin Feng had no idea. He was just learning as he went. "Not yet, but I will soon," he replied, leaving Dean Qian somewhat baffled. He instructed the guards to bring out a large box and place it on the ground. Here is a complete set of materials for making bulletproof vests, all of which are the most precious raw materials in this industry. Qin Feng picked up a crowbar to open the box, discovering an array of neatly arranged, unknown materials inside. This time, he did not plan to livestream the production. It wasn't because the manufacturing process was time-consuming, but rather for confidentiality. What he was creating this time was meant for personal safety. Apart from certain special organizations and personnel, Qin Feng did not intend to let anyone in the media learn about it. The outer layer of the bulletproof vest is generally made from synthetic fabric. It serves to protect the ballistic layer while also being aesthetically pleasing. Additionally, the outer garment features many pockets for carrying ammunition and other supplies. Qin Feng did not plan to make this part, as he wasn't going to the battlefield and had no need for a handgun. As for the ballistic layer, it required the most important materials. It is commonly made from metals and special fibers, including Kevlar fiber. These ballistic and cushioning layers are the core components of a bulletproof vest. They will weaken the impact of bullets and shrapnel, thus reducing their effectiveness. Qin Feng took out the materials from the box one by one and placed them on the table. The production of the bulletproof vest does not require any steel smelting. Everything is right here. He only needed some simple tools to sew and fill the compressed materials. While Qin Feng was busy, Dean Qian received an important phone call and left. This also spared Qin Feng the need to avoid them for technological enhancement. After filling the ballistic and cushioning layers, he sewed them up with the outer garment. This light green bulletproof vest was completed. Although his workmanship was not as professional and it looked somewhat unattractive, it did not hinder Qin Feng's use of technological enhancement. A burst of red light shot from within Qin Feng's body, landing directly on the bulletproof vest. The stitching of the vest began to become seamlessly integrated. Many of the internal materials began to melt, decompose, and reorganize. Under the illumination of the red light, the bulletproof vest became increasingly thin. After the enhancement was complete, Qin Feng picked it up. Wow, it's so light. When Qin Feng first finished making it, the vest weighed about 3 kilograms. And it had some thickness to it. But now upon lifting it, it felt like it weighed barely a few dozen grams. What does that even mean? A regular short-sleeve shirt weighs at least over 100 grams. For a bulletproof vest to be so light, does it still provide adequate protection? After all, Qin Feng had crafted this with the aim of full-body protection. This protective suit had transformed from its initial light green color to a now transparent hue. Would it render the wearer invisible? What would happen if a bullet struck it? Qin Feng was entirely unaware of these matters. What he needed to do now was to approach the military stationed at the school and request a testing ground to verify his results. Qin Feng immediately made a call to the military district expert who had previously acquired the technical drawings for handguns. Upon hearing that Qin Feng wanted to apply for a nearby experimental base, they were quite pleased. What did this represent? In just a week, Qin Feng had once again developed a new invention and produced a prototype. This kind of research efficiency was undoubtedly faster than many professionals. Qin Feng's request was promptly approved by the person on the other end of the line. Within just a few minutes, the sound of helicopter rotors thundered outside the factory. Qin Feng's heart raced. Just a few minutes after hanging up, they had arrived. It seemed that those experts were quite eager to see his latest research achievements. Qin Feng folded the protective suit simply and placed it in the large box containing the raw materials. After the helicopter landed smoothly, 2 officers descended from it. They appeared to take this seriously. Hello, Qin Feng. We've received orders from above. We are here to escort you and the prototype to the experimental base. Yes, the items are in that box over there. Let's move them together. The 2 officers looked quite excited upon seeing the large box. This was their first time executing such a classified research task. However, they had no idea what type of weapons were stored in this half-human-sized box. They had heard rumors about the new Type 54 handgun from the previous experiment. With precision kills within a kilometer and enormous lethality. Weapons of this caliber were usually tested in the field. So what was in this large box, a missile or a heavy sniper rifle? Moreover, Qin Feng's request was merely for an outdoor weapons test. This meant that most of the troops would be able to witness the entire testing process of the prototype. Qin Feng stood still, unsure why the 2 officers were so excited. Wasn't it just a simple bulletproof vest? The officers lifted the large box onto the helicopter, and Qin Feng boarded as well. As the rotor speed increased, they set off. They brought the large box to a shooting range. Apart from a few data testers, there was only an older-looking. Qin Feng was startled when he glanced at his shoulder. A gold star without a badge. He wondered which general was stationed at the school. Qin Feng was curious, but lacked the courage to ask. Once the data testers were ready, the general stood up and looked at Qin Feng. Young man, can we begin? Qin Feng surveyed the vast area which was solely for testing his invention. The large number of staff present made Qin Feng feel quite overwhelmed. Qin Feng nodded, indicating that the experiment could begin. 2 staff members then proceeded to the center of the venue and opened a large box. However, the staff hesitated for a long time before taking out a transparent garment. Qin Feng could clearly sense the discussions among the staff around him. Aren't we testing weapons? What is this? Could it be a mix-up? No way could a researcher make such a basic mistake. It wasn't just the staff. The general sitting in the center also looked bewildered and stood up to gaze at the center of the venue. Qin Feng cleared his throat and amplified his voice. This is a newly developed bulletproof vest. There is no issue with it. Prepare for the next test. These words from Qin Feng undoubtedly made him the center of attention. Everyone's gaze turned towards him. The old general standing in the middle also voiced his doubts. Young man, this is a military site, not a place for... You say this small thing is a bulletproof vest. This old general had experienced countless battles, having dealt with the Grim Reaper many times. Although his hair was now white, his posture hunched, and his skin wrinkled, one could still distinctly sense an invisible aura about him. Without losing his authority, Qin Feng had to explain firmly. This is the bulletproof vest I developed most recently. The bulletproof layer and cushioning area have been refined with multiple materials. Just a simple test will reveal its authenticity. The old general stared into Qin Feng's eyes, seemingly sensing his sincerity. He then waved his hand, allowing the experiment to continue. The staff in the venue seemed a bit incredulous upon hearing the order to proceed. But the order was as solid as iron, and they had no choice but to comply. The staff put the transparent garment on the practice target. They then retrieved the commonly used Type 56 automatic rifle. This rifle is the main light weapon of the Dragon Kingdom's army, originally based on the Bear Country's AK-47 assault rifle. After modification by military experts from the Dragon Kingdom, it became the most produced and equipped automatic rifle in the Dragon Kingdom. This automatic rifle has an effective range of up to 400 meters with a maximum lethal distance of 1,500 meters. It's a very standard weapon, perfectly suitable for today's test. The target wearing the bulletproof vest was only 300 meters away from the shooting platform. The staff filled the magazine, and after the personnel in the venue evacuated, the general gave the command to fire. At the command, the rifle in the staff's hands unleashed several blue-yellow flames, discharging all the bullets in the magazine, and the staff member put down the weapon and stepped aside. He announced the completion of the shooting task, awaiting the next command. After issuing the shooting order, the general's gaze remained fixed on the target. However, due to his advancing age, his eyesight was no longer what it used to be. The general picked up a pair of reading glasses from the table and then took a telescope to examine closely. He then angrily exclaimed, "What is this? Did it go into a dog's belly during regular training?" Why was the general so furious? It was because after he looked through the telescope, he couldn't find any shooting marks on the bulletproof vest, not even nearby bullet holes. Have I been too easy on you all? From today onward, increase the training intensity, and I will personally supervise. The staff member who had just fired was now filled with resentment. He was very confident in his shooting skills, not to mention hitting every shot. At least every bullet hit the target. But at this moment, no matter how much he felt wronged, he didn't dare to directly confront the general. The experiment continued, and another staff member entered the venue. Following the same process as before, the same result occurred. The general, not believing in bad luck, decided to go down and take the gun himself. Despite his age, picking up a gun was like muscle memory for him. The general quickly filled the magazine, aimed, and shot in one go. But when he looked through the telescope, the target was completely unharmed. The general was momentarily stunned. After investigation and monitoring by the staff, it was confirmed that the bullets had indeed struck the bulletproof vest. However, due to its special properties, the bullets were either deflected or lost kinetic energy and fell to the ground. The moment the general saw the monitoring footage, he was shocked. He had used this Type 56 automatic rifle on the battlefield for decades. He knew better than anyone what its power was. A bullet striking a vest of standard thickness would at least leave significant marks, if not penetrate. Yet this bulletproof vest before him was as thin as nothing. After enduring dozens of bullets, it appeared completely unscathed. Is this really logical? At this moment, Qin Feng stepped forward. How is the safety performance of the new bulletproof vest I designed? The general, with an expression of shock, said, "What? You mean this bulletproof vest is your own design?" Initially, the general thought that Qin Feng was just sent from the Dragon Institute to assist. He never would have imagined that such a sophisticated bulletproof vest could be developed by a young person. It seems that true genius emerges from youth. To test the limits of this bulletproof vest, the general ordered a variety of weapons to be brought out. Various calibers of rifles and submachine guns. Regular bullets, armor-piercing shells, sniper bullets. After multiple tests, the bulletproof vest remained unpenetrated. It was even difficult to leave a visible mark. The general was astonished by these test results. He almost prepared to test it with artillery. In the end, he held back, as it was just a bulletproof vest. Being able to withstand all gunfire on sight already places it among the top-tier protective gear in the world. The staff present were all in a daze at this moment. With so many years of experience, having tested the safety of many items, this bulletproof vest left an indelible impression on them. The staff compiled all the test results into a document and handed it to the general. As the general flipped through it, he compared it with data from other types of bulletproof vests. Qin Feng's bulletproof vest, from weight to protective capability, surpassed all other types. Such talent is rare. Not only was the overall performance of this bulletproof vest impressive, but Qin Feng, who developed it, was also a genius-level figure. The general, like other experts who had seen Qin Feng's inventions, extended an olive branch. But Qin Feng, as usual, declined. He stated that he would be handing over the patent data to the Dragon Institute. The general was taken aback. At such a young age, he had a remarkable vision. When Qin Feng left, he received a message from the general. In the future, when needing a venue for this type of requirement, there would be no need to apply up the chain. As a general, he indeed had such privileges. Qin Feng returned to the factory, wearing a bulletproof vest. The first thing he did was call Dean Qian to inform him that he could come to collect the technical materials. Hearing the news of the successful experiment, Dean Qian rushed to Qin Feng's residence immediately. As soon as he entered, he exclaimed, "Qin Feng, have you really developed a more advanced bulletproof vest?" "Yes, I just tested it at a certain base." Dean Qian felt a wave of joy, but he was stunned when he saw before him was a transparent jumpsuit. Was this a bulletproof vest? Or was it something newly developed and tested? "Stop joking, quickly take out the bulletproof vest." "This is it." Dean Qian picked up the so-called bulletproof vest with skepticism, feeling it and tugging at it. Seeing this, Qin Feng sensed that Dean Qian seemed to be confused. So he took out the document. This document contained all the test data and relevant information about the bulletproof vest. Dean Qian pulled out a stack of papers and immediately saw the confidentiality level at the top. Next were the various parameters of the bulletproof vest. The entire vest weighed 80 grams and was approximately 0.72 millimeters thick. After extensive testing with various types of weapons, none could inflict any damage on it. The more Dean Qian looked, the more shocked he became. According to the document, this bulletproof vest was the highest level of protection available. How did this kid Qin Feng manage to create this thing? He knew that the rare raw materials had been personally approved and reported by Dean Qian. But judging by the material of this bulletproof vest, it wasn't made from a single material. Dean Qian stared at Qin Feng with confusion and said, "What about the rare materials I sent you? I used them all to casually make this bulletproof vest." Dean Qian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The security level of this item was far superior to anything similar, and you tell me it was made casually. All right, I won't discuss this further with you. I need to take the drawings and reference data, then I have to handle that matter. Qin Feng could clearly see a trace of worry on Dean Qian's face. So he asked what had happened that made the usually calm Dean so anxious. After a moment of contemplation, Dean Qian finally spoke. "You're not considered an outsider anymore, so it's fine to tell you. The issue arose from a field exploration team from the Lonka Institute, which discovered a small base. This base was highly concealed, but an unexpected occurrence allowed infrared heat sensors to detect it. According to the team's initial understanding, it was likely that dozens of special forces from Sakura country had infiltrated. Since they were armed with various firearms, they decided to retreat for safety, waiting for the military to issue the final handling orders. Upon hearing that special forces from Sakura country had secretly infiltrated Long country to cause destruction, Qin Feng's inner fury was immediately ignited. "Damn it, these bastards came to assassinate me last time. This time I finally found an opportunity for revenge." "Dean Qian, where are those infiltrating special forces now?" Dean Qian seemed to sense an ulterior motive and advised Qin Feng. "Those were special forces from Sakura country, not just any random people. They were quite difficult to deal with, and it was better to wait for the military's final orders. You just focus on your research, these matters will be handled by professionals." But how could Qin Feng just sit back? A gentleman must take action when wronged. "Dean Qian, don't you trust my strength?" Qin Feng stared earnestly into Dean Qian's eyes. Dean Qian was constantly entangled by Qin Feng's insistence and had no choice but to reveal the address. After all, with a powerful robot like Wentian and the newly developed bulletproof vest, Qin Feng was capable in small-scale operations. Just as Qin Feng was packing his gear and preparing to set out, Dean Qian threw a bucket of cold water on him. "Without military orders, you won't be able to get close to that place." Qin Feng was taken aback. Was that a problem? He immediately went to find the general at today's testing site. After hearing Qin Feng's request, the general readily agreed. The bulletproof vest technology demonstrated today had completely earned the general's trust. He even wanted to send an extra team with Qin Feng for support. Qin Feng politely declined, as lone wolves are often the fiercest. The general was very supportive, overpowering others at the meeting to secure this opportunity for Qin Feng. On the night the orders were issued, Qin Feng set out under the cover of darkness. Accompanying him was Wentian, which had transformed into a motorcycle. While putting on the bulletproof vest in the afternoon, Qin Feng was amazed to discover its cutting-edge technology. This greatly enhanced safety performance. It would confuse attackers lurking in the shadows, causing them to misfire and expose their positions. This greatly enhanced safety performance. It would confuse attackers lurking in the shadows, causing them to misfire and expose their positions, giving the wearer an opportunity to hide. Another cutting-edge feature discovered was its extensibility. Ordinary bulletproof vests only protect the abdomen and important limbs. However, this future vest offers protection for exposed skin as well. Once the bulletproof vest was worn, the deepest mechanisms would activate, allowing it to cover the wearer entirely, including the head and limbs. Yet this did not cause any difficulty in breathing or skin irritation. Wearing this bulletproof vest felt akin to Spider-Man's suit. It was particularly comfortable, as if it were a part of him. Qin's speed could reach up to 2,000 kilometers per hour, also ranking among the top speeds of motorcycles. In just a few hours, Qin Feng arrived at his destination. The forest in the remote wilderness appeared incredibly eerie under the cover of night. Qin Feng stood at a higher vantage point, comparing his map. Through his night vision goggles, it was easy to see that Sakura Country's small base was less than a kilometer ahead. As for the intentions of these little devils, Qin Feng had no interest in pondering. He only wished for revenge. This small-scale operation lacked the fierce back and forth of combat. It was merely a crushing spree. With a series of mechanical transformation sounds, Tian had reverted back to its human form. Finding the best shooting point, he raised the laser gun that was already charged to 10. A blue laser as thick as an arm shot out, strikingly visible in the darkness. The laser expanded and magnified during its flight. The special forces of Sakura Country seemed to notice the anomaly, but it was too late. The diameter of the laser had suddenly increased to several meters, vaporizing everything in the base. The high temperature of several thousand degrees reduced everything nearby to powder, leaving only a blackened patch of land several meters wide. While Qin Feng was acting, the military was also urgently mobilizing satellite surveillance. This scene equally shocked the military. A weapon of immense destructive power, it was truly a dimensional strike. The first thing Qin Feng did upon returning to school was to take a shower. After spending a night in the forest during the sweltering summer, the mosquito bites were the least of his concerns. The heat was unbearable. As soon as he entered the factory, he found Dean Qian sitting inside. Seeing that Qin Feng had returned safely, Dean Qian was also very pleased. He had heard from an old classmate that last night's operation had been quite intense. Not only was there a momentary temperature of several thousand degrees, but also intense lighting. After a quick wash, Qin Feng lay flat on the sofa. Dean Qian was already impatiently inquiring about the practical use of the bulletproof vest. After all, no matter what the test data said, it was merely testing. In an actual war, it was impossible to predict and experiment with every situation in advance. Moreover, it was a product of exceptionally high standards crafted by Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng sighed. The bulletproof vest is of no use. Hearing this, Dean Qian was instantly taken aback. A large amount of rare materials had been used, and it had undergone many simulation tests. The first time on the battlefield, it had such a minimal effect. If the bulletproof vest is ineffective, how did you survive? Qin Feng looked at Dean Qian in confusion, wondering if he had expressed himself poorly. For targets that can be killed instantly, there's no need for a bulletproof vest. What? Dean Qian found it hard to believe his ears. The elite special forces from Sakura Country were instantly killed by Qin Feng. Qin Feng opened a bottle of cola, sipping as he said, "That laser gun I made earlier was just casually tested that day. True power was only demonstrated last night." Dean Qian was drenched in cold sweat. According to what he heard from his old classmate, that small base had been leveled and no signs of life could be detected. Based on simulations, current laser weaponry simply could not inflict such damage. It wasn't that the power was insufficient, modern missiles could flatten a mountain. But a laser weapon with such power without any explosion evidence could not be produced by Long Country at present. Yet the next statement from Qin Feng left him speechless. The power is average, not very exciting. For Qin Feng, the inventions he had made so far were all too small. He was surely going to create large-scale equipment in the future and needed to improve his production efficiency. Thus, he proposed a view that Dean Qian found absurd. "I want to create a high-precision machine tool to facilitate the manufacturing of large equipment." Dean Qian looked at Qin Feng, who was nestled on the sofa, in shock. "For a large machine tool, I can apply for you to use one. There's no need to create it yourself." The most precise and multi-axis machine tool in Long Country was lying in Lonka Institute. It occupied an entire large factory. After all, it was the most advanced at present. Moreover, machine tools require a high level of overall quality from the operators and even higher technical requirements for maintenance personnel. Qin Feng simply shook his head. "The precision does not meet my expectations." Dean Qian thought Qin Feng was arrogant. Although Long Country's machine tools did not reach the world's top level, they were still at a great nation level, let alone meeting Qin Feng's manufacturing requirements. With sufficient materials, it wouldn't be a problem to create a large machine tool several meters high. "Can you build a Jax?" Qin Feng's calm statement shattered Dean Qian's confidence. Qin Feng could personally craft top-tier intelligent robots. Such craftsmanship belonged to national-level artisans. Dean Qian pondered for a moment and asked, "What axis level does the machine tool you want to create belong to?" 10 axes with 10 simultaneous movements. Dean Qian stood up in surprise. "Are you joking? Do you know how many axes the world's top machine tools have?" 8 axes with 5 simultaneous movements. The more axes a machine tool has, the more complex the structure of the parts that can be processed in one go. The higher the efficiency of the simultaneous movements, the smaller the probability of error and mistakes. Not only can it shorten the production cycle, but it can also improve processing precision. But then, remembering the numerous inventions Qin Feng had made, Dean Qian momentarily calmed down. Perhaps Qin Feng could truly create a miracle. To develop a high-precision, multi-axis, multi-simultaneous movement machine tool that leads the world. Could this kid have obtained design blueprints from aliens? Thus Dean Qian tentatively asked, "Can I take a look at the design blueprints?" Qin Feng was a bit puzzled upon hearing this. "Are you kidding? I don't have any blueprints right now." Dean Qian had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Qin Feng say he would draw it on the spot. He almost got so angry that he fainted. And what Qin Feng did next left Dean Qian utterly speechless. Qin Feng earnestly took a few sheets of A4 paper and a pen. He freely poured out his genius ideas on them, completing the drawing in just a few minutes. Dean Qian looked at the table-like thing on the A4 paper and asked, "Is this the machine tool? It seems rather rushed, right?" Qin Feng seriously explained, "Every genius has a wildly imaginative thought process. In your eyes, this might look like a child's doodle. In my eyes, this is the creation of a genius inventor." For the first time, Dean Qian was left so speechless, but what could he do? After all, every invention from Qin Feng was able to stay ahead of the most advanced levels in the world. For the sake of Qin Feng's inventions and the future of Long Country, Dean Qian needed to meet all of Qin Feng's requirements, including those related to living. "What materials do you need? I will arrange it for you. Common high-strength steel used in military factories will suffice. However, I need a considerable amount, several tons more." Dean Qian immediately called the procurement department to order 10 tons of high-strength steel. He then inquired how long it would take to complete the machine tool. "Next week you can bring someone to verify it." Huh. Dean Qian felt like he was talking to a child with no logic or coherence. A week to create a globally leading high-precision machine tool. Just with these common blacksmith shop forging tables and furnaces. Qin Feng said it like that, leaving him with no other choice but to wait for the results. Even if it couldn't reach the pinnacle of global standards, it shouldn't be too lacking. At the very least, creating the mechanical equipment he wanted should not be a problem. In modern mechanical manufacturing, there are countless methods to process mechanical parts. In addition to cutting, there are casting, forging, welding, stamping, extrusion, and so on. Any part requiring high precision and surface roughness must undergo final processing on a machine tool. For Qin Feng, let alone creating a machine tool in a week. Even producing all the equipment needed for the factory in a single day would be a casual matter. The premise is that the increments in technology must be frequent. Is there anything else you need to discuss this time? If not, I'll head to rest early. I didn't sleep at all last night. And Dean Qian slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot. Do you still remember that live streaming room of yours?" Qin Feng nodded in confusion, wondering if the live stream had been reported by the little black fans. You should know that most streaming platforms have numerous rules. If the super admin feels displeased one day and finds issues with your content, it could lead to a suspension for rectification. Typically, live streaming content related to these issues includes elements of pornography, violence, drugs, and so on. Just because an account is trouble-free does not mean it is safe. In this strange online world, there are many jealous individuals. They might take issue with your relatively high income or be personally dissatisfied with your content. They would report the account multiple times. The reasons for reporting can be quite varied, as Qin Feng had seen trending topics that elaborated on this. A certain food streamer often prepared a pot of broth during their live sessions, allowing fans to choose which ingredients to eat while they would order takeout on-site. On a calm night, the streamer suddenly expressed a craving for hot pot. Thus, they decided to indulge late at night, intending to tease the fans who were still awake. In just a few minutes, the chat room was flooded with a long list of ingredients: tofu skin, see you tomorrow, luncheon meat, tripe, duck, meat rolls, and so forth. These ingredients were common in hot pot and initially did not cause any uproar. However, as the live stream progressed, the chat began to mention a few other ingredients. Fragrant meat. This is not a riddle, but rather a term used in some regions to refer to dog meat. When the streamer purchased the corresponding ingredients, they added them to the hot pot. Some sharp-eyed fans quickly realized that fragrant meat was nothing but dog meat. Consequently, dog lovers in certain chat rooms began to lose their composure. "Are you even human, streamer? How could you eat a fur baby? How disgusting! I thought the streamer was a paragon of..." Reported. "We can't let such a streamer go unpunished." These dog lovers hurled various insults at the streamer, and some even began to open boxes. They exaggerated the streamer's actions and spread them across Weibo and various social apps, condemning the streamer for supposedly killing dogs at midnight to make hot pot. Although these were merely the actions of a few extreme dog lovers, online violence does not require rationality. The streamer was publicly exposed and faced various insults. There were even offline threats, and the live streaming room had long been shut down. It wasn't due to any violations by the streamer, but rather because there were simply too many reports. In order to protect the platform's traffic and rating, the officials permanently closed the streamer's live room. Qin Feng thought about the fate of that streamer. It was truly tragic. They had been living well only to lose a stable income due to an unexpected incident. Qin Feng recounted the story to Dean Qian. Oh, which little black fan dares to attack an officially certified account? I'm here this time, mainly to seek your opinion and perspective. Qin Feng was quite curious and listened attentively to Dean Qian. This live streaming room initially belonged to Qin Feng, but it had been banned due to the incident involving gunfire last time. It was only after officials from the Lonka Institute personally intervened that the ban on the account was lifted. Thanks to the officials' considerable influence, the platform directly certified the live room as the official account of Lonka Institute. Qin Feng was taken aback. So are you here to revoke the account certification? He didn't care much about the account. As long as his live streaming room was not restricted during scientific demonstrations, that was sufficient. Dean Qian waved his hands repeatedly indicating that this was not the case. Qin Feng had never considered becoming the chief live operation officer of Lonka Institute. After all, as the most important scientific research department of the nation, Lonka Institute Qin Feng had never considered becoming the chief live operation officer of Lonka Institute. After all, as the most important scientific research department of the nation, Lonka Institute had always maintained an air of mystery. Not to mention an official live streaming account. Even related reports would hardly appear online, since its establishment, Lonka Institute, had been conducting research discreetly. Yet now it suddenly allowed an outsider like Qin Feng to operate live streaming under its name. Could it be? Is Lonka Institute also going to start live streaming to make money? The moment this thought appeared, it was swiftly extinguished. The state allocates a substantial budget to the financial department of Lonka Institute every year. Would they lack this bit of profit from sales? Why don't your people operate the live streaming account? Dean Qian smiled wryly and replied, the research outcomes of Lonka Institute cannot be publicly streamed. There are many procedures to go through and numerous permissions to apply for in advance. Qin Feng pouted, expressing his dissatisfaction. So what you mean is that my inventions have no value, right? If I want to showcase them, I should be able to. Upon hearing this, Dean Qian immediately panicked. If this kid were to harbor resentment towards Lonka Institute and sell patents to foreigners, Dean Qian could not bear the guilt. No, don't misunderstand. He explained thoroughly, and only then did Qin Feng realize. It turned out that some of the pro bono patents provided by Qin Feng had deeply touched the old professors. However, they couldn't offer him corresponding rewards, so they sought various ways to understand. Finally, on one particular day, they heard that this kid Qin Feng liked to live stream his inventions. Thus, through some young researchers, they learned about the nature of live streaming. Due to the misunderstanding with the platform last time regarding certification, this was how the issue of solidifying his identity came about. Qin Feng chuckled and said, those old professors are quite cunning. It can't be that simple, right? Dean Qian hadn't expected that Qin Feng could detect some clues. He awkwardly responded, the reason for doing this is still to cherish talent. They are afraid that you might be poached by other tech companies or foreigners. So they resorted to this means to signal to the public that you are already an internal researcher. That's why I came to seek your opinion. The educational philosophy that Qin Feng had been taught since childhood would never allow him to develop treasonous thoughts. Thus, these old professors were entirely unnecessary in their worries. The purpose of these inventions was to elevate the technological level of Longhua, to enable Longhua to lead the world in the future. These things are inconsequential to me, but I have one condition. Dean Qian was overjoyed to hear this. As the head of Lonka Institute, he was not afraid of researchers putting forth any conditions. What he feared most was when people had no demands. That was the most terrifying. Go ahead. Even if the conditions are stringent, I will do my best to meet them. Because all the live streaming revenue generated from the audience attracted by Lonka Institute's name, I want it all for myself. Dean Qian was a bit doubtful if he had heard incorrectly. Is that all you're asking for? Qin Feng frowned. Isn't? Dean Qian laughed heartily, indicating that there was no problem. Qin Feng agreeing to this meant that he had already become half a researcher of Lonka Institute. The next morning, Dean Qian brought the shipment to the factory. Dean Qian, these precision steels must weigh more than 10 tons, right? Yesterday, I brought back the news, and those old fellows were overjoyed. They even prepared an extra 50. Qin Feng looked at the cargo with a headache. How much space would this occupy? His factory could only hold a maximum of 10 tons, and that was after Jake's meticulous calculations. What to do with the surplus precision steel? Dean Qian seemed to sense Qin Feng's anxiety and calmly said, to express gratitude for your research, the Lonka Institute specifically contacted your school. All the wasteland nearby has been allocated for your use. Our construction team can complete the building in 3 days. Most of this wasteland will be covered by the factory structures. Qin Feng couldn't imagine that the Lonka Institute would consider it so thoroughly. The wasteland near the factory was at least the size of 20 football fields. They just gave it to me, and even thoughtfully prepared the factory's exterior. Next, we just wait for the unloading equipment to arrive and unload this shipment. Qin Feng waved his hand, directly calling Wentian to help with the transport. Over 2 meters tall, Wentian extended several mechanical arms from behind. Each arm was 3 meters long, as thick as a grown man's calf. As Wentian approached the side of the trailer, these mechanical arms swiftly moved forward. They wrapped around the bundles of precision steel and slowly walked towards the factory. Ding Qian and the drivers present were stunned. These drivers had traveled across the country delivering goods to most regions of Longhua. Each time they needed to rely on large loading forklifts to unload such heavy items. But today the enormous robot before them was something they had only seen in science fiction movies. This robot could effortlessly lift the precision steel and carry it away. It was truly astonishing. Some drivers even jumped down from the cab to verify what they were transporting. They wanted to check if they were indeed carrying precision steel or just foam. The only thing everyone knew about this shipment was that it was for the Longhua Institute. Thus they all praised Ding Qian. "Wow, leader, your inventions are getting more and more impressive. Yes, I've been delivering goods for 25 years. Oh, and this is the first time I've seen such a high-tech unloading mech. A robot of this caliber is only used for unloading. The leaders must be very generous." Ding Qian felt a bit embarrassed listening to the driver's praises. He thought to himself that this was also his first encounter with such an outrageous operation. If the Longhua Institute had such advanced robots, let alone unloading, even adding batteries and oil, would have professors competing to do it. But at this moment he could only chuckle and wave at the drivers. Had it not been for the muddy pit under Wentian's feet, Ding Qian would have doubted the weight of this shipment. Wentian worked quickly, finishing the unloading task of several dozen tons of precision steel in less than. After the drivers left, Ding Qian couldn't wait to ask Qin Feng, where did this robot get such strength? Generally, the transport capacity of a forklift is barely 3 tons. This is achieved through many physical methods and various techniques. But this robot directly extended many mechanical arms to carry it away. This made Ding Qian's understanding once again be overturned. The principle is quite complex, I can't explain it clearly in a short while. Qin Feng had no idea about the working principle and could only deflect the question. Qin Feng's task in the past few days was to use this batch of precision steel to build a machine tool. Overall, the workload was not large, but it was extremely complicated. There were thousands of parts, and he only had simple tools like a furnace and a forging table. He cut the precision steel into appropriately sized blocks and tossed them into the furnace. Ding Qian stood outside the door, also under immense pressure. He was uncertain whether Qin Feng could indeed produce the machine tool. This was Qin Feng's first time providing a specific acceptance timeline, which was particularly significant for both him and the Longhua Institute. To demonstrate the seriousness of his commitment, he brought along many professors. Initially, when hearing about the invention of high-precision machine tools, the professors were quite excited. However, upon learning that it was a mere kid behind it, they straightforwardly rejected it. They couldn't believe that a young child could develop high-precision mechanical equipment. Yet due to the numerous benefits promised by Ding Qian, they agreed to come. Along with the old professors, their students accompanied them. Just moments ago outside, the group nearly got into a quarrel sparked by a student inquiring about the advanced equipment used by the creator. Ding Qian's casual mention of a hammer drove several old professors to the brink. "Old Qian, at your age, are you still joking with us? As the dean, do you not know how busy we usually are? If he really made it with a hammer, I would resign from my professorship." Surrounded by the crowd's skepticism, Ding Qian stood firm. "Do you know that the latest patent obtained by the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute was produced by Qin Feng?" This statement left the professors present utterly dumbfounded. Ding Qian detailed Qin Feng's accomplishments to everyone in the room. The first to speak, the old professor, expressed his embarrassment. "If that's the case, we can give him face. Every professor cherished talents like him. Regardless of the specialization, as long as it contributes to the nation, that is of utmost importance." Regarding the handcrafted machine tool mentioned by Ding Qian, just the name alone could instill fear in countless hearts. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the scorching sun bore down on everyone's faces. Some old professors could hardly endure the heat. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, comfortably resting in the air-conditioned factory, had just woken up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Qin Feng noticed his phone screen filled with missed calls. Realizing the situation, he thought, "Oh no, I've kept them waiting." With a swift motion, Qin Feng leaped out of bed to open the door. The moment the door swung open, a wave of heat hit him. "Wow, it's quite hot outside." Seeing this kid finally come out, while making casual remarks, Ding Qian rolled his eyes. Once everyone entered the factory, Qin Feng instructed Jakes to serve the guests. All the professors present were astonished. Engaged in research on mechanical equipment, they naturally understood the value of a robot like Jakes. Ding Qian looked at the old fellows, who appeared to have never seen the world, and burst into laughter. "Qin Feng, where is your machine tool?" As Ding Qian asked, everyone finally remembered the important matter. However, Qin Feng leisurely picked up his phone, opened a live stream, and said to everyone, as the official live stream operator, "Is it okay to introduce it live?" After receiving the group's affirmation, Qin Feng modified the title. Handcrafted top-tier machine tool verified by professional professors. This title undoubtedly ignited excitement among many netizens. The official live stream account of the Lonka Institute came back to life. Moreover, the high-precision mechanical equipment being handcrafted was bound to captivate the audience. The professors present also greeted the live stream audience. "Good afternoon, students. I am Professor Wang from the Metal Processing Department. I am Professor Li from the Heat-Resistant Materials Department. I am Professor Zhao from the Metallurgy Department. I am from the Chemical Materials Analysis Department." Listening to these professors introduce themselves, the extravagant lineup left the audience stunned. While this is indeed the official account of the Lonka Institute, everyone appearing on screen is a professor. Host, give me a professor title. With this amount of hair, I believe he is definitely a professor. Qin Feng led the many professors to the machine tool. One professor, looking at this masterpiece, smiled and said to Dean Xian, "I knew you were joking. If this level of precision was achieved with a hammer, I would immediately hand over my professorship to this kid." The professor who spoke was clearly making a joke based on some foundation. "Oh, old Wang, we know you work in machine tool research. Just tell us, how is this machine tool?" Professor Wang had a good impression of this machine tool after decades in the industry. Whether it is reliable or not can be inferred from one's intuition. But how could Qin Feng let his hard work go to waste? "This is what I forged with a hammer." Professor Wang, feeling provoked, was somewhat displeased. He detested dishonest students. Thus, he voiced the earlier joke with utmost seriousness. The audience in the live stream clearly sided with the professors. "Come on, don't pretend in front of professional professors." Haha, showing off a big knife in front of Guangong, utterly unaware of one's limitations. How could the Lonka Institute hire such a morally deficient person? Just as everyone criticized Qin Feng, he directly grabbed a piece of steel and placed it into the furnace, forging, shaping, and cooling all in one go. This left Professor Wang stunned. Could it be that this kid really could produce something? Qin Feng pulled out the freshly crafted part from the cooling pool, and it looked stunning. Achieving such luster without polishing was indeed remarkable. Then an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Qin Feng removed a part from the machine tool and replaced it with the part he had just crafted on site. It fit perfectly. Everyone present was shocked, realizing that he indeed struck it out. No wonder they couldn't find the machinery required to make the machine tool on site. The direction of the live stream audience instantly shifted in favor of Qin Feng. I knew the host must have something up his sleeve. Okay, this little brother is truly a versatile inventor. Romantic non-mecha sent out a rocket X1. Romantic non-mecha sent out a rocket X1. Romantic non-mecha sent out a rocket X1. The consecutive dozens of rockets launched made the entire live stream room heat up instantly. As Qin Feng returned the forging tools, he couldn't help but reflect. Doing scientific research is essentially making money. A 10th the Sanyuan rocket feels like giving away candy. Dean Xian was very pleased, not expecting Qin Feng to actually produce it. Moreover, judging from the unceasing gasps of amazement from the crowd, the precision of this machine tool was certainly not low. Never did he expect that Qin Feng's craftsmanship was truly exceptional. It was as if the legendary master Oyezi had returned. His techniques were indeed unbeatable. After observing, everyone began to plan a test for the true capabilities of this machine tool. Professor Wang approached the control panel of the machine tool, instructing the students to place the metal block they brought onto the processing table. He then activated the machine, and the milling cutter began its cutting work. The onlookers retreated to a distance, waiting for the results to emerge. Throughout the cutting process, Professor Wang fixed his gaze on the processing table. The professors present dared not make a sound, even though this was merely a part of the workflow. However, some had already discerned that the precision of this machine tool was undoubtedly exceptional. Though the precision could not be discerned by the naked eye, intuition does not deceive. After 3 minutes a rinse, all the professors outside rushed over. "Quick, bring those measuring tools." Professor Wang excitedly shouted to his students as if he already sensed something profound. At this moment, they were eager to confirm. This small wrench had passed tests from dozens of tools, showing no discrepancy. It is known that the measurement precision of these tools is within 0.001 mm. If all these tools show no discrepancies, what does that signify? This implies that the machine tool crafted by Qin Feng has a precision exceeding 0.001 mm. This carries far more significance than just that. From a certain perspective, this represents a new technology entirely developed independently by the Dragon Nation. Henceforth, in the field of machine tools, the Dragon Nation will no longer suffer from discrimination by other countries. At this moment, everyone present felt as if they were dreaming. The super high precision of the world-leading machine tool was astonishingly achieved with just a hammer. To say that is simply absurd. To test all the parameters of this machine tool, the professors present hurriedly called their respective research institutes. They requested the staff to bring over all the top-notch instruments. The goal was to test the specific parameters of this machine tool. Most of the audience in the live broadcast were ordinary people. The professional jargon used by the professors was beyond their comprehension. However, it was easy to guess from the exaggerated expressions of the higher-ranking professors that this machine tool was indeed remarkable. The efficiency of the staff from the Research Institute was very high, and they soon arrived at the location. With the honking of cars outside the factory, everyone present, except for Qin Feng, rushed out. They assisted the workers in moving large equipment while arranging for the students to be ready to take notes. Metal rulers, micrometers, laser interferometers, precision, automatic turntables, ball bar gauges, and so on. As the workers moved the equipment, the factory gradually became crowded. After a flurry of activity, many professors sat exhausted on the ground. Professor Wang still excitedly shouted precision of 0.0001 mm, surpassing the precision of the world's top machine tools by an extra decimal point. Moreover, the current axis linkage has already reached 8-axis 6 linkage. Everyone present raised their arms in cheers. This scene would be recorded in history. The number of axes does not necessarily represent the advanced nature of a machine tool. The most telling aspect of machine tool technology is the number of linkages. The more linkages there are, the higher the advanced nature of the machine tool. Looking globally, the most advanced machine tools previously belonged to the United States with their 8-axis 5-linkage machine tools. Qin Feng's invention this time not only caught up with the world ranking, but also surpassed it. It is known that in the history of the Dragon Nation, the highest precision of domestically produced machine tools was only 0.1 mm. The precision of the world's top countries can reach 0.001 mm, and most companies can achieve such precision. Yet the precision of the Dragon Nation was not only inferior, but the highest precision was still in the Lonka Institute and military factories. The audience in the live broadcast was also celebrating fervently. The Dragon Nation has finally stood up. The broadcaster is truly an eternal legend. I'm a fan. The experience of being choked by machine tool technology has now become history. When Dean Xian, as usual, instructed Qin Feng to produce the technical drawings, he unexpectedly refused. No, the level of this machine tool is still not up to my expectations. Although Dean Xian did not understand the technology of machine tools, he could see from Professor Wang and the others' eyes that this was already at a world-class level. This is already very perfect. Are you not satisfied? Qin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. 8-axis 6 linkage is too slow. The equipment I want to create has very high demands on the machine tool. At the very least, it must be 10-axis 10 linkage. Hearing this, Professor Wang and the others were left dumbfounded. Goodness, no wonder the dean has his eye on such talent. Even after reaching a world-leading level, he still seeks further upgrades. Professor Wang was the first to speak up. I specialize in precision machine tool processing. I can stay and assist you. The crowd was taken aback. How could a distinguished professor in the industry help a first-year student? If this were to spread, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? Does it mean that the researchers of the Lonka Institute are not as good as a student? But the reality was evident. Qin Feng was far from an ordinary student. He gave the impression of being someone sent by the heavens, specifically to bring various advanced technologies to the Dragon Nation. Seeing Professor Wang speak up, the other professors were eager to follow suit. Qin Feng, I have a background in metal materials. I can assist you in selecting materials for the equipment. Numerous professors were vying to help Qin Feng, stunning the students present in the audience in the live broadcast. While the professors are competing to assist the broadcaster, this kind of script would be deemed unrealistic in a light novel, right? Art originates from reality, and it exceeds reality. Impressive, the netizens really have talent. However, Qin Feng did not appreciate the sentiment and declined everyone's offers. I prefer to develop independently. I appreciate your goodwill. How long do you think it will take to complete the upgraded machine tool? Qin Feng pondered for a moment and gave a response that was neither too long nor too short. 1 month. A month in the eyes of these professors was considered quite short. It seemed that since their entry into the field, advanced technology and machine tools had been tightly controlled by foreign nations. Today, Qin Feng demonstrated what it means to be a research genius. He caught up and surpassed them in just a week. One has to ask, are you afraid? A month's time was just a drop in the bucket for the professors. Upon receiving a specific timeline, the professors took their students and left. Unsurprisingly, the recent trending topics online were predominantly about Qin Feng and the machine tool. These people surged like a tide, only to recede just as swiftly. They were all for the future of the Dragon Nation to no longer be bullied and suppressed by other countries. Qin Feng also respected them very much, ever since selling tens of millions of robot patents. All subsequent inventions and patents were selflessly dedicated to the Lonka Institute or the Dragon Nation. After a few minutes, only Dean Xian and Qin Feng remained in the workshop. Dean Xian never expected that Qin Feng could actually complete this task. Although it is not yet a 10-axis simultaneous linkage, such precision machine tools will elevate all manufacturing industries in Longwa to a new level. Once upon a time, all advanced equipment for Longwa's manufacturing industry had to be imported from abroad. Those foreign suppliers were terrified that the Longwa people would learn the technology and even assign staff to monitor. This meant that domestic companies spent millions on equipment but only had the right to use it. Maintenance and other issues were entirely handled by their own personnel. Dean Qian looked at the machine tool with mixed feelings. Qin Feng truly is a rare talent for Longwa. This machine tool currently had no shell with all core components exposed. Large and small, extremely precise parts. It felt as if it were a dream to hammer them out. Then modify it well, call me immediately if you need anything. During this month, Qin Feng lived quite comfortably. He no longer needed to work overnight like at the beginning. Every day he strolled around the nearby small park and occasionally went fishing in the lake. It was very pleasant. Every Monday, he only needed to use his technological enhancement. Over these days, Qin Feng upgraded the machine tool multiple times. The day of inspection had finally arrived. On a morning a month later, Qin Feng used the technological enhancement for the axis linkage. Looking at this more precise machine tool with more axis joints, the task was thus completed. Dean Qian, please bring people over to take a look. All modification tasks for the machine tool have been completed. Upon hearing this news, Dean Qian hurriedly informed other professional professors. Those professors had been eagerly awaiting this day. Equipped with all their professional instruments, they rushed to the destination with their students. I must say the professors' efficiency was truly high. Shortly after the phone notification, everyone arrived outside the workshop. This made Qin Feng wonder if they lived in a nearby laboratory. Professor Wang, specializing in precision machine tools, was the first to rush in. Seeing the excited Professor Wang, Qin Feng pointed aside. It has been modified. The excitement in Professor Wang's heart made his hands tremble. So, shall I begin testing? Upon receiving Qin Feng's affirmative response, the group of professors rushed to the machine tool, surrounding it tightly. Professor Wang instructed his students to carefully place the metal processing block on the processing table. They gently operated the control panel. 5 seconds. The machine tool completed its work. The surrounding professors were once again awestruck. 5 seconds. Will this efficiency really not affect precision and other qualities? Qin Feng smiled faintly. While ensuring precision and other qualities, I have significantly improved the machine tool's work efficiency. The machine tool you see before you now features 10-axis simultaneous linkage. Qin Feng's words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. After measurements were taken with all the professional instruments, Qin Feng's conjecture was confirmed. The scene was once again stirred. Dean Qian approached Qin Feng slightly embarrassed and said, "What about the blueprints?" Qin Feng simply snapped his fingers, and Wen Tian took out a stack of blank A4 paper. Professor Wang looked at it in confusion. Oh, wasn't this just blank paper? Could it be encrypted with lasers? Would they need to decipher it back home? Just as Professor Wang was eagerly about to take it, Wen Tian raised his arm high. A few uninformed professors were left dumbfounded. Oh, what did this mean? Weren't they supposed to receive the blueprints? Why the sudden change? Qin Feng, if you have any more requests, just ask. We've worked hard for most of our lives and still hold a degree of authority. These professors, having lived so long, had become quite astute. In the past, when receiving patents, they had encountered similar situations. The party providing the technology patents would suddenly change their mind, demanding extra profit. What lay before them was the world's top machine tool technology. They would go to any lengths to obtain it. Little did they know Qin Feng had no interest in money. In the past, patents were mostly provided for free. The 80 million from the robot technology still lay in Qin Feng's bank account. Usually he didn't need to use it. Any matter was handled by personnel from Lonka Institute. Not to mention sending goods to factories. Even the various precious food varieties Qin Feng consumed were supplied by Lonka Institute. All of them were brought by the distribution personnel from Lonka Institute. The crops and meats produced by the professional research institutes of Lonka Institute were so abundant that even some officials rarely had access, yet Qin Feng had so much they couldn't fit in the refrigerator. Qin Feng was also a bit puzzled. Why did they suddenly want blank sheets of paper? He was momentarily stunned. Could it be that they were so excited that their brains crashed? Qin Feng looked at Dean Qian, unsure how to handle the situation. At this moment, Dean Qian was also somewhat awkward, as it was the first time they had seen something like giving blueprints. How could they know that Qin Feng drew on sight? He then reprimanded them angrily. "Old one, what are you doing? They haven't even started drawing, and you all rush to grab the files. How does that make Qin Feng view us?" Professor Wang and the others looked baffled. Hadn't they not started drawing yet? Without blueprints, how was this impressive technology machine tool developed? Just as this thought emerged, they filtered it out themselves. Perhaps geniuses have their own research methods, otherwise they wouldn't achieve such a top level. However, the next scene left Professor Wang and the others dumbfounded. A robot over 2 meters tall steadily held a stack of A4 paper against its chest. From its green glowing eyes, 2 beams of laser shot out. The instant the lasers fired, they began to draw on the A4 paper. Various parts of the machine tool were sketched out by the laser, accompanied by various parameters. The laser drawing continued for over 10 minutes, yet Professor Wong and the others remained fixated, fearing that this confidential document would fly away. When Tian completed the work, there were already countless file boxes piled around. The blueprints for this machine tool technology had consumed thousands of sheets of A4 paper. Professor Wong couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder he's a genius inventor. Even casual operations can surpass our latest research achievements." Among so many elderly professors present, the sum of all their research projects didn't even match a single casual achievement of Qin Feng. These confidential documents had required several trucks of security personnel from Lonka Institute. This clearly showed Lonka Institute's importance placed on this matter. Even Dean Xian, who was accustomed to Qin Feng's inventions, was extremely excited at this moment. At this moment, Dean Xian suddenly realized that Qin Feng was merely an ordinary freshman. However, the patents he authored were far from matching his identity. So he waited for everyone to leave and discussed the matter with Qin Feng. Qin Feng was not particularly concerned about any accolades, but he wouldn't refuse as long as it wasn't too troublesome. Since he had said so, Dean Xian had to arrange it accordingly. Although these patents of yours are provided free of charge, you as the author still enjoy a certain share of the profits. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by such. When these advanced technologies could generate profits, it was likely that they would be capable of large-scale production by then. Qin Feng wondered how many inventions he would have created by that time. The invention of this machine tool was undoubtedly purposeful, although traditional hammer casting could produce items surpassing modern technology. To amplify even more powerful inventions, Qin Feng had to enhance the basic attributes of the amplified items. For example, this machine tool was already at a top global level. The products produced by it would be world-leading even without technological amplification. This way, Qin Feng could directly amplify the finished products by 100-fold and save one instance of preliminary amplification for future technologies. However, Qin Feng suddenly thought of a crucial issue. He wouldn't know how to operate the machine tool. Even fully automatic CNC machines require the product data to be input in advance. Yet no products compatible with this advanced machine tool had appeared globally. The most critical step now was to make the machine tool intelligent. However, the workflow involved was massive and would consume a lot of amplification instances. Qin Feng had to come up with a perfect solution. Just then, Jax brought in half a watermelon. Qin Feng thought, "Isn't this a ready-made solution?" Jax's level of artificial intelligence was comparable to dozens of large servers. If Jax could handle the task of operating the machine, it would save a significant cost. Without hesitation, he granted Jax network data download permissions again, allowing Jax to handle it autonomously. Search the web for machine tool operating methods and learn the most basic operational techniques. Though Qin Feng's machine tool was not very large, it was indeed versatile. It could produce anything as long as the operational methods were proper. Jax's data processing efficiency was very high. Within a short time, it completed the operating methods for all types of machine tools. To verify Jax's practical skills, Qin Feng planned to conduct an experiment. In the first experiment, he used the control panel to manufacture a refrigerator. Jax gathered all the required materials and placed them into the processing station. In just 10 seconds, a 3-meter refrigerator was completed. Qin Feng personally tested the refrigerator's using a small ancestral hammer. He struck the refrigerator's exterior. Yet the refrigerator remained unscathed. A simple test of the cooling effect and safety performance yielded perfect results. In the second experiment. In the third experiment. After extensive testing data, Qin Feng could draw. His ideas were sound, but the next step was the most crucial one. Manufacturing simple items would not meet Qin Feng's needs. To become the strongest operator, Qin Feng had Jax perform a self-transformation. What did that mean? Jax upgraded its system and internal structure through the machine tool. After completing the upgrade, Jax was set to operate the machine tool. This way, Qin Feng wouldn't have to expend a technological amplification instance to upgrade all the Jaxes. He would also have a group of perfect machine tool workers. If he had any ideas, he could directly tell Jax. Jax could simulate designs in its mind through artificial intelligence. Then, after processing through the machine tool, a perfect and flawless product could be made. Because both Jax and the machine tool were crafted by Qin Feng, no matter what Jax produced, Qin Feng could amplify its attributes by 100-fold. Ha ha ha, I really am a genius. Just as Qin Feng reveled in his genius ideas, a phone call came in. "Hello, classmate, we offer direct admission services for master's and doctoral programs." Qin Feng hung up the phone abruptly, as there were too many scammers like this. Qin Feng understood that in today's society, many companies provided such services. Degree enhancement plans. They would entice you to pay for enrollment by leveraging the advantages of obtaining high degrees easily. They claimed to offer a bachelor's degree from a certain 211 university in 1988 or a bachelor's degree from a certain 985 university for only 6,888. It could be obtained in just 1 year with very low difficulty. Usually there was no need to attend classes all day, or just a bit of learning on weekends would suffice. On exam day, they would even arrange for you to have the answers. This kind of paid degree enhancement seemed appealing. However, its social recognition was too low. It was not prepared for students at all. Instead, it was used for internal promotions by certain companies. Qin Feng chuckled. This company's operations were quite large. They actually had doctoral-level transactions. They could deceive other students, but not Qin Feng. For most ordinary people, the primary purpose of enhancing their education was to plan well for future employment. It made it easier to enter large companies or state-owned enterprises, securing considerable salaries and benefits. The most enticing opportunities belonged to regional talent introduction plans. They would offer you $1 million in settlement funds and also provide housing and cars. You could even bring family members to work. Who wouldn't like these conditions? However, Qin Feng scoffed. With a system, why would he care about that? As the nation's top research institution, Lonka Institute was the holy land for all highly educated individuals. Without a strong educational background and research achievements, who dared to dream of entering? Despite such stringent conditions at the Research Institute, they had extended several olive branches to Qin Feng. Not only did they promise various benefits, but they also broke their own rules. What Qin Feng did not expect was that the phone rang again. Classmate, we are from the academic committee specifically helping you enhance. Qin Feng's expression darkened. Oh, why was this customer service so persistent? After hanging up the phone again, his mobile rang once more. But the caller was Dean Xian. What are you doing? Why aren't you answering calls from the school? Qin Feng was bewildered. Could that person just now truly be from the academic committee? In fact, shortly after Dean Xian left, he contacted someone from the National Education Administration. Through coordination with Lonka Institute and the school, Qin Feng attended a special task was completed. That is a combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral program. Qin Feng's inventions were expected to yield even greater achievements. However, for a smoother path ahead, Dean Xian decided to take it step by step. Since the beginning of the semester, Qin Feng had been engrossed in his inventions. The military training period at Kyoto University of Science and Technology had completely ended. Unlike their school's military training, Kyoto University conducted classes in the morning and military training in the afternoon. The purpose was not to maintain a military training state all day long, but to keep students in a learning mode at all times. This had no impact on Qin Feng, as he would not participate in the military training. However, Qin Feng still planned to attend some courses personally. In the mechanical engineering department, the most important courses would not be available during the military training period. Students were unable to excel in both their courses and military training tasks. Qin Feng's next invention was intended to be a mecha that could be manually operated. As he needed to design a new concept mecha, Qin Feng had to grasp the relevant technologies himself. He would then hand over his design concepts and models to JAX for final production. Mechas had always been Qin Feng's favorite type. What child hasn't dreamed of controlling a giant mecha beast? During this period, Qin Feng would focus all his energy on the research and development of the new concept mecha. Meanwhile, JAX would continuously learn practical skills and utilize machine tools to produce and process items. This was to accumulate experience for future development tasks. Qin Feng's preliminary plan for the mecha was centered around exoskeleton technology. Only by first creating the model of the mecha's outer shell could the design of subsequent components proceed. It was also to quickly visualize the new concept mecha, thereby stimulating Qin Feng's motivation to learn. With Qin Feng's current momentum, he could easily go to the Lonka Institute to examine the latest research outcomes of exoskeleton technology for further study and modification. However, this involved a very important matter: research confidentiality. Within the Lonka Institute's research facilities, there were countless ongoing research projects. Every staff member participating in the research had signed a confidentiality agreement. Not only would outsiders be barred from peeking into the latest technologies, but even access to the laboratories was restricted. If one were to forcefully intrude, they might be met with ruthless consequences. Nevertheless, Qin Feng could first study within the university to master the foundational knowledge of exoskeleton technology. Moreover, as Qin Feng was a direct student from undergraduate to doctoral studies, entering the relevant research labs within the university should not pose a problem. Kyoto University of Science and Technology was among the top universities in the Dragon Nation. Although its research level could not match that of the Lonka Institute, it was more than capable of surpassing many ordinary technology companies. From another perspective, Kyoto University of Science and Technology's strength could be equated to that of certain developing nations. Within this top domestic university, there were not a few talents enrolled in a direct undergraduate to doctoral program. However, Qin Feng's case was different. The conventional direct programs involved continuous study. This meant that the time taken for an ordinary person to progress to a doctorate was the same as that of those in a direct program. However, one did not have to consider the large-scale national exams for graduate school or doctoral studies. Qin Feng graduated with a doctorate after 4 years of university. Given his astonishing inventions, a mere doctorate could not hinder his progress. If Qin Feng desired a title, he could easily obtain honors such as an academician or a Changjiang scholar. It's just that these titles are often surrounded by significant social controversy. Moreover, what Qin Feng currently needed was not at the level of academic titles for cover. It was a gradual process, and what was meant to come would eventually arrive. After military training concluded, the class leader, with the help of the counselor, began adding students one by one to the class group. This group was a formal learning discussion group, including all the current professors in the field. Unlike the small groups formed at the beginning of the semester, which were merely for small interactions to enhance student relationships, the newly created class group could only discuss matters related to professional studies. It was rather serious. When adding students, the counselor naturally had to consider the current state of the entire class. Qin Feng, as a student, had caught the counselor's attention the moment he reported to school. This counselor was also a graduate student from Kyoto University of Science and Technology, having remained at the university as a counselor after graduation. In his view, all freshmen, whether geniuses or second-generation students, were filled with infinite hopes for the school. After all, this was a top-tier institution, and it was difficult to find similar technical experts in society. Yet Qin Feng was an anomaly. He not only skipped military training activities, but also disregarded regular classes. Through extensive inquiries, the counselor learned that Qin Feng had opened a blacksmith shop, spending all his time inside, endlessly self-studying various things. The counselor expressed deep confusion about this. Did he look down on the professors from the mechanical engineering department? However, during a chance outing, she discovered this peculiar student walking alongside the dean of the mechanical engineering department. The dean displayed a kind smile, continuously inquiring about Qin Feng's daily life. At that moment, she began to wonder if Qin Feng was the dean's grandson. This thought was dismissed as subsequent events unfolded. The area near the mechanical engineering department's library had now transformed into a vast factory. Initially, the counselor assumed this was land developed by the college to expand its laboratories. However, when she inquired with the dean, she was informed that this was a personal factory. She was completely bewildered. What boss would buy land within a school to establish a factory? Wasn't he afraid of being reported by the school for affecting the students? Yet the dean told her that this individual was indeed a student from the mechanical engineering department she was responsible for. Moreover, it was the Lonka Institute that personally sent people to build these factories for him. From then on, the counselor grew increasingly curious about the identity of this student Qin Feng. As a counselor, she had the authority to view each student's personal information and identity. However, the information displayed on the computer revealed that Qin Feng was merely an orphan. There were no other details available until the need for the new class group arose. To take responsibility, the counselor sought out Qin Feng. "Hello, Qin Feng. I am your counselor teacher Xiaomi. Regarding the newly established class group, do you need to join?" Qin Feng, feeling a bit black-line, thought, "Am I not a student?" After some operations, Qin Feng successfully entered the class group. As Qin Feng thought about it, this was his first time entering such a formal learning group. Naturally, he had to introduce himself. He quickly composed a long message and sent it out. Next, he awaited friendly conversations with his classmates and teachers. What surprised Qin Feng was that the first reply came from a teacher who not only researched exoskeletons, but also seemed to have a rather volatile temper. The teacher criticized Qin Feng's behavior on the spot and even intended to remove him from the chat. From this teacher's words, actions, and social media content, it was evident that he was merely a teaching assistant. "A mere teaching assistant? How dare you be so arrogant? Who gave you the authority?" Qin Feng, unbothered, shot back immediately. Qin Feng's actions undoubtedly infuriated the middle-aged female teaching assistant. The two began a friendly exchange in the group chat. It was not until the professor of exoskeleton technology appeared that the conflict was quelled. This was not Qin Feng's fault, as no one had informed him of the group's rules in advance. This minor incident was soon forgotten, as the first class of the afternoon was about exoskeleton technology. Qin Feng had to master the basic knowledge in a very short time and create the exoskeleton framework at the earliest opportunity. This was the first class he attended since starting university, and it was critically important. Class began at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but Qin Feng was already sitting in the classroom by 1:30. Holding the book From Zero to Mecha Ascension, A Guide to Exoskeletons, he began to read eagerly. This textbook was compiled by many professors from the mechanical engineering department. It would not circulate in society, and few people had the capability to compile such a book. Although the book's title was quite exaggerated, it was merely a small jest among the professors. In today's world, mechas were not the optimal solution for weapons or transportation. Size, energy, material stability, and so forth. They simply could not fulfill the tasks required across various industries. However, there were indeed many discussions about mechas in this world. But these discussions were unrelated to exoskeleton technology. They revolved around anime figures and so on, fueled by a series of mecha films. In Qin Feng's hands, this technology would soon be realized, and the first mecha would be produced in the shortest time. It was only when class started that Qin Feng noticed the classroom was filled with students. By sheer coincidence, he was the only student sitting in the center of the front row. As everyone knew, there were only two types of people who dared to sit in the front row in college classes. One type was simply there for credits and class participation, while the other was genuinely passionate about the course. The professor on stage was surprised by Qin Feng's performance and gave a slight nod. He noticed that Qin Feng was not only sitting in the front row, but had also prepared in advance. Although this course was only a preliminary tutorial, at most it could create slightly enhanced exoskeleton joints. However, Qin Feng's attitude pleased the professor. The teaching assistant, seeing the professor smile at this student, also moved over to sit beside Qin Feng. As soon as she sat down, she greeted Qin Feng with her plump round face. "No wonder you are a student from our mechanical engineering department. You are so serious. Wow, you've already prepared for exoskeleton forging, that's great." Qin Feng was somewhat unable to tolerate the middle-aged woman's entanglement and shifted to the side. This action made the middle-aged teaching assistant a bit awkward, but she didn't say anything. She got up to the podium, began to help the professor project materials, and briefly introduced herself to the students. The professor in front of them was Professor Wang from the Mechanical Engineering Department, primarily responsible for researching exoskeleton technology. The latest research results were displayed in the Technology Exhibition Hall. These were the mechanical arms used in manufacturing production workshops specifically designed for fully automated production operations. Each machine was slightly larger and could weigh several tons. There were also some exoskeleton devices that could be equipped on the human body, but the lightest ones weighed at least 100 pounds. These exoskeleton devices could assist wearers in transporting objects weighing hundreds of pounds without excessive effort. Many students below gasped in surprise. The reason many chose this course was the enticing title about mecha ascension. Hearing about exoskeleton technology that could be equipped on the human body made them even more excited. Only Qin Feng remained expressionless. This technology was far from mature, and the requirements for human equipment were quite high. It had to meet specific height and body proportion requirements, so otherwise it could not be worn at all. The exoskeleton equipment could not be modified to suit various users. This was because even the professors only had a limited understanding of the underlying principles. Making slight adjustments could drastically reduce the additional weight they could bear. Thus, there were only fixed combinations with no flexibility. However, for these students who knew nothing, it was already eye-catching enough. After a full hour and a half of class, Qin Feng had already finished reading the entire book and had a rough understanding of some concepts, even being able to point out a few erroneous principles. With only a few minutes left until class ended, the professor concluded the lesson early, to capture the students' attention and spark their interest in exoskeleton technology. This lecture was more about painting a vivid picture of the practicality of exoskeletons and the higher technological prospects for the future. During the last few minutes of break, the professor even praised Qin Feng in front of the class. "This student is very attentive in class, and I feel honored. May I ask this student what your name is?" Qin Feng listened to the flowery explanations only to inspire his own research ideas. Other students were merely enjoying the entertainment, while Qin Feng was genuinely preparing to develop exoskeleton technology. Being praised caught Qin Feng off guard. Was this really happening? The last time he was praised by a teacher was back in elementary school, when he was even rewarded with a small red flower. When Qin Feng revealed his full name, the teaching assistant beside him felt it sounded somewhat familiar. Upon realizing, she thought, "Isn't this the student who had argued with her in the group chat?" Instantly, her attitude made a 360-degree turn, and she unexpectedly criticized him right in front of the professor. Qin Feng is so unrealistic, imagining he can learn all the knowledge in one go, showing no respect for the professor's teaching duties. What a slap in the face for the professor. The reason the teaching assistant could be so brazen was that the professor was her husband. The professor had come to teach at the academy through a talent introduction plan, allowing his wife to be a teaching assistant. Qin Feng was not one to cower. After all, he had learned what he needed and owed no favors to the teaching assistant. He calmly stated, "If you can do it, do it. If not, roll along." The teaching assistant was furious upon hearing this. "Do you know who my husband is? How much welfare benefits this school offers to keep him here? You, a mere kid, dare to speak so arrogantly. I wonder if you'll be expelled or if I'll resign." The professor standing on the podium was also at a loss. After all, he was quite submissive to his wife. Qin Feng originally held no bad impression of the professor, but the teaching assistant was indeed too noisy. When the assistant caused a problem, the professor hesitated to intervene. Then Qin Feng couldn't be blamed for retaliating. The teaching assistant, seeing Qin Feng remain silent, thought he was easy to bully. So she escalated her insults, even insulting Qin Feng's family. Qin Feng couldn't understand but was this shrew going through menopause? As a university teaching assistant, her qualities were even worse than the village guardian. The chaos caused by the teaching assistant continued until the end of the class. Most students had left with only Qin Feng enduring the deafening noise around him. Could Qin Feng tolerate this? He immediately called Dean Wang of the mechanical engineering department, and upon hearing Qin Feng's account, Dean Wang felt a bit flustered. At this moment, the teaching assistant was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. The professor, having regained his senses, hurriedly pulled the teaching assistant back, fearing she would physically attack the students. Qin Feng slightly lowered his eyelids, ignoring the teaching assistant's tirade. "Li Xiao, can you just calm down?" The person shouting was none other than Dean Wang, who had rushed over his heart, trembling uncontrollably. This person was not only Qin Feng's teaching assistant, but also his daughter-in-law. Seeing the dean arrive, Professor Wang finally felt a sense of relief. "Dad, I'm so glad you came." At that moment, Dean Wang felt utterly embarrassed as his son and daughter-in-law were arguing loudly in front of Qin Feng. Dean Wang understood his son's personality better than anyone. Due to the lack of maternal guidance during his childhood and his busy work schedule, his son had developed certain flaws. As a result, Professor Wang's character had a defect from a young age. He was particularly fearful of women. Coupled with a hot-tempered wife, everyday trivial matters became more complicated. Qin Feng did not want to hear Dean Wang's explanations. He only demanded a final resolution. He gathered his books and left calmly. The first thing he did upon returning to the workshop was to design his exoskeleton device. This time he planned to create a simple version of the exoskeleton armor. Powered exoskeleton devices are among the most common equipment in sci-fi movies and war games. Wearable powered exoskeletons exhibit tremendous capabilities. As an important research direction for future individual combat, many countries are currently investing heavily in the development of wearable exoskeletons. The working principle of mechanical exoskeletons is to collect user activity information through sensors. This information is then transmitted to a processor, which activates the corresponding mechanical components to output energy and facilitate movement. Although the principle is simple, given Longwo's current technology, it will take at least several decades to fully mature. Professor Wang's research achievements rank low at Lonka Institute. Let alone the latest technologies from other developed countries, the gap is simply too vast. The power system of the exoskeleton armor and various material issues led Qin Feng to plan to consult Dean Qian directly. Qin Feng currently needed a vast amount of foundational knowledge and numerous instruments. For example, he required many sensors such as angular discriminators, electromechanical sensors, ground sensors, and muscle pressure sensors, among others. The output systems used are generally hydraulic systems and pneumatic systems. The materials must be tough, yet lightweight. Currently, steel materials are too heavy and the energy source must be compact and portable. More importantly, durability. Current lithium batteries and similar energy sources are definitely inadequate. To maintain user flexibility, the mechanical exoskeleton must seamlessly integrate with the human body with sensor delays kept to a minimum. These aspects pertain to the technology of exoskeleton armor. However, Qin Feng's ultimate goal, a new concept mecha, also applies to such devices. Thus, when the first exoskeleton armor is perfectly manufactured, the new concept mecha will not be far behind. He sent all the instrument and material information to Dean Qian. Unexpectedly that afternoon, Dean Qian rushed over with the materials. After receiving the call, he dropped everything to fully support Qin Feng's research progress. Qin Feng did not reveal his latest research project over the phone. However, Dean Qian was still very supportive. Based on the materials and instruments needed, one could roughly infer that Qin Feng was working on a large-scale invention. Dean Qian put down the materials list in his hands and asked curiously, "Qin Feng, what are you planning to invent this time?" "Exoskeleton armor." Upon hearing this, Dean Qian frowned. Initially, Lonka Institute had invested a large amount of capital in developing exoskeleton technology. However, after years of investment, not only had there been no relevant progress, but it had also delayed other projects. The original exoskeleton armor had indeed been designed. Wearing the exoskeleton armor allowed one to easily lift 500 pounds, feeling the same as lifting 20 pounds for an ordinary person. It sounds like a success, but this exoskeleton armor weighs as much as 1,000 pounds. Not only is it enormous, but it also significantly shortens the lifespan of mechanical materials. Such an excessive device is less efficient than a forklift. The materials Qin Feng needed were indeed related to exoskeleton armor technology. However, he only required some of the most basic and simple instruments. Dean Qian guessed that with this pile of materials and instruments, it was indeed possible to produce exoskeleton-related products. But the effectiveness was likely to be poor. Qin Feng seemed to notice Dean Qian's anxiety and explained, "Currently, my research is in its preliminary stages, and I still need to learn a vast amount of relevant knowledge. I will carefully study and analyze these sensors and systems. Within a limited time frame, I will complete a higher-level upgrade and transformation. The meaning behind Qin Feng's words was to reassure Ding Xian that everything would begin slowly. However, in Ding Xian's understanding, Qin Feng wanted to dismiss the existing technology. In a short time, he aimed to conduct a revolutionary technological overhaul of these system devices. Wasn't that ridiculous? In the past, it would take several weeks or even over a month to create an invention. Now he actually wanted to innovate in bulk. Could it be that the heat was making him dizzy? Was he starting to talk nonsense? Qin Feng, I understand your desire for technological innovation. However, research must remain grounded. We must approach it phase by phase. Ding Xian seemed to think of something and continued, why not come to Lonka Institute? There is a dedicated department researching exoskeleton armor technology. Perhaps after you go, both sides can discuss technological aspects. Qin Feng's pupils instantly dilated. Could there really be such a good opportunity? When he initially began researching exoskeleton armor technology, Qin Feng had indeed contemplated this idea. However, due to the confidentiality of research projects, he had given up. Unexpectedly, Ding Xian directly proposed this method, indicating that there might be some issues with the research at Lonka Institute. While the two were engaged in deep conversation, the dean of the mechanical engineering department walked in. He was holding a box of wine and other items. Based on Ding Xian's years of experience, it was clear he was seeking something from Qin Feng. Dean Wang, upon seeing Ding Xian, was also drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that after Qin Feng was bullied, he contacted his relatives at Lonka Institute? Did they come specifically to support their junior? At this moment, Dean Wang stood at the door feeling incredibly awkward. It was Ding Xian who first reacted, inviting the visitor to sit down. Dean Wang dared not refuse. He was well aware of the identity of the old man before him. The dean of the Lonka Institute, the foremost figure in cutting-edge research in the country. After putting down the items he informed Qin Feng of the results and hurriedly left. Due to his fear of Qin Feng's backing, Dean Wang, in a fit of anger, dismissed that unreasonable daughter-in-law assistant. He simply sent her home to find other work. In fact, the talent introduction plan has requirements for family members working alongside. Their qualifications must also match that of a graduate degree. Otherwise, they would not be accepted. But who made her father Dean Wang? It took quite an effort for the daughter-in-law with an ordinary undergraduate degree to secure a position as an assistant at Kyoto University of Science and Technology. If Ding Xian were to find out that he as a leader had improperly arranged work for a relative, he would likely have to step down for reflection. This matter quickly passed. Qin Feng did not pursue it deeply. After all, he had already completed the course on exoskeletons. The professor also had no further need for contact. The next morning, Ding Xian found Qin Feng again and took him to the Lonka Institute for a visit. The Lonka Institute is the highest research institution in Long Country. All advanced research projects in Long Country are conducted here with hundreds of major research institutions. The Lonka Institute is the highest research institution in Long Country. All advanced research projects in Long Country are conducted here with hundreds of major research institutions and countless specialized research institutes. The area is comparable to Qin Feng's university. Some special research projects are even conducted underground. Aircraft, tanks, artillery, metal materials, optical instruments, livestock, farming industries, and more are all present. This place gathers half of the nation's top research talents with professors and experts visible everywhere. Academicians are also not uncommon, although they are often busy in laboratories analyzing data. The Lonka Institute holds the top spot in the global comprehensive rankings. Countless research projects and rapid progress have left the entire world in awe. Since the opening that year, the development of Long Country has been nothing short of miraculous. Although there are still some phase-specific shortcomings in many areas, these deficiencies will gradually be remedied over time. Countless researchers at the Lonka Institute are working day and night to delve into technology. To obtain experimental data, they remain anonymous, dedicating decades to their work. Some scientists even do not see their families before they die. This is a form of spiritual belief unique to the people of Long Country. Moments later, the car stopped in front of a building. Ding Xian pointed ahead and said, "Look, all the personnel related to exoskeleton armor technology are inside. I'll take you to have a look." Following Ding Xian, several people rushed toward the higher levels of the building. Upon entering, they felt an inexplicable atmosphere. A sense of academic seriousness filled the air. The staff here wore electrostatic suits and dust coats, each sporting a serious expression. Each person held documents, rushing to their next destination. The building has dozens of floors of vast space, encompassing numerous specialties. There are skeletal muscle dynamics, pressure sensing, material shaping, polymer materials, portable energy, and more. These subjects seem to relate to Qin Feng's recent research. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they were recognized. An old man wearing glasses and dressed scholarly spotted Ding Xian immediately. He approached to greet him. "Old Qian, long time no see. What brings you here to visit your old classmate?" Dean Qian also smiled and responded, "Oh, old Huang, I came to check on you specially." The old Professor Huang before them is the chief person in charge of exoskeleton armor technology. Most of the research projects in this building focus on exoskeleton armor as their main secondary project. They arrived at Professor Huang's office to rest. Professor Huang looked at Qin Feng, who was dressed like a student, and guessed that he was not a staff member of Dean Qian. So he asked, "Old Qian, who is this young fellow?" Dean Qian took a sip of tea and slowly said, "The several research projects I have been busy with these past few months are all based on the advanced technical drawings he provided, including that robot technology." Hearing this, Professor Huang burst into laughter. "Old Qian, after all these years you still love to joke like before. In fact, any young person who plays online would have a rough idea of Qin Feng's inventions. Some young experts at the Lonka Institute have also learned a bit about it. However, experts of Professor Huang's age are very busy and have no spare time to pay attention to the internet." Dean Qian seriously repeated, "I am not joking you, I have come to solve your research difficulties this time." The slightly relaxed expression on Professor Huang's face gradually faded. From Dean Qian's demeanor, it seemed this was not a joke, but a genuine occurrence. A student so young could not only develop technology that leads the world, but also intends to tackle the projects he specializes in. Professor Huang looked at Qin Feng, his youthful face seemingly unable to convince him that he could overcome the technological barriers that thousands could not surpass. Professor Huang said solemnly, "Qin Feng, can you really overcome the research difficulties we face?" Qin Feng shook his head. He then said, "I am not here to solve your problems, though I intend to create exoskeleton armor." As soon as Qin Feng said this, the professors present were shocked. This little kid speaks so boastfully, how could he say such things? Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. "Old Qian, do not joke with me. I am usually very busy." Qin Feng sneered. "The state has provided you with ample funds and time, yet there is still no news. If you had given the funds and team to me, we would have been celebrating with champagne by now." Dean Qian, fearing the two would clash, quickly stepped in between them. "Qin Feng, how can you speak to your elders like this?" "Old Huang, calm down, don't argue with a child." After finishing his tea, Professor Huang heavily placed the cup on the table. "Come with me, let's take a look at the latest progress." Professor Huang, wearing his identity badge, led the way. Qin Feng followed closely behind. Dean Qian, feeling somewhat helpless, also trailed behind. Both sides consisted of important researchers from the Lonka Institute, and none could be offended or biased. They exited the building, directly stopping at an outdoor base. Professor Huang opened the pneumatic door with ease, placing his identity badge on it for verification. "Identity verification successful, please enter." The pneumatic door slowly moved, emitting a buzzing sound. What came into view was a vast laboratory filled with numerous devices and materials. Among them were experimental personnel clad in exoskeleton armor, conducting simulated operations. Professor Huang approached a control panel, conversing with the researchers. Before long, two personnel wheeled out a heavy iron box and placed it in front of everyone. The staff slowly opened the box, revealing the equipment inside. Inside was a set of light red exoskeleton armor. With the help of several people, the experimental personnel struggled to fully don the armor. Once equipped, the experimental personnel stood at a height of 2.5 meters. Their arm span had also reached 4 meters, resembling a small giant. The armor did not completely cover the experimental personnel, leaving large areas exposed. It resembled a human skeleton enveloping the personnel. Most importantly, those electronic circuits and various sensors were wrapped beneath the skeleton. With the assistance of a few staff members, the experimental personnel began demonstrating the armor's functions. The armor weighed 200 genes, looking quite heavy and cumbersome. It could lift objects weighing up to 400 genes effortlessly. It was equipped with a standard rifle and sniper rifle featuring a more precise auxiliary aiming system. It could complete target elimination tasks in most environments. However, its drawback was a slow movement speed, making it more susceptible to concentrated fire from enemies in actual combat. Thus, it had been kept in the laboratory for continuous upgrades and modifications, hoping that one day it could be deployed. Dean Qian and others continuously praised the armor as it demonstrated its functions. In a few years, its flexibility and smoothness should greatly improve. Professor Huang truly lives up to his reputation, being so experienced. "Old Huang, I didn't expect you to keep such a treasure hidden." Professor Huang, feeling quite pleased, accepted the praise but Qin Feng let out a cold snort. Trash. The staff present were taken aback. Who was this young punk to evaluate decades of hard work and research like this? Professor Huang was furious at that moment, believing Qin Feng was deliberately causing trouble. Suppressing his anger, he said to Qin Feng, "Although our results still have many shortcomings, we are making progress. If you have no insights or suggestions for improvement, then please leave." After saying this, Professor Huang pointed towards the pneumatic door. Qin Feng walked straight to the exoskeleton armor, pulling out a hammer from his pocket. Yes, it was that ancestral little iron hammer. Everyone was stunned by this action. He is a blacksmith, it's not excessive to carry a hammer, right? Qin Feng said, raising the hammer and striking it hard against the armor's elbow joint. Everyone was shocked by this action. Qin Feng, what are you doing? As expected, the armor's joint shifted due to the blunt impact. Ignoring Professor Huang's roar, Qin Feng said to the experimental personnel, check the movement of this joint. The personnel attempted to move, but the armor only trembled slightly before stopping. Qin Feng, still holding the hammer, lightly tapped a specific part of the armor's leg. Move around a bit and check the delay. The experimental personnel moved again. The delay is 1 second. Following this, Qin Feng tested many parts and drew related conclusions. Putting away the hammer, he began summarizing. The armor's material selection is garbage, it directly shifts upon impact. The sensor's working efficiency is too low and the delay is extremely high. The hydraulic system is too outdated, easily causing lower damage. The energy system is behind, the lithium battery can only support a few minutes of operation. Qin Feng earnestly explained the shortcomings of the armor and proposed relevant technical improvements. The staff present were stunned. Qin Feng pointed out all the problems incisively. Professor Huang felt deeply ashamed after receiving affirmation from the technicians. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Dean Qian, seeing Professor Huang convinced, quickly brought up the purpose of their visit. What could Professor Huang do? Of course he agreed to everything. But Qin Feng waved his hand, indicating he didn't. In the earlier tests of the armor, he had already grasped all the important systems and instruments. He even mentally simulated relevant technical improvement plans. Professor Huang, thinking Qin Feng was throwing a tantrum, hurriedly apologized, hoping Qin Feng could provide assistance. I already know how to design it. I will provide the blueprints later. Professor Huang suddenly realized why Dean Qian personally brought him for a tour. It turned out Qin Feng had real skills. This visit to the Lonka Institute concluded pleasantly. The first thing Qin Feng did upon returning was to start a live stream to create the armor. Basic operations to modify equipment, assembling the strongest exoskeleton armor. Lonka Institute official live broadcast. Once this title was released, it attracted tens of thousands of viewers, with the online count continuously increasing. Exoskeleton armor, isn't that something out of a sci-fi movie? Are you kidding? The exoskeleton technology in beautiful country isn't even very mature, and you're going straight for the strongest. I'm not joking, I'll take out the enemy upstairs. Koen Bai. The current Qin Feng had already upgraded from a bird gun to a plasma cannon. Currently, he no longer needed hammers and furnaces to create equipment. Machine tools were the best choice. Qin Feng designed various sensors and output systems in his mind, then hand-drew the relevant blueprints. Jax took the blueprints and began conducting simulated experiments, modifying and upgrading these blueprints. Once the design blueprints were modified, he started upgrading the precision machinery. The livestream audience was also witnessing such advanced design methods for the first time. Amazing artificial intelligence can assist researchers in adding, deleting, checking, and modifying. Undoubtedly, the youngest genius of Lonka Institute is indeed unique. While this is too advanced, robots operate machine tools to create new products. Under Jax's operation, the upgraded parts continuously appeared on the conveyor belt from the processing. These hundreds of large and small parts constituted all the components of the exoskeleton armor. Once the upgrade of the parts was complete, all parts were placed into the processing table at once. Jax took out the exoskeleton armor filled with futuristic technology and placed it directly on the ground. This exoskeleton was entirely coated with a special silver-white layer. The armor stood at 1.8 meters, perfectly fitting Qin Feng's physique. Although it wasn't very tall, it still gave off an impression of elegance. Each part had sharp edges, and the well-proportioned curves made it irresistible. The helmet was equally imposing, with dark red laser eyes that deterred enemies from making direct eye contact. Qin Feng had not yet arranged for any weaponry. He would do so after assessing the armor's attribute enhancements. Wow, it's so cool. This is even cooler than the armor I saw in movies. It's so impactful. Can the streamer give me a set of armor? I made all my classmates follow you. Qin Feng's actions in creating the armor quickly propelled Lonka Academy to the top of the trending charts. The entire internet was buzzing with discussions about the feeling of when science fiction becomes reality. Dean Qian also learned of the news immediately. The top supporter in Qin Feng's live stream was an employee from Lonka Academy. Whenever a new invention appeared in the live stream, Dean Qian would receive a notification and rush over. Looking at the exoskeleton armor, Qin Feng was very satisfied. This armor weighed no more than 10 Jin, made entirely from high molecular nanomaterials. Moreover, it could transform into a backpack size, making it easy to carry. Pressing the activation button, the armor began to expand from the abdomen, all outer shells stretching outward and fully opening. Qin Feng lay down directly inside, and the armor began to contract and envelop him. The outer shell's nanomolecules pressed tightly against him. The live stream audience cheered at the sight of the armor's automatic transformation. I want to pilot an armor too. If I had this device, Xiaomei wouldn't have left me. Is this exoskeleton armor based on Iron Man? An electronic screen lit up inside the helmet, followed by a celestial mechanical voice. Hello, Master. I am the artificial intelligence Bingxue. Qin Feng looked at the interface, which seemed quite advanced. It displayed the extent of system damage, energy consumption levels, radar detection data, and a host of other unfamiliar elements that he would gradually understand. Exiting the armor, he closed the live stream. Qin Feng now needed to conduct comprehensive tests on this exoskeleton armor. It was crafted from the world's leading machine tools without any technological enhancements. Qin Feng was somewhat cautious about this, needing to see the inspection data speak for itself. Jax, pick up the hammer and go for it. Received. Following the command, Jax raised Qin Feng's ancestral hammer and struck the armor fiercely. Bang! Jax's hammer struck the armor without leaving a single mark. Qin Feng was instantly astonished. It should be noted that Jax's full-strength strike could reach a force of 1 ton. Moreover, with the enhancement of the blunt instrument, even the large metal doors of banks would not withstand several hits, let alone not leaving a trace. To ensure the authenticity of the experimental data, Qin Feng decided to test it multiple times. Jax activated the berserk mode and began to strike relentlessly. Duong, duong, duong. Jax's mechanical arm trembled from the backlash, yet the armor remained unscathed. Qin Feng expressed great satisfaction, since it could withstand several tons of blunt force strikes. Without any damage, wouldn't it also handle weights of dozens of tons with ease? Since it could withstand pure brute force, the upcoming tests needed to diversify. Corrosion resistance, sealing ability, air purification, level high temperature tests, and so forth. There were no issues with any of these. The internal precision parts and instruments were also intact. He finally verified it. It seemed that this machine tool could indeed process items to a globally leading standard. With the upcoming manufacturing, Qin Feng no longer had to worry about defects in the final products. Dean Xian arrived at the scene, and his first question was, it succeeded? Qin Feng nodded and explained that extensive testing had been conducted, and it could even be put into actual combat. What about firearms? Dean Xian's question addressed the most crucial step. Modern technology, modern warfare. It's not just firearms, but also missiles, along with some alternative weapons that cause widespread damage. Without testing with such weapons, the exoskeleton armor still wouldn't meet the conditions for the battlefield. Testing large weapons needed to be reported step by step to the central authority. The process was quite complex, and much time would be wasted in the middle. However, to test more inventions in the future, this process must be followed. Taking this route a few more times would make it a path. Qin Feng suddenly remembered a crucial issue, which was the propulsion system of the armor. Oh no, how could I be so careless? While designing this armor, Qin Feng had only focused on low latency, high compatibility, and safety. He completely forgot about the propulsion system. Therefore, Qin Feng planned to go back to Lonker Academy with Dean Xian. This time the goal was to obtain a simple rocket propulsion device. Soon the group arrived at the Aerospace Research Institute, named 0001. This institute had existed since the founding of the country. It was undoubtedly a long-established research institution, having launched countless rockets. It even had hundreds of branches focused on researching technologies and special materials for rocket launches. Over 10,000 staff members participated in research at this institution and received numerous awards. Qin Feng headed straight for the Rocket Propulsion Research Institute, and thanks to Dean Xian's status, he faced no obstacles. It was only when they reached the core institution that the staff stopped them from entering. Coincidentally, the head of the Propulsion Research Institute was about to go out to discuss project progress with other research institutes. As the pneumatic door opened, they saw Qin Feng and his team. The same story unfolded in the office. Old Qian, this is confidential. Even the most basic version of the propulsion device cannot be handed over. Don't make me commit an error. Dean Xian would not simply give up. Even the most basic version of the propulsion device cannot be handed over. Don't make me commit an error. Dean Xian would not simply give up. Academy was truly unparalleled. After his improvements, your project would progress significantly. Wouldn't you be tempted? Come on, will you give it to me? The head's brow furrowed, torn between two choices. But in the end, he still compromised. You can research it here, but don't take it away. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone, or I would also be finished. Under the director's guidance, they arrived at another secret base. This was the warehouse for rocket propulsion devices, where obsolete or surplus equipment was usually stored. However, these devices could not be taken out as they were all covered by confidentiality agreements. Qin Feng had a profound understanding of mechanical equipment. After merely a few minutes of examination, he stood up. Mission complete, we can head back and begin. The director was somewhat bewildered. Had he really completed the task in just a few minutes? That's it. Won't you study it a bit longer? Just those things, nothing worth delving into. The director cursed inwardly. What did he mean by those things? He had worked at this Aerospace Research Institute for over a decade, witnessing the efforts of the staff firsthand. This tiny device from conception to creation had cost countless people immense effort. With Qin Feng's design and Jax's practical operation, the propulsion device was successfully modified. It was then embedded accordingly into the exoskeleton armor structure. This set of armor currently had 4 thrusters installed behind the calves and arms. Thus, this highly mobile exoskeleton armor was complete. Since the earliest modifications with machine tools, the ordinary lithium batteries had been upgraded several times. As for what to call the energy source, now Qin Feng neither knew nor cared to find out. As long as it sufficed for the armor's operation and usage, it was fine. Now activating the armor's thrusters, 4 blue beams of equal intensity shot forth. The entire suit of armor flew straight out, crashing heavily into and collapsing one wall of the factory building. Damn, I forgot to maintain a stationary flight mode. Qin Feng was filled with regret. He had demolished his own. From behind the collapsed wall, 2 soldiers in uniform suddenly appeared. The 3 of them stared at each other in shock. It turned out that when Qin Feng's exoskeleton armor was completed, the general stationed at the university had also learned of it. He immediately sent someone to summon Qin Feng for relevant experimental tests. The general was well aware that any lethal equipment manufactured must first undergo pertinent trials. Only by obtaining the latest experimental data could the device's parameters and related flaws be understood. Such thermal weapon experiments typically required layer upon layer of approval and reporting. This matter had also been a headache for the general in his younger days. Thus, upon seeing Qin Feng's new invention, these thoughts came to mind. When Qin Feng received the soldier's explanation, his eyes lit up. It was exactly what he needed. He had almost forgotten about the connection with the general. Without further delay, Qin Feng opened the exoskeleton armor and lay inside. Bingshua, activate the thrusters. Understood. The moment the armor activated, it shot out like a cannon. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. The general watched Qin Feng clad in the exoskeleton armor with great satisfaction. Dragon Kingdom would not lack scientific research prodigies. This time it was the same field and the same staff. For the driver's safety, Qin Feng needed to remove the battle armor and conduct separate tests on it. The general put on his old reading glasses and inquired, "Have you tested this armor of yours yourself? It can withstand physical external impacts of several dozen tons. Heat resistance, corrosion resistance." The general listened to Qin Feng calmly recite these results, unable to conceal his astonishment. So it only lacks thermal weapon experiments now, eh? Yes, I'm just not sure if it can withstand a tank. The general still thought Qin Feng was joking, as there were many tank models with varying power. From the barrel-shaped tanks of yesteryear to the present, there had been dozens of technological updates. The massive tank groups commonly used in World War II were less powerful than a single latest model tank. In stability, range, penetration, and durability, it comprehensively surpassed traditional tanks. The general guessed that Qin Feng's knowledge of tanks might also come from games like World of Tanks. Moreover, from the exoskeleton armor Qin Feng wore, it was evident that the armor thickness was extremely low, even thinner than a military overcoat. If this armor could withstand armor-piercing rounds, that would already be perfect. The general speculated that the defensive capability of this exoskeleton armor should be inferior to the bulletproof vest tested previously. After all, this armor had numerous functions that a bulletproof vest could not match. Since it possessed many functions and could adapt to most environments for composite operations, it was impossible for every attribute to reach the peak. The staff worked efficiently, completing the replenishment of test weapons and the evacuation of personnel in a very short time. The general surveyed the field and saw the staff display a wooden sign indicating readiness. He then issued the command, "Begin the test." At the order, the staff started firing at the armor with their guns. An M16 automatic rifle loaded with standard ammunition emptied an entire magazine. The only sound in the entire field was the bullets ricocheting off the armor. The general raised his binoculars to look. Not bad. No damage at all. Continue the test. A heavy machine gun loaded with steel core bullets unleashed a furious barrage at the armor. Since the first standard rifle had caused no damage, the general escalated the test weapons by several levels. But unfortunately, the result was the same as with the standard rifle. The general was slightly stunned. Good heavens. Bring out the Barrett heavy sniper rifle and load it with the most penetrating armor-piercing rounds. Fire. The staff urgently mobilized the warehouse to retrieve this lethal weapon. The Barrett sniper rifle was to some extent comparable to artillery in power. The United Nations International Document Organization had issued a ban on using the Barrett sniper rifle for sniping. This heavy sniper rifle could blow a human body apart, leaving no intact corpse. Thus, this sniper rifle's daily task was to target tanks and radar. One could imagine its immense power. But the reality was far from the general's expectations. The staff took various anti-shock precautions and pulled the trigger. Bang! The massive armor-piercing round viciously struck the armor's surface, causing even the staff on site to experience a momentary ringing in their ears. But unfortunately, not even the paint on the armor was scratched. The general could no longer sit still. He stood up abruptly. Bring out the rocket launcher. The general seemed to have taken it as a challenge. He was determined to scratch the paint today. However, a staff member leaned in to remind him, General, for using large area damage weapons like missiles, we also need to file a report. The general's expression turned grim. Was this guy deliberately causing trouble, undermining him at this critical moment? Qin Feng seemed to have overheard as well. General, how about we continue the experiment another time? I think being able to withstand heavy sniper rifle rounds is already quite impressive. The general momentarily felt a sense of daze, then sat up. The results of these 3 tests were difficult for him to accept, as if he were watching a movie. He had certain privileges regarding missile experimental tests. However, due to some special circumstances, the entire Dragon Country was imposing restrictions on missile weapons. Today's experiment will also come to nothing. The general was particularly interested in this exoskeleton armor, both in terms of its appearance and its impact resistance. In previous military operations, such advanced equipment was never needed. The general had only seen this type of powered armor in science fiction war movies. To carry a Gatling gun with one hand and easily move heavy objects weighing hundreds of pounds. The powerful functionality made the general fantasize about when the Dragon Academy would develop such technology. Years ago, the general had voted in favor of the project for exoskeleton armor. Unfortunately, since the project's inception, there had been no significant results. This made the general sigh. It seemed that he would not witness the appearance of exoskeleton armor in his lifetime. Having invested a large amount of talent, time, and financial resources, the failure of the project might indicate that it was fundamentally unscientific. However, the appearance of Qin Feng shattered all of this. It also made the general somewhat doubt the research progress of the Dragon Academy. A young student could complete such an enormous workload in a very short time. This battle armor was not only portable, but also displayed an almost invincible level of defense. Additionally, the sensor latency was extremely low and the armor's compatibility with the wearer was remarkably high. If used on the battlefield, it could significantly enhance soldiers' safety and allow a small number of personnel to accomplish more tasks. With this in mind, the general had the idea of acquiring the patent for this technology. He slowly stood up and said to Qin Feng, Qin Feng, name your price for this armor. Qin Feng shook his head, indicating that the armor was not for sale. The general was taken aback. It was the first time someone had refused him. Although there was no agreement to sell, the general still wanted to make another attempt. If he acquired the technical blueprints for this armor, he could contact researchers in the military factory. They could mass-produce the exoskeleton armor and equip every frontline soldier. Ultimately, a fierce army could be formed to complete some previously daunting hellish missions. Perhaps the general was feeling a bit anxious. He directly resorted to moral coercion with Qin Feng. Do you know what this armor means for soldiers? It means survival on battlefields filled with fire and the ability to accomplish the tasks and objectives assigned by the nation. As a member of the Dragon Country, do you really want to watch these soldiers pay with their lives? Qin Feng calmly, it's not that I'm cold-blooded, but the technology of this armor is too complex. Even the Dragon Academy's exoskeleton technology research team would need over a decade to fully understand my blueprints. There is still a long way to go before mass production and use. The general found it hard to believe. Why would an invention from a student be so complex and precise? Even if the technical blueprints were fully exposed, the top research team at the Dragon Academy could not replicate it in a short time. This felt like an inexplicable humiliation to the general. He said blandly, even if you don't want to sell your invention's blueprints, there's no need to demean the researchers this way. I won't force you, you may go back. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng thought the general had misunderstood, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. The exoskeleton armor he invented consisted of thousands of parts. Moreover, there were dozens of crucial sensors and input-output systems. After modifications and upgrades on the machine tools, it had already transformed into a top product globally. It exceeded the current technological achievements of the Dragon Country by several dozen times. I can submit a simplified version of this armor's blueprints to the relevant technical team at the Dragon Academy. As for their efficiency and how soon they could deliver the final results, that's not my concern. The general had originally given up, but upon hearing Qin Feng say this, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's no problem. As long as there's a prospect, time can wait. When the general inquired about the patent price, he did not expect Qin Feng to wave his hand dismissively. The patent isn't worth anything. You consider it a gift to you. As long as I can share in the profits when it is mass-produced in the factory. For Qin Feng, the patent could indeed sell for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. But money is just a string of numbers. He could ask the Dragon Academy for whatever he needed. What Qin Feng sought was the goodwill and familiarity of the high-level leaders of the Dragon Country. After all, goodwill is priceless. Moreover, Qin Feng's future plans would certainly require the support and approval of these individuals. The general felt quite gratified. There were indeed many researchers who were not after fame and fortune. However, it was truly rare for someone like Qin Feng still in school to be so indifferent to fame and fortune. While Qin Feng asked for nothing, the general could not give nothing in return. This is the way of the world. Since Qin Feng did not want money, the general decided to offer something that could not be bought directly with money. He instructed the staff beside him to fetch that document to give to him. Moments later, the document was retrieved and handed to Qin Feng. On this document was written in large letters, Land Transfer Declaration. What is this? The troops led by the general had been stationed at the school for no more than 2.5 years, and the area of land they used was very limited. After negotiations with relevant personnel in the school, they would obtain 1 or 2 plots of land at the annual land bidding conference. This was for the construction of experimental fields for the troops. Coincidentally, at the same time Qin Feng invented the battle armor, the bidding event had just concluded perfectly. Qin Feng casually flipped through this document and exclaimed its impressiveness. The area of 1,000 acres was 10 times larger than the barren land before. This was directly given away. Qin Feng was overjoyed. The general truly knows how to make grand gestures. The general smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "What Dragon Country lacks the most is land. Your technology is what is most valuable." In Dragon Country, there is a saying, first-rate talents engage in politics, second-rate talents in business, and third-rate talents in academia. In the general's eyes, land that could be easily taken was something businessmen with money could hardly buy. This reflects the gap in social status. Wealth accumulated over decades could be wiped out by a new policy leading to bankruptcy. Qin Feng's 2 noble acts also successfully won the general's favor. Otherwise, he would not have given away the already predetermined plot of 1,000 acres. This document also clearly stated that the land use rights were fully transferred to Qin Feng. In this land, whether it is the construction of a bustling commercial street or a hidden research facility, everything is dictated by Qin Feng. Even the general would not intervene. The next morning, Qin Feng got up early to get busy. Today, he had 2 tasks: to design a simplified version of the battle armor and to plan the land. Compared to the currently developed exoskeleton armor, the simplified version indeed posed more challenges. To find suitable substitutes, the materials available in Longhua must be able to create the necessary equipment so that the researchers at Longhua Institute can develop it. If he did this, the overall capabilities of the battle armor would be significantly compromised, but it would also be the fastest way to achieve results. Without hesitation, Qin Feng directly contacted Dean Xian. He wanted to personally modify that red battle armor from the exoskeleton armor experimental base. Although Dean Xian wished to proceed with this, he still needed Professor Huang's approval. Thus, the 2 of them set off once again on their journey to Longhua Institute. Qin Feng carried a suitably sized backpack, which piqued Dean Xian's curiosity, but he did not ask any questions. On the way, Dean Xian advised Qin Feng to keep a low profile. After Qin Feng's criticism last time, Professor Huang had not slept a wink, reflecting on his experiences over the years. Qin Feng did not expect the old expert's mentality to be so fragile. This sarcastic remark made Dean Xian's lips twitch. What kind of talk was that? The research project he led had progressed for over a decade. Not to mention the enormous funds consumed, even the staff involved numbered in the thousands. The project outcomes produced by thousands of researchers over many years were ridiculed by Qin Feng, who had just begun to grasp the technology. Moreover, every point he made was exactly the problems they had been grappling with. Upon reaching their destination, Dean Xian knocked on the door. "Come in." Professor Huang's voice came from within the office. Dean Xian thought to himself, since he is in, it should be easy to negotiate. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's first words upon entering infuriated Professor Huang. "Let me take that red battle armor back to study." Dean Xian and Professor Huang were both taken aback. Was this too bold a statement? At that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. Professor Huang was a bit angry. Did this kid not take the research confidentiality seriously? It had already been a breach of protocol to let him observe in person last time, and now he actually wanted to take it away. Qin Feng added another remark that nearly made Professor Huang choke with anger. "Your efficiency is too low. I've already invented the exoskeleton battle armor. Give it to me, and I will help you modify it." What a joke. Professor Huang's heart was now churning uncontrollably. He just fiddled with it on site for a while and immediately learned the exoskeleton-related technology, and even built it overnight. Professor Huang pinched his own old face, feeling the pain to realize that this was no dream. Dean Xian chimed in, saying, "Old Huang, Qin Feng really invented it. I have seen it with my own eyes." Professor Huang shook his head, indicating that even if the dean spoke, he still did not believe it. "Unless I see it with my own eyes." Qin Feng had already anticipated this, taking off his backpack and saying, "Here, this is the exoskeleton battle armor." "Where's the exoskeleton backpack?" "It is currently not our research direction." "Backpack, you can keep it for your..." Qin Feng pressed a button on a corner of the silver-white backpack, and it began to transform. The backpack emitted crisp sounds of skeletal adjustments gradually becoming taller. Leg transformation complete. Body transformation complete. As the transformation of the arms and helmet was completed, this silver-white sci-fi battle armor was laid bare before Professor Huang's eyes. Master Ice and Snow transformation complete. Please give instructions. Professor Huang's laughter stopped abruptly, leaving him frozen in place. What on earth is this? Did he really create it? And it even has an artificial intelligence system. This scene truly shocked Professor. As a technical professor of exoskeleton battle armor, he knew very well that the battle armor before him indeed utilized the relevant equipment from that day. But this progress was simply jaw-dropping. Professor Huang stared at the battle armor, unable to tear his gaze away from its beautiful form. Qin Feng, does anyone else know about this battle armor? Qin Feng scratched his head, thinking that there were quite a few people in the live stream that day, probably tens of thousands saw it. Professor Huang lamented, "What a fool, how could such a secret be known to outsiders? Oh, it doesn't matter. No one else in the world can replicate this kind of battle armor except me." After a round of pleasantries, Professor Huang ultimately decided to give Qin Feng the latest achievements of their research team from over a decade. Although the silver-white battle armor did not showcase relevant data, Professor Huang's intuition told him that it must be at a global leading level. Back at the workshop, Qin Feng began to assign tasks. Jax moved the red battle armor to the machine tool processing table, starting simple upgrades and modifications. Qin Feng kept observing the operation of the machine tool, lamenting, "Once the new site is fully constructed, we will expand the working area of the machine tool." Jax worked quickly. The light red battle armor was sculpted to perfection. Currently, it weighed only 30 pounds, with greatly improved agility and response time and sufficient defense against ordinary firearms. After the modification, Qin Feng did not upgrade the propulsion device of the light red battle armor. This meant that the red exoskeleton battle armor could not perform flight missions. This was not because Qin Feng was incapable, but because practical considerations had to be taken into account. The exoskeleton battle armor was powerful, but it was not something ordinary soldiers could handle. The operators must be selected from special forces and require extensive daily practice. Only after prolonged training can it be used in actual combat. If flight capabilities were added, wouldn't that be even more challenging? Once the training personnel for the exoskeleton armor become more proficient, perhaps the addition of flight functions could be considered. The modification upgrade task for the light red exoskeleton armor was now complete. He immediately made a call. "Professor Huang, come to pick up the goods." I must say the work efficiency of researchers is indeed fast, as they arrived at Qin Feng's workshop in no time. As soon as Professor Huang entered, he saw the items placed on the floor, which were their latest research achievements. Professor Huang ran over with a beaming face, inspecting the light red armor from top to bottom. After a series of operations, Professor Huang finally settled down. The once bulky shell that weighed hundreds of pounds was now only a few dozen pounds. The light red paint covered the entire body with a streamlined design and a stylish posture. This armor, after my modification, can now be used for simulated combat exercises and testing of related data. Professor Huang could hardly wait to arrange for staff to transport the armor back. Qin Feng waved his hand to stop him, saying, "Wait, are you just going to take it back like this?" Professor Huang was taken aback, patting his head and saying, "Oh dear, I was confused. As for the project bonus, I will arrange for the finance department to apply to the higher-ups right away." Qin Feng shook his head. "I don't need money." Professor Huang was somewhat puzzled. Did the young man not like money? Did he prefer something else? At my age, I have very little need for that kind of thing. If you like, I can reach out to my contacts in that sector. The girl would be absolutely beautiful, guaranteed to satisfy you. Qin Feng felt a dark cloud forming on his forehead. What on earth was this old man thinking? "I heard that your neighboring department is the Architectural Engineering Research Institute. They can complete a large volume of construction in a very short time. They are known externally as construction maniacs." Professor Huang awkwardly said, "Yes, there is indeed such a department. I have a piece of land that I want to design into a technology park. Please help me get in touch, I can provide whatever startup capital you need." Professor Huang suddenly understood, patting Qin Feng's shoulder with a smile. "It's just a few buildings, leave it to me. You don't need to worry about the cost of construction materials. Our team can definitely manage tens of millions. Consider it a thank you for your contribution to the exoskeleton armor technology patent." Qin Feng chuckled, "Professor, the land I have is over 1,000 acres. This tens of millions might not even cover 1/10 of the construction costs." Professor Huang was also shocked by that figure, over 1,000 acres. But he gritted his teeth and accepted it. After all, the research funding provided by the state would amount to at least tens of billions. Investing part of it in Qin Feng was a good choice. Just the modified armor he had created would significantly boost their research progress. They only needed to reverse engineer the armor step by step to derive the relevant technological principles. Thus, Professor Huang had every reason to mobilize that investment of several billion. But what Qin Feng said next solidified Professor Huang's determination. You can take the technical blueprints for the exoskeleton technology with you later. Professor Huang could hardly believe his ears. Not only was he helping him improve the armor, but he was also providing blueprints. It was like going out to eat and having the chef hand over the family secret recipe. Professor Huang was thrilled and immediately returned to report after obtaining the blueprints. Qin Feng was very focused on this 1,000 acres of land. It was his first technology park. As the overall supervisor and chief designer of the park, Qin Feng would carry out all his inventions and creations here. He had plans on how to design the park. He needed to first build 2 large warehouses covering an area of 1,000 m, 500 m. These would be used to store all his research raw materials, as well as inventions that had already gone into mass production. He would shallowly construct 2 research buildings covering an area of 70 m, 200 m. After all, the inventions he had developed so far were all small gadgets. In the later stages, for large equipment and inventions, some specialized professionals would be needed. Luckily, being situated within a top university in the country would make it relatively easy to recruit industry talents. For the experimental base, Qin Feng would set up the corresponding environment based on the already settled RD teams. As for various accommodation buildings and necessary facilities like restaurants, he would let professionals handle the planning. He only needed to properly plan the most crucial area, the research zone. He did not intend to develop the entire 1,000 acres. One reason was to quickly put the technology park into use, and the other was to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances in the future. Qin Feng took out standard paper and meticulously outlined his research area. The designers only needed to plan the necessary buildings based on the piece of land Qin Feng left behind. Once everything was ready, they would await Professor Huang's arrangements. After receiving Qin Feng's simplified blueprints, the construction team from Lonka Institute set off in full force. Hundreds of excavators, thousands of large transport trucks, rock crushers, and various specialized equipment were heading to Qin Feng's land. Thousands of vehicles parked on the land awaiting construction, and the person in charge coordinated with Qin Feng. Dozens of architectural designers discussed with Qin Feng to determine the basic design concepts and modification needs. Qin Feng simply stated complete facilities efficiency. After the meeting concluded, the engineering team launched into action with great momentum. Qin Feng was well aware of many matters on the construction site. Kickbacks on materials, personal use of construction steel bars, cutting corners, etc. were common occurrences at construction sites. Although it was the people from Lonka Institute responsible for this construction site, not all the engineering personnel could be internal staff. Even if such issues occurred, it was of little concern. After all, this was Professor Huang managing the costs. Qin Feng could treat it as free labor. As for designing a simplified version of the exoskeleton armor that was also in response to the military's needs, Qin Feng was curious how long it would take for this large-scale construction team, known as the Construction Maniacs, to complete the project. The basic construction of this technology park would just be the beginning. Although the construction costs were borne by Qin Feng, all subsequent specialized equipment and instruments would still need to be procured by him. Additionally, professional technicians would require substantial salaries and benefits to be hired. These costs far exceeded the mere tens of millions for construction materials. Qin Feng was already aware of how high the costs would be when planning the construction of the technology park. Qin Feng knew that a multifunctional modern high-tech industrial park covering an area of 100 acres had an investment of 1 billion. Currently, he only had 70 million in funds on paper. For this 1,000-acre investment in equipment and talent, he couldn't even cover a fraction of it. He could only develop slowly. He aimed to grow stronger. Once the future technology park was completed, he would begin the latest research. The successful invention of the exoskeleton armor did not mean the birth of a new concept mech. Qin Feng had many strict requirements for the first mech and had to take it seriously. Even Lonka Institute had no research projects for mechs. It wasn't that people were ignorant of the power of mech. Decades ago, research teams had preliminary ideas about mechs. In an era without large-scale destructive weapons, people were eager to create a steel behemoth. In the eyes of researchers and ordinary people, steel behemoths must possess several key factors. First and foremost, they must have tremendous power, as that was the initial purpose of creating such beasts. During most wars today, ordinary soldiers fight desperately with firearms. Whichever side has ample weapons and ammunition and a larger number of personnel can secure victory in that battle. However, the cost of victory is often too high. In a battle of ordinary scale, hundreds or even thousands of lives must be sacrificed. For any nation, this constitutes a loss that cannot be overlooked. Thus, the initial concept of mechs emerged. Secondly, there was a requirement for robust defensive capabilities. Finally, flexibility and exceptional horsepower were essential. If such a steel behemoth could be manufactured, people could achieve victory with minimal losses. This demand became increasingly fervent before the onset of a world war. Initially, the design of the steel behemoth resembled a humanoid form. However, with deeper research, it became apparent that the design of 2 arms and 2 legs was quite foolish. What may be the greatest miracle for humanity is merely a burden for heavy steel. The design of arms and legs failed to meet any requirements. The first humanoid mech was born only to be stifled in the laboratory. Its balance was extremely poor, making it difficult even to maintain a standing posture. When firing a gun, the entire body would tilt backward due to the recoil of the weapon. The flawed humanoid mech design was promptly dismissed. After a period of research, the steel behemoth was finally created, incorporating the aforementioned characteristics. That was the world's first tank, Little Willie. With powerful artillery, strong defenses, and a motor capable of certain speeds, the emergence of this steel behemoth allowed the nation to easily secure its first victory in war. Subsequently, various nations engaged in fervent research on tank technology. Qin Feng's first mech must possess multiple attack modes. For close combat, physical attacks would utilize chain blades and shields. For long-range attacks, Qin Feng planned to design 2 models, a laser Gatling gun and a heavy laser sniper. In the Dragon Nation, manufacturing large weaponry requires an official application. For Qin Feng, this was simple. A quick notification to the experts in the military zone solved the issue. As a routine operation, he opened the Douyin livestream room to modify the title. The world's first all-purpose new concept mech assembly site. Excitement happens in an instant. As expected, once the livestream opened, a steady stream of viewers flooded in. Within a very short time, the number of online viewers exceeded 3,000. Did I enter the wrong channel? The official is actually promoting mechs for the first time. I feel like we're about to witness history today. Every time the host showcases an invention, it's explosive, truly amazing. Dean Xian learned of this from the top viewer and hurriedly inquired about the necessary materials. Qin Feng, without hesitation, provided a complete list of all materials to the dean. Heavy aluminum alloy, high-strength steel, atomic carbon fiber, and nanometer-grade polymer materials. Initially, Dean Xian could source these raw materials through the laboratory. However, the subsequent items were increasingly outrageous. Things like power-sensing devices, super hydraulic lever systems, and military-grade radar. The basic versions of these devices could still be procured through official channels. However, what Qin Feng required this time was of a semi-secret level. Just as Dean Xian was feeling troubled, Qin Feng handed him a string of phone numbers. This was the contact left by General Li stationed at the school. These items were difficult to obtain at Lonka Institute, which as a research institution was bound by numerous regulations. However, at General Li's place, the military factory could provide various high-precision equipment at any time. This was General Li's promise to Qin Feng. Without any mishaps, Dean Xian was able to procure all the equipment through this general from a secret base. When all the materials gathered in Qin Feng's factory, he stood up and said, "Then the progress bar for the development of the new concept mech will begin to move." Dean Xian was somewhat speechless. Oh, what level of genius was this? Finalizing the research project was faster than handling his own research report. Qin Feng summoned all the jacks to issue detailed tasks. All titanium alloys and high-strength steel were to be subjected to high-temperature forging to make the materials more durable, followed by drilling and shaping on the machine tools. Thus, the basic outer structure material of the new concept mech was established. The core power device, sensor systems, military-grade radar, and a series of high-level equipment underwent further precision modifications on the machine tools, becoming even more advanced. All sensor equipment and hydraulic lever systems were upgraded, and the nanograde materials began to be sculpted. Individual nanomaterials processed deeply on the machine tool, transformed into various attachments on the mech. Under Qin Feng's commands, the jacks completed the final design and processing seamlessly. The scene was incredibly awe-inspiring. The sounds of drilling, hammering, cutting, and squeezing from the machine tools melded together, making Dean Xian marvel. This was the first time he had witnessed such a large-scale manufacturing scene from this machine tool. The audience in the livestream room was utterly shocked. What the heck? Is this the so-called high intelligence? Whoa, even the assembly line workers are required to be this high now. Don't misunderstand upstairs. You're not even close to the standard yet. At this point, the standard parts of the new concept mech had been completed. Next came the production of weapons and shields. Currently, the Dragon Nation possesses a certain degree of lethal laser weapons, which Qin Feng brought over through General Li. Among these 3 weapon types, the chain blade appears to be the simplest, yet it is not easy at all. The most critical technology involves the continuity and toughness of each blade segment. When at rest, each segment of the chain blade curls up and is stored within its sheath. During battle, by activating the internal system, you can forcefully whip it downwards. All the blades unsheath with every segment tightly connected, forming an incredibly tough long blade. The material Qin Feng chose was high-toughness carbon fiber. With the integration of nanograde materials, the quality and toughness of this chain blade would be ensured. After the merging and forging on the machine tools, the model of the chain blade was quickly produced. Following this, the slightly more challenging shield was next. Do not underestimate the difficulty of shield production. Shields must not only withstand the impact of bullets and missiles, but also prevent any corrosive liquids from adhering. They must also be easy to carry, capable of transforming from a small object into a shield the size of an entire mech in a very short time. This requires assembling a large number of fragmented materials, each piece differing in size and weight. However, all must be capable of corresponding assembly and disassembly functions. Fortunately, the machine tool's precision was exceptionally high, and the most challenging aspect was perfectly countered. As for the laser Gatling gun and laser sniper rifle, the existing laser weapons are just right here. Through the combination of laser pipes and transistors, the corresponding tasks can be accomplished. The forms of Gatling guns and sniper rifles are also intended to be made into transformable states. After extensive modifications on the machine tools, both types of weapons have transformed into their respective shapes. Next comes the assembly task of the parts. Due to the numerous components, Qin Feng plans to assemble the standard version of the mech while lying down. The heavy feet are the first to be assembled, with the nanoalloy feet being robust and wide. The ankle of the mech connects to a gravity sensor and hydraulic lever system, with skeletal muscle materials distributed throughout all joints. Next are the legs, torso, and mechanical arms. With the helmet assembly completed, the obsidian black new concept mech is now fully assembled. The limbs of the new concept mech are equipped with load-bearing and protective devices. Especially at the shoulder blade area, upgrades can be made here to install the missile system. Supported by the mechanical arms of the machine tool jacks, stabilizes the new concept mech. The laser weapon, which transforms into two shoulder straps, is assembled, and the melee weapons and shield are placed together. Although the new concept mech has been modified by top-tier machine tools and can already be used. However, considering all factors, Qin Feng still wants to conduct preliminary enhancements with futuristic technology. He opens the outer cover of the machine tool, and a red light flies in. Only when the red light dissipates does Qin Feng open the cover. The obsidian-colored mech appears, with its color becoming even darker and shinier, and its structure becoming extremely precise and compact. With his left hand holding the shield in front and his right hand wielding the sword, he waits for the opportunity to attack. The two shoulder straps are in active status, ready to swap weapons and deliver strikes of varying scales to targets. Not only Dean Qian and the audience in the live stream, but Qin Feng also finds himself momentarily stunned by this scene. This is the first new concept mech he has created. This time it is brand new off the production line. The live stream is filled with cheers, as this is their first time seeing a mech in reality. It is far more impactful than those special effects mech seen in movies and television. My mech dream. This is too cool. When will the official mass production begin? I want one too, even if it's a smaller version. Dean Qian stares blankly at this scene, momentarily lost in thought. For him, sci-fi mechs remain in the realm of watching movies with his grandson. Like other researchers, he believes that mechs are products solely of the virtual world. It's simply impossible for them to come into reality, as they possess no advantages beyond mere aesthetics. The limitations of production costs and technical conditions have made it impossible for many mech enthusiasts to bring their dreams to fruition. Qin Feng not only made it a reality, but also designed weapons and shields, obviously meeting the requirements for both offense and defense. The birth of this mech has undoubtedly caused a frenzy online. Young people across various platforms and social apps are discussing mechs. 1. The world's first combat-type mech has been unveiled, represented. 2. The Dragon Country Lonka Institute's new invention, a humanoid loading mech. 3. The exposure of top-tier global mech technology. What could it be? Hey, have you heard? Our country has built a mech. Stop bragging. Have you gone silly from watching movies? Xiaolei, hurry and check out the live stream at the Lonka Institute. It's a major invention. I can't believe it. Which platform? Let me see. The news of Qin Feng building a mech is rapidly spreading online, sparking countless debates. The live stream has also reached 1.5 million viewers due to the rapid spread of information. This growth rate shows no signs of stopping, but is instead continuously increasing. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng steps forward and stands on the machine tool. Grabbing the climbing ladder with both hands, he climbs upwards. Qin Feng stands on the last rung of the ladder, gazing at the cockpit. The interior isn't particularly spacious, but it's sufficient for operation. The operation mode of this mech isn't too difficult, and with the help of the mech's intelligent butler, Qin Feng quickly familiarizes himself. As the helmet closes, two electronic eyes emitting a faint green light illuminate. This also signifies that Qin Feng has activated this new concept mech and has begun to operate it. Qin Feng steps down from the machine tool, and the mech's hydraulic platform emits a distinctive metallic friction sound. As the knees bend and recover, this tall mech stands upright on the floor. Inside the cockpit, Qin Feng can clearly see 360-degree visibility. The electronic screen displays large electronic devices within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Qin Feng glances to the side, noticing a densely packed area flashing with red lights, which should be the Army's experimental base. He casually swings his arms a couple of times, and the mech responds swiftly. The delay is less than 0.01 seconds. The mech's robust mechanical arms strike out, instantly buzzing. They even leave after images in the air, which is simply outrageous. This means that the sensitivity of controlling the mech is very strong. The speed of Qin Feng's reactions is matched by the mech's corresponding actions. Qin Feng activates the mech's chain sword and shield, swinging them casually in the air. The feel is quite good. It's just that there's no reference object for me to practice on. Din Qian finds himself both amused and helpless. How can you practice on when you are the only one in the world capable of making such a mech? If it's really not possible, just build another one. Let our staff pilot it and spar with you. Currently, due to spatial limitations, Qin Feng cannot adequately demonstrate all the capabilities of this mech. He can only step down from the mech, waiting for a good opportunity to showcase it. For the millions of viewers in the live stream, the moment Qin Feng entered the cockpit has already been deeply etched in their minds. From now on, it will be hard to forget, and various figurine companies will likely approach Qin Feng for licensing. The popularity of Transformers figurines highlights just how wealthy and extravagant mech enthusiasts are. Qin Feng is no exception, especially fond of mechs. Unlike them who can only play with models, Qin Feng pilots a real mech. This makes countless mech enthusiasts feel envious and jealous. Thinking of Transformers, Qin Feng suddenly claps his hands. Oh, if this mech could transform like the cars in Transformers, it would be so cool. For cars, Qin Feng doesn't know much. But that's not important. What he needs is not a car brand, but a cool appearance. This task is handed over to Jax. Jax will collect data on sports cars from the internet, and then design. After Qin Feng's final selection, the exterior design can be completed. Without the slightest pause, Jax input the model data of the sports car into the console. After a few minutes of waiting, the new concept mech transformed into the shape of a sports car. It remained in obsidian color. As for which brand the sports car resembled, Qin Feng did not recognize it and had no desire to find out. There was simply no need for that. All Qin Feng needed was for it to transform into a sports car model. The live streaming room erupted once again. Has it truly become a transformer? Streamer, tell the truth, are you really a Cybertronian? Twice in one day, how infuriating. I can't wait for the day the streamer creates Optimus Prime. A prophet indeed, it's a knife, it's a knife. Din Qian had already been stunned into numbness from weapons to mechs, and now to sports cars. The speed of this invention was even faster than that of creative mode, truly unbelievable. As Qin Feng had expected, in a few days General Li would send someone to find him for experiments. During these 2 days, Qin Feng would conduct preliminary data collection on this mech. For now, of course, it was time to turn off the live stream, to prevent subsequent footage from being mocked and uploaded to other websites. After turning off his phone, he turned to Din Qian and said, Din Qian, if any pedestrians are startled by the scenes that emerge later, please control the situation. Din Qian was puzzled by this request, wondering what was going on that would make pedestrians feel scared. Qin Feng drove the new concept mech out of the factory. Due to the small door, Qin Feng even scraped the door frame as he bent down to pass through. At this moment, the new concept mech stood on the main road in front of the factory. Since this area was wasteland, naturally there were no people passing by. Activate the thrust device. As soon as Qin Feng issued the command, 2 cylindrical black devices appeared behind the mech. With the electronic ignition system activated, Qin Feng raced down the road at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, which converted to 27 meters per second. Qin Feng dashed back and forth on the road like a flash of lightning. Due to his rapid movements, he even crossed the boundaries of the wasteland and entered the residential area. In order not to disturb the normal lives and work of pedestrians, Qin Feng quickly left the area. With an excited expression, he shouted, operating from the cockpit, I feel as if I'm there in person. At this moment, I am the mech. A speed of 100 km/h was just the easy output. The limit could reach 500 km/h. This speed surpasses that of the fastest car in the world, the Bugatti Veyron. Qin Feng was very satisfied with the speed. Next, he directly unleashed all his power, covering a distance of 100 kilometers in just about 10 minutes. Qin Feng detected on the radar that there was an abandoned drainage ditch that had been neglected for many years. Upon arriving at the location, he found it to be true. Due to years of abandonment without maintenance, the once clean and tidy water surface was now covered with various water hyacinths and weeds. Through the infrared thermal sensing device, Qin Feng detected that there were no humans present nearby or in the water. Now he could safely use the laser weapon to shoot. Qin Feng lightly shook his shoulder, and one side of the mech's shoulder strap slid down into the mechanical arm. It ultimately transformed into the shape of a Gatling gun. Looking at the sleek black Gatling in his hand, Qin Feng wondered how effective it would be. The moment the Gatling was activated, the core of the mech began to operate. A large amount of electrical energy flowed through the circuits into the Gatling, filling it in just a few seconds. Seeing that the mech still had 90 battery power left, Qin Feng let out a long sigh. Fortunately, one charging only uses 10. That isn't too much. Activating the laser Gatling, he fired at the water surface with over 50 blue laser bullets, crazily bombarding the water. The water hyacinths and weeds were instantly shredded, and the high temperature generated by the lasers created a billow of steam. Qin Feng was stunned. Was that it? The Gatling had over 50 bullet holes, yet it could only be charged once. He couldn't help but curse. Damn, firing 50 rounds per second costs me 10 of my battery. How am I supposed to enjoy this? It drains me dry in 10 seconds. He restored the Gatling back to its shoulder strap state and casually hung it aside. Let's try the sniper rifle this time. Goodness, one full charge directly consumed 80 of my battery. Qin Feng raised the long sniper rifle in his hand and aimed at a corner of the ditch 1,000 meters away, pulling the trigger. Boom! A massive blue beam shot out, hitting the target directly. In an instant, the high temperature created a semicircular pit, and the moisture within was instantly evaporated. Qin Feng bitterly remarked, "The weapon's power is decent, but it consumes too much energy. The first laser sniper rifle I invented primarily relies on electric energy. Due to the lesser technology available at the time, its energy consumption and power were not as high as they are now. Now a new type of energy is urgently needed, one that meets renewable conditions and can be easily obtained. Solar, wind, geothermal, hydro, biomass, ocean energy, etc. Among these, the one that meets Qin Feng's standards and has a high cost-performance ratio is solar energy. Solar energy refers to the thermal radiation energy from the sun, which we generally call sunlight. Since the birth of life on Earth, it has primarily relied on the thermal radiation energy provided by the sun for survival. In the context of dwindling fossil fuel, solar energy has become an important part of human energy use. There are two ways to utilize solar energy: thermal conversion and photovoltaic conversion. Although solar energy is quite common and not rare, after all, it is energy produced by the continuous nuclear fusion reaction process inside the sun. Just explaining this is not simple. What Qin Feng needed was photovoltaic conversion. With this in mind, Qin Feng drove the mech back quickly and told Ding Xian, "I need the most advanced photovoltaic panel components available." Ding Xian asked in confusion, "What do you need that for?" Photovoltaic panel components are a type of power generation device that generates direct current when placed in sunlight. Qin Feng replied helplessly, "The weapons consume too much energy. I need to modify the armor. But you can't use solar energy. The efficiency is too low." Qin Feng didn't care about efficiency. Any device that passed through his hands could see its performance improved by dozens of times. Unable to persuade him, Ding Xian had no choice but to contact the Solar Energy Research Department. After much persuasion, he finally convinced the other party to send the related products over. Qin Feng received the crystalline silicon photovoltaic panels and took them to the machine tool for modification. Then he combined the upgraded products with the mech and used technology to amplify it. He increased the efficiency of solar energy photovoltaic conversion by 100-fold. Now the mech's energy source would be inexhaustible. In the second weapon test, Qin Feng discovered that even while the Gatling was fully operational, absorbing energy and firing bullets, the overall battery power of the mech would only drop by 0.1 in a minute. This created limitless opportunities and capabilities for Qin Feng. Qin Feng was already quite satisfied with the power of this set of mechas. However, he couldn't help but feel a hint of worry due to the solar photovoltaic panels just installed. If a pile of glass photovoltaics were hit by a missile, wouldn't that destroy the energy system? Qin Feng was very concerned about energy and couldn't afford any mistakes. So with tears in his eyes, he once again amplified the technology, increasing the mecha's defense by 100 times. Up to today, all the technology amplification times Qin Feng had accumulated were completely spent. For the mecha, it was worth it. One afternoon over the weekend, General Li indeed sent someone to notify Qin Feng. Qin Feng happily responded, "He'll bring it out right away." The soldier who came to notify him was also very curious about the mecha. In the military, the largest portable weaponry they could see were tanks and missile vehicles. However, they had very few opportunities to come into contact with these two types of weapons. Being able to witness the mecha style with their own eyes this time was also quite satisfying. But when the two saw the thing coming out of the factory, they were dumbfounded. Where was the promised 5-meter new concept mecha? All they saw was a sports car with no sign of a mecha. However, the sports car did look quite cool in a flashy black. A scientific genius not only has high talent, but truly knows how to enjoy life. Just as the two were murmuring, Qin Feng had already gotten out of the car and walked up to them. "Hey, what are you talking about? We're about to set off." The soldiers confirmed multiple times that there were no ropes or equipment behind the car, and then asked in confusion, Professor Qin, did you forget to bring the mecha? Qin Feng chuckled. It was the first time someone called him professor. Moreover, it was with such a respectful term. You. Qin Feng had no idea how General Li had notified the troops leading the soldiers to mistakenly believe he was a professor. Everything is packed, let's go. Although the soldiers were puzzled, they had to set off with determination. Qin Feng's sports car was also extremely flashy, attracting a lot of attention as they drove through the military camp. Everyone was guessing who was this big shot. Normally in the military camp, no one would dare to drive such a flash. Qin Feng was the first to do this. When everyone arrived at the designated testing ground, General Li was also visibly taken aback. Then he chuckled, young people really know how to enjoy life. That car sounds nice. Last time I personally went to the Central Command and obtained all the weapon testing permissions for the base. What about the new concept mecha you invented? Let this old man see it too. Qin Feng speculated that there must have been a conflict between Long Nation and other countries, which prompted restrictions on large weapons. Fearing unnecessary international misunderstandings, and to prevent certain countries from stirring up trouble, Qin Feng smiled and pointed at that sports car. This is the mecha I developed. It's incredibly strong. Naturally, Qin Feng was full of confidence regarding the mecha that had undergone multiple technology amplifications. General Li looked in the direction Qin Feng pointed, but it seemed there was only that sports car. Muttering to himself, he said, could my reading glasses be broken? Just as he was about to take off his reading glasses to wipe them with his sleeve, the sports car began to change. The doors opened upwards, and then two powerful mechanical arms extended from under the car, resting in front of the headlights. The rear of the car shrank, the wheels tilted at a 90-degree angle and retracted into the body, and mechanical support legs emerged. The mechanical arms pressed down and exerted force, and the whole body stood upright. The headlights retracted into the depths of the engine, revealing a helmet and shoulders. In this way, a cool sports car transformed into a humanoid mecha in the blink of an eye. General Li was completely stunned. Could it be played like this? Qin Feng smiled and asked, General, can we start the experiment now? Coming back to his senses, General Li instructed the staff to make arrangements. Qin Feng instructed the intelligent housekeeper to move the mecha to the center of the testing area. After waiting for the staff to finish checking, General Li then gave the order. Experiment begins. The first weapon the staff took out was a rocket launcher. The rocket launcher is a portable anti-tank weapon that fires rocket-propelled grenades, primarily designed to fire armor-piercing shells, but it can also launch other explosive projectiles. It is used to strike tanks, armored vehicles, infantry, fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, military equipment, and destroy fortifications at close range. The rocket launcher can also be used to inflict casualties on living targets or complete other tactical missions. Due to its small size, simple structure, low cost, and ease of use, it has played an important role in anti-tank operations in various wars. General Li's choice of a rocket launcher was indeed very correct. After all, the most common weapon that causes small-scale explosive damage is the rocket launcher. As the staff aimed the rocket launcher at the mecha and gently squeezed the trigger, the rocket was launched directly. Since Qin Feng's inventions were quite robust, the rocket launcher was loaded with an anti-tank armor-piercing shell right from the start. Generally, when a tank is hit by such a shot, it would either explode or suffer severe damage. With the sound of the explosion, a thick white smoke filled the center of the testing ground. As the smoke cleared, the mecha remained in its initial posture, standing in place. Looking around the mecha, not a single piece of paint had chipped off. General Li calmly observed the results, seemingly within his expectations. Next test began. After a few dozen seconds, a military green tank appeared at the edge of the testing area. Unlike other conventional tanks, this tank was equipped with advanced composite armor around its body and on the top layer. The rear of the tank even had two antennas. This was the 99A tank, known as the Ace of China's ground warfare and the first informationized tank of Long Nation. It is equipped with a 125mm main gun that can penetrate 700mm of steel armor from a distance of 2,000 meters using armor-piercing shells. If it were replaced with domestically produced special alloy armor-piercing shells, penetrating 1,000mm of armor would be a piece of cake. And this time, General Li chose a much more powerful depleted uranium shell. This missile is made primarily from high-density tungsten alloy, making it a tank killer, a tank's nightmare. Its penetrating power is extremely brutal, easily piercing through two T-72 tanks within 3,000 meters. The tank fired 3 rounds in quick succession, producing deafening sounds. It looked quite impressive and made a particularly loud noise. But the results did not change at all. General Li looked at the still shiny exterior, feeling slightly moved. It really offered no face. This level of weaponry couldn't inflict a scratch. It seemed he would have to bring out the big guns. General Li stood up at this moment and announced a move outside. Qin Feng thought they were going to end the test, but to his surprise, the general told him that the area was too small and they needed to switch to a larger one. Qin Feng was stunned. Wasn't a sight 1,000 meters long and wide enough? What kind of missile could cause such large-scale damage? It couldn't possibly be a nuclear bomb, could it? But he quickly dismissed that thought. The power of nuclear weapons is far too great, the experimental costs are exorbitant, and it easily causes collateral damage. Just think of the little boy in Sakura Nation and the seawater nuclear contamination. All the staff members are ready. Qin Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired what kind of weapon would necessitate such a grand display. General Li smiled and turned around saying, "Qin Feng, do you know about the Dongfeng missile?" Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could they really be using nuclear weapons? General Li continued, "I initially intended to prepare a surprise for you, but I abandoned it due to the tense international situation. This time we are employing the Changjian 100 cruise missile, known for its high-precision long-range and rapid response. It is the latest model in the Changjian series. This supersonic long-range cruise missile can fly at altitudes over 30,000 meters where the air is thin. It has a range of up to 2,000 kilometers and employs satellite precision targeting." "Haha, are you satisfied with this weapon? I managed to get it from an old friend." At this moment, Qin Feng was also eager to know just how much power a cruise missile of this caliber could unleash. After the staff's preparations, the mech was positioned in an open area 10,000 meters away from the personnel. As the general issued the command, a manhole cover at a certain desert base in Long Country was opened. Then a military green missile as thick as a water barrel flew out. The missile soared into the sky the moment it was launched, entering the atmosphere and climbing to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Everyone could clearly see on the radar that a missile was rapidly approaching. Thanks to advanced notifications, the military forces and bases across various locations were unprepared for this. As the missile entered low-altitude flight, it had already breached the school's perimeter. The cloud trace in the sky was visible to the naked eye, followed by a deafening explosion. The missile accurately struck the mech on the field, generating a towering gray-red mushroom cloud. General Li believed that a mech of this level would not be reduced to ashes, but would certainly be rendered inoperative. Thick smoke billowed for quite some time before finally dissipating at a certain moment. The staff reported that no traces of the mech were found at the site. Although the mech couldn't withstand the cruise missile, it should manage against a tank group without issue. "Don't be too disheartened, you've done well." General Li comforted the stunned Qin Feng. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, saying, "It's impossible. How could there be not a single trace left? Could it be buried underground?" General Li pondered for a moment, realizing that it might indeed be the case, as having no traces at all was quite strange. The staff, receiving the command, quickly brought various detection instruments to investigate. Unfortunately, they detected no unknown metals. Qin Feng shook his head. Ordinary detection instruments couldn't pick it up, as the special coating on the mech's exterior could prevent detection. "Let's dig directly." General Li nodded. The latitude and longitude of the mech had been calculated beforehand, making it easy to find its original position. After several hours of work with multiple large excavators, they finally encountered a solid object. Continuing to dig down, half of the mech's body emerged from the reddish soil. The entire mech was excavated, followed by cleaning and inspection. "Report to the general, the mech has multiple scars all over its body." General Li hurriedly asked, "What is the extent of the damage?" Unfortunately, the missile had only scraped the surface of the mech. It did not inflict any damage on the external defensive exoskeleton armor. A heavy stone finally lifted from Qin Feng's heart. It seemed that this hundredfold increase in defense was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, General Li felt a tumultuous storm brewing within him. This was simply illogical. What could withstand the tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature generated at the moment of the missile's explosion? Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. "General, hasn't it been unstable lately? How could there be restrictions on large weapon experiments?" General Li glanced at Qin Feng and then at the distant mech, sighing helplessly. "Recently, the Sakura country violated international treaties and, disregarding our warnings, conducted simulation exercises along the coast. This poses a serious threat to the residents and infrastructure near the coast. Such actions are a provocation against our territorial sovereignty." Qin Feng said indignantly. "Does the country not have corresponding measures?" General Li sighed again. "This time period is too sensitive. Countries are participating in a technology expo, which includes highly precise lithography machines. Long Country wants to take this opportunity to rent the equipment and personnel domestically, planning to gradually infiltrate research and technology. Coincidentally, the technology provider is the beautiful country, and the Sakura country is its little brother, both wanting a piece of the pie. Thus, they seize this opportunity to provoke, hoping to make Long Country make a mistake and miss this election chance." Qin Feng pondered. If there were an unknown weapon attack that posed a threat to their simulation exercises, would it negatively impact Long Country? General Li shook his head. Since it was an unknown weapon, it would be impossible to directly pin the blame. Suddenly, he thought of Qin Feng's mech, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Could it be that your mech is equipped with a certain scale of weaponry? Qin Feng nodded. I believe this opportunity is rare and I should be allowed to participate. General Li also felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity and prepared to take Qin Feng to meet someone. The temporary overall commander of the Coastal Defense, General Zhao. To avoid drawing societal attention, Qin Feng's mech-transforming sports car was concealed within a civilian truck. The general and others secretly headed towards the Coastal Defense Unit. The group under the escort of guards arrived at a secret base. General Zhao spotted General Li at a glance and exclaimed in surprise, "Old squad leader, what brings you here?" General Zhao, who stood before him, had been General Li's subordinate years ago and greatly admired him. Even today, despite their differing statuses, General Zhao's view of General Li remained unchanged. Within the entire military system, General Li belonged to the Suntoritire Major General rank. In contrast, General Zhao was flourishing in the military system, not only holding the rank of Lieutenant General in Long Country, but also serving as the Deputy Commander of the Southeast Military District. General Li shared Qin Feng's insights with General Zhao and took him to observe the mechs operation. Although General Zhao respected and admired General Li, taking unilateral action would have multifaceted and irreversible impacts on Long Country. It wasn't until Qin Feng personally piloted the mech for a display of the laser Gatling weapon that General Zhao was utterly shocked. As a Lieutenant General of Long Country, he was well aware of the weapon development across the nation. Laser weapon systems are massive in size and consume a significant amount of energy. They are not easily movable or transportable, making them unsuitable for frontline combat. They are generally used in the air defense systems of bases. Since Qin Feng's weapon did not belong to contemporary standards, it could undoubtedly strike against the Sakura. General Zhao harbored no fondness for this group of invaders, but due to his identity and status, he had been unable to take direct action. Qin Feng's appearance undoubtedly aligned with General Zhao's intentions. Directly taking them on would leave the Sakura country with no reason to continue targeting Long Country. The simulated exercise of the Sakura country is not very large in scale. Only a few destroyers and several ordinary fighter jets are present as cover with the sole purpose of provoking the Dragon Country. Qin Feng will not be lenient. This is a rare opportunity for actual combat. The destroyers of the Sakura country are the main combat vessels of the Maritime Self-Defense Force, and also the most numerous type of ship. 2 destroyers are lined up in succession, prominently displayed over the East Donghai Sea. The self-defense artillery and missiles are pointed towards the Dragon Country, quite audacious. Qin Feng looks down on this. Even cruise missiles cannot harm mechas, let alone the missiles from those ordinary destroyers. The radar of the mecha Qin Feng can reach a maximum range of hundreds of kilometers. Inside the cockpit, all ships and aircraft can be seen without any obstruction. The radar of the Sakura country cannot detect the mechas, so they cannot lock onto a target for firing. If they intend to use large-scale missiles for blanket bombardment of the mechas, Qin Feng is not afraid. The shield paired with the mecha is made of countless nanopolymer materials. Qin Feng uses the same manufacturing principles as bulletproof vests, where the shield plates are interconnected rather than fixed. When missiles collide and explode against the shield, most of the force will be absorbed by the cushioning layer. Then the shield plates continuously release electrical currents to counteract the corresponding energy. A small nation is not worth worrying about. General Zhao took out the radar data of the current map and said slowly, "Do not underestimate the naval strength of the pirates. They are not just destroyers leading the way this time." Near an island located 100 nautical miles away, an aircraft carrier battle group is stationed. Among them is the latest Maya-class destroyer, which can even carry anti-satellite missiles. It possesses extremely strong strategic anti-missile and regional air defense capabilities, and even has some anti-satellite capabilities. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said, "What if I sink the 2 destroyers moored near our territorial waters? What about the aircraft carrier battle group attacking then?" General Zhao smiled confidently and said, "As long as they dare to act, let those little devils taste the power of our Dongfeng missiles." Since some time ago, the country has unified the planning of all conventional Dongfeng series missiles to respond to the potential national sovereignty defense war that may occur in the future. No matter how powerful the aircraft carrier battle group of the Little Devils is and how strong their defensive capabilities are, so what? Thousands of Dongfeng missiles will be launched from various bases in the Dragon Country, not giving them a moment's peace. So that's how it is. No wonder when Qin Feng first tested the bulletproof vest, General Li suddenly could not deploy missile weapons. General Li immediately said, "The premise is that you can sink 2 destroyers, haha." General Li thought Qin Feng was just joking. Even the most conventional destroyers cannot be easily sunk. The last time the Japanese fleet was sunk was during World War II. In 1945, the Beautiful Country and the Sakura Country competed for Okinawa Island. Japan deployed a large-scale naval special attack fleet, and this plan was called the Tianhao Operation. Among them were the Yamato battleship, the Yahagi cruiser, and 8 destroyers. The beautiful country dispatched the 5th Fleet to strike against the Sakura Country Fleet. Yamato has a standard displacement of 6,400 tons, a full load displacement of 7,809 tons, a length of 263 meters, a width of 38.9 meters, and 3 triple-mounted 460mm main guns with a maximum range of 40 kilometers and a shell weight of 1,460 kilograms. There are also 4 triple-mounted 155mm guns and 6 twin-mounted 127mm anti-aircraft guns. At that time, there were no warships in the world that could compete with the Yamato in terms of displacement and naval gunfire. Moreover, the Sakura country built this maritime behemoth under absolute secrecy. Its armored protection has a layered and stacked hull considered a super battleship that would never sink. However, after being bombarded in succession by hundreds of planes from the beautiful country along with dozens of torpedo attacks, after an hour and a half of relentless bombardment, the 5 ammunition depots on the Yamato experienced a chain explosion. It ultimately sank beneath the ocean with over 300 little devils now accompanying marine life. The scale and firepower of the attack at that time took immense effort to achieve. Although that was decades ago, today's weaponry and equipment have undergone several upgrades, but the armor and equipment of the vessels are also undergoing modifications. Therefore, General Lee believes that Qin Feng is just a child talking nonsense. Qin Feng does not have a deep understanding of destroyers and aircraft carrier battle groups. However, to achieve the goal of sinking Qin Feng needs to do his homework. He must conduct a comprehensive analysis of all the self-defense weapons and protective armor of the destroyers. In order to be able to sink this destroyer during combat, the robots invented by Qin Feng all carry a super artificial intelligence system. They can analyze a sample's parameters in a very short time and extract all the data. Of course, the closer the sample is, the faster the analysis. To expedite the analysis of the destroyer near the territorial waters, Qin Feng plans to take some risks. The airspace, seabed, and subsoil of the territorial sea all fall under the jurisdiction of the coastal nation. The Dragon Country government stipulated that the width of the territorial sea is 12 nautical miles. The destroyers of the Sakura country are currently less than 20 nautical miles from Qin Feng's position. The mecha radar can easily cover all electronic devices within 100 nautical miles. To conduct a simple test, Qin Feng plans to initially analyze from a position 12 nautical miles from the destroyer near the beach. After bidding farewell to General Zhao and others, Qin Feng arrived at the warehouse. He drove the Obsidian sports car out from the coastal defense base, and most people did not realize what was about to happen. Sitting in the car, Qin Feng was not in a hurry to rush to the beach. Instead, he was studying the relevant parameters of the sports car. After some operations, he found that the mecha in the car form could not fully analyze the sample data. Qin Feng was at a loss. He couldn't just drive onto the beach and transform into a mecha to face detection directly, could he? It is a special time and countless different levels of people are watching by the seaside. Qin Feng cannot expose his position first. For the efficiency of data testing, Qin Feng plans to infiltrate near the destroyer to conduct data analysis and computational simulations. One can only say that skill comes with boldness. However, the mecha's waterproofing is still quite strong and no seawater will seep in. What Qin Feng needs to do now is a simple test to see if the mecha can operate normally under seawater pressure. Arriving at the mountain by the sea, Qin Feng looked around and found no trace of anyone. He entered the mecha cockpit and leaped off the cliff. He plunged straight into the sea. As Qin Feng entered the water, he was swept back and forth by the offshore current. Activate the propulsion device. 2 streams of blue high-temperature flames erupted from the back of the mech, causing a pressure and heat-induced evaporation around the thrusters. A small vacuum was directly formed. With the stabilizing effect of the thrusters, Qin Feng finally steadied his body against the powerful waves. Initially feeling good underwater, Qin Feng could distinctly sense an invisible pressure weighing down on the mech as it descended further. His vision gradually blurred as the altitude from the sea surface increased. By this point, he had submerged to a depth of 1,000 meters, completely shrouded in darkness. Qin Feng felt a ringing in his ears, and breathing became somewhat uncomfortable. At that moment, a voice rang out. Detection indicates the mech is at the seabed and continuing to descend. Should the descent assistance system be activated? Qin Feng was delighted there was such a function. He immediately chose to activate it. As the assistance system started, the mech began to change. The armor's sharp-edged structure contracted at its pointed areas, transforming into a streamlined shape. The air within the cockpit, aided by the air conversion system, became fresher and more comfortable. Qin Feng, who had been feeling stuffy, instantly became invigorated. By now he had descended 2,000 meters. He stopped testing. This data had already met his expectations. Qin Feng, who had been feeling stuffy, instantly became invigorated. By now he had descended 2,000 meters. He stopped testing. This data had already. All weapons and armor underwent brief testing. No issues. Based on the radar's display, Qin Feng headed towards two destroyers. At the seabed, the mech's speed did not diminish, it actually increased. This was due to the influence of the seasonal currents allowing the mech to glide southward. Minutes quickly passed. Qin Feng observed the radar, which indicated he was directly beneath the destroyer. Without a moment's hesitation, the mech's thrusters tilted downwards, beginning to ascend. Thanks to the mech's special surface coating and radar evading devices, the destroyers were utterly oblivious to the presence of something rising beneath them. A glimmer of light gradually appeared before Qin Feng. Looking up, he could already see the shadows of the hulls of the two vessels. He continued to increase the thruster's power to ascend. Duang, Qin Feng collided head-on with the steel plate beneath the destroyer. This should be the location of the destroyer's water tank, right? Qin Feng activated the mech's data analyzer. The mech's data analysis was conducted by retrieving communication device information from the global network and simulating analysis through processor computation. No matter how thick the firewall of the intrusion prevention system, it could not block the mech's access. The mech would first conduct a comprehensive analysis of the destroyer, displaying all parameters in sequence. By infiltrating the global communication network, it downloaded all the confidential data about this destroyer from Sakura country. Then, using the powerful computational ability of the mech, it analyzed its own weapons to calculate the most suitable means of attack. The data analysis simulation lasted nearly an hour, with Qin Feng piloting the mech, keeping the mechanical arm close to the vessel. Analysis report complete. Qin Feng opened the file and began to read in detail. The Akizuka-class general-purpose destroyer has basic parameters with a length of 150, 5 meters, a beam of 18, 3 meters, and a draft of 5 meters. The hull steel plate thickness is 50 millimeters. The ammunition depot is located on the first layer to the left above the water tank, and the power layer is on the second layer to the left above the water tank. Standard displacement is 5,000 tons. Full load displacement is 6,800 tons. The power system consists of 4 SM-1C gas turbines with a maximum speed of 30 knots and a range of 600 nautical miles at 20 knots. Main weapons include 145 Malawian Quachas Mod 4 127mm stealth naval gun 4 8-cell, 41 Malawian Quachas vertical launch systems, 2 triple-tube 324mm torpedo launchers, 2 quadruple 90 type anti-ship missile launchers, 2 15 Malawian Quachas Block 1B phalanx Closian weapon systems, and 1 to 2 SH-60K anti-submarine helicopters. Weapon distribution. A mountain of data left Qin Feng with a headache. Just tell me how to sink it. The destroyer's ammunition depot is located above the water tank, and the destroyer is currently moored nearby with a deep draft. You can destroy it by firing multiple shots at the ammunition depot, breaking through the outer layer of protective armor. Until all the ammunition is exposed to the seawater, use a high-powered sniper rifle for the final detonation. This is the optimal solution. Qin Feng stroked his chin, pondering carefully. The method was indeed good, but what if the armor wasn't penetrated? Such a huge commotion would not require radar detection. He would be directly exposed to surveillance. What if they used torpedoes to indiscriminately bombard me? Is your method safe? The operator is joking. As an intelligent assistant, how could I teach you dangerous operations? These results are all derived from top-tier computational simulations. If you are worried about safety, I am even more worried. Qin Feng thought about it. After all the parameters were compiled by the mech's assistant. I'll take your word for it. Since the destroyer has a deep draft, the entire ammunition depot is underwater. There's no need to surface for operations. This is also the assistant's fault. Qin Feng stowed away the data analyzer and retreated to a distance of 100 meters. He took down the laser Gatling and aimed it at the location of the ammunition depot. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a dense barrage of laser bullets toward the destroyer's outer armor. The moment they made contact, a series of tiny explosions erupted. Alarms blared on the ship, and the crew could distinctly feel the entire destroyer shaking. Within seconds, the outer shell armor was breached by the Gatling. Countless seawater surged in, and seizing this opportunity, he took out the sniper rifle. The mech retreated another 500 meters, adjusting the sniper rifle's power to maximum. A deep blue laser beam erupted forth, striking the missiles in the ammunition depot, in an instant triggering a chain reaction of explosions. In less than half an hour, this sizable vessel would suffer catastrophic damage, leading to a fractured hull. Ultimately, it would sink into the Dongdong Sea at the edge of Long Country's territorial waters. For the other destroyer nearby, Qin Feng replicated the same method. This spectacular display of fireworks was witnessed by everyone in the Coastal Defense Department, as well as Sakura country. The aircraft carrier battle group, not far away, had yet to detect the corresponding attack method when they witnessed the two destroyers being hit. The hull continued to erupt in explosions and fractures. As for how the surviving crew members saved themselves, that is not Qin Feng's concern. Since they are about to enter the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom, they must be prepared for sacrifice. Long before detonating the ammunition depots of the two ships, Qin Feng had already slipped back to the shore. It seemed he noticed that the escort helicopters of the ships had caught a glimpse of his trail. He set the radar detection system to maximum power, covering a radius of several dozen miles centered on them. The special coating on the mech's surface also played its role, changing color to match the surrounding fish and releasing pheromones of large fish. Moreover, the mecha piloted by Qin Feng was submerged about 100 meters beneath the surface, making it impossible to discern its exact appearance with the naked eye. Thus, Qin Feng stealthily maneuvered back in the original direction. The small helicopter did manage to spot Qin Feng's mecha through the sea mirror, but due to the blurriness, they could only see a dark shadow. Near the destroyer, radar detection yielded no results. Activating the biological detection device, it played right into Qin Feng's hands. They assumed it was a shark or a large fish passing by, completely failing to connect it with the exploding ships. Qin Feng stealthily flew up from the earlier cliff. As the mecha landed on the ground, it transformed back into a car shape and returned to the warehouse along the original path. Upon entering the original coastal defense base, Qin Feng discovered that the general and others had disappeared. He waited in the office until after 8 p.m. when they finally returned. From their faces, it was evident that they were particularly pleased. Upon seeing Qin Feng, General Zhao praised him, saying, "Oh, I thought you were joking. I didn't expect you really sank those two destroyers. History has repeated itself, ha." After Qin Feng sank the ships at noon, various international meetings were convened. This included high-level personnel from both the Dragon Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. At the conference, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom vehemently smeared the Dragon Kingdom for deploying nuclear submarines and committing inhumane slaughter against its troops. The two destroyers, with more than 7,000 officers combined, now had fewer than 2,000 survivors. The rest either died in the explosion or drowned while jumping into the sea. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom strongly accused the Dragon Kingdom, demanding the revocation of its permanent membership status and compensation for all economic losses and mental damages related to the destroyers. This move by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom disgusted many leaders present. After the entire incident, various nations deployed helicopters and boats to assist the survivors. A large number of researchers were also dispatched to survey and analyze data from the explosion site. No traces of weapons from the Dragon Kingdom were found, let alone evidence of a nuclear submarine strike. This was nothing but a unilateral slander against the Dragon Kingdom, utterly shameful. The relevant leaders of the Dragon Kingdom expressed deep disgust and insisted that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom apologize for this. Under pressure from the situation and the facts, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom dared not continue its arrogance and had no choice but to apologize to the Dragon Kingdom. After listening to the recounting, Qin Feng simply said 2 words deserved it. Provoking the territorial sovereignty of the Dragon Kingdom is intolerable. General Zhao was also very pleased today, feeling proud of Qin Feng's actions. Today's youth have a very strong sense of patriotism. General Li also showed a hint of a smile, saying, "Qin Feng, you have made a great contribution this time. I haven't seen the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's high-ranking officials look so defeated at an international conference in a long time." General Zhao echoed. "Indeed, it is right to face such punishment for provoking our national sovereignty. Such achievements deserve a high-level commendation for you. However, for your safety and confidentiality, we shall celebrate internally in a different manner." Qin Feng generously replied, "What I seek is not the reward, but simply to contribute to the country." General Zhao patted Qin Feng's shoulder, saying, "You are indeed a passionate son of the Dragon Kingdom." In the evening, General Zhao hosted everyone for dinner at his home, which should count as the highest treat. It was both to celebrate Qin Feng's military achievement and to catch up with his old class monitor, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The family banquet continued late into the night, and everyone drank until they were quite inebriated. After spending a week by the coast, Qin Feng and General Li bid farewell to General Zhao and returned to school. Qin Feng now had higher demands for the machine tool. Relying solely on Jax for design practice was too troublesome. He decided to research how to transform the machine tool into an intelligent product. The machine tool must possess a corresponding level of intelligence and cannot be too basic. It should not be like those second-rate intelligent customer service tools that merely repeat preset text. What Qin Feng needed was a new era of artificial intelligence capable of independent and autonomous product design and research. When Qin Feng proposed a requirement and placed all the materials onto the processing table, the machine tool should be able to produce the relevant equipment as needed. After considering it, he thought it would be better to dismantle the core AI system of Jax and install it onto the machine tool. Wouldn't that perfectly solve all the problems? It would also reduce the factory space usage, making the machine tool operation appear much simpler. With the help of the machine tool, he dismantled all of Jax's core modules and replaced the machine tool's control panel. From then on, the machine tool no longer had the function of a control panel. Instead, it was replaced by an electronic screen. Qin Feng could directly converse with the machine tool through this screen and assign relevant work tasks. In fact, Jax's functions had always been in an overflow state, with most of its tasks being that of a caretaker. The times it helped Qin Feng with machine tool processing were actually quite rare. Only when the two were combined could the efficiency of the technology-enhanced product be maximized. Jax was not completely gone. All the robot programs merged and became the machine tool. Within the original body of Jax, the super-intelligent Jax evolved into a machine tool and would implant relevant programs, allowing the robots to be revived and continue their daily duties as caretakers and bodyguards. Moreover, the efficiency would not be greatly discounted. Instead, it would become even more perfect. This was all thanks to Qin Feng's unintentional act, which inadvertently prompted Jax to undergo a system upgrade. Since the machine tool had become super intelligent, it had to operate at full power to showcase its capabilities. However, what he didn't expect was that Jax could not command all the tools of the robots and machine tools. Qin Feng slapped his forehead, realizing he forgot an important piece of equipment: the server. Generally speaking, the more powerful the computing machine, the larger the server it requires. In the past, Jax was merely a caretaker robot, so the server fitted inside its body was sufficient. But now it was time for an upgrade. The small server beneath the machine tool's electronic screen could not meet the needs at all. A server, a common data storage device, can easily be purchased online. Qin Feng does not need a highly sophisticated server, just an ordinary type used by companies will suffice. He needs to buy several units, and the rest can be handed over to Jax for modification and upgrades. Qin Feng bought a stack of large servers worth several million, occupying an area as large as 2 rooms. With so many servers, after Jax's in-depth modifications, they should be able to store vast amounts of data and possess computational power that surpasses that of ordinary companies in the country. Thanks to Jax's modifications and installations, the machine tools have finally achieved complete intelligence. Through Qin Feng's authorization, they can search and download relevant simulation kits from the internet, enhancing their simulation capabilities. Upon receiving the model design task and adjusting the parameters, the computational power can be activated for data simulation and analysis. The most crucial device Qin Feng needs to invent now is the lithography machine. However, the lithography machine demands higher technical standards and requires more technological boosts, which are not needed at the moment. After some contemplation, Qin Feng decided to first modify the new concept mechs heavy weapon, the laser sniper rifle. This sniper rifle indeed possesses great power, but it seems somewhat inconsistent with its name. What Qin Feng needs is a weapon that is precise in positioning and clear in its functions. Although this heavy laser sniper rifle is categorized as a sniper rifle, the emitted light beam is rather thick, isn't it? Qin Feng knows it is a sniper rifle, but those unaware might mistake it for a large laser cannon. If it is called a laser cannon, the explosive damage is not ideal and does not reach the exaggerated levels seen in science fiction blockbusters. The modification plan aims to transform the sniper rifle into 2 different weapon types. One mode is the ordinary sniper rifle mode, which naturally fires laser beams the size of sniper bullets. This approach not only reduces the need for precise energy control, but also allows for strikes on targets at greater distances. The other mode is an upgraded sniper cannon mode capable of firing high-intensity compressed laser projectiles. It can deliver area effect strikes on large-scale targets. Moreover, when the laser cannon makes contact with a target, it will trigger splash damage. After this modification, the mech can accomplish its missions with even greater precision in future battles. Jax, with the unexpectedly fast upgrade system, designed the weapon model in just half an hour. He also casually crafted a mini version of the sniper rifle, though it lacks any lethality. The mech removed the shoulder strap and placed it on the processing table. Jax then began the multifaceted forging of this heavy sniper rifle. The most crucial aspect of this modification is the internal firing structure. The grenade launchers used by ordinary soldiers fire bullets and grenades from different barrels. However, the modified sniper rifle by Jax fires both laser bullets and laser cannons from a single barrel. This requires a high level of technical proficiency, but fortunately the machine tool's precision is 0.0001 mm. Such intricate work is indeed a match made in heaven. With Jax's computational support, the optimal structure for this type of gunpowder was successfully created. Give it a try. After receiving authorization from Qin Feng, the mech assistant held the heavy sniper rifle in its mechanical arm. The weapon mode was adjusted to the laser cannon type. The length of this sniper rifle began to shrink dramatically. The previously 2-meter-long barrel was now shortened to less than half a meter. However, the diameter increased significantly, and it should now be referred to as a cannon barrel. What Qin Feng did not expect was that the mech began charging the laser cannon. In the midst of Qin Feng's astonished gaze, the laser cannon was fired straight into the sky. The laser cannon, as thick as a barrel, detonated the moment it exited the barrel, causing an explosion on the factory roof. Boom! The top of the factory was blown apart, and countless steel fragments rained down. They crashed onto the ground, shattering Qin Feng's bed, refrigerator, and all his daily necessities. At that moment, the air in the factory became murky and chaotic. In the critical moment, all the mechs and robots activated the most important protective principle in their systems. The Jax robots formed a semi-spherical steel wall, completely shielding Qin Feng beneath it. The mech also adopted a semi-crouching position to block most of the steel bars. After a series of commotion, the factory finally came to a stop. The mech and robots reverted to their original forms. Qin Feng looked at the ruins of the factory, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. It seems this is not the mech's fault, but rather due to his lack of caution in his words. Currently, aside from the mechs and robots, only the airport remains intact. Everything else has been smashed beyond recognition by the steel bars, turning into scrap. Qin Feng just wants to step outside for some fresh air. Kicking open the door, Qin Feng was met with an even more astonishing scene. How could the nearby factories have collapsed? Did the laser cannon explode above the factory and the residual energy affect the other factories? At this moment, Qin Feng was overwhelmed with confusion, wondering what on earth had happened. Testing the power of a new invention resulted in demolishing his own factory. He simply lay flat on the ground. With his hands open and eyes closed, he began to contemplate. Unexpectedly, Ding Qian rushed over in a panic. Upon seeing Qin Feng lying there, he became even more anxious. Seeing the young man covered in dirt lying still, did he get knocked out by the explosion? Ding Qian, an elderly man over 70, was now running at full speed toward him. In his deep contemplation, Qin Feng did not notice anything unusual. It was not until someone forcefully pinched his philtrum that he was jolted awake. He suddenly raised his head and collided with Ding Qian. Upon seeing Qin Feng awaken, Ding Qian was immensely relieved. "You scare me to death. It's a good thing you're alive." Qin Feng wiped the dust from his face with his sleeve and replied, "I was fine all along." "Then why were you lying there so stiffly? I thought something happened to you." Qin Feng smiled foolishly and said, "Just a bit tired, mentally exhausted." Ding Qian pointed at the ruins and inquired about what had happened. Was it a major explosion caused by an experimental failure? Qin Feng wanted to explain, but it seemed like it indeed was an experimental failure. So he nodded blankly. Ding Qian warned, "When conducting experiments, always prioritize safety. You do not hastily pursue speed for the sake of efficiency. You must ensure your own safety. Do you understand?" Ding Qian's concern for Qin Feng was meticulous to the extreme. He was just like the old village chief, asking about everything twice. During this winter vacation, Qin Feng must return to the village to visit everyone. After all, he grew up eating the food from many families. "Then where will you stay?" Ding Qian's question struck a chord with Qin Feng. Initially, if only one factory had been reduced to rubble, it would have been manageable. There were over a dozen identical factories nearby. A simple cleanup of the tools would allow one to move in with just a bag, swift and convenient. But now the entire factory complex had been affected, all buildings rendered unsafe. There was no way to stay there. Clearing everything would take several days, and time was of the essence. I think I still have a tech park. Haven't checked on its progress for half a month. Wonder how it's coming along." Ding Qian was taken aback. Could this kid have been hit on the head by a steel beam? Why was he talking nonsense? The mecha transformed into a sports car, and Qin Feng quickly opened the door, saying, "Ding Qian, let's go take a look." Upon arrival, Qin Feng's gaze was captivated by a towering skyscraper. How in the world had it progressed so rapidly? The project's lead, also the captain of the Lonka Institute's infrastructure team, was equally astonished. Seeing the dean bring the investor, he was particularly surprised. No wonder this kid had managed to snatch this land from the military. It was because of his connection with the dean. The lead began guiding the two on a site tour. "These are helmets, don't forget to wear them." The building before them had a floor area of 1/8 square meters, spanning 57 stories. Standing over 200 meters tall, it could accommodate 400 workers and house 800 residents. Support facilities included a shopping center and a kindergarten. Such a skyscraper had taken only 19 days from groundbreaking to completion. Excluding rainy and snowy days, the actual construction time was merely 12 days. Of course, the building method was unique, employing a block stacking approach. All materials were prefabricated in advance, and the manpower deployed during construction was immense. Over 1,000 workers were divided into day and night shifts. Even more astonishing was the building's robust quality, reportedly capable of withstanding a magnitude 9 earthquake. Qin Feng was thoroughly satisfied. This meant he could move in immediately. Without lingering further, upon receiving confirmation of occupancy, Qin Feng directly contacted Jax remotely. He ordered all robots to mobilize and transport the machine tools to the target location. Truly worthy of being called infrastructure maniacs. This speed is awe-inspiring. Haha, flattery, flattery. The lead's face clearly showed pride, efficiency, and quality were there unwavering. After waiting several dozen minutes, the robots had moved all equipment to the construction site's main gate. Just as a robot approached to push the door open, it was stopped by a security guard. "What is this thing? Take off that special outfit. Also show me your pass, or you are not allowed inside the construction." The guard had no idea what a robot was. All he knew was that outsiders needed a pass to enter the site. Qin Feng received the robot's message and instructed them not to act rashly or harm the guard's safety. He would be there immediately. Qin Feng interrupted the lead, who was enthusiastically detailing the team's technology. "There's an urgent matter. Come with me to the site entrance." One of the two was speaking animatedly, the other listening in fascination. Interrupted, the technical lead felt a twinge of displeasure, but didn't show it in front of them. After all, the one interrupting was not only the nation's youngest top inventor, but also the site's financier. With the project lead's intervention, the security guard finally opened the gate. The moment he saw the robots and the mecha, the lead was stunned. He even suspected they were humans disguised in but based on his years of experience, these mechanical constructs were undoubtedly top-tier machinery. He simply couldn't believe his eyes and was reluctant to admit it. Qin Feng stood at the forefront, pointing at the skyscraper and commanding, "Move all equipment into that building. No bumps or scrapes. And remember, don't harm any workers." The machine tools and mecha responded in unison, "Received." The lead was utterly astounded by the scene. High-tonnage transport robots, simple and efficient communication, smooth mechanical operation. These were the mechanical equipment that any construction lead dreamed of. At that moment, he was mesmerized by the robots staring at them until they disappeared around a corner before snapping back to reality. Qin Feng had seen this expression on too many people. The lead, looking at the calm and composed pair, couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Qin Feng, what are these intelligent transport devices?" Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Nanny robots. What mechanical transport devices?" The lead was stunned by the statement. Today was truly an eye-opener. Turning his gaze to Dean Xian and seeing him nod, he realized this man's identity was anything but ordinary. So he sidled up to Qin Feng, grinning. "Boss, where do you usually contract land? What kind of development business do you do? If there's a next time, could we collaborate? Can I use those robotic transport devices?" Qin Feng asked in confusion. "Didn't Professor Huang clarify my identity? I'm just a student at this school, not a land developer." This time it was the lead's turn to be dumbfounded. Were university students these days this terrifying? Investing in a tech park worth tens of billions on a whim. Was he joking? Qin Feng didn't bother to respond further, but strode quickly toward the skyscraper. Given its size, this building was clearly not his most important research facility. But for now, it was sufficient for living and inventing. After placing all the machine tools in the empty first-floor lobby and purchasing some daily necessities, Qin Feng decided to live there directly. To enhance the AI's comprehension and computational power, he planned to upgrade the robot's core chips. A chip, also known as an integrated circuit, is essentially a miniaturized and micro-miniaturized circuit. Using specific processes, it integrates transistors, resistors, capacitors, inductors, and other components along with their interconnections into a single package. The chip is the heart, brain, and core of electronic devices, an indispensable component. A problem then arose: manufacturing chips requires extensive equipment. Among this equipment, the most challenging to achieve was the lithography machine. The lithography machine is essential for chip production. It employs a technology similar to photo printing, using light exposure to transfer fine patterns from a mask onto a silicon wafer, hence also called a mask aligner exposure system. Qin Feng turned and asked, "Dean Qian, what level of precision has our nation's lithography machines currently achieved?" Director Qian furrowed his brows, asking, "Why are you suddenly interested in lithography machines?" Qian expressed his confusion. "If you want chips, I can arrange for the best technology at Lonka Institute." Qin Feng shook his head. "The current chip technology is somewhat subpar. It cannot meet my expectations. The best chip research center in Longhua has evolved from the Huawei Integrated Circuit Design Center into high silicon semiconductor. Electronic devices equipped with their chips are incredibly high-end and user-friendly, providing an exceptional experience." Is this level still not sufficient for Qin Feng's expectations? He's even considering developing a lithography machine himself and manufacturing chips. That's simply a fantasy. Currently, lithography machines are in a monopoly position, tightly controlled by Helen. For Longhua, our technological development started late, and our economy has only been growing for a little over a decade. Our industrial foundation is relatively weak, let alone chip technology. Especially the components required for lithography machines, each one surpasses the current technology available in China. Even the current superpower, the beautiful country, needs to collaborate with other nations to manufacture a lithography machine. Longhua, having been subject to technological blockades from the beautiful Western countries, finds it increasingly difficult to develop lithography machines. It is expected that our country's first domestically produced immersion lithography machine with a 28-nanometer process will be invented in the near future. Qin Feng felt a pang of disappointment. What I want to know is what precision can be achieved right now. Director Qin awkwardly stated, the lithography machine produced in our country has a minimum precision of only 90 nanometers. However, compared to the EUV lithography machines from Heelan's ASML, which can achieve a maximum process of 5 nanometers. Qin Feng sighed, this gap is quite large. Isn't it obvious? Lithography machines are products that integrate top technologies from mathematics, optics, fluid mechanics, polymer physics, and chemistry, surface physics, and chemistry, precision instruments, machinery, automation, software, and image recognition. In the near future, Longwo will surely narrow this gap and even surpass others. Precision is the most crucial parameter for lithography machines. For example, a circular wafer with a diameter of 300 nanometers can produce 210 chips using a 10-nanometer process. However, if a 16-nanometer process is used, it would only yield 100 chips, which is half the number. Thus, precision is everything. Qin Feng waved his hand saying, Director Qin, don't paint me a rosy picture. Just hand over the existing lithography machine technology to me, and I will improve its precision. Oh, don't joke around. Director Qin believed he understood lithography machines better than Qin Feng. Lithography machine technology is not something a single person can study, nor can it be easily developed by one country. It requires the collaboration of all technologically advanced countries after countless research and experiments to achieve preliminary manufacturing. Currently, Longwo's rapid rise has led many countries to refuse cooperation in development, fearing that Longwo will surpass them and trample them underfoot. Qin Feng frowned, asking, Director Qin, do you not believe in me either? Director Qin suddenly realized that Qin Feng is no ordinary person. From their initial meeting in Qianlong village to now, he has witnessed countless inventions and creations by Qin Feng. It seems that every invention has an exceptionally fine precision. Not to mention that machine tool with a precision of 0.0001 is the best proof. If Qin Feng really manufactures a lithography machine, even if it is only an improvement on the existing foundation, it would be a remarkable achievement. If he manages to produce an 80-nanometer lithography machine, this time, what about the next? 70 nanometers, 60 nanometers, 50 nanometers. Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Such progress could quickly catch up with the world standards. The more Director Qin thought about it, the more excited he became, even feeling that they could become a leading country in lithography machine manufacturing at this moment. I will mobilize the relevant technical personnel and the necessary technical equipment right away. It is expected that everything will be in place by tomorrow. Qin Feng stated, these are not that important. The most crucial thing is all the technical blueprints and reference data for the lithography machine. I will arrange everything properly, so you can rest assured. After Director Qin left, Qin Feng began the mass production of the machine tools. Qin Feng knew that manufacturing lithography machines requires a vast array of equipment, enough to occupy half a building. Moreover, modifying them one by one on the machine tools would be too slow. He planned to create 10 machine tools of the same precision, placing them on different floors. He awaited Director Qin to bring the USB drives filled with data for Jakes to absorb and simulate computing power. Not only should 10 machine tools be built, but a batch of robots for transporting materials must also be created. Each machine tool would be assigned 5 robots for handling and installation of the finished products. More servers must be purchased. Although there are 10 additional machines, it does not mean that Jacks endowed with intelligence will emerge as a result. The advanced Jacks underwent a system fusion upgrade due to operational errors. The machines replicating the same precision were manipulated by the first machine's Jacks. This creates immense compounded pressure on the server stack. 3 days slipped by in an instant, during which Dean Qian sent a large amount of raw materials and relevant personnel. The USB drives were transported directly on trucks. For data that occupies substantial memory, the efficiency of physical transport is significantly faster than network transmission. All technical personnel and equipment in this half of the building now belong to your team. Don't let me down. With Dean Qian's departure, it remains uncertain when he will return. Dean Qian understands well the difficulties in developing a lithography machine. If any materials are lacking, he will purchase them directly from the supply and marketing cooperative and deliver them promptly to Qin Feng's experimental site. After 2 months of planning and design, Qin Feng successfully crafted a complete set of lithography machine materials. During these 2 months, he worked tirelessly day and night. All data for the lithography machine was entered into Jack's server, and it took a month to design the entire new lithography machine. In the remaining half-month, the machines were engaged in manufacturing tasks. From the 1st to the 10th floor, he tirelessly checked the progress of the machinery every day. He had to keep a constant watch to prevent any bumps and scrapes during the equipment transport. Thousands of devices along with countless related parts were all indispensable. Even if a single screw went missing, Qin Feng would dig deep to find it. If during operation a device was missing a screw, it could cause operational deviations. The entire set of lithography machines' operational data would need to be recalculated and restarted. This workload was immense, allowing for no mistakes. Over the 2 months, Qin Feng accumulated a total of 8 technological enhancements. Since the completed lithography machines were placed on the top few floors, the staff had never seen the complete form of the lithography machine. The new lithography machine, crafted from high-precision machines, achieved a testing precision of 30 nanometers. This has surpassed most countries globally. After all, this is a project completely independently accomplished by Longhua. Due to the high confidentiality of this research project, Dean Qian also exerted his professional capabilities. All ongoing construction projects in this technological park were forcibly halted. Researchers in basic construction at Longhua Institute also hurried back to Longhua Institute to engage in their routine scientific work. The surrounding 1,000 acres of land were all surrounded by an electric fence, a guard with a gun every 5 meters, and a guard booth every 30 meters. This is no joke. General Li, upon learning that Qin Feng was undertaking a national-level scientific task, urgently dispatched some soldiers and armed tanks. Under the pretext of a drill, they camped within a kilometer. This shows how much emphasis the entire Longhua places on this scientific task. At midnight, all staff returned to the nearby employee quarters to rest. Qin Feng went alone to the top floor. The lithography machine's precision has been amplified 100-fold. As a red light enveloped the area, the entire building radiated an astonishing brilliance. The internal structure of the lithography machine was upgraded again, appearing even more exquisite and mysterious. At this point, the lithography machine's precision had reached 0.3 nanometers. This has already outperformed the Qin 5-nanometer lithography machine, marking a leading technology globally. All remaining 7 technological enhancements were devoted to the lithography machine. Adaptive control systems, photoresist technology, optical imaging systems, multi-layer mirror technologies, and more. With these 7 technological enhancements, the lithography machine's final product reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Whether in precision, system stability and efficiency, or the speed and safety of chip manufacturing. Looking globally, this represents an unprecedented scientific advancement. Upon completing the final technological enhancement, Qin Feng found a room to rest. He was extremely exhausted. He could not afford to be careless in these 2 months. He slept straight until the afternoon of the next day. The first thing he did upon waking was to notify Dean Qian to come and inspect the results. Dean Qian was astonished by this progress. In just 2 months, the lithography machine went from non-existence to existence. Globally, which country possesses such technology and guts to independently develop lithography machines? What is the precision achieved? 0.3 nanometers. How cheeky. Captain Qin is just joking. What materials are still needed? I will help you sort it out. Qin Feng solemnly reiterated. The 0.3 nanometer lithography machine has been completed. Please bring people over for inspection. Dean Qian trembled as he said, Really? Really? Is it truly? Is it 0.3 nanometers? Yes, you heard correctly. It is not 30 nanometers nor 3 nanometers, but 0.3 nanometers. Precision to 1 decimal place. Dean Qian immediately hung up the phone, urgently notifying personnel from other departments, and applied upwards for the highest specification of armed protection. Dean Qian deeply realized what a significant moment this was. The manufacture of the 0.3 nanometer lithography machine signifies that Longhua's chip technology will break through the technological blockade led by Meghua that has lasted for decades. Longhua can not only vigorously pursue scientific research in high-tech fields, but can even reverse engineer to produce a batch of top-tier equipment for targeted restrictions, specifically to stifle the technological development of these developed countries. As the saying goes, fortune shifts. Under Dean Qian's notification, academicians and professors from various fields were summoned together. However, the purpose of this journey was not disclosed to them. Dean Qian did not plan to reveal the precision until they witnessed the completed lithography machine with their own eyes. This news is so astonishing that no researchers would believe it if shared. The scale of academicians and professors assembled this time was unprecedented in Longhua. The technological aspects involved in the lithography machine extend far beyond just chips. It mainly encompasses optics, mechanical processing, electronic circuits, chemistry, microelectronics, optoelectronic information, and more. The personnel called for this gathering were all elite. Each person is a leading figure in their respective fields, a legendary presence. Moreover, this task is quite urgent, and a significant number of academicians and professors have yet to be notified. However, hundreds have already gathered, each a titan in their own right. The central government places great importance on this large-scale expert visit. As the professors from the Longhua Institute set off, the military also took action to escort the experts. Leading the convoy were motorcycle units, dozens of them moving forward in perfect formation. On both sides of the convoy were fully armored vehicles with dozens of armed helicopters circling overhead. In the middle, enveloped by these forces, was the bus carrying the researchers from the Lonka Institute. The entire convoy was advancing grandly towards the Kyoto University of Science and Technology. From a great distance, the sound of the helicopter blades could be heard. At the rear of the convoy were several military trucks filled with fully armed soldiers. Moreover, live ammunition was being used this time, with all types of equipment included. The Central Command issued orders to ensure the safety of these scientists. To any country, scientists are invaluable treasures that are hard to come by. This relates to the living standards of every country and society, as well as the people's pride and sense of identity towards their nation. In the last century, due to extremely low living standards, domestically most researchers chose to develop their careers abroad. Once they left, it became a lifetime commitment. The generous treatment and salaries offered abroad made it impossible for the majority to refuse. This situation will gradually diminish with the improvement of living conditions and scientific development in Longwa. In certain fields, foreign entities are required to seek permission from Longwa to purchase relevant equipment and technology patents. This visit involves nearly 100 participating scientists. Its importance to Longwa is self-evident. Should any mishap occur, most industries in the entire nation would suffer a tremendous blow. It could even lead to a state of perpetual stagnation. Because in a certain field, only this scientist might be able to complete the corresponding task supporting an entire branch of the industry. Not only were hundreds of special forces assigned for the escort, but there were also dozens of military armored vehicles and armed helicopters. Along the route on the map for this operation, every local government's armed police force was to assist in ensuring safety. There could be no mistakes allowed. The nearest military unit to the building where Qin Feng was located was General Li's station base. Before the convoy set off, General Li had already received a notification from his superiors. All unidentified individuals near the building were to be controlled regardless of their intentions. Since General Li stepped back from frontline service, he has been placed into retirement by the higher-ups. Fortunately, the Kyoto University of Science and Technology has a large campus, making it a suitable place for their arrangement. Not only can it protect these future treasures of Longwa, but it also provides a quiet environment for recuperation. During the 2.5 years General Li has been stationed here, the Central Command has hardly issued any orders to him. General Li appeared indifferent to this, as everyone grows old eventually. There are younger and more talented individuals to fight on the front lines. Unexpectedly, due to the matter concerning Qin Feng, General Li once again exhibited his former leadership qualities. He meticulously planned the entire 1,000 acres of the science park. To prevent any frenzied retaliation from enemy agents, General Li arranged protective measures very thoroughly. Inside the science park, hundreds of soldiers conducted uninterrupted armed patrols 24 hours a day. 1 kilometer outside the park, deployments were made in the 4 cardinal directions. 2,000 personnel were stationed in batches. Near the building where Qin Feng was located, armed helicopters were deployed for real-time protection. They left no opportunity for enemy spies to infiltrate. General Li understood this was merely part of security work, yet he showed no signs of slackening. The secrets that received extraordinary attention from the Central Command must be crucial for China's development. At this moment, Qin Feng also heard the sound of helicopter blades. Since he was currently residing on the top floor, he easily reached the balcony. He immediately saw the armed helicopters nearby and the densely packed patrol soldiers within the park. Qin Feng was suddenly puzzled. Why does this resemble the telecom fraud park? At this moment, the staff members on several floors below seemed to have also noticed something unusual. They all opened their windows to look outside, witnessing a scene that left them astonished. A sense of inexplicable fear gripped everyone. Could it be that terrorists had taken over this park? Some people could no longer hold back. They began to cause a commotion inside the building, clamoring to call the police. However, their actions proved futile. As early as 2 months ago, during the experimental research of the photolithography machine in this building, Qin Feng and Ding Xian had already made relevant confidentiality preparations. All signals were blocked, and the power supply connected to other buildings was also cut off. Ding Xian procured the relevant power engines for the building and completely dismantled all simple alarm devices within. After all, this also served as a signal source. This originally ordinary building had transformed into a research stronghold. Only Qin Feng guessed that this must be the notification Ding Xian made upon receiving the news. Staying on the balcony was not a viable solution. Qin Feng could clearly sense that the staff downstairs were causing a ruckus. Even standing on the top floor, he slightly felt the vibrations. Qin Feng shook his head aside and went downstairs to calm the staff. Everyone quiet down. This is part of Ding Xian's protective measures for the park. Upon hearing the words of Qin Feng, the general supervisor, the crowd gradually calmed down. Before coming to this building, they had all been personnel from the Lonka Institute's Photolithography Research Institute. Through Dean Qian's arrangements, their general supervisor had been changed to Qin Feng, and all their working equipment and data were moved to this building. Moreover, among their internal gossip, it was believed that Dean Qian and Qin Feng shared an unusual relationship. Since the general supervisor said, so it surely must be fine. As the convoy continued to advance, it was seen by many passers-by who took photos and posted them online. With so much armed force, are they going to strike at terrorists? Are you foolish? This scale is clearly for escorting important leaders. I think so too. Those buses in the middle all have military licenses. Netizens were fiercely debating this, and the topic was gaining traction. The cybersecurity police also received notifications pressuring all platforms. They limited and deleted similar photos and related topics, ensuring that the heat was suppressed. The platform's relevant operators were very sensitive to political matters. The trending topics were suppressed rapidly. Through big data searches and analysis, a large number of related discussions were directly erased. Some were even untraceable in historical records a moment after being posted. Such a scale of expert visits certainly could not be reported by the media. If the enemy were to learn of this and carry out a terrorist attack, it would result in extremely severe consequences. At this moment, Qin Feng was sitting in his office waiting for everyone to arrive. After much effort, everyone finally arrived at the outskirts of the technology park, where General Li's scouts coordinated with the Central Special Forces. After passing security checks and confirming their identities, everyone was allowed through. The entire convoy stopped at that building, and all the soldiers jumped out of the armored vehicles, guiding the professors safely into the research building. Seeing Qin Feng, Dean Qian couldn't help but ask, is it really 0.3 nanometers precision? The professors behind him were also confused, wondering what this research secret was. Such precision can actually be achieved. Under the expectant gaze of Dean Qian, Qin Feng confidently replied, yes, 0.3 nanometers. After testing, there was no deviation whatsoever. Since they had reached their destination, Dean Qian no longer concealed anything. Turning to all the professors, he said, this building began its development on the lithography machine 2 months. The current research progress has already been completed. What? Old Qian, you can't be kidding us, right? Can a lithography machine be produced in just 2 months? Based on your previous conversation, does 0.3 nanometers refer to the lithography machine's precision? Dean Qian nodded. The professors behind him felt incredulous and raised doubts about this. Currently, the most precise lithography machine in the world is only 5 nanometers, and it was jointly manufactured by technicians from multiple countries. Where did you get the design blueprints and parameters? How can you produce a lithography machine with 0.3 nanometers precision? Qin Feng chuckled. Isn't there technology from the Lonka Institute's lithography machine? I can just refer to it and create it. At that moment, an old man among the staff in the building walked out and greeted the few people in front. Hey, old buddies, how have you been in the past 2 months? The professor, who had raised doubts, squinted his eyes, then widened them in shock. Old son, what are you doing here? The person referred to as Old Son was the former head of the Lithography Machine Research Institute at the Lonka Institute. He had come here to work on related tasks when Qin Feng took over as the new head. Old Son's Research Institute was the main research team for lithography machine technology. The other professors were merely part of the subsidiary series. Since you, Old Son, are here, is the precision of the lithography machine real or not? Old Son shook his head, indicating that he was also unaware. I am not qualified to participate in such advanced technology. The main components and upgrade tasks of the lithography machine were completed entirely by Qin Feng. We are merely providing support for data calculations. The professors were shocked. You are the head of the Lithography Machine Technology Research Institute. How can you not even have the right to lend a hand? Is this young man named Qin Feng really that capable? Dean Qian had to step in to explain, as he was eager to see the lithography machine. Pointing at Qin Feng, he said to everyone, Qin Feng, the youngest genius inventor in the Dragon Nation. The first research results for giant agricultural products. The super-intelligent all-purpose robot for which he sold the patent. The portable laser weapon can produce nearly 5,000 degrees Celsius. The modified Type 54 pistol under his hands saw an increase in attributes by more than 10 times. The bulletproof vest he developed can hardly be penetrated by firearms. The machine tool, with a precision of 0.0001 he created, is directly 10 times more precise than the world's top machine tools. The exoskeleton armor is impervious to even the most powerful Barrett bullets. Most of these technical blueprints and patents have been provided free of charge to the Lonka Institute for related research. Does such a talent need to be questioned? Everyone present looked incredulous. Such great achievements at such a young age. To say he is the #1 in the Dragon Nation is not an exaggeration. One of the professors behind stepped up, slightly anxious, to ask, can we see the finished product? Qin Feng smiled lightly. Of course. Under Qin Feng's guidance, only a few dozen professors followed him and entered the upper floors of the building. These 10 professors were among the foremost pioneers in the field of lithography machine technology. The finished lithography machine took up a significant amount of space, filling several floors of the top level. The professors glanced briefly and understood the rarity of this technology. Since the lithography machine was not yet installed with an outer shell, everyone could easily see its core components. Each part was so precise and detailed. Qin Feng did not stop continuing to move forward until he reached the floor with the control console. The professors in the software and image recognition fields, upon seeing Qin Feng's demonstration, exclaimed, "The level of core program design is simply outrageous. Not only does it occupy little memory, but its running efficiency is also top-notch." Qin Feng said to the few professors, "Feel free to study it." Not many professors stepped forward to touch it, they merely observed from a distance. There were also technical personnel in related fields knowing the difficulty of processing precision instruments. The lithography machine in front of them was clearly not like what they usually encountered. If any of the torque of the components were altered, it would affect the overall working effect of the lithography machine. For people of their level, they could observe with the naked eye what functions certain devices possessed. To conduct deeper research, they would need specialized instruments for testing. However, Dean Qian had not mentioned the reason for their visit this time, so they could only prepare on-site. This was a monumental task. Just the lithography machine occupied several floors of space. The testing equipment would require dozens of floors. Dean Qian had great faith in Qin Feng's technology, allowing them to test only the most critical functions. This workload was estimated to be completed within 2 days. During this period, all professors would have to reside in this building. Even the security personnel from the convoy could not leave the technology park a single step. These professors looked at the lithography machine with eager eyes. Qin Feng understood their anxiety to study and utilize it. But these dozens of old men had been leaning near the lithography machine for an entire afternoon. Just watching like this would not yield accurate data. It was of no use. Qin Feng was genuinely worried that some of the old men might get too anxious and leave in anger. So he discussed with Dean Qian to let all the professors go down to the rest area first, to eat something and take a nap, regardless of how they must pay attention to their health. After all, Qin Feng had not had a sip of water or a bite of food since last night. The Jax robot had also completed its task and could temporarily serve them. All the professors returned to the hall. Qin Feng summoned Jax to come downstairs specifically to serve the professors. Qin Feng smiled at them and said, "Elders, it's been a while. I bet you're hungry. Do any of you have dietary restrictions? I can have Jax prepare a meal right away." The idea of a robot cooking was not surprising to the professors. This technology had been developed at the Agricultural Science Institute and had already been promoted to the societal level, yielding substantial profits. They speculated that Dean Qian had sent some cooking robots to Qin Feng as a reward for his hard work. When Jax came downstairs, all the professors who saw it were taken aback. The cooking robot was called a robot merely for its appealing name. In essence, it was just a square head with 2 mechanical arms. The mechanical arms could only rotate, and the lower half of the cooking robot was a large square metal block housing all of the robot's programs and components. Although its functions were simple, it did not diminish its size. As Jax served tea to each professor, many were engaged in quiet conversations. "Oh my, how does this robot compare to those at your research institute? It's like comparing a bright moon to fireflies. I even suspect this is just a child in a metal shell." Currently, there were only over 20 Jaxes serving in the hall, while the rest were assisting the photolithography machines with their daily operations. With nearly 100 professors present, Jax was certainly overwhelmed. Thus, authorized by Qin Feng, Jax produced additional mechanical arms. This action immediately astonished dozens of professors. It was simply too sci-fi. Jax stood with a total of 8 mechanical arms behind it, resembling a giant spider. These arms could extend nearly 10 meters in length, allowing service to multiple professors at once. Newspapers, coffee, tea, back massages, and leg kneading. It was practically omnipotent. The ends of the mechanical arms were not fitted with soft tissues, but rather cold metal blocks. This did not affect their service. Jax controlled the strength perfectly. The mechanical arms were covered with various nanometer-level modules, providing a particularly pleasant sensation upon contact with human skin. The numerous professors expressed great satisfaction. After a long journey and the anticipation for the photolithography machine, their bodies had become extremely tense. Through Jax's meticulous service, the tense nerves of the professors began to relax. Qin Feng called the former professors aside to ask about their hometowns. Dean Qian expressed confusion, asking what use this had. These professors have been researching at the Agricultural Science Institute for so many years, they probably seldom return to their hometowns, right? I want Jax to create various authentic dishes based on the specialties of different regions. Dean Qian was astonished, saying, "Can you really account for the customs of different areas?" Qin Feng nodded, saying it was a trivial matter. He took Dean Qian's investigation document and entered it into Jax's data archives. Dishes from the 4 major cuisines Lu Sichuan Cantonese and Zhanghuai were all within reach. Even some minor customs from remote areas had been collected and organized by Jax from the entire internet. All the various spices and auxiliary ingredients needed for cooking were available in this building. Jax prepared and served them fresh in the hall. One mechanical arm held a frying pan, while another used a flamethrower to heat the bottom of the pan. The rest were responsible for picking ingredients and adding seasonings. Vegetables danced gracefully in the hot pan, occasionally igniting a flame. The professors were left mesmerized. This cooking was akin to an art form. What surprised them even more was the extraordinary flexibility of these mechanical arms. The factory processing arms they were familiar with could only perform fixed programmed operations, let alone posing challenges on-site for the mechanical arms to perform tasks. Even having the programs written and implanted wouldn't guarantee such smooth operations. The processor of this robot was surely sophisticated. Jax continued to stir the pot, churning out hometown delight. A professor picked up a piece of the large plate chicken, put it in his mouth, and began to chew slowly. Instantly his eyes widened, and with a thick Xinjiang accent he exclaimed, "Big plate chicken. What a delightful flavor. I haven't tasted such authentic flavors in ages." The other professors, seeing his reaction, also began to pick up their chopsticks. "Not bad, this chef's skills are impressive. This noodle dish suits my taste. This white-cut chicken is perfect, but soaked in broth. Wow, this lamb pao ma is absolutely delicious. Oh my hometown's guabao ro is unbeatable." These professors genuinely did not expect that a robot could cook such dishes. Not only were the varieties rich and diverse, but the craftsmanship was also exceptional. It even managed to replicate the flavors of their hometowns perfectly in a 1:1 ratio. Qin Feng smiled faintly. "Thank you for your hard work and research, professors. This is just a small token of appreciation." Not bad, the kid is thoughtful. Jax's cooking efficiency was extremely high, whether it was steaming, stir-frying, deep-frying, or stewing. Each and every dish was executed flawlessly. Moreover, even dishes that required more precise stewing times were completed in just 10 minutes without compromising taste or the tenderness of the ingredients. This is the power of technology. In front of each professor was a small table with over 10 different sizes of plates, all crafted according to the unique characteristics of their hometowns. Anyone who witnessed this scene would be utterly astonished. Which high-end restaurant is this? The variety of dishes was countless, and it could even evoke the original fragrance of the ingredients. Surely they must have hired no less than hundreds of top chefs. Who would have thought this was merely a robot mass-produced by machine tools? After everyone was full, Jax prepared to conduct a hypnotic massage session. As for the specialized instruments for measuring the photolithography machines, they probably could only be delivered the next morning. These professors spent a very comfortable night here. The next morning they woke up on time as usual to prepare for work. So many years of working habits cannot be. Meanwhile, the trucks loaded with specialized equipment were already parked beneath the building, awaiting Qin Feng's command to take them inside. With the help of the staff, several pieces of equipment were methodically transported to the top floor of the building. After the professors relaxed yesterday afternoon, they now felt inexplicably tense. They feared that the precision of the photolithography machine would not meet the expectations. They were even more afraid that the relevant equipment of the photolithography machine would not meet operational conditions. If so, Qin Feng's 2 months of effort would be in vain. The first item to be carried into the room was the high-end laser interferometer. It could detect geometric quantities such as linear angles, straightness, verticality, and flatness. It could achieve high-precision, strong anti-interference capabilities and long-term stability in laser frequency output. Gravitational waves have proven that the precision of measurement technology dictates the extent of scientific exploration. Only through measurement can we create. For a nation, the level of precision measurement is closely related to the equipment manufacturing industry. The key to advancing the equipment manufacturing industry to mid to high-end is improving manufacturing quality. The key to enhancing manufacturing quality lies in improving precision measurement capabilities. Only through precise measurement can we identify where the lithography machine falls short. Only through the accumulation of extensive precision measurement data can we uncover the sources and patterns of defects in certain components of the lithography machine. Yet when the high-end laser interferometer operates fully, the data it yields is astonishing. It left everyone utterly shocked. It's actually 0.3 nanometers. The professors present were completely astounded by this result. Initially, they were only somewhat convinced, but precision instruments do not lie. As top professors at the Dragon Institute of Technology, only they understand their sensitivity to numbers. The ultra-precision lithography machine is considered the Mount Everest of ultra-precision cutting-edge equipment. It challenges the limits of human ultra-precision manufacturing accuracy and performance. The The lithography machine integrates dozens of subsystems and tens of thousands of components at an ultra-precise scale. This allows for high-performance collaborative operation. It is one of the most complex, technically challenging, and high-performance cutting-edge devices in the history of human equipment manufacturing. It achieves nanometer-level synchronous accuracy under high speed and high acceleration. The accuracy of single machine overlay and matching overlay requires several times, even dozens of times more effort for even the slightest improvement. In today's world, the DUV lithography machine manufactured at the 28-nanometer node contains over 700 optical and mechanical parts involving more than 500 upstream suppliers. These components have extremely high requirements for precision and stability. Only by leveraging the technological advantages of all top manufacturers in the supply chain can they all meet the standards. The ultra-precision lithography machine can only be successfully developed. The failure of any crucial component can lead to the failure of the ultra-precision lithography machine's development. Yet Qin Feng led a team of 1,000 to accomplish the workload of hundreds of thousands in an incredibly short span of 2 months. This was a shocking revelation for all technical professors. This not only signifies the emergence of a young inventor with top research talent in the Dragon Country, but also indicates that the Dragon Country is advancing towards becoming a technological powerhouse, a manufacturing powerhouse, and a quality powerhouse. Sequentially using other testing devices yielded equally astonishing results. No matter the specific technology involved, this lithography machine has surpassed existing achievements. It overwhelmingly outperforms today's top lithography machines in every component. Some professors even fainted from excitement on the scene. This is more unbelievable than a dream. Since all measurements indicated that this lithography machine has no issues, it is now time for the first use. The professors behind nodded to each other, taking out a semiconductor wafer. Professor Sun, who was responsible for the lithography machine's leading technology, also stepped forward at this moment. He applied a layer of photosensitive agent or photoresist to the surface of the semiconductor wafer. Then he used the lithography machine to project the chip pattern onto the photoresist surface. The lithography machine can project the chip design onto the photoresist surface through controlling the interference and reactions of the light source. During the lithography process, Professor Sun needs to precisely control the chip's position, light intensity, and exposure time. He placed the wafer on the lithography machine's fixed platform and set up the machine according to the preset patterns and parameters. The professors behind him had complete trust in him. Professor Sun had performed actual operations countless times in the research progress of the lithography machine. He had also manufactured many relatively precise chips. During Professor Sun's operation, the unexposed parts of the photoresist would dissolve after exposure to light, while the exposed parts would form tiny structures such as wires, electrodes, and junctions. Once the exposure task is complete, the chip needs to be cleaned with a dilution ratio to remove the unexposed photoresist, leaving only the precise pattern formed after exposure. After completing these tasks, Professor Sun couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his face. This was the most challenging lithography machine operation of his life. At this point, he was nearing the limits of his understanding of lithography machine technology. Next, Qin Feng would take over to continue the process. After arriving at the control panel, Qin Feng placed the wafer in the etching machine for processing. This process would remove the photoresist from the chip's surface except for the pattern, exposing the thin film underneath the chip. The final task is to coat materials like metal oxides according to the chip manufacturing requirements, and perform processes such as annealing, ultimately forming the basic structure of the chip. Since this was merely a test task, he only completed the final step simply. As the lithography machine's operation came to a halt, the chip manufacturing task was successfully completed. Numerous professors stared intently at the processing platform. Where's the chip? Why can't we see it? Could there have been an accident during manufacturing? Did the silicon melt? The entire process went very smoothly and was completed. But where is it? Qin Feng turned around, spread his palm, and said lightly, "This 0.3 nanometer level chip is now lying in my hand." Everyone looked at the blank palm and couldn't help. Could it be that we are seeing things? There's nothing on it. Dean Qian anxiously asked at this moment. Qin Feng, what exactly is going on? Qin Feng said nothing, but instead took out a modified magnifying glass he had prepared earlier. The ordinary magnifying glass can only magnify objects tenfold. However, Qin Feng's modified version can magnify up to 50 times and can provide stable perspective stretching. He received the magnifying glass and looked at the point Qin Feng was indicating. Everyone was surprised to discover a thin light green card on a piece of skin tissue. On this card were those densely packed optoelectronic components. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement, as if in a dream. The once fingernail-sized chip was overwhelmed. They had been tirelessly researching, rapidly catching up with world standards. Little did they expect that through this young man, not only was the lithography machine's manufacturing task completed, but the precision was also improved to 0. 3 nanometers, overtaking the world-leading level and achieving an unprecedented level of advancement. Dean Qian took a deep breath and said to Qin Feng, "Where are the relevant technical drawings?" The few people behind him hurriedly tried to stop. "Old Qian, how can you speak like that? This is reckless. We should first ask Qin Feng's opinion. Young man, name your price. Our Dragon Institute of Technology will mobilize the entire country to meet your demands." Qin Feng replied with a faint smile, "It's nothing. All the technologies and reference data for the lithography machine have been completely stored. They're in the data storage room downstairs." The professors were left bewildered. How could such a top-tier scientific research project have its technological achievements contributed so easily? All the professors present felt that Qin Feng's accomplishments were extraordinary. He must be duly rewarded. Sun then put down the measuring instrument and turned to ask, "As far as I know, Qin Feng hasn't graduated yet, right?" Qin Feng nodded. "I just started college not long ago." "What?" The professors present were shocked by. Initially, they thought Qin Feng was also a research technician at Lonka Institute, which is why Professor Qian felt secure handing the project over to him. Little did they know that Qin Feng was not only not a full-time employee, but also an undergraduate student who hadn't graduated yet. This was truly outrageous. Is Qin Feng a new doctoral student? One professor asked this, and the others began to contemplate. This young man is quite humorous. Being a new doctoral student is already a sign of great scientific talent. Since he is a doctoral student, all of Qin Feng's inventions and patents might belong to their group as his graduation project. Qin Feng waved his hands repeatedly in denial. "I am a first-year undergraduate." First-year undergraduate. This was even more significant news. Qin Feng's achievements should not be attributed to such a status. "Come to our Optical Instruments Research Institute. Once you arrive, we will apply for an honorary doctoral degree for you. Let's see what other research institutes are trying to poach you." The other professors were also unwilling to be outdone. They all expressed their willingness. As long as Qin Feng could come to their research institute to conduct research, they would ensure he received all honors possible. Not only would the benefits and treatment be generous, but he would also enjoy extended vacations. This was something every researcher yearned for yet could hardly attain. Director Qian stepped forward and said, "You all need not think about these matters anymore. I've already contacted the Educational Administration Department. As long as Qin Feng safely completes his undergraduate studies, he will directly graduate with a doctoral degree." Many professors exclaimed in surprise, realizing you had already taken the initiative. "Since you applied for a direct bachelor's to doctoral program, we must also take some bold actions." A research genius of Qin Feng's caliber should not be confined to the student stage. He needs to quickly engage with the nation's cutting-edge technologies and showcase his scientific talents. These professors were solely focused on research, showing no consideration for Qin Feng's feelings. When they conveyed this idea to Qin Feng, it also startled Director Qian. The former director had interacted with Qin Feng the longest among the Lonka Institute staff. He was well aware of Qin Feng's character and style. The inventions Qin Feng had created so far were purely born out of his own sentiments. He invented what he liked, completely uninfluenced by external pressures. Thus, Director Qian hurriedly urged them to cease discussions on this topic. Qin Feng did not express much aversion to this. As long as he could obtain classified technical documents from Lonka Institute when he wanted to invent, that was enough. The journey with the lithography machine was satisfactorily completed. The former director personally went to the data storage room and had someone transport the hard drives of the stored data to the vehicle. The professors also seemed to take some action, but what it was the others did not know. Before leaving, Qin Feng stopped Director Qian. "Director Qian, wait, I have other matters to discuss." Director Qian turned around in confusion. Qin Feng wanted Director Qian to notify the central government to lift the comprehensive armed protection of this building. Frequent patrols by armed soldiers with live ammunition and various signal jamming equipment did not provide good protection for Qin Feng. Instead, they severely interfered with his daily life. Under the protection of robots and new concept mechas, no one could launch a surprise attack that would threaten Qin Feng's life. Unless an enemy nation used intercontinental missiles or even nuclear weapons, but that was unrealistic. Director Qian pondered for a moment and felt that there was some reason in what Qin Feng said. "Don't worry, I will arrange everything properly." A fully armed escort with a truckload of hard drives began to head to Lonka Institute. In the afternoon, Qin Feng received a message from the school. "Comrade Qin Feng, please proceed to the playground to attend the graduation ceremony." When Qin Feng saw this message, he was very puzzled. How could it be that he had been here for only a few months and was what happened to the promised beautiful 4 years of college life? Damn. Anyway, now that the matters at hand have been resolved, let's go and see what's going on. What intrigued Qin Feng was that on his way downstairs, he did not find any trace of these professors near the hall. How odd. If they're not in this building, where could they have gone? Qin Feng peeked down and saw that the convoy was still complete. Whatever, let's head to the playground first. Qin Feng rode the motorcycle-shaped Wentian and sped towards the playground. What greeted his eyes was a stage that had been set up in advance. The audience seats on both sides were filled with students who had come to watch. Directly opposite the stage were the professors who had vanished. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Dean Wang from the Mechanical Institute hurriedly pulled him onto the stage. People began to murmur among themselves. Hey, what is happening today? I don't know. What kind of graduation ceremony is being held in the second half of the year? It's truly baffling. Wait, look at the center of the stage. It seems like today's protagonist has appeared. Many students looked toward the stage, but only saw the young figure of Qin Feng. No way, this student looks to be about our age. Maybe he just looks young. The white-haired principal also staggered onto the stage. He picked up the microphone and said, "Good afternoon to all the guests and students present. This is a personal graduation." The principal spoke many words. In short, it was about the journey of a genius young inventor who rapidly earned his degrees. It's simply outrageous to obtain both a bachelor's and a doctoral degree in just 6 months. The last genius of this kind took 3 full years. Since the Dragon Kingdom has such a talent, I can rest. The old principal cleared his throat. Now I will personally present the bachelor's degree certificate to student Qin Feng. Qin Feng, in a state of bewilderment, stood in the middle receiving the bachelor's degree certificate handed to him by various leaders. After this task was completed, hundreds of professors lined up to shake hands with Qin Feng. This was a sign of respect and blessing for a future research genius. The old principal was also extremely shocked. He was somewhat aware of the identities of the professors present. Many of them were even his old classmates. They were all geniuses and notable figures in the scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom, having made indelible contributions to the development of the nation. The graduation ceremony was grand, and the students watching were all very excited. Only Qin Feng walked through the entire process in a daze. After the ceremony, all the professors returned under the escort of a convoy. Qin Feng looked at the thick stack of degree certificates in his hands and couldn't help but sigh. It's amusing spending months buried in the laboratory, and now I am a PhD graduate right out of it. Although Qin Feng had already graduated with a doctorate, he could continue to stay at the school. This is a common practice in all top universities. It wasn't because the school valued Qin Feng's abilities and wanted him to stay for a faculty position. In fact, very few high-level leaders knew about Qin Feng's invention project. Only the many professors at the Lonka Institute and young surfers knew what level of talent Qin Feng was. Among the graduates in previous years, not every graduate could find a desirable job. To wait for interviews and job opportunities, graduates would spend a lot of time and energy. Many would spend considerable money renting houses outside, and sometimes encounter deceitful landlords. To avoid this, the school directly arranged several public rental houses for graduates. Unemployed recent graduates, including those from previous years, could stay in the free dormitories provided by the school. They could live there until they found a job or returned home. This arrangement was very humane. The 2-month research on the lithography machine had brought the students to the end of the term. All the students cried out anonymously, expressing their feelings in large groups. Teacher Tsai catch. Tsai catch. Of course, Qin Feng didn't need to participate in such a low-level exam. He had already become a PhD graduate. After finishing his last meal of the year in the school cafeteria, Qin Feng returned to prepare to pack his things. When he reached the science park, the patrolling soldiers and helicopters circling in the sky had already received orders to retreat. Even the staff in the research building had all evacuated, returning to the Lonka Institute. The maintenance and use of the lithography equipment could be completed solely by Jakes. Back at his residence, Qin Feng placed all his personal belongings into his suitcase. Only a dozen robots remained there, acting as bodyguards and staff. As for the construction team, under the notice of Dean Qian, they were also preparing to return. By the time Qin Feng returned next year, this science park would be completed, and it could draw investment for use. Qin Feng had come to university in a certain way, and he would return in the same manner. Everything fit comfortably in the dimensional storage box. He lifted his right leg and straddled the motorcycle. Starting the ignition, he twisted his right hand back with force. The motorcycle took off at high speed. Qin Feng did not head straight back to Qianlong village, but made several stops along the way. This time he returned to plan for the village's future. He wanted to develop the economy of Qianlong village so that the village's children could walk out of the mountains to see the outside world and enjoy modern society. The next morning, a mud-covered motorcycle stopped at the village entrance. A handsome young man jumped off the motorcycle. This person was Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the unchanged village and was filled with countless memories. Just a few months ago, he was still a poor orphan who couldn't afford to go to university. But now he had become someone uninterested in money. I had never touched money and was not interested in it. I seemed to be indeed like that. The 70 million on my account had hardly moved. All living costs and invention material prices were covered by the Lonka Institute. Occasionally, I would invent an item and provide the patent technology to researchers. Then I would enjoy the leisurely life brought by taxpayers. Just as Qin Feng was feeling emotional, he was spotted by the village chief. The village chief had originally planned to go to the town to handle relevant certificates and got up early. Unexpectedly, he ran into Qin Feng right at the village entrance. Wow, it really is you, oh my. I saw your figure from far away, but I didn't dare to confirm it because of my poor eyesight. Is it winter break now? It's good that you are back. You must be hungry after the long journey. I'll come to my home for breakfast later. The moment the village chief saw Qin Feng, he was both surprised and delighted. Various warm greetings expressed his concern, fearing that Qin Feng had not been treated well or had been bullied. Young people like Qin Feng who went to university and came out of the mountains rarely returned. Usually once they left it would be for a lifetime. Thus the village was becoming smaller with only some elderly and left-behind children remaining. The parents of the small children went out to work and had not returned for many years. They would only regularly send some money home each year. Qin Feng was also moved by the village chief as he had grown up eating the food of many families and wearing clothes provided by others. It had been a long time since Qin Feng had tasted home-cooked food, so he pushed his motorcycle and followed the village chief back. As he walked, he asked, "Village chief, what are you going to do so early in the morning?" The village chief hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled and said, "Nothing much, just going to the town to go through some procedures." Although the village chief gave a perfunctory response, Qin Feng still keenly perceived some information from it. The matter should not be that simple. The village he was in was already very remote with hardly any connection to the outside world, not to mention handling any procedures or dealing with the officials. Could it be for that? After having breakfast at the village chief's house, Qin Feng bid farewell and returned home. After sending Qin Feng out the door, the village chief also hurried to the town. However, Qin Feng did not go home, but walked towards the fields behind the village, as it was already late autumn coupled with the abundant moisture in the mountains. Not long after walking, Qin Feng's coat and pants were soaked with moisture and became sticky. The small paths in the countryside were not easy to walk on, being very muddy and steep. Qin Feng exerted a lot of effort to finally reach the fields. What met his eyes was a chaotic scene. Most crops and fruits would be harvested in the autumn. The wheat fields would leave behind a patch of wheat straw, and the orchards would have bare branches. No matter what kind of field, there would be corresponding traces left. But the fields before him were all just soil, as if they had been filled not long ago. Qin Feng had already vaguely guessed what was going on. Because of the giant fruit craze that had stirred up the internet months ago, a large number of investment developers had been attracted. Among them were big businessmen who came to negotiate immediately, but they were driven away by Qin Feng and the people from the Lonka Institute. After a few months, they must still be unwilling to give up and came to the village for investigation. Upon learning that Qin Feng and the Agricultural Institute people had all left, they resorted to coercing the village chief and others. Qin Feng had even envisioned a scene, a group of thugs wielding steel rods under the orders of a heartless boss forcibly requisitioning the land. Anyone among the villagers who dared to intervene would be beaten back with clubs. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the angrier he became, deciding to wait right there for the arrival of these heartless beasts. The once fertile hundreds of acres were now covered with new soil sprinkled with various chemicals. Qin Feng speculated that this was likely used to harden the land, destroying all the nutrients contained in the soil. This would make it more convenient and safer for cement construction. The ridges between the fields had been flattened, leaving only white lines of lime. In front of each plot of land was a sign stating that the Xiaoqiang group was buying it. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. He knew the village chief well, who cherished the land and grain. These were resources that could sustain the entire village. The village chief would not easily sell them. This brings us back to the village chief's background. During the Great Famine, when corpses littered the fields, the central and local governments quickly organized meetings to plan and discuss solutions. Ultimately, they decided to send young people with rich work experience to disaster-stricken areas to work, with the hopes of leaders above and the prayers of countless victims below. Among those who bore such heavy responsibilities was the village chief, who at that time had left the village to work in the central government. He returned to lead the villagers in combating the disaster during this nationwide famine. Initially, his father strongly opposed it, as the job was extremely dangerous. The saying "poverty breeds rogues" is not a simple adage, but rather a painful lesson learned by several generations. The people in the disaster area only needed food, not distant slogans or unrealistic dreams. Thus, the village chief's efforts were extremely challenging, and he even faced attacks from the victims. After all, to those victims, some of the village chief's policies seemed like efforts with no returns. Before returning to Qianlong village, the village chief's thinking was quite simple. Being in the mountains, there should be plenty of greenery and wild game. Organizing the villagers to catch and gather resources, the famine should soon be alleviated. But upon returning home, he discovered a series of repercussions caused by multiple natural disasters and international debts. There wasn't a single wild animal to be seen, and even the plants had all withered and died. Due to drought, both large and small trees had also shrunk. The leaves that were picked could not be used for food. The village chief accumulated lessons from repeated failures and continuously improved. He combined empty slogans with practical actions, first ensuring that some were fed before embarking on long-term disaster relief tasks. The village chief organized the young and strong labor force in the village to search for remaining healthy plants on other mountain peaks. Like Shinong tasting 100 herbs, he sampled thousands of plants one by one. In the end, he found a few types that were edible. Although the quantity was small, it was at least better than eating the soil of Guanyin. Thanks to the village chief's efforts, the victims could fill their stomachs a little. Thus, the village chief's authority gradually rose in the hearts of the people. Once the famine era ended, the village chief naturally remained there and did not return to the central government. He said, "The warmth my predecessors provided me, I will also dedicate to the next generation." For decades, the village chief settled down in this village, marrying and having children. He truly benefited the villagers. Therefore, Qin Feng could not believe that this land could be sold by the village. A motorcycle lay on the side of the road. Until after midday, a large group of people approached. Because Qin Feng covered his head with clothes, he did not notice the aggressive approach of this group. A stout man in a leather jacket leading the way signaled to those around him. A thin person next to him immediately walked up, brandishing a steel rod. He poked the motorcycle with the steel rod. "Hey, who are you? Hurry up and leave, don't hinder our development process." A rough voice exploded in Qin Feng's ears. Dissatisfied, Qin Feng pulled his clothes away, then got off the motorcycle. "What are you shouting about? Don't you know others need to rest and shouldn't be disturbed?" The thin man in front laughed at this. "What's your status? What position do you hold? You think you can't be disturbed? Get out of here, or don't blame me for being rough." Qin Feng looked at the forces behind this person. A large group wielding steel rods surrounding the well-dressed stout boss in front. Qin Feng thought to himself, these must be the people from that Xiaoqiang company. The small thug in front saw Qin Feng's lack of reaction and decided to take action. "Are you deaf, kid? Can't you hear me talking? IQMD." Qin Feng kicked out, striking the thug in the abdomen. The thug was sent flying, crashing down at the feet of the stout boss. The surrounding dirt road meant the thug did not suffer major injuries, let alone dealing with this malnourished bamboo pole. The stout boss did not fly into a rage, who instead he chuckled, took out a cigarette, and someone nearby immediately lit, let alone dealing with this malnourished bamboo pole. The stout boss did not fly into a rage, who instead he chuckled, took out a cigarette, and someone nearby immediately lit it for him. "Young man, don't be too impulsive." Qin Feng glanced at the crowd and said, "You must be the so-called cockroach group, right?" The fallen thug immediately got up to retort, "What cockroach group? We are the Xiaoqiang group." Qin Feng actually chuckled. "Is there a difference between cockroaches and Xiaoqiang? I don't care who you are, I advise you to leave early. If you interfere with our development process, don't expect to see the sun tomorrow." As soon as the stout boss finished speaking, a group of thugs behind him took on a fierce demeanor surrounding Qin Feng. "Wait, he's just a kid." Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw an old man hurriedly approaching. Upon seeing the village chief, Qin Feng's heart sank. "Village chief, it's dangerous here, don't come over. You old fool, the contract has been signed, and you still want to obstruct us. Get him, break one of his legs, and see if he dares to come again." Qin Feng quickly retreated behind them. The crowd thought he was scared and laughed heartily. "Stinky kid, where's the bravado from earlier?" Qin Feng stood behind the motorcycle, opened the dimensional storage box, and scolded, "You bastards better take care of yourselves first." The little thugs in front of him had never seen such a thing before and were scared into retreating. The fat boss face instantly lost its color, and he angrily shouted, 30,000 a month, are you expecting it? Break one of his legs, and this 100,000 will belong to whoever does it. With a generous reward, even the little thugs were no exception. Tempted by the money, a few of them began to stir. When the first person lifted his leg to charge at Qin Feng, the others naturally followed. They were all afraid that someone would snatch away the 100,000. Qin Feng let out a cold snort. Jia Kasi, teach them a lesson. Jia Kasi extended his mechanical arm, grasping the thugs like one would catch a chicken, lifting them by their feet and turning them upside down. "Oh, let me down, let me down. I'm feeling dizzy, about to throw up. Sir, I was wrong, please spare me." Qin Feng scoffed at this, not expecting them to be so cowardly. How could they dare to be thugs? He had previously told Jia Kasi to be gentle, avoiding causing any casualties or losing limbs. Thus, Jia Kasi lifted them high and spun them in the air. Qin Feng suddenly thought of a song that was quite fitting. "The cowboy who ropes horses, you are mighty and strong. I wish to melt into your broad chest, an endless expanse of wilderness." After spinning for a few more minutes, some even vomited. Only then did Qin Feng order Jia Kasi to stop, but he did not let them down, instead continuing to hold them aloft. Qin Feng smiled, watching the bewildered village chief and the fat boss. "Shall we talk?" The fat boss nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Qin Feng rode his motorcycle with the village chief in front, while Jia Kasi carried the little thugs behind. At the back was the panting fat boss. "Wait for me, I can't run." Outside the village committee hall there was a large table filled with various dishes, even a bottle of fine wine. Only Qin Feng, the village chief, and the fat boss sat down. The little thugs were directly hung by Jia Kasi, placed on a tree branch at the village entrance. This gathering was to welcome Qin Feng and to discuss the transfer of land rights. It was during this discussion that Qin Feng learned about the origins and developments of the situation. After Qin Feng's first month at university, the so-called Shao Chong Group developers arrived at the village. They approached the village chief demanding to buy Qin Feng's technological agricultural products and land. The village chief did not agree and called the phone number left by the Agricultural Research Institute. However, due to poor signal in the mountains and the tense international situation at that time, the Research Institute did not receive the news. Even so, the village chief persisted in refusing to allow these unscrupulous merchants to seize their land. The merchants wanted to develop the agricultural products as part of tourism, but they only offered an extremely low land rent. They also coerced the village chief into applying for funding from above to pave a cement road connecting Qianlong village to the outside world. This would allow travelers to easily come here. This idea was simply absurd. Not to mention how far Qianlong village was from the outside, just this mountain road would require a considerable amount of money for route design. After the route was designed, a massive amount of materials and manpower would be needed. It would take almost a year to open this mountain road. During this time, it was likely that the agricultural products would have already gone to waste due to lack of supervision. Thus, the village chief firmly rejected the developers' conditions. But the developers were not having it. The fat boss directly hired a group of thugs. They loitered in the village all day. Today they caught a chicken, tomorrow they stole a duck. This made life miserable for the elderly living in the village. Life was already difficult, and with the antics of these little thugs, it was even more unbearable. They could not fight back as the village was left only with the old, weak, and sick. The able-bodied young laborers were working in other places and could not return for a while. Thus, in a situation where they could no longer endure, the elderly with functioning limbs began to resist the little thugs. They picked up shovels and wooden sticks and fought back. But how could these old men compete with the young? After several clashes, a few elderly people's legs and hands were broken. With the thugs blocking the village, they could not go to town for treatment. They could only bandage themselves simply in the village and apply some herbal medicine. Recently, the village chief was forced to sign the land transfer contract. Only then did the fat boss release the injured elderly to go to town to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was filled with fury. He slammed the table so hard that the bowls and chopsticks on it rattled. The fat boss was startled and trembled in fear. Qin Feng pointed at the fat boss' nose and cursed, "You damn it, you damn it. You're really a beast. Don't you have parents or elders? Should I break your parents' legs in front of you? Let you see what it feels like? Huh? Speak." Qin Feng unleashed a torrent of abuse at the fat boss, unable to quell his anger. He directly picked up a wine glass and smashed it at him. The fat boss, raised in comfort, had never been subjected to such foul language. He immediately couldn't take it and stood up. Qin Feng was taken aback, thinking, "You brat, you want to resist." He immediately walked towards him, still holding an empty cup, preparing to give him a good whack. Seeing this scene, the fat boss immediately wilted and sat back down. Qin Feng grabbed the fat boss by the collar and sternly reprimanded him. "You have 1 day to return the land use rights to the village." The fat boss, being pulled up again, trembled and waved his hands. "But we have already invested a significant amount of money in the design and planning of the land, and purchased engineering machinery. What do we do about this cost?" Qin Feng glared at him coldly. "Are you saying I should cover this expense?" Several Jia Kasi also gathered around, extending their mechanical arms, waiting for Qin Feng's orders. The fat boss panicked upon seeing Jia Kusi's mechanical arm extend. He certainly did not want to be lifted like a chicken and dance in the air like those little thugs. With his weight, such an operation would nearly kill him. So he hurriedly begged for mercy, stating that he would bear the costs himself. "What about the mountain road?" The fat boss paused. "That's not within our scope of work." Just leave it to us. Leave everything to us." The fat boss was genuinely afraid of this person. After all, someone who could have such high-tech bodyguards could not possibly have a low identity. The usage rights to this land had been reclaimed. The village chief hurriedly led the villagers to plant winter wheat. Qin Feng directly stopped them. "Village chief, this land can no longer be used for farming." The crowd was taken aback. How could the land they had just fought so hard to retrieve be unusable? "Qin Feng, what exactly is going on?" "Yes, this is a critical moment. If we don't seize this last chance to plant, the villagers will have no food next year." Qin Feng explained in detail. Those despicable merchants had used a massive amount of chemical agents, dousing every plot of farmland with heavy doses and covering them with various layers of lime. Qin Feng explained in detail. Those despicable merchants had used a massive amount of chemical agents, dousing every plot of farmland with heavy doses A nearby villager sighed, "Those bastards have no conscience. What will the villagers do for food?" Qin Feng held his breath deep in thought, searching for a solution. The village chief hesitated for a moment. "Actually, we can reclaim another piece of farmland." After the famine years, many policies had been preserved. Among them was the principle of adapting to local conditions. If local villagers could not cultivate their land for other reasons, they were allowed to open up new fertile fields without causing significant damage to the natural environment. Only the village chief knew about this. He never imagined it would be needed in these peaceful times. But reclaiming farmland requires a huge amount of work, and our village has no young people. Can we old folks really manage? The village chief took a long breath, then exhaled. With a resolute gaze, he said, "Even if it's impossible, we have to make it possible. No matter how difficult it is to reclaim wasteland, we must strive to accomplish it. This era does not allow anyone to starve to death due to a lack of food." The village chief's philosophy remained the same as it had been back then: face any problem and solve it directly. This current farmland was the best piece in terms of the surrounding geography. The soil was rich in nutrients, especially suitable for growing crops. A river flowed 500 meters away, which could be connected with pipes for irrigation. The air and sunlight were also abundant, so there was no need to worry about natural conditions. Finding another piece of farmland with suitable conditions was extremely difficult. As everyone knew, the roads in the mountains were rugged, mostly slopes and steep cliffs. Finding an open flatland was as hard as reaching the heavens. Qin Feng assigned the task to Tian, using its detection radar to analyze the mountain terrain. Within a 24-hour day, the sunlight and air indices had to meet the minimum requirements for farming. Within 1 kilometer, there had to be a high-quality water source suitable for irrigation. After setting the conditions, Tian transformed and began scanning through the surrounding mountains. The task itself wasn't difficult, but it required a great deal of waiting. This detection radar, with its extreme precision and analytical power, could only cover a maximum diameter of 10 kilometers. Moreover, the signal in the mountains was extremely poor, easily affecting the detection results. And these mountains stretched endlessly, range after range. Qin Feng first comforted the villagers, telling them to go home and rest, and that they would wait for his test results before making plans. "Qin Feng, what's the deal with this robot of yours? You must study hard at school and not just focus on having fun." Qin Feng smiled faintly. "Uncle Village Chief, don't worry. The major I chose in university is exactly about building these things. Its functions are very powerful and can handle most daily tasks. Finding a usable piece of farmland for our village is well within its capabilities." After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, the villagers trusted him. Qin Feng had grown up in the village, and these elders knew him best. The villagers didn't rest when they got home. Instead, they began preparing tools for reclaiming the land. Since the village was quite poor, there were no large-scale harvesting machines. They could only prepare items like iron spade sickles and hemp ropes. They would find a suitable open flat area and cut down the weeds with sickles. No matter the size of the trees, they would be chopped down with axes tied up with hemp ropes and set aside. This was the first task in reclaiming the wasteland. Next, they would use iron spades to dig up the roots of weeds and trees, moving them outside the field. All the stones in the wasteland also had to be removed. Completing all these tasks did not mean the farmland was ready for use. After several days of scorching sun, the weeds on the wasteland gradually dried out. They would use iron spades to dig a fire break outside the farmland and channel nearby river water into it, creating a function similar to a moat to enclose the field. Finally, they would set fire to the bundled dry weeds one by one, burning them to ashes. The remaining plant ash would continue to nourish the land, bringing it nutrients. This was the traditional agricultural model of the Dragon Kingdom /and-burn cultivation. After thousands of years of development, it had not fallen behind the times. During the tribal period thousands of years ago, this was also the farming method. Although in the tribal era, everyone in the tribe had to participate in this tedious labor, the main workforce was still the young and strong. But the current situation in Qianlong village was that only the old, weak, sick, and disabled remained. Even so, the village chief had to organize the villagers for reclamation. The one thing the village chief didn't know was how extraordinary Qin Feng's technological inventions were. After waiting for a whole week, Tian returned without success. The village chief and the villagers all sighed, feeling that the tools they had prepared all week would go unused. "Let's think of a way to see if there's any corner left for cultivation near the damaged land." The village chief also thought this was a good idea and led the villagers straight there. Only Qin Feng remained behind, deep in thought. He wondered, why must he look for naturally suitable farmland? Couldn't he create one himself? In these mountains, some places might have suitable soil but lack other conditions. Others might have good sunlight and air but be unsuitable for farming due to slopes or gravel. Couldn't he combine all the advantages into one place? Qin Feng summarized all the problems and quickly devised a perfect solution. The current original farmland, though no longer suitable for cultivation, excelled in all other aspects. He could simply spread soil that met farming conditions over it, like the foolish old man who moved mountains. Though the method was a bit crude, it was the fastest and best option for now. At the very least, next year's harvest could be guaranteed. Although Qin Feng wasn't short of money and could move all the villagers to a nearby small city to settle down, everyone had an indelible attachment in their hearts. The village chief and the others had lived on this land for decades and had no desire to leave. So Qin Feng could only do his best to restore the village's former life and gradually improve the village. The village chief and the villagers returned with faces full of disappointment. It was clear that the nearby farmland had been completely damaged. Qin Feng shared all his thoughts with the villagers and proposed various solutions. The village chief frowned and said guaranteeing a year's harvest is not a problem, but as the usage time increases, the land beneath will gradually pollute the upper layer. If the upper layer of soil also becomes the same, wouldn't that be short-sighted? Qin Feng waved his hand, indicating that he had already considered this point. There was no need to wait for several years. When he returned to school next year, he would notify the relevant researchers. He would have them investigate the various components contained in the soil and then devise corresponding solutions. Restoring the damaged soil should be as easy as pie for the agricultural researchers. After all, this is their field, and no one understands agriculture better than they do. The village chief hesitated for a moment and said, "I think this method is feasible. Everyone take out your large containers from home and help me transport the soil. All right, I'll go back for the rice jar. I'll get the flour bucket and water ladle." The villagers all chimed in as if the moment had come for a life-and-death struggle. Qin Feng found it somewhat amusing. "Uncles, you don't need to help. I have a way." The villagers were puzzled, as this remote mountain village could not possibly have trucks coming in. How could Qin Feng complete such a daunting task alone? Before leaving, Qin Feng left a sentence behind. "Come back with seeds in a week to plant." Everyone was quite confused, but at this time there was indeed no other way. The task of transporting the soil manually could not be completed in just a few years. They could only hope for good news from Qin Feng. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The villagers came as agreed, bringing seeds and tools to plant the last season's winter wheat. The village chief frowned upon seeing the farmland. "Qin Feng, how could you joke with the uncles? Isn't everything unchanged? Only the lime on the top has been removed." All the villagers looked around as well. The farmland was still the same, and the soil height had not increased at all. Hundreds of acres of land still lay lifelessly in the mountains. Qin Feng shook his head and then picked up a shovel to turn over a shovel of soil. "Village chief, take a closer look." Upon hearing this, the village chief carefully examined the soil that had been turned over. Aside from a few wilting grass blades, there was nothing special. "Know this grass?" The village chief suddenly thought of something and was instantly overjoyed. He dug a few more times with the shovel, even a bit incredulous at what he saw. Like a sampling survey, he dug holes all over this land. The results were the same. There were similar grass roots everywhere. The villagers were very confused about what was happening. Did this grass represent some special significance? The village chief laughed heartily. "The harvest for the village next year is secured." Qin Feng explained to everyone. "This type of grass comes from another mountain and should not appear near us. This also indicates that this plot of soil has been replaced." The village chief excitedly grabbed Qin Feng's hand. "Qin Feng, how did you do it?" Qin Feng was suddenly troubled, wondering how to explain. Currently, everyone staying in the village had basically never come into contact with high-tech products. They had never even heard of smart water dispensers, refrigerators, air conditioners, etc. The most common electrical device used in the village was the rope-pulled electric light. This also showed that the village was indeed very remote and poor. Directly telling them about smart robots would definitely be incomprehensible. "It's because I performed well in my studies and the school leaders rewarded me with the loading tool." The villagers were relieved upon hearing this. In their eyes, the best thing the child could do was to receive awards. "Where is the loading vehicle?" "Oh, that was a disposable item, and it's already gone." A look of disappointment appeared in the village chief's eyes. "Alas, Qin Feng, I really feel bad for you. To restore the village's farmland, you ended up wasting your reward." How can the village chief say it was a waste? "If it weren't for this farmland, I might have starved to death long ago. This is what I should do." Qin Feng did not want to explain further, otherwise the more he explained, the more chaotic it would become. He could only urge the villagers to hurry and plant. In fact, several days earlier, Qin Feng had already completed the task of replacing the soil in the farmland. Jacks had the function of decomposition and combination. Qin Feng directly used a technology enhancement to further strengthen Jax's load-bearing capacity. A dozen Jaxes were reassembled into large rectangular iron boxes. These boxes had 4 wheels at the bottom for load-bearing. Their size was dozens of times larger than that of a conventional truck. From a distance, they looked like heavy transport boxes moving. However, they didn't even have a front end. With the enhancement of technology, the metal of these large boxes was exceptionally thin, even achieving a transparent effect. This is also why Jax, which was less than 2 meters tall, could transform into a 6-meter-high loading box. These loading boxes were linked together by iron chains beneath them. A typical dump truck can carry soil weights ranging from 5 to 50 tons. However, any large iron box from Jax can pull over 100 tons of soil. The task of filling the soil was naturally handled by Wenyang. A dozen mechanical arms flew out from behind, assembling into transport belts. Wenyang only needed to stand inside the iron box to continuously deliver soil into it. It was very easy and efficient. In just 2 days, all the soil had been replaced. Planting the wheat was done using the simplest and most time-consuming method. The person in front dug a hole, and the people behind sequentially scattered wheat seeds into it. They then covered the seeds with soil and sprinkled a ladle of water. This was to help the seeds germinate better in the soil. In the past, they borrowed a small machine from the town to help with planting, but this time, due to the special circumstances, they had to use the most primitive planting method. Qin Feng watched from behind, feeling a headache coming on. This planting method was very unfriendly to the backs of the planters. They needed to keep bending forward, which was quite exhausting. Moreover, they were all older people whose backs were not in good condition. Hundreds of acres of farmland using this method to complete the task would surely ruin their backs. Qin Feng still called the village chief over and briefly introduced the functions of the smart robot. The village chief was not like the other villagers who stubbornly believed that machines were too rigid and not as flexible as human planters. After Qin Feng's explanation and experiment, he finally convinced the village chief to let the smart robot replace the villagers for the planting task. This greatly improved efficiency. Jack's mechanical arms fluttered up and down, digging holes and planting seeds, completing a meter in just seconds. Watering simultaneously, this was far quicker than the villagers doing it by hand. Within a few minutes, the water bucket brought by the village chief was empty. The sowing task came to a halt. In the mountains, it is essential to plant seeds and water them simultaneously. The river water for irrigation was less than 500 meters away, but it could not be transported through a water channel. The water channel would bring too much water and flood the entire field. At that time, all the wheat seeds would be drowned and would fail to germinate. Moreover, the fat boss had also destroyed the water channel while planning the land for construction. This piece of farmland required only a few hundred tons of water to complete the sowing task. For Jack's large iron box, it was a piece of cake. But the difficulty lay here. The villagers had to keep an eye on Jack's sowing, making it impossible to assemble the iron box to hold water in front of them. Qin Feng had to think of another solution. Having grown up in the village, Qin Feng naturally knew how the villagers sowed seeds each year. They would carry water buckets to fill them at the river and transport them to the fields. It was particularly labor-intensive, all requiring physical strength. But since Qin Feng was here, he couldn't resort to such primitive methods any longer. He ordered Jax to chop down some several meter-long parasol trees nearby. These trees were very common in the mountains, dense and plentiful. As long as it wasn't large-scale logging, the local forestry bureau wouldn't interfere. Young parasol trees had enormous leaves comparable to an opened umbrella. The trunks were hollow in the middle and very lightweight. Qin Feng planned to use them to make a simple water transfer. After chopping down and cleaning the parasol tree trunks, they were connected until reaching over 500 meters in length, allowing them to connect to the river water. Jax was instructed to place this long trunk in the original position of the water channel. Technological enhancement, slender soft tube. A red light shot out, enveloping the parasol trunk. The bark began to peel away, revealing the white wood underneath. A large amount of white viscous liquid flowed out from the trunk, gradually covering the entire trunk. All the parasol trunks softened, becoming akin to a water pipe. The outer layer of white liquid served as a protective and stabilizing device. The hollow cylinder in the middle of the trunk was wrapped in a transparent film. This film and white liquid acted as a drainage layer, separating the water from the wooden part, preventing rot due to water seepage during future use. Enhanced by future technology, this several 100-meter-long parasol tree transformed into the most durable water transport pipe. Since the area around the water channel was overgrown with withered weeds, the villagers did not notice this change. Village chief, from now on, any crops and vegetables can be directly watered using this pipe. No need to worry about excessive water flooding the entire field. The village chief paused, surprised. Where did this pipe come from? Qin Feng pointed at the outer layer of the pipe. Village chief, this is the sap from young parasol trees. I made this pipe using the method my teacher taught me. The village chief's eyes lit up. Hey, good lad. Truly an application of learned skills. No wonder you are the top scholar of our Qianlong village. Qin Feng humbly replied, oh, it's nothing. He plugged one end of the pipe and placed the other end into the water. The exposed end of the water pipe needed to be lower than the surface. At that moment, the pipe could automatically siphon water out, which is known as the siphoning principle. The hollow cylinder of the parasol tree was not very large, about the size of a mineral water bottleneck. After siphoning the river water into several buckets, Jax resumed the sowing task. Village chief, I swapped this wheat seed. I used the remaining seeds from the giant wheat I researched earlier, so next year's harvest will be a bit better. The village chief was delighted at once, but then sighed. Although the yield has increased, the wheat is too large, and no merchants are willing to buy it. Qin Feng thought carefully, realizing this might be true. Generally, when merchants purchase wheat, they would put it into a large machine for milling. But the grains of giant wheat are too large, making it impossible to mill them into flour using the same machines as ordinary wheat. No need to worry about this, village chief. The staff from the Agricultural Research Institute that visited last time will need them. The bizarre mechanical equipment at Lonka Institute could easily handle simple flour milling. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative had to purchase large quantities of grain every year, milling flour for hundreds of canteens. They would naturally be pleased to solve Qin Feng's problem. In less than an hour, the several hundred mu of farmland was completely sown. Uncles, you can go home and rest. They all witnessed Jack's efficiency and precision. Thus they praised him. As expected of Xiao Feng, the workload of several days was completed in just 1 hour. The future of our Qianlong village might change because of you, haha. Let's go home and cook. We should properly reward Xiao Feng for his efforts at noon. On the way back, the group chatted and laughed, picking some yam and persimmons from the mountains along the way. These were at the village committee. The village chief said they shouldn't use well water for cooking today, but rather fetch some spring water from the back mountain. Qin Feng exclaimed, "Village chief, the well water is sufficient. No need to go through all that trouble." The village chief shook his head. The well water has been contaminated. While it won't be fatal long-term consumption, Qin Feng squinted his eyes. In the remote mountains, water source pollution could hardly occur naturally. It must have been the developers who had resorted to some tricks to force the villagers to sign agreements. Naturally, Qin Feng did not intend to let this matter slide easily. No wonder the fat boss had been somewhat evasive during their negotiations. He must have been afraid I would discover these tricks and deal with him then. During lunch, Qin Feng found the meal tasteless, his mind consumed with thoughts on how to solve the clean water issue. Connecting to the municipal water supply like in town was too difficult. Not only were several mountains blocking the way, but the roads were inconvenient and the pipes were also too expensive. Moreover, regular maintenance and repairs would be required, which was truly not a good solution. Qin Feng mumbled, "Spring water. Village chief, what's going on with that spring water? Can you take me to see it?" The village chief extinguished his dry smoke, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Sure, no problem." An old and a young man walked along the small path in the mountains. This spring water was discovered by the villagers while hunting occasionally. It tastes great and shows no signs of human traces. So that was the first discovery in our village. The village chief nodded and continued, "If not for the long distance, we could have used it as our daily water supply." Qin Feng pondered whether to use the soft water pipe from the cultivated land to draw the spring water into the village's large well. This thought was soon dismissed. There were quite a few wells in the village, but they all drew from the same underground water source. Given the potential contamination of the groundwater, it would be unwise to dig another deep pit to store all the spring water. Water reservoirs used for drinking are regularly treated with various chemical agents by staff for purification. However, spring water cannot undergo such processes. Its vitality relies on its flow through the mountains. The environments of the two different water sources are fundamentally different, and the same storage method cannot be applied. After much contemplation, Qin Feng devised a remarkably bold plan. Since we cannot use the municipal water pipes like towns do, nor can we store water like a reservoir, I will alter the flow of the spring water, redirecting one of its branches to flow toward the village. This would perfectly resolve the issue. We could drink fresh, sweet spring water without needing storage and wouldn't have to waste time fetching water from afar. Due to the village's remote location, it is rarely affected by external industrial pollution, ensuring safety. He would seek professional assistance to analyze the well water's toxicity and improve its quality. At the very least, they wouldn't waste a large amount of spring water for washing clothes or watering plants. The task of redirecting the spring water was still entrusted to Jax. He just needed to dig appropriately sized ditches leading to the village and connect the sections, which was quite easy. The villagers watched the babbling water flow, feeling very pleased. Thus, they no longer had to worry about the toxicity of well water or carry water buckets. After staying in the village for a few days, Qin Feng left for the local provincial government. The moment he stepped out of the mountains and regained signal, he immediately called the Long Institute, informing Dean Xian of everything that had transpired in the village over the past few days. Dean Xian stated that the Supply and Marketing Cooperative would place orders directly in the village to purchase all agricultural products. Additionally, researchers from the Water Quality Research Institute had already set out with their equipment. The various violations of the developer would undergo step-by-step investigation and filing. The local government could not forcibly arrest anyone as evidence was essential. Dean Qian assured Qin Feng that if the local government's handling of the situation did not satisfy him, he would directly request a special investigation team from the central government. Certainly the criminals would not escape the law. As Qin Feng reached the floor of the provincial department leader's office, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The figure gradually turned around, locking eyes with Qin Feng. "It's you, eh? It's you." The plump figure before him was none other than the chubby boss of the developer. However, at that moment, he did not seem as fearful as he had been that day. Instead, he appeared somewhat mocking. "Oh, what are you doing at the government? Are you here to ask for favors? Why not beg me? I do have a bit of connections." The boss, being a developer, undoubtedly had significant resources and networks behind him. The plump boss considered Qin Feng to be nothing more than a wealthy young master. If it hadn't been for the terrifying robot's presence that day, the boss might not have compromised. But fortunes change. Where was this? A provincial government unit filled with important national leadership. In this place, the plump boss felt no fear. He did not believe that Qin Feng would dare to act against him in the government. Moreover, he noticed that none of those robots were around Qin Feng. Ignoring the boss' provocation, Qin Feng continued searching for the provincial transportation department's office. His purpose in coming here was to directly find the relevant higher-ups and have them personally issue an announcement. This would allow the county transportation department staff to supervise the construction of the mountain road directly. Qin Feng was concerned that the plump boss might renege and the county's transportation department was lax in management. Thus, he came directly to the provincial department seeking strict policy notifications. Seeing that Qin Feng ignored him, the plump boss began to lose face. Until he saw Qin Feng enter the office of the transportation department, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Today you've fallen into my hands." The plump boss quietly followed, only to witness a shocking scene. Qin Feng, who had come to handle matters, not only faced no difficulties, but also sat comfortably on the sofa. The tea brewed by the secretary was even waved away by Qin Feng. Goodness, who gave this kid the courage to act so grandly? What do you think this place is? Acting so casually. The plump boss barged in to scold Qin Feng, completely disregarding the gazes of those around. Qin Feng was equally baffled. How could this businessman act so recklessly and loudly in a government office? Both were perplexed by each other's attitudes. Until the plump boss began to incessantly babble at the elderly man in the office chair. Qin Feng finally understood. "Dad, don't help someone like him. He has no sense of propriety." The elder directly shouted at the plump boss, "Be quiet. Address positions while at work. As for this gentleman, do not speak out of turn. Do not disturb his rest." The plump boss was taken aback. "He usually didn't yell at me like this. What was happening today? Dad, who exactly is he? Did he give you a lot of money for you to help him like this, eh?" The old man finally lost his patience and stood up to scold. "Shut up. I'm not your father. I have no son like you." Qin Feng looked at the plump boss, who spoke without filter, and couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. How did this person grow up with such low emotional intelligence? I wonder how his father usually educates him. Then Qin Feng's expression darkened as he sternly said, "All right, Yuli Changjun. Do you not know that allowing your son to engage in real estate development is strictly prohibited by the state? What punishment should one face for openly defying national laws and regulations?" Although the plump boss had been scolded multiple times by his father, he was still furious at Qin Feng for calling him by name directly. "Do you know who this person is? The director of the provincial transportation department. How dare you call him by name? Are you tired of living?" The old man regretted deeply how he could have such a son with such low emotional intelligence. He directly left his chair and slapped the plump boss twice. Slap. Slap. "Did you hear that? Shut your mouth. Get out of here." At that moment, the old man was extremely flustered, fearing that Qin Feng would inform the authorities about this matter. If that happened, his career would be over. A smooth landing had become a luxury. The old man walked up to Qin Feng with a smile and said, "Let's talk things over. We are all on the same side." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and slowly replied, "Since I came here, I actually have a matter that requires your department's supervision." Upon hearing that Qin Feng had given him a way out, the old man was instantly overjoyed. "Well, young man, do tell me. Despite my age, I still have my connections." Qin Feng chuckled softly, knowing that the old man was unaware of the heinous deeds committed by his son. Glancing towards the entrance where the confused plump boss stood, Qin Feng said, "In Qianlong village, a ruthless developer has been wantonly infringing upon the rights and safety of the villagers to secure land for themselves. Not only has he destroyed arable land and damaged irrigation channels, but he has also contaminated the underground well water that the villagers rely on with chronic viruses. While the villagers were fighting to protect their rights, he even went so far as to break the legs of several elderly people who are now lying in the small hospital in the town recovering from their injuries. If the villagers had not been forced to sign the land transfer contracts, they might have lost their lives." After saying this, Qin Feng looked at the old man's expression. From the old man's facial expression, it seemed he was unaware that it was his foolish son who was responsible for these acts. The plump boss, standing at the door, displayed an air of fearlessness upon hearing Qin Feng's accusations. He seemed to be sure that his father would not impose any severe punishment on him. Haha, despicable outsider thinking you can sow discord between us father and son. The old man frowned upon hearing this. This developer is too ruthless, harming our common folks like this. Although this matter does not fall under the jurisdiction of our transportation department since it occurred in your village, I will definitely contact the police to file a case and gather evidence. I guarantee the capture of the illegal and wicked boss, ensuring he receives the punishment he deserves. As for the villagers of Qinlong Village, I will also dispatch people to make proper arrangements for them. I will relocate them to nearby town housing and arrange for jobs, pensions, and the distribution of retirement funds. The elderly recovering in the town will be transferred to the best hospital in the province for treatment. All these expenses will be personally covered by me, ensuring that they no longer suffer from hunger and illness. Now, is there anything else you would like me to address? Qin Feng was not surprised after all. The old man was a seasoned veteran, speaking in a way that left no room for criticism. The old man also believed that his words were flawless with no issues to address. Generally speaking, most people would agree to forgive and accept the other's assistance. However, for Qin Feng, there was no need for that. I have already planned and arranged for the entire village. You need not worry about it. If you knew the identity of the unscrupulous boss, would you truly notify the police to file a case? The old man stood upright, resolutely stating, as a leader of the state, we must have this awareness and be just and impartial for the people. Even if the developer's normal operations would bring a substantial amount of employment and tax revenue to the government, would you still proceed with the case, knowing it could lead to life imprisonment, thus disrupting normal operations? The old man looked at Qin Feng with determination and said, young child, this is a matter of principle. The government and the people have entrusted this heavy burden to me, and I will not betray their expectations. As soon as I receive information about the developer, I will notify the provincial police to investigate. Qin Feng was secretly cursing this old fool. If I didn't know the inside story, I might have believed his character. That real estate developer is your son. Look, the one standing at the door. What? This? The old man nearly gasped in shock upon hearing this. He was known for being protective of his son and would never harm a hair on him. He had just put on a show in front of Qin Feng to leave a good impression, hoping to win some praise from the higher-ups upon him. But now it seemed all his efforts were in vain. The plump boss, seeing that the truth was exposed, no longer concealed himself and jumped out to reaffirm his identity. I was the one who poisoned and broke the legs, so what? No matter how rich your family is, you're just a businessman, and my dad can make a single phone call to his friends to ruin your business. With policy changes, let's see how you handle it. The plump boss said this with a smug look, arms crossed, as he looked down at Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He indeed was a businessman, but he was involved in high-tech invention projects directly connecting with the Lonka Institute. Oh, a single call can ruin my business. Is that really your capability? The plump boss continued to mock. Haha, indeed, a pampered rich kid who has never stepped into society, completely unaware of the power of the political realm. The old man, affected by his son's antics, found the situation becoming increasingly serious. Qin Feng, the child, is still young and doesn't understand. Please don't hold it against him, all right? This matter is negotiable. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking this brat is a child. He's several years older than me. The old man at this moment was disheartened, seemingly able to see the iron bars beckoning to him. He didn't know Qin Feng very well, only that the president of the Lonka Institute had called directly, informing him to be ready for the corresponding task. During the call, he emphasized multiple times that this person was extremely important to Long Country, urging him to accommodate all his requests. From the perspective of official rank, the president of the Lonka Institute was at least 1 or 2 levels higher than him. It was said that for someone of such rank, all possible means should be employed to meet his demands. Thus, it became clear that the power behind this person was formidable, even surpassing that of the president. The old man could only utter some formalities and pleasantries, hoping to stabilize the situation. He directly picked up a cup from the table and smashed it hard against the plump boss. The cup by chance struck the plump boss on the nose, bending it out of shape. Blood immediately gushed out, and at that moment the old man could not care less. He slammed the office door shut. If Qin Feng lost his temper, not only would he end up in jail, but his son would also be in deep trouble. Qin Feng's mindset was beyond that of ordinary people. Those trashy remarks were like feathers to him. The connections behind him were extensive. Uprooting everything would be overly complicated. Moreover, his true weight had yet to be fully displayed. He could only seize the opportunity to use what leverage he had. He would deal with everything in the future. Qin Feng smiled lightly and said, "It's fine. Of course it can be." The old man's mind was racing, trying to think of the right words to pacify Qin Feng, but this statement had completely derailed his train of thought. Qin Feng tilted his head, asking with puzzlement, No room for negotiation. Then he'll just take my leave. Wait. Let's talk. My conditions won't be easy to meet, so be prepared. The old man was overjoyed. As long as his official position remained, nothing else mattered. Build standardized roads and tunnels connecting Qianlong village to the towns and county seats spanning several hills. Renovate the entire village thoroughly and plan and construct other facilities. Just 2 requests, not too hard, are they? The old man's mouth twitched upon hearing this. The seemingly simple road construction and village improvement would require enormous funds and manpower. A standard road 4 meters wide with a 20-centimeter thick concrete surface costs at least around 200,000 yuan per kilometer. Typically, road construction funds come from national allocations or local government fundraising, with the county transportation department overseeing specific management and construction tasks. From Qianlong village to the county seat, the hills span at least 50 kilometers of road. Adding tunnels and foundation reinforcement, which require renting massive machinery, wouldn't the cost amount to a small fortune? Qin Feng seemed to notice the old man's evasive gaze, so he pretended to get up and leave. It seems I'll have to discuss the issue of positions with Dean Qian instead. Hope to see you on TV next time. The old man was startled as Qin Feng rose, hastily grabbing him. I can do it. Having succeeded, Qin Feng smirked inwardly. Once you give in the first time, the second and third times won't be hard to get. While I trust the execution capability of your transportation department, there won't be any shoddy work, right? Oh, by the way, plan the village to resemble a summer resort. Avoid large-scale concrete buildings. I'm not fond of that. This was another blow to the old man, costing another small fortune. The old man opened the door to see Qin Feng out. The chubby boss covered his nose, staring at his father in terror. He had been fully aware of the conversation in the office and couldn't believe his father had yielded. To prevent his rebellious son from uttering any more insolent words, the old man roared, "First, listen to me carefully. The mountain roads of Qianlong village and the summer resort project are entirely in your hands. If even one detail falls short, it'll break your legs." The chubby boss was stunned, then beamed. "So you're handing me the projects? Haha, what a misunderstanding." Qin Feng chuckled. "Oh, by the way, you'll cover the project costs out of your own pocket." "What?" The chubby boss was taken aback, ready to complain. The old man, quick-witted, directly covered his mouth to prevent any further mishaps. Only when he saw Qin Feng leave the building did he breathe a sigh of relief. "You idiot. Do a good job on both projects, or you'll be joining me in prison." The chubby boss still didn't understand why his father was so afraid of Qin Feng. But this matter was critical, so he had no choice but to comply. The money he had earned over a decade in real estate development would now be spent all at once. Qin Feng kept laughing as he left the building, having never met an official's offspring with such low emotional intelligence. Back in the village, Qin Feng informed the village chief of the relevant matters, instructing him to coordinate efforts. Then he had a very satisfying and peaceful new year. Before leaving, Qin Feng transferred 10 million yuan to the village committee, letting the chief use it as he saw fit. If the summer resort village wasn't entirely suitable for the villagers after completion, they could tear it down and rebuild. The next day, Qin Feng rode his motorcycle to the Science and Technology Park. On this 1,000-acre land, over half was now dotted with high-rise buildings and large warehouses. Infrastructure construction was fully complete and water and electricity lines were laid out. Now they were only waiting for Qin Feng to initiate bidding and move equipment into the buildings. Initially, Qin Feng planned to bid out to social tech companies, but on second thought it seemed unsuitable. After all, social tech companies were far behind the Dragon Academy in technology, and his future inventions would only grow more powerful. There was a risk they might destroy an entire factory, like last time with the laser cannon test. That incident occurred in a barren suburb without casualties. This newly planned research building could accommodate tens of thousands for simultaneous research tasks, so it couldn't be arranged haphazardly. Routine projects and top-tier invention projects must be separated. Routine projects involved everyday items like home appliances, daily necessities, and vehicles. Inventions that would quickly and visibly improve people's livelihoods. Top-tier invention projects focused on deep technical research, such as large-scale equipment and ultra-precision mechanical instruments. Dean Qian rushed over as soon as he learned of Qin Feng's return. "Qin Feng, I have great news. The Agricultural Research Institute and the Robotics Institute have achieved scientific results." Qin Feng was surprised. "That's impressive progress. What's their current level?" Dean Qian was also visibly delighted. "The crops have indeed produced larger yields without compromising quality. But the size isn't as exaggerated as yours. Wheat yielding 10,000 jin per mu can now reach 5,000 jin, a remarkable achievement. The output has multiplied several times over. Now it can be widely promoted for cultivation, reducing the number of people suffering from hunger." Qin Feng nodded, unsurprised. The amplification of future technology wasn't so easily cracked or developed. Although they had achieved half the yield, every additional few hundred gene presented a technical barrier. The robots can now walk smoothly and swing their mechanical arms with greatly improved flexibility. But progress in lifting capacity is minimal. The skeletal muscle power system is still under development. Within a year, the first combat-capable robots will be developed, and a large-scale tech exhibition will be held. Qin Feng pondered, realizing the Dragon Academy did have some substance. In less than half a year, they had managed to research the blueprints and produce prototypes. By the way, the Dragon Academy also conducted technical analysis based on the robot's power system. They applied electricity to automobiles, creating a new energy vehicle with low energy consumption and high performance. Although still in the experimental phase, the data obtained surpasses all current energy vehicles on the market. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. This truly surprised him. The Dragon Academy had actually derived insights from robotics technology and applied them to other industries. It seemed their motor technology had also advanced, enabling the conversion of electrical systems into motive power. Dean Qian, can I take a look at this energy vehicle? Director Qian waved his hand decisively, saying a small issue. Initially, the Lonka Institute intended to send a sample to your school for the relevant professors to comprehend. Oh, I didn't expect this capability. Normally, research samples from the Lonka Institute are confidential and would not be easily sent to other organizations for study. This change was actually due to Qin Feng. At first, Qin Feng voluntarily provided many invention blueprints to the Lonka Institute for research. The Lonka Institute also broke many rules, allowing Qin Feng to participate in the progress of confidential experiments and even take finished products away. Over time, the Institute relaxed its confidentiality for some technological research. They decided to submit some grassroots technological achievements to important research organizations in other countries to achieve the goal of common development and perhaps discover new issues that could be improved. Director Qian immediately inquired with the relevant staff, wanting to know where the new energy vehicles had been sent. Director, we are currently on the outer highway of Kyoto University of Technology and will arrive in less than half an hour. Thank you for your hard work. Be careful on the road. After hanging up the phone, Director Qian also took his leave. During this time, many of Qin Feng's technical blueprints had made some progress, and he needed to continue following up. Although the truck carrying the new energy vehicles had arrived at the university's outskirts, it was still far from the core research institute. After all, this school was incredibly large, and it would take at least another 2 hours to reach the research institute from the school gate. While waiting, Qin Feng went to the mechanical engineering department office to find Director Wang. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. The door is open, come in. As Qin Feng pushed open the office door, he found Director Wang hurriedly typing on the keyboard, busily organizing some documents. Director Wang looked up and exclaimed, "Oh my Qin Feng, you're still at school. I thought you had gone to work at the Lonka Institute." "Oh no, now I should call you Dr. Qin Ha." Qin Feng also chuckled, saying, "Director Wang, the latest research vehicle from the Lonka Institute is about to arrive. Can I take a look?" Director Wang was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. How does this kid know everything? Only a few high-level leaders at the school had received this notification. He had been busy with this matter just now. Due to the rush notice from the Lonka Institute, he hadn't made the necessary preparations for coordination. He had just been hurriedly notifying relevant professors and some talented students. He originally intended to notify Qin Feng, but thinking that he had graduated with a doctorate in half a year, he decided to set it aside. Perhaps he had already returned to the system. But unexpectedly, Qin Feng not only hadn't returned, but came to find him instead. Director Wang realized that since Qin Feng was so familiar with the director of the Lonka Institute, he would surely know about any news. He then handed a form to Qin Feng. "This is the confidentiality agreement for the research participants. Everyone must sign it." Qin Feng took the form and joked, "These are exhibits sent to our school. Are you afraid of leaking the technology?" Director Wang, however, put down his work and solemnly advised Qin Feng the research results of the Lonka Institute represent the most advanced technology in Longhua. Being able to provide us with research is also a recognition of collaborative development and the connections of some alumni in the industry. Although the Lonka Institute has no confidentiality regulations on technology, we cannot leak it casually. This is a matter of principle. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. After half an hour of processing, the relevant professors in the mechanical engineering department had all received the notification. They decided to postpone all courses for the next few days and cancel personal matters, dedicating all their energy to researching new energy vehicles. After finishing his work, Director Wang let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, the notifications are complete. The other directors should be about done too. Qin Feng got into Director Wang's special car to go to the Research Institute and wait for the Lonka Institute staff. Once Director Wang got out of the car, he greeted several old professors, and Qin Feng guessed that these must be the deans of other departments. The group of deans and professors appeared quite excited. This was the first time the Lonka Institute shared its latest research results with the school. This represented the promise of more opportunities to share the most advanced technological achievements in the future. It would greatly enhance the research level of the school and provide innovative momentum, attracting top talents from around the world to engage in research. The Research Institute at Kyoto University of Technology, while far from the level of the Lonka Institute, is still the top university in Longwa. Its research capabilities are competitive on a societal level and can stand up against many technology companies. Everyone was very much looking forward to the research and discoveries. One of the main differences between new energy vehicles and fuel vehicles is their power source. Energy vehicles use battery systems to drive electric motors, while fuel vehicles generate power through internal combustion engines. In terms of manufacturing costs, environmental protection, comfort, and simplicity, energy vehicles are significantly stronger than fuel engines. However, in terms of performance, they are inferior, as fuel engines can provide a higher peak power output. As everyone was discussing, the special transport truck from the Lonka Institute had already stopped in front of them. The back of the truck opened up, revealing the entire exterior of the new energy vehicle. This instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, stopping their conversations to gaze at the energy vehicle. With its silver-gray exterior and streamlined design, the vehicle structure was extremely compact. The headlights were centrally located at the front, forming an inverted triangle with the license plate. The chassis was lower than that of ordinary energy vehicles, and upon starting the vehicle, it would rise to a conventional height. The highly polished finish was remarkable, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Staff members emerged from the accompanying vehicle, placing their fingers on the handle of the new energy vehicle. Ding! A crisp sound came from the car door, which automatically opened and folded upwards. Director Wong looked on with admiration, saying, "Wow, it even has fingerprint unlocking. From its appearance, it indeed exudes a sense of mystery, quite impressive." The staff started the vehicle without making much noise, only a slight sound. The car slowly slid down from the loading platform and stopped in front of everyone. The task of delivering the new energy vehicle has been completed. The staff member got out of the car and handed a document to Director Wong, who was at the front. This document contains all the parameters of the new energy vehicle and detailed records of all operational methods. Watching the staff and truck leave, everyone finally stepped forward to examine it closely. Surrounding the new energy vehicle were a throng of professors from various disciplines and industry experts. They touched and examined it as if they had never seen a car before, and some even lay underneath it. A crowd surrounded the car, leaving Qin Feng unable to approach. Dean Wong directly opened the car door and began fiddling with the operating system inside. Qin Feng murmured softly, "Is there really such a rush to get Hansen with a broken car? There will be plenty of opportunities for research in the future." Originally, Qin Feng intended to conduct research on the car himself, but unexpectedly the Lonka Institute directly donated it to the school's research institute. In the days to come, there would surely be a crowd gathering around the car for research, and he probably wouldn't have a spot for himself. The professor closest to Qin Feng seemed to have heard his complaint, turning around to scrutinize him. Qin Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable under the invasive gaze and stared back at him. The professor sized up Qin Feng and asked suspiciously, "Which student is this? Why aren't you in class and instead running to the research institute?" The professor's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet most people still heard him and turned to look at Qin Feng. These professors, sharing similar research directions, often exchanged ideas and collaborated outside of class. Each professor was familiar with their most capable students. However, Qin Feng was a stranger, and none of the professors acknowledged him as their student. Some people thought Qin Feng looked a bit familiar, but couldn't recall any key information. Perhaps they had seen him around campus. Professors and outstanding students who came here had all signed confidentiality agreements. They definitely wouldn't offer kind advice to a stranger like Qin Feng. After all, this was the most advanced finished car in the Long Kingdom, and they couldn't let outsiders know about it. This student, a new task is about to commence here, and it's inconvenient for outsiders to observe. Little one, this is a very important place. Don't linger too long. Don't delay our research progress. Can you take the responsibility for that? Where did this little brat come from teaching us a lesson? Go call the security and have this student escorted out. The shift from gentle advice to harsh eviction left Qin Feng feeling extremely displeased. Damn it, knowing it's a secret, why not quickly move it inside the research institute, instead of letting it be handled in broad daylight? Even if I'm an uninformed person, why should I be escorted away by security for standing under the building? What kind of reasoning is this? Qin Feng was puzzled. Had they all been blinded by the novelty of the car? At that moment, security approached. "This student, please leave on your own. Don't delay the professor's research work." 1,000 curses ran through Qin Feng's mind. Family who understands. I was just strolling downstairs and got warned for violating confidentiality. Can I tolerate this? I immediately retorted, researching a confidential product on the roadside in broad daylight. What a genius. As a professor, how can you speak so harshly? Can't you think a bit before opening your mouth? Did you even ask if I've signed a confidentiality agreement before directly assuming him an outsider? At this age you have no awareness at all. Qin Feng's sharp retorts turned the professors' faces purple and green with displeasure. The first professor to speak also bore an unsightly expression and addressed Qin Feng. Who is your mentor? What is their name? Do the people present know? Qin Feng replied in surprise, What mentor? I don't have a mentor. The professor's face darkened further, and his anger was palpable. You little brat, are you trying to mess with us? Do you know what it means to leak confidential information? Just as this professor was berating him, the car door opened. Dean Wong got out of the car with delight, excitedly informing everyone, I have conducted a simulated driving exercise with the parameters of this new energy vehicle inside the car. The data is flawless. Even the most critical issues of range and performance in energy vehicles surpass most gasoline cars on the market. The Tesla Model S boasts powerful performance and excellent handling. Its electric motor produces an output of up to 680 horsepower, and it accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2 seconds, reaching a top speed of 261 km/h. Furthermore, the Tesla Model S has an ultra-long range capable of traveling over 600 kilometers on a single charge, making it the strongest electric sedan in terms of overall performance on the market. And this new energy vehicle can reach speeds of up to 300 km/h with a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration time of just 1.8 seconds. It charges in half an hour and offers a range of 1,200 kilometers. All aspects of the data are poised to secure the title of the strongest energy vehicle in the market. Dean Wong passionately described the car, while leaning against its body, completely oblivious to the silence that had fallen over the scene. The electric motor of the new energy vehicle is the core technology, all the aforementioned parameters rely on it for support. After Dean Wong finished listing all the parameters, the professors suddenly came to their senses. No wonder this was a research achievement personally delivered by the Lonka Institute. Its performance was astonishingly powerful. Given this, they certainly couldn't let this unfamiliar student stay here. He had to be sent away quickly. At the professor's signal, several students approached Qin Feng and began to push him away. Dean Wong naturally noticed this, and seeing his most talented student being bullied, shouted sternly, You little brat, stop this. With so many teachers present, what do you think you're doing? The professor at the front looked surprised. Dean Wong, do you know this student? He doesn't seem like someone with talent and achievement in the industry, does he? The dean of the Electrical Engineering College frowned and said, Old Wong, you're supposed to be experienced. In such matters, you shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Dean Wong glared and puffed up. Are you implying that I would arrange for a student of mediocre qualifications to gain experience? I don't have the ability to pave the way for a genius-level inventor. The dean of the Electrical Engineering College looked puzzled. Old Wong, have you frozen your head? Why are you talking nonsense? Qin Feng calmly stated, I've said before, there's nothing to research about this broken car. The technology is too outdated. In my hands, I can carry out multiple comprehensive technological innovations, so do you understand? Everyone step aside and let me observe on my own without interruption, okay? Presumptuous. Dean Wong, is this the student you brought? How disrespectful, with no manners at all. Many professors felt disgusted with both Dean Wong and Qin Feng, though none expressed it directly. After all, no matter how you look at it, Dean Wong is still the head of a department, holding a position 2 ranks higher. Dean Wong helplessly said, Qin Feng had already held a doctoral graduation ceremony last semester. Hundreds of professors and experts from the Lonka Institute attended the event. The narrative from Dean Wong left everyone present in utter shock. Less than half a year into university, and he was already arranging a doctoral graduation ceremony. Surprisingly, there were hundreds of professors from Lonka Institute in attendance. What kind of prestigious event was this? Were the students from the Performing Arts Department filming a fantasy movie? Everyone was puzzled. Most of these professors had progressed through their doctoral studies step by step. They were acutely aware of how challenging it was to resolve a graduation thesis and final project. Typically, a doctoral candidate could easily face an extension due to the lack of published journals and achievements. In some cases, students could even be expelled after years of extensions without any results. For someone like Qin Feng, graduating with a bachelor's degree at his age was already a sign of genius, let alone completing a PhD. The dean of the Electrical Engineering Department frowned and said, We have our doubts. Which papers did this Dr. Qin publish? Can you enlighten us? Dean Wong was well aware that mere words would not convince the crowd. But the truth was exaggerated yet real. Qin Feng coldly replied, I have not published any journal papers during my time at school, nor have I participated in any international competitions. Then how exactly did you graduate with a doctorate? Which review panel approved your graduation application? Qin Feng had no idea about these matters. After the professors from Lonka Institute verified the parameters of the photolithography machine, they had disappeared for several hours. When they met again, it was already the day of the doctoral graduation ceremony. Dean Wang had a bit of an understanding of Qin Feng and knew that some of his inventions had caught the attention of Lonka Institute, making the two parties particularly close. There is no need to delve too deeply. Qin Feng's invention projects are directly connected to Lonka. With our current level, we have no qualifications to engage with them. Dean of Electrical Engineering put down the documents in his hand somewhat dissatisfied and said to Dean Wang, "Is this kid's invention really at a globally leading level? Is even the research standard of our country's top university not comparable?" Dean Wang nodded silently. Since he got to know this student, he had frequently witnessed high-level leaders from Lonka Institute and military personnel visiting, bringing in substantial materials, and going to military experimental bases to test inventions. Dean Wang leaned closer to the Dean of Electrical Engineering, seemingly saying something. The Dean's pupils suddenly dilated, his mouth slightly agape, and his body trembled slightly. Everyone, including Qin Feng, was left puzzled about what had been said to provoke such an exaggerated reaction. After finishing, Dean Wang waved his hand, allowing the new energy vehicle to enter the laboratory. This time no one stopped Qin Feng. The first task for the numerous professors entering the laboratory was to adjust various equipment parameters and instruments. They needed to conduct comprehensive tests on the new energy vehicle. The maximum friction and extreme heat resistance that the tires could withstand while running at high speed, the stability of the vehicle structure during high-speed driving, and how long the motor could sustain operation under high power. It's not that they didn't trust Lonka Institute's testing data, but scientific research requires rigor. Problems might not arise in this location, but could occur in another. It's not that they didn't trust Lonka Institute's testing data, but scientific research requires rigor. Problems might not arise in this location, but could occur in another. The impact of subtle environmental factors such as weather, temperature, and humidity needed extensive research and experimentation. Only then could they ensure that the final product maintained high performance and safety after mass production. Qin Feng observed the serious and focused expressions of those around him, feeling somewhat the atmosphere. Such high-intensity data testing could take 1 to 2 weeks to analyze the vehicle in depth. When will it be my turn to work on this myself? Qin Feng tapped his tongue and said to Dean Wang, "Dean, I'll start my own research now. I'm eager to produce results, so I won't wait any longer." With a small iron hammer in his left hand and a screwdriver in his right, Qin Feng walked towards the workbench. But in the next moment, he was blocked by 2 doctoral students near the platform. Dean Wang, with a face full of concern, held his head, wondering why this kid was so impatient. Those professors and deans had been harboring discontent. How could he do this to them? The Dean of Electrical Engineering could no longer hold back, clenched his fists, and slammed down on the workbench. "Kid, are you deliberately opposing us? So eager to produce results? What makes you so capable? Even if you are valued by Lonka Institute, you can't humiliate us like this. This is a laboratory, not your factory. It's not a place for you to run wild." Dean Wang hurriedly stepped in to mediate as the disparities in understanding and experience between both parties were too great. A few words could not clarify the situation, which led to so many conflicts today. It's like playing a game with a friend. You are a diamond player while your friend is a top-tier king. Your understanding and techniques regarding the game are bound to have a chasm-like difference. You might say that the JIS burst damage is invincible. Whoever faces it is doomed, a true T0 hero. While your friend argues that Luna is the T0 hero, combining techniques and damage feared by all in high-level matches. You are farming in the bot lane while your teammate initiates a fight in the top lane. You drop everything and rush to help your teammate while your friend advises you to push the lane and control the dragon instead. You scold him for only farming in the jungle. This disparity showcases the different levels of understanding. The Dean of Electrical Engineering and Qin Feng were no different. As the Dean of the Electrical Engineering Department, all his current achievements were earned step by step. Years of hard study and accumulation in university, followed by deep industry learning with a doctoral advisor. He developed many advanced industry devices and published numerous journal papers. He had gone through extensive trials and tribulations with a bit of luck to become a dean. This position, like most professors, was a result of both talent and effort. On the other hand, Qin Feng was a dark horse that suddenly emerged in the field of scientific research, exceptionally gifted. His inventions were top-notch globally, and his research progress was incredibly swift. There was truly no common ground for communication between them. They were not of the same kind. Between a research fanatic and a gifted genius, there was only conflict, no understanding. If you can produce such a new energy vehicle within a week, you can create whatever you like in the research institute from. Is there such a good deal? Why didn't you say so earlier? If that's the case, then I shall graciously accept your offer. Qin Feng took a large stride onto the experimental platform, carrying his tools as he entered the vehicle's interior. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Closing the door, he lay quietly on the driver's seat, savoring the comfort. So comfortable. The interior of this new energy vehicle was remarkably minimalist, devoid of any flashy mascots or pendants. What set it apart from ordinary vehicles was its autonomous driving capability. The radar signal was exceptionally precise, accurately avoiding other vehicles and detecting emergencies along the way. He attached the portable data analysis instrument to the electronic panel and only got out after 10 minutes had passed. Then picking up a hammer, he struck the tires and doors, finding no traces of blunt force friction. Qin Feng carefully ran his hands over the door, alternately caressing it gently and kneading it firmly. This should be coated with a special protective layer. Using a tool, he pried open the front hood, revealing the entire motor and other equipment. The motor was enormous, occupying nearly half the volume of the vehicle's front section. Qin Feng speculated that this must be the core technology of this new energy vehicle. Since its inspiration came from Jack's energy, he saw no need for an in-depth exploration. Gently closing the front hood, Qin Feng let out a sigh. Alas, it seems there's nothing worth studying here. Nothing has truly opened my eyes. This move also drew looks of displeasure from all the professors present, but it did not affect him. Qin Feng jumped down from the platform and strode out on his own. Lock in on the official Douyin live stream of the Dragon Science Academy. Come to my turf and broaden your horizons. Qin Feng left with brisk strides, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. Dean Wang quickly explained, "This kid now manages the official live stream channel of the Dragon Science Academy. He's quite famous in the tech forums." The Dean of Electrical Engineering, however, looked at Dean Wang with concern. "Old Wang, you're not being fooled by this greenhorn, are you? An institution of that caliber would never create an online account, let alone a live stream." Dean Wang waved his hand. The rules were broken because of Qin Feng. Everything will become clear in time. Anyone who had seen Qin Feng's invention live streams or interacted with him in person would understand just how extraordinary this man was. After returning to the research building, Qin Feng set about his related work. He changed the live stream title once more, "The Path to Glory of the Dongfeng Heavy Truck Tianlong." Returning to the machine tool area, he called Dean Qian. "Dean Qian, I need some special materials and also a Dongfeng Heavy Truck Tianlong. Lon's Delight, Dyneema rope, palladium microalloy glass, Darwin's bark, spider silk, chromium metal, bucky paper, and bilayer graphene. As many nano-level materials as possible. MML arranged for someone to handle it right away." Hanging up, Dean Qian was quite puzzled. There seemed no direct connection between these items. Could Qin Feng be planning to upgrade the truck's materials, turning it into something that could crush a highway python to death? These materials were, to Qin Feng's knowledge, the hardest and toughest on Earth. Lon's Delight, also known as hexagonal diamond, is relatively rare on Blue Planet, typically found as microscopic crystals invisible to the naked eye on diamonds. Its appearance is a transparent brownish yellow with a Mohs hardness between 7 and 8. Dyneema rope is the highest strength fiber material on Blue Planet, not only lighter than liquid, but also resistant to wear and mechanical cutting. Made from high-strength homologous polyethylene fibers woven to a tightness of about 65. These ropes are mostly gray and possess a strength up to 15 times that of equivalent steel. This rope is abrasion-resistant and radiation-proof, even offering some bulletproof effects commonly used in the fishing line industry. One wonders what wonders it could work if made into bulletproof vests. Palladium microalloy glass is the hardest carbon-free material on Blue Planet. This glass incorporates 5 elements: phosphorus, silicon, germanium, silver, and palladium. Thus, while possessing hardness, it also retains toughness, not splitting under strong tension, combining the two crucial properties of high strength and high toughness. The web of the Darwin's bark spider is considered by academia to be the toughest biological substance on Blue Planet, stronger than steel and tougher than Kevlar, the material used for the strongest bulletproof vests. Its weight is also noteworthy. 0.5 kilogram of its thread could encircle the Earth's equator. Chromium metal is the hardest elemental metal material on Blue Planet, significantly stronger than diamond, boasting both high hardness and considerable toughness. A 2 cubic centimeter block of chromium can bear a load of 20 tons without deformation. The robustness of a material is not solely determined by its hardness. Toughness and elasticity also affect its overall strength. Additionally, chromium metal is highly corrosion resistant. The reason common stainless steel products don't rust is due to the addition of chromium. Everyone is likely familiar with the story of King Gojin of Yu. His sword remained sharp even after being. After a series of analyses, the Dragon Science Academy discovered that the reason the sword of King Gojin of Yu remained rust-free for over 2 years was a layer of chromium oxide plated on the blade. The wisdom of the ancients is truly unfathomable. How did they ever discover this metallic material? Bucky paper weighs only 1/10 as much as ordinary A4 paper, yet a stack of composite material made from it is 500 times stronger than steel. It can be used not only to create fire-resistant materials, but also boasts high thermal conductivity. Moreover, it can filter particles larger than 50 nanometers from air or liquids and support the growth of biological tissues like nerve cells. This material holds great significance in fields such as weaponry, large-scale instruments, and bulletproofing. Graphene is considered a revolutionary material for the future, being one of the thinnest and strongest known materials. Its Young's modulus can reach 1 TPa unit of pressure. Furthermore, this material exhibits excellent thermal and electrical conductivity, and its toughness is also top-notch. Under strong tension, it will merely bend without breaking. Graphene shares the same properties as the hardest diamond. However, the arrangement of its atoms differs. A single layer of graphene is only as thick as the diameter of one carbon atom. When researchers at the Dragon Science Academy stacked 2 layers of graphene together, a very peculiar property emerged. The bilayer graphene exhibited remarkable robustness, capable of withstanding even bullets. And what is truly astonishing is that this strength is exclusive to bilayer graphene. Adding 3 layers, 4 layers, or more does not increase its strength. To this day, graphene is still regarded on Blue Planet as the world's strongest and thinnest material. However, simply gathering these materials together does not directly produce an invincibly strong new energy vehicle. Rather, it is to ensure that the base materials for technological enhancement are more robust, so the final product will be several times stronger. Moreover, the vehicle being invented this time is no ordinary energy vehicle. Due to the large size of the container truck, Qin Feng decided to set up the equipment outdoors. Dozens of Jax robots activated simultaneously, moving all the machine tools out of the building to invent in the open air. Director Qin was highly efficient and soon acquired a Dongfeng heavy-duty truck. With a powerful and deep roar, the truck parked under the research building. From the upper floor, the truck appeared relatively small and slender. Qin Feng murmured quietly, "This heavy truck is quite different from what I imagined." Director Qin called to urge him to come down quickly. The heavy truck and all the sturdy materials were ready. Qin Feng hurried downstairs, and only when he looked directly at the truck did he feel a sense of shock. The truck before him was at least 4 meters high and 3 meters wide. The front part was entirely red, and the cargo area was nearly 10 meters long, making it extremely massive. The dark red paint gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Director Qin remarked, "This Dongfeng heavy-duty truck is not a standard commercial vehicle, it is a military-grade product. It is generally used for transporting materials and equipment for large experimental bases, easily carrying over 100 tons. Qin Feng stroked his chin and slowly said, "Can it really carry 100 tons? I feel like it might struggle a bit." He noticed that the truck left very small impressions on the ground, unlike what one would expect from a 100-ton vehicle. "Hey, you shouldn't doubt it. Follow me." Director Qin led Qin Feng to the back of the truck where the staff opened the cargo area. Inside, various materials were densely packed and neatly arranged. "Look, just the rare materials you requested weigh over 80 tons. Adding the other instruments and high-strength steel, it totals about 150 tons. Qin Feng was surprised the seemingly ordinary truck had such incredible carrying capacity. "In that case, I will begin the live demonstration of my invention." As Director Qin arranged for the unloading, he was stopped by Qin Feng. Unloading such heavy materials would be a hassle for the workers. All the robots were deployed, and within half an hour they had unloaded all the cargo. At the same time, Qin Feng informed Director Qin that he wanted to keep the truck, as he suddenly had an idea for a dimensional breakthrough invention. Initially, Director Qin thought that Qin Feng wanted the truck for transporting more materials. He did not expect that Qin Feng had ideas about modifying the truck, but didn't understand what could be done with it. Could it be to increase the carrying weight and transportation volume? In reality, it was unnecessary, as there were even larger trucks in Longwo with greater capacity and working ability. These are typically used in large mineral development areas and are also called mining trucks. They can carry up to 450 tons of coal. Their size is also quite exaggerated, with a single tire larger than a small car, and the driver has to climb stairs to get into the cab. Qin Feng seemed to see the confusion in Director Qin's eyes and explained, "I originally planned to convert this heavy-duty truck into an electric-powered vehicle. The moment I saw the truck, I thought of it." "Director Qin, have you seen Transformers?" "I watched it with my grandson before Optimus Prime left a strong..." Qin Feng chuckled, "My invention this time is Optimus Prime, as the dark red body inspired me. Coincidentally, the prototypes are all heavy-duty trucks, which is quite fitting." Director Qin frowned and advised, "Child, the reason science fiction movies are movies is that they are a form of yearning and fantasy about mechs. In reality, it is impossible to create a robot with such capabilities." Before Director Qin could finish, weren't those robots and new concept mechs of Qin Feng's all at a science fiction movie level? Perhaps it was just because such inventions had never existed before, possibly because Qin Feng had not yet descended into the world. Director Qin sighed deeply. "Are you really going to create Transformers?" "Of course, this is just a small part of my future plans." Director Qin sat quietly on a small chair downstairs, watching Qin Feng perform. He opened the Douyin live stream, and instantly thousands of viewers flooded in. When these people saw the title updated by Lonka Institute, they immediately subscribed to the live stream announcement. What aspect is the host going to modify today? Is it the heavy truck transforming into a mining truck? Or a live demonstration of crashing a giant python on the highway? Haha, I can't possibly be Optimus Prime. I really like the leader of Cybertron. The upstairs is exaggerating, that's just a big sci-fi movie. Qin Feng inadvertently caught sight of this comment and quickly replied, of course today's invention is the vehicle leader from Transformers, Optimus Prime. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream chat exploded. Wait, is this the live stream of Lonka Institute? Did I walk into the wrong place? Inventing Optimus Prime. Doesn't the host know that mechanical life forms don't exist? Oh, this is a bit shocking. Let me take a moment. Without saying anything, let's take a look at the county. As the audience in the live stream shared screenshots across various apps, Qin Feng's live stream quickly gained popularity. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers online had surpassed 800,000. Moreover, this growth trend continued to rise rapidly. People arriving had various thoughts. Some were checking if there were official representatives, some came to cause trouble, and others were fans of Transformers. Host, don't keep us in suspense. Let me see where Optimus Prime is. Has the official account of Lonka Institute. It must be criminals trying to make money off this. A look at the donations for this stream. They're nearly 400,000. Damn, I'm so jealous. They made in a few minutes what would take me years to earn. Woe is me. Really speechless. The Lonka Institute's account can be hacked just like that. People really need to think before they go online. Watching the number of viewers in the live stream continue to rise, Qin Feng stopped keeping them in suspense. He placed his phone at a distance, aiming it at the machine tools and the Dongfeng heavy-duty truck. What the heck? Is this Optimus Prime? Damn, even the color is wrong. Optimus Prime's front is red and blue, primarily blue. Exactly, and the pattern is a blazing fire speeding forward. Isn't this truck just a Dongfeng series heavy-duty truck? It's just that this model has not been seen on the market. At this moment, Qin Feng couldn't see the chat because he was standing in front of the pile of materials contemplating how to utilize them. The next workload was immense, and there couldn't be any mistakes. Otherwise, it would affect the quality of the final technological enhancement. First, in the first step, Qin Feng needed to disassemble the heavy-duty truck into parts. He waved his hand, and the robots rushed forward with tools. First, detach the connection of the 7-meter-long carriage and set it aside, leaving only the front part of the vehicle. The robot does not need tools like jacks. A slight lift with its hand completes the task. Surround the front of the vehicle and begin disassembling along the screws and suspension points. Remove the exhaust pipe, large headlights, front windshield, diesel engine, hydraulic cylinder, fuel tank, and more. In no time, the Dongfeng heavy-duty truck Tianlong was disassembled into its smallest parts. Next, under the computational power of jacks, all the equipment structures and systems were scanned and summarized. All the technology of this heavy truck was recorded into the database by jacks. The process of creating equipment is divided into several steps, with product development and design being the most crucial. This is the most critical and core step for Qin Feng. The design of the parts represents the final form of the finished product along with its various parameters. Next is the preparation of production technology, which is very easy for jacks. The leading global precision of 0.0001 in machine tools and 0.3 nanometer super lithography machines, along with advanced artificial intelligence jacks controlling the workflow. This technology, seen globally, is probably only within Qin Feng's capabilities. Then comes the processing and manufacturing of components with dozens of tons of rare, sturdy materials. Can the finished product be poor? Finally, there is assembly, debugging, painting, rust prevention, and packaging. For Qin Feng, a crucial step is model design. This is different from previous inventions, which could be upgraded based on currently existing equipment. Optimus Prime is a character from a sci-fi mecha movie entirely unrelated to real-world products. Whether Cybertron exists or not can only be determined by Qin Feng through interstellar travel. Optimus Prime essentially belongs to the category of robots, but is a mechanical life form. In the robot industry, the most competitive aspect is the core components, which are the most technologically advanced and valuable parts. Qin Feng categorizes them into 5 major types: chips, controllers, servo motors, sensors, and reducers. Chips are primarily responsible for data computation and instruction delivery for robot operations. In today's robot market, chips are divided into 2 types: general-purpose chips and dedicated chips. General-purpose chips struggle with the extensive, deep neural network computations required for robots, but they excel in portability and scalability. Dedicated chips are specifically designed for AI computations, boasting not only high power, but also exceptional performance. For Longhua and even globally, dedicated chips are still in the early stages of research and development, and currently suitable chips for robots cannot be produced. This is not a problem for Qin Feng. With JAX's computational simulation and top-tier lithography machines, the chip issue can be easily resolved. The controller is primarily responsible for issuing and transmitting motion commands, controlling the robot's movement, coordinates postures, trajectories, operation sequences, actions, and timing during operation. It's akin to controlling a small character in an arcade game. It is very important. Servo motors are mainly used to drive all joint parts of the robot, controlling speed and torque to achieve precise, rapid, and stable coordinate movement tasks. This technology is predominantly controlled by developed countries led by the beautiful country, while Longwa can only develop in the gaps. Sensors primarily provide robots with vision, hearing, touch, strength, distance, and various perceptual capabilities. This allows robots to accurately sense external objects during operation with rapid movement and self-judgment capabilities. Qin Feng had already understood these technologies when designing the new concept mecha. He also successfully invented a concept mecha with ultra-low latency, super performance, and lethality. Qin Feng has a certain impression of Optimus Prime with its blue and red paint scheme and towering 8-meter mechanical body. This mechanical life form changes from color to iron black when its key components are severely damaged. Moreover, it is entirely made of Cybertron alloy with titanium as the main material. The energy source is also provided by the Matrix of Leadership, giving it a distinctly sci-fi color. Qin Feng greatly admires the commanding aura of Optimus Prime, especially that line at the end of the first film, "I am Optimus Prime, and I send this message to any surviving Autobots taking refuge among the stars. We are here, we are waiting." Translated, it means, "I am Optimus Prime, sending this message to all Autobots in exile among the stars. We are here waiting for you." Since Optimus Prime does not belong to today's society, Qin Feng can only try to restore the data provided officially. Through analyzing online data, he obtained these 3 sets of parameters. The prototype truck of Optimus Prime is a Peterbilt with a total wheel diameter of 1.07 meters. The width of the truck is 2.6 meters, and the height is 4.0 meters. In humanoid form, it measures only 8 meters. Since it is a transformer, the internal structure must be grand. It requires the use of nano-level compressed materials to ensure that Optimus Prime transforms smoothly and fluidly. Qin Feng freely sketched design ideas and preliminary structures on the blueprint, completing the design of the crucial chip and various core components functions. As for the various systems, they will be entirely entrusted to Jax for operational design. In terms of appearance and weight parameters, Qin Feng will try to align with official data. However, in terms of lethality and component principles, Qin Feng needs to adapt to local conditions using the best quality raw materials from Blue Star for manufacturing and enhancement. He placed the hundreds of tons of raw materials in the machine tool for in-depth processing, conducting the final design and production tasks based on the heavy truck components and mech-related equipment. As for energy, Qin Feng naturally chose solar energy, just like the new concept mecha. Solar energy can essentially be considered inexhaustible. Regarding weapons, Qin Feng plans to initially design a similar ancient divine sword of Judgment. The materials used will also be of the highest hardness and quality in nanomaterials, ensuring that the finished product will be formidable. Transmit all design principles to Jax for full-speed simulation. Where is Optimus Prime? The streamer wouldn't deceive us, right? Do you believe it? The streamer says he is Ultraman Tiga, and you believe it. Well, that does not seem entirely unbelievable. All the machine tools were fully operational, and one component after another was being crafted. An hour later, all the component fabrication tasks were completed. Looking at the pile of components that resembled a small mountain, Qin Feng issued the final assembly command. Front bumper headlights, chassis, solar engine, hydraulic lever system. Countless small parts were first assembled into a device half the size of a person and finally into a truck. The truck was assembled, but it did not yet resemble Optimus Prime as it had not yet been painted. The robot brought over a special paint made from unique materials and evenly sprayed it on the truck body while creating patterns. Thus, the prototype of Optimus Prime was completed in perfect proportions. Viewers in the live stream were shocked to see it was just an ordinary color-changed truck, and they began to complain. I have to say, this truck does look a bit like Optimus Prime. If I thought it was really Transformers. Turns out it's just a prototype truck. Dragon Science Institute is really clickbaiting tisk unfollowing. This is already pretty good, quite a cool heavy-duty truck. Qin Feng knew that the Optimus Prime in front of him weighed a total of 22 tons, very close to the official data released. Although it was developed using ultra-high precision lithography machines and machine tools, Qin Feng still had some worries. He feared that the current truck would not be able to transform into an 8-meter-high form. After all, this was the first time developing a behemoth that had never existed in Blue Star. Although the new concept mech shared many functions with the equipment used by Optimus Prime, it was merely a combat mech controlled by humans. What Qin Feng intended to endow was artificial intelligence with self-awareness. To this end, he specially had Jax download all background materials and stories related to Transformers and upload them to Optimus Prime's receiving end. Upon interfacing with the Optimus Prime system, Qin Feng discovered it could not generate self-awareness. This was somewhat discouraging. Let's amplify first, and then transform. This way we can ensure Optimus Prime's performance is even stronger. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng instructed the robot to pull over a gray curtain measuring over 10 meters long, covering the heavy truck entirely. Not only were the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream bewildered, but director Qin was also stunned. Since Qin Feng began designing and manufacturing equipment on site, he had been sitting downstairs watching. When dismantling the Dongfeng heavy-duty truck, director Qin could fully understand Qin Feng's approach. Such operations were too common in the Dragon Science Institute. For instance, whenever they obtained a device they had never had before, they would disassemble it to understand the reverse principles. Through this method, they could acquire the technology and design principles of the device. However, when Qin Feng completed assembling the truck parts and then covered them with the large curtain, director Qin was baffled. What kind of operation is this? Shouldn't the freshly applied paint be left outside to dry? Why cover it? Is it because the sun is too strong and might crack the smooth surface of the paint? The blue and red paint Qin Feng applied to Optimus Prime was not ordinary paint. It was an advanced protective coating created by merging nanomaterials and special functional liquids. Even temperatures of thousands of degrees could not harm it, let alone the mere sunlight. After all, the power source for the Optimus Prime that Qin Feng crafted was solar energy. Covering the Optimus Prime truck form was actually to facilitate system enhancement. During this 1 to 2 month winter vacation, Qin Feng had accumulated no less than 8 enhancement attempts, and this time he intended to use them all at once. To ensure the finished product was exceptionally perfect and impactful, Qin Feng planned to start with the initial enhancement of future technology. Every step of the enhancement had to be executed precisely. The first burst of red light shot out instantly, enveloping the entire heavy truck. The reflected light made Qin Feng involuntarily cover his eyes. It was too dazzling. But from the outside there seemed to be no changes because this was a highly opaque curtain. As the red light gradually faded, a bluish sheen appeared on the truck body and the upper layer of the tires. Even the water tank radiated a silver-white metallic luster, extremely dazzling. Hundredfold defense enhancement. Hundredfold strength enhancement. Hundredfold power enhancement. Hundredfold. Using up the remaining 7 enhancement attempts in one breath, the standard form of Optimus Prime was completed. Just as the livestream audience was complaining and even insulting the host, the curtain was suddenly pulled aside. The complete and imposing form of Optimus Prime was thus presented plainly before everyone. Optimus Prime transformed into battle mode. The truck emitted a low rumbling sound the moment it received. The 2 heavy doors pushed backward, the lower part of the front end pressed down heavily, and 2 massive mechanical fists extended from within. The mechanical fists spread their fingers and forcefully slammed down onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The silver-white water tank also transformed and extended, and the huge, robust mechanical legs emerged from the solar power source. The exhaust pipe and front fender compressed and rotated to the back of Optimus Prime. The tire fenders were also distributed on the shoulder armor, with the tires assembled onto the mechanical legs. The transformation from truck form to knight form took less than 2 seconds. Qin Feng was engulfed in dust, coughing constantly. The towering and mighty Cybertronian leader knight standing before him gave Qin Feng an immense shock and impact. He hadn't noticed much while watching the movie, but standing before him now he could truly feel it. This scene in the live stream directly caused the entire barrage of comments to explode. "Well, I'm going crazy. I actually saw Optimus Prime appear in reality. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. This is simply illogical. Could this be advanced special effects? Just like in the movies, specially placed in the live stream to trick us. Nobody, are you stupid? Don't you know about the new concept mech the host invented last time? This is outrageous. It looks just like..." Director Qin was also astonished by this scene. He knew that Qin Feng was incredibly skilled, capable of creating various top-tier devices and inventions worldwide. He even invented a new concept mech with formidable combat capabilities. But the Optimus Prime before him made Director Qin doubt whether he was still dreaming. The sound of metal compressing and transforming along with the clouds of dust it kicked up made Director Qin realize that this was indeed reality. Truly incredible. The video of Qin Feng live streaming the creation of Transformers was edited and shared by many people, spreading through the internet. Some netizens believe this was indeed the Optimus Prime from the movies, with identical size proportions possibly implanted into the live stream through special effects. Some thought this was a promotional stunt for the next big movie currently used to attract attention. Others hurriedly searched for the live stream link to check it out. The number of online viewers in the live stream is steadily increasing, currently surpassing 3 million. More and more people are joining in, and the gifts being sent are also on the rise. Qin Feng looked at the Optimus Prime before him, feeling very satisfied. The only drawback was its lack of autonomous thought. Test the basic functions and weaponry. Optimus Prime drew out a 5-meter-long sword of judgment from its back and swung it toward the buildings ahead. The moment the metallic sword struck the concrete structure, a powerful spark and sound erupted. This 20-meter-high building stood remarkably stable, even with a large section of its middle missing. Qin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, smacking his lips as he said, "It seems the architectural researchers at Lonka Institute are quite skilled. They are using top-grade building materials. Even in this damaged state, it won't collapse." Since the building was already damaged, it couldn't be used any longer. To prevent further collapse, Optimus Prime was instructed to completely demolish the building. After all, the efficiency of Lonka Institute is quite high. In less than half a month, another perfect building would rise. Under Optimus Prime's vigorous swinging, the structure came crashing down, sending clouds of dust swirling towards Qin Feng. Optimus Prime extended its right arm, equipped with a device connected to a water tank that could spray out extremely fine droplets of water. Optimus Prime knelt on one knee, using the high-pressure water spray to isolate the large amounts of dust and debris rushing towards him. The viewers in the live stream were ecstatic, clearly witnessing a real event. "It's like a little cow on a plane the cow has taken to the skies. You are truly exceptional, my good sir. Someone buy a bottle of 1 yuan mineral water for this brother using my pension. Damn it, I thought you were going to send a rocket to this brother." Since Optimus Prime has arrived, the other Autobots can't be far behind, right? The swirling dust was quickly cleared away by the water spray. Qin Feng stood within the protective barrier formed by the spray, looking quite pleased with himself. Danger eliminated. Deactivate the high-pressure spraying device. With Optimus Prime's uniquely magnetic voice, the protective barrier of water also dissipated. A rainbow appeared in the aftermath, quite a beautiful sight. Qin Feng was very familiar with the functions of this Optimus Prime, describing it as an invincible amphibious close combat mech. With both land and water capabilities, why not create a powerful flying vehicle as well? In one of the Transformers movies, there was a legendary character from Cybertron named Jetfire. He transferred his energy system and equipment to Optimus Prime in a self-sacrificial manner, granting Optimus Prime extremely high explosive flight capabilities and long-range missile strike potential in a short period. Once the combination was complete, Jetfire and Optimus Prime easily defeated the Decepticon leader. Jetfire's equipment and parts all fell off during that fierce battle. What Qin Feng wanted to create was a flying device that could be used at any time. This was different from the propulsion systems of the new concept mechs and exoskeleton devices. The propulsion system is the primary component of a flying vehicle, generating powerful thrust through internal. While operating, it releases vast amounts of thermal energy, light energy, and produces great noise, enabling the flying vehicle to enhance its performance and complete its flight missions. In the working state of the flying vehicle, the propulsion system can elevate height, increase the overall speed of the vehicle, and change its flight direction. It can even control the flight posture of the vehicle through the propulsion system. Indeed, there are propulsion systems present in the structure of Optimus Prime. However, these are only used to assist running and increase the swinging speed of the mechanical arms, having no relation to flight capabilities. After careful consideration, he decided to visit the aerospace department of Lonka Institute. The live stream was closed, but the topic's popularity continued to soar. Qin Feng was yet to discover how significantly this earth-shattering live stream would impact him. Optimus Prime transformed into truck mode, and Qin Feng beckoned director Qian to get in the vehicle. On the way, Qin Feng kept asking about the rocket propulsion devices and flying vehicles from the Aerospace Institute. Director Qian, bewildered, directly asked, "What? Do you want to build a rocket?" Qin Feng shook his head repeatedly. Rockets were still too distant for him at this stage. The number of people involved in rocket design and political work likely ranges from dozens to hundreds. Additionally, with parts procurement and laboratory component testing, the design and production require thousands of personnel. Even if Qin Feng relied on JAX and AI for computational simulation, it would still require several buildings' worth of server groups. The power consumption is extremely high, and a moment's negligence could cause the servers to short-circuit and catch fire. Furthermore, the area of the rocket base needs to be substantial, requiring approval from higher authorities. Rocket research is considered a top-tier scientific project in any country. Isn't the rocket propulsion device obtained last time the most basic one? After my modifications, it will be more than sufficient for use on the exoskeleton device. And today you can see how massive this Optimus Prime is, right? Weighing 22 tons and standing 8 meters tall. The propulsion system needed for the flying vehicle must be the advanced rocket propulsion system currently used for rocket launches. Only a propulsion system of this level, after modification, can be utilized by Optimus Prime. Director Qian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Do you know what level of propulsion system is currently used in rockets? Currently, the largest carrier rocket being researched in Longhua is the Long March 9, a heavy-lift rocket designed for future crewed lunar landings and Mars missions. This is a remarkably grand space program. Its boosters are colossal with a diameter reaching 5 meters, and a single thrust can achieve 650 tons. Qin Feng didn't understand this. Then Director Qin, has this propulsion system been produced yet? Director Qin scratched his head awkwardly, as it was still in the research and development phase and no finished product had been produced yet. The best current rocket propulsion system is the Long March 5, with a diameter of 3 meters and an overall rocket thrust of 1,000 tons. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This thrust and diameter were just right for Optimus Prime. Director Qin, let's go directly to the launch site of the Long March 5. No need to bother going to Lonka Institute to get the equipment. Director Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. The development and design of the Long March 5 went through countless painful experimental failures, even crashing back to Earth during its first launch. It wasn't until several years later that successful launches were achieved, and it was unknown how much effort was expended by countless researchers. Such state-level scientific technology is very difficult for outsiders to glimpse. No matter how Director Qin advised, it was to no avail. Helpless, he could only agree to Qin Feng's request. However, the head of the Aerospace Research Institute had to accompany them, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to enter the launch base. As the truck passed by Lonka Institute, an elderly man joined their company who was none other than the head of the Aerospace Research Institute, Old Li. Old Li was quite surprised by this. Old Qin, where are you taking me? My schedule is very busy. Clearly, Old Li had been invited by Director Qin without prior knowledge of the situation. Director Qin rubbed his hands together, smiling as he said, "We want your help with something this time." Old Li's serious expression suddenly relaxed, and he let out a long sigh. "Isn't it just helping out? Just have two secretaries notify each other. Why do you need to come personally to discuss this? What's the matter? Can't this be shared with outsiders?" Old Li was now smiling, completely unaware of how serious the situation was about to become. Director Qin lowered his gaze slightly, his hands crossed, and placed on the table. "This matter is not only related to the Research Institute's confidential information concerning tens of thousands of people, but it is also connected to the breakthroughs in aerospace technology of Dragon Country." Old Li did not expect the matter to be this significant, so he quickly asked, "What exactly is it? Hurry up and tell me." Director Qin and Qin Feng exchanged glances, and just as Qin Feng was about to speak, he was interrupted by Old Li. "What is wrong with you, driver? Don't you know we are discussing something very important? You should be grateful we haven't asked you to leave yet, and you still want to interrupt?" Qin Feng was taken aback, and Director Qin quickly explained, "Old Li, you misunderstood. This person is currently the youngest genius inventor at Lonka Institute, responsible for the core design and development of the 0.0001 precision machine tool and 0.3 nanometer lithography machine." Old Li was momentarily stunned. He seemed to recall hearing this from an old friend. During a joint testing task with 100 top professors for the lithography machine, they discovered its precision had reached unprecedented levels. Moreover, only one person was fully responsible for designing and developing the lithography machine equipment, a first-year student currently in school. Judging by age, he seemed to be about the same as the driver in front of him. Old Li curiously asked, "Little guy, your name is Qin Feng, right?" Looking at the driver nodding, Old Li ultimately believed him. "Old Li, this is a rare genius inventor of Dragon Country, so I will do my best to meet all his requests. The reason I called you here is for the thruster on the Long March 5 rocket." "What?" Old Li was shocked. He never expected Qin Feng's request to be so outrageous. Sitting in the driver's seat, Qin Feng said without turning his head, "I want to go to the launch base to observe the currently used rocket thrusters and aircraft equipment. This is important for..." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by an impatient Old Li. "Stop. This matter is non-negotiable. Oh, do you think national secrets are a joke? As the head of an institute, don't you know that spying on interdepartmental secrets can lead to the death penalty? You are getting more muddled with age." Old Li continued to criticize Director Qin for his negligence from the back seat and demanded that Qin Feng take him back to the Research Institute. But Qin Feng couldn't do that. How could a duck that has landed easily fly away? The rocket launch base over there also belonged to the Aerospace Research Institute of Lonka, so as the head, he could still enter the core laboratory. However, he could not leak this information to outsiders. Qin Feng urged Optimus Prime to speed up, taking a shortcut into the desert area. They soon arrived at the rocket launch base deep in the desert, parking the truck at the entrance. After the three got out of the car, Old Li was still very resistant. He didn't want to become a traitor leaking research secrets. Director Qin got out first and handed Old Li a bottle of water, soothingly saying, "I bet you've been dry-mouthed from all the talk on the way here. Here, quench your thirst." Old Li, however, did not resist the allure of the mineral water. He opened the cap and gulped it down. "At our age, we must not make mistakes easily, lest we make the next generation suffer." Seeing Old Li begin to talk again, Director Qin quickly handed him a few more bottles of water to stop him. Although it was still early spring, they were in a low-latitude area, and were sweating profusely. While wiping the sweat from his forehead, Qin Feng explained to old Li, "Actually, I came to the Aerospace Research Institute once when I was developing the exoskeleton device. The on-site head took me to the warehouse to study the most basic rocket thrusters." Old Li looked at the two in disbelief. "You actually leaked secrets before. That head must be severely dealt with once I return." Recently, the progress of the small thrusters had just improved, and they couldn't wait to let outsiders in. Director Qin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Qin Feng used the most basic model of the thruster to invent and manufacture one with dozens of times the performance in thrust and stability. Moreover, he handed over the technical blueprints of the new invention to the researchers. Otherwise, how could the progress be so fast?" Old Li was half convinced. "What about the finished product of the exoskeleton device? Show it to me." Qin Feng helplessly shrugged. "It's in the warehouse." Old Li snorted coldly. "How do I know you're not lying to me? Since the finished product has been made, why not continue to use it? Because what was invented this time is too heavy. Moreover, it needs to maintain flexible movement during flight." Old Li completely did not believe Qin Feng's nonsense. "Still, I won't believe it until I see the finished product." Qin Feng smiled. "Wasn't this a coincidence? Optimus Prime was parked right there." Optimus Prime transformed into night mode. Just as Old Li was stunned, the ground began to shake beneath him, stirring up a cloud of sand. Turning around, he was met with a shocking sight of a giant mech. Old Li looked up slowly, standing by the foot of Optimus Prime. He couldn't see its full figure. All he could taste was sand and dust in his mouth. Qin Feng crossed his arms and calmly said, "This is my latest invention, the Transformers giant mech Optimus Prime. This time I'm here to invent an aircraft for it, allowing Optimus Prime to achieve the speed and explosive power of a fighter jet." Old Li gradually stepped back. The full figure of Optimus Prime began to appear in his vision. The massive mechanical body and the blue composite electronic eyes were hard for him to accept at once. Once he regained his senses, he stared blankly at Qin Feng. "Will you provide the blueprints after you modify and upgrade the aircraft?" Qin Feng nodded. "Of course, I can't let the researchers' hard work go to waste." Old Li was taken aback. "For safety's sake, we must draft a contract for signatures. Otherwise, I won't let you tour the internal laboratory." "Of course, no problem." Such contracts were unnecessary for Qin Feng, as he would always transfer the technical blueprints of each invention to Dean Xian. Dean Xian would then allocate and dispatch them to relevant research institutes, dedicating funds and effort to their study. Under Elder Li's guidance, the trio easily entered the rocket launch base. Optimus Prime had also transformed into a truck and parked beneath the building. Because it was a critical scientific research project, the base prohibited staff from carrying any devices with communication or photography functions, such as phones or cameras. So before arriving, Qin Feng had stored these devices in the research building. Dean Xian and Elder Li, as the Academy's dean and the institute's chief director, used military-grade satellite phones. These were specially designated for high-level leaders, used to convey important commands and information. Elder Li dialed a long string of numbers. "Hello. Is this Xiao Zhao? I'm currently at the Long March 5th rocket launch base with some guests. Could you come in?" Elder Li put down his phone and said to the two, "Just wait a moment, someone will take us on a tour." Within moments, a tightly sealed off-road vehicle arrived at their location. A middle-aged man stepped out of the car, his physique remarkably well-proportioned. Perhaps the experimental base had strict requirements for its staff. The middle-aged man, surnamed Zhao and named Qi, was the chief director of the Long March 5th launch base, and also an academician at the Lonka Institute's Aerospace Research Institute. To achieve the title of academician by middle age and serve as the chief director of a rocket launch base, this man's life resume must have been extraordinarily brilliant. Director Zhao had just gotten out of the car, shaking hands with the three to welcome them. Zhao Qi said with a chuckle, "Dean Xian, Elder Li, what brings you two here today?" Dean Xian glanced at Qin Feng and said, "Well, we have a guest who came specifically to see the Long March 5th rocket. Give him a good reception." Zhao Qi noticed Qin Feng looked no older than 20, clearly a student. Could he be the descendant of some high rank? Otherwise, why would these two accompany him? After everyone got in the car, Zhao Qi began introducing the launch base to Qin Feng. This was China's first coastal rocket launch base open to the public and one of the few low-latitude launch bases globally. This launch base could accommodate the Long March 5th series rockets, as well as the Long March 7th and 8th carrier rockets. Its tasks were extremely critical, including launching large spacecraft, such as geosynchronous orbit satellites, high-mass polar orbit satellites, large-tonnage space stations, and deep space exploration probes. Qin Feng asked curiously, why not build the experimental base deep in the desert instead of near densely populated cities? Zhao Qi smiled. You wouldn't know this, would you? As a low-latitude coastal launch base, it not only met the stringent needs of Dragon Country's aerospace development, but also leveraged the higher linear velocity near the equator and the centrifugal effect from inertia. This allowed the rocket to reduce fuel consumption by about 10 during flight. During rocket manufacturing and launch, it not only solved transportation challenges via sea freight, but also greatly enhanced the safety of rocket debris falling. To achieve his goal, Qin Feng directly changed the subject. Uncle Zhao is the Long March 5th, very impressive. Zhao Qi replied with pride, absolutely, the projects we research must be cutting-edge and practical. The Long March 5th was a large liquid bundled carrier rocket, a 2.5-stage configuration with 4 boosters. It used non-toxic pollution-free propellants. The rocket's overall length reached 56.97 meters with a takeoff weight of approximately 869 tons. It had a low Earth orbit capacity. Uncle Zhao, could you show me the rocket thrusters of the Long March 5th? Zhao Qi laughed heartily, completely unaware of Qin Feng's intention. Dean Qian, an elderly, however, felt a tremor in their hearts, uncertain of Zhao Qi's thoughts. I knew you youngsters would be interested in things like rocket thrusters. Zhao Qi assumed Qin Feng just wanted to watch a simulation of the Long March 5th rocket launch, so he led them to an exhibition hall. All the exhibits here were publicly available launch videos and equipment from the Long March 5th carrier rocket. Initially, Qin Feng thought that under Dean Qian and elderly's guidance, he could easily enter the lab to view the blueprints. Unexpectedly, they ended up at a technology exhibition hall, which left Qin Feng feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. Uncle Zhao, I want to see the design blueprints and data of the rocket thrusters. Zhao Qi was striding briskly ahead, but suddenly halted at these words. He turned around in confusion and confirmed, you want to see the technical aspects of the rocket thrusters? Yes. Upon receiving Qin Feng's affirmative answer, Zhao Qi immediately became serious. Young man, do you know what you're saying? Technology of this level is a top national secret. Let alone a student like you, even different departments within the rocket launch base cannot casually pry into it. Dean Qian pushed elderly forward, asking him to mediate. Xiao Zhao, this young man, is a researcher from the Lonka Institute. He's here to upgrade the rocket thruster devices. Please take him there. He will submit the technical blueprints to Dean Qian in due course, and they'll eventually reach your hands. Zhao Qi was baffled. It was remarkable for someone so young to be a researcher at the Lonka Institute, but how could he spout such nonsense? Even the 2 highly esteemed seniors agreed to this unreasonable request. Who was this young man, really? Faced with the advice of his 2 leaders, Zhao Qi could only shake his head helplessly. In March 1986, to track the frontiers of global high-tech development, Dragon Country began implementing the High-Tech Research and Development Plan. This plan was also known as the 863 Plan. It included rocket launch projects in the aerospace field, of which the Long March series was one. After decades of research by countless aerospace scientists and staff, the launch tower finally saw Dragon Country's largest rocket at the time, the Long March 5th. 10 years of sharpening the sword, all for this moment. Yet just 300 seconds after launch, the rocket's propulsion ceased, and the Long March 5th plunged into the atmosphere. A decade of painstaking effort, and the hopes of countless people shattered. 2.5 years later, after learning from the failure, it was finally launched successfully. Those 4 boosters, each 3.5 meters in diameter, steadily hoisted the 5-meter diameter Long March 5th, soaring into the sky. That's currently Dragon Country's largest cryogenic liquid thruster. How could we casually let personnel from other departments view the technical blueprints? Elderly Dean Qian, this doesn't comply with regulations. Zhao Qi faced the 2 elders steadfastly, holding his ground, without any retreat. Just as Dean Qian, an elderly, fell into contemplation, Qin Feng stepped forward. You can first take a look at the prototype of the basic propulsion device I modified. If you find it suitable, then we can discuss further. Zhao Qi was momentarily overwhelmed by the pressure from the 2 leaders, and this statement allowed him to break free. In his view, even the most youthful genius in technology would not modify basic equipment beyond its original functionality. Moreover, when it comes to rocket propulsion devices, the knowledge and technology involved are far more complex. Even he in his 30s, and with the assistance of many predecessors, designed a propulsion device that significantly enhanced performance. But elderly began to complain, how troublesome is it to go back and forth? As the head of the base, he has too many important matters to attend to. Why go back? The equipment is right near the base. Dean Qian and elderly were taken aback. During the drive, elderly requested to see the finished product, but Qin Feng refused, citing that it was far in the warehouse. What? Now it suddenly appears. Are we not considered insiders? I say, young man, you are not being honest. Since the finished product is nearby, why deceive me? Are you afraid that I, being old, won't understand the technology? Elderly was very dissatisfied with Qin Feng's actions and demanded an explanation. After all, he was the head of the Aerospace Research Institute at Lonka, having taken on this role as the most contributing figure in the field of aerospace for Long Country since the establishment of the institute. Throughout decades of work, his contributions to launching rocket satellites for Long Country are indelible. He was the head responsible for assigning technical personnel to departments, as well as for procuring rocket manufacturing equipment and planning launches. He was also personally involved in the design and experimentation of rocket research projects. In the aerospace field of Long Country, there is no instrument Elder Lee does not understand unless it is advanced equipment surpassing Long Country's technology. Elder Lee, I was indeed not in the vehicle while driving. I have already dispatched a robot to deliver the goods, and it is waiting just outside the base. Everyone simultaneously questioned, a robot delivering goods. Qin Feng nodded. Before entering the base, I had already communicated the order to Jax, and it will be responsible for transporting the equipment. Oh, how novel. Then I must see if you are deceiving us. The group returned to Zhao Qi's SUV and headed outside the base. As the base's outer gate opened, there was nothing but a motorcycle with a storage box. Just as Elder Lee frowned and prepared to speak, the motorcycle moved and headed towards Qin Feng. The group was instantly startled, believing it to be a self-destructing motorcycle loaded with a remote-controlled bomb. When the motorcycle was less than 5 meters from Qin Feng, it transformed into a humanoid shape with a mechanical arm holding the silver storage box. Elder Lee and Zhao Qi were dumbfounded to see the motorcycle transform before their eyes. Elder Lee was the first to regain his senses. After all, he had seen the transformation scene of Optimus Prime, and this must also be one of Qin Feng's inventions. Indeed, this was the first transforming motorcycle created by Qin Feng. When Qin Feng opened the dimensional storage box and took out a silver backpack. With the push of a button, the backpack began to change its structure, transforming into an exoskeleton armor, standing 8 meters tall in just a few seconds. As he lay down to enter the exoskeleton armor, a familiar voice echoed when the armor merged. "Hello, Master. I am the artificial intelligence Bing Shui." As various functions were activated, a faint white light illuminated the external skeletal muscles of the silver exoskeleton armor. "Uncle Zhao, let me show you the propulsion device I modified." From the back of the exoskeleton armor, 4 beams of blue light shot out, and Qin Feng launched himself like a bullet. He eventually returned before everyone. Zhao Qi was even more astonished. He was already shocked by the motorcycle's transformation, thinking it was a dream. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng directly produced a set of exoskeleton battle armor, and the speed at which the propulsion device behind him erupted was astonishingly high. Elder Lee, while being shocked, was grateful that he had signed a contract with Qin Feng. It was evident that this young man's inventive talent was extraordinarily high. Just taking it out was already known to be the world's best. Little Zhao, quickly respond to the young man and share your thoughts. Zhao Qi swallowed and said hoarsely, "What if they pursue this matter? You two elders must protect me." Zhao Qi was completely stunned by the powerful performance of the invention showcased by Qin Feng. At this moment, he was making a gamble with extremely high returns. Winning could lead to significantly greater thrust and development for the Long March series of rockets, while losing could lead to imprisonment or chaos at the launch base. Dean Xian laughed heartily. "Rules you must break before you can establish. If we can advance the overall technology by a decade, or even decades, this opportunity must be seized firmly." To be on the safe side, Zhao Qi also prepared work uniforms and ID badges identical to those of the researchers for the 3 of them. This way, during the research process, he could largely avoid interference from others. The group entered the vast research laboratory where there were no fewer than several hundred researchers at work, yet no one paid them any attention. Zhao Qi sat down at a computer in a corner and began to explain the propulsion device to Qin Feng. The Long March 5th rocket propulsion device has a diameter of 3.35 meters, a maximum width of 5.85 meters at the tail, and an overall length of about 27.7 meters. The head is in a conical shape, and the tail features a tail wing structure. It employs a binding scheme of front bundling and rear constraints, with each propulsion device's tail having 1 main and 2 auxiliary support points, in total of 3. The propulsion device uses kerosene engines as the power source, along with a liquid oxygen tank for pressurization. Qin Feng generally understood the overall design concept and also knew how to design a new type of aircraft. This rocket propulsion device is extremely large, and many of the technologies are not suitable for Optimus Prime's flight missions. It must be condensed to a volume of 2 meters, and the spray angle must reach 180 degrees. The endurance capability is also crucial. The kerosene power must be replaced by solar energy. Thus, the aircraft created would enable Optimus Prime to achieve high-altitude flight capabilities. Qin Feng suddenly stood up from a nearby chair. "Uncle Zhao, I already have a preliminary idea for the improvement plan of the propulsion device. We can now return to the research building to design and manufacture the model." Zhao Qi was continuously flipping through the relevant technical codings of the rocket propulsion device when he suddenly froze. "This. You understood it already." Dean Xian joked. "Haha, Qin Feng is quite the knowledgeable one." His comprehension of technology is the fastest I have ever seen in my life. Zhao Qi stood up in a daze and whispered, "Please don't tell anyone about this matter, or I might end up singing the Song of Iron Bars." Qin Feng continuously sorted through the information in his mind, smiling as he replied, "Absolutely, absolutely." The three of them returned to the research building together, preparing for the next manufacturing task. Initially, Qin Feng planned to send Old Li back to the research institute, afraid of delaying his work. Unexpectedly, Old Li refused to go back, delegating those matters to other responsible personnel and secretaries, insisting on personally observing Qin Feng's manufacturing. In that case, Qin Feng did not decline any further. Several machine tools were neatly lying on the ground floor, and the Optimus Prime had not been taken back to the building after its initial creation. Since it was a flying device designed for Optimus Prime, the materials used had to meet top-tier specification. They had to be high-temperature resistant, corrosion-resistant, and have agile torque speed, while also being able to connect data with Optimus Prime, thus becoming part of its core. There were several tons of leftover materials from the manufacturing of Optimus Prime, just enough to design the flying device. Qin Feng conveyed the design concept and simulation functions to Jake's, letting the computational power conduct thousands of model simulations. The machine tool quickly produced the final model design and fed it back to Qin Feng. The flying device stood approximately 2.5 meters tall with a width suitable for Optimus Prime's back, and its color was a standard gray. Upon receiving Qin Feng's research and development commands, the machine tool summoned robots to assist with the manufacturing. This small flying device resembling a fighter jet was completed and embedded in Optimus Prime's back. When Optimus Prime transformed into different forms, the flying device would also change shape. In the astonished gaze of Dean Qian and Old Li, Qin Feng boarded the interior of the truck. Old Li never imagined that moving into a field and developing advanced equipment could take just a few short hours. Moreover, the personnel responsible for manufacturing the flying device were not researchers, but robots. Old Li had never considered that such a highly precise device would operate without human manipulation. Wasn't there a risk that the final product would differ from the simulated parameters? As Qin Feng entered the cockpit, everything was ready. Optimus Prime transformed into a humanoid form, and the driver's cabin was placed at the chest area. With the activation of the flying device, a pale, yellow flame gradually shot out from its tail. This flying device utilized solar energy with an internal mechanism converting solar energy directly into kinetic energy for flight support. Just as the two were worried that the flying device could not lift, this giant Optimus Prime soared into the sky. In an instant, it ascended several thousand meters, heading towards the atmosphere. Qin Feng watched as the scene below grew smaller, gradually resembling a series of maps. The flying device's speed was impressive, climbing steadily at approximately 0.5 Mach. The Mach speed can be referred to as supersonic speed. Speeds below 1 Mach are subsonic, while speeds above 5 Mach are considered hypersonic. The Mach number essentially represents the ratio of the current flight speed to the speed of sound, with a value greater than 1 indicating a speed faster than sound. Conversely, a value less than 1 indicates a speed slower than sound. The speed of sound is a propagation speed under standard atmospheric pressure, and at 15 degrees Celsius, the speed of sound in air is approximately 340 meters per second. Optimus Prime was currently climbing and had not yet engaged the maximum power of the flying device, hence it was at 0.5 Mach. The altitude was still increasing, nearing the stratosphere at approximately 50 kilometers. This layer of atmosphere primarily consists of stratified motion, making it very suitable for aircraft flying. Upon reaching this altitude, Optimus Prime sped eastward. The pale yellow flame of the flying device became increasingly brilliant, even forming a Mach ring. The Mach ring typically refers to a phenomenon where a ring of glowing light forms due to the compression and heating of air during supersonic flight. This ring is a very peculiar phenomenon, also marking that Optimus Prime's current flight speed had exceeded 5 Mach. It flew directly over the capital without being detected by any radar. With full power ahead, it barely took half an hour to even invade the airspace of Sakura country. Since Optimus Prime had yet to be equipped with any long-range strike weapons, it had to turn back. If detected by special radar, it could trigger intercontinental missile tracking. Qin Feng was quite confident in Optimus Prime's resilience, but the flying device had not undergone any enhancement. As a device simply manufactured by the machine tools, it certainly could not withstand the power of intercontinental. Should the flying device suffer damage and fail to complete its mission, both Optimus Prime and Qin Feng would plummet from an altitude of over 50 kilometers. The result would be unthinkable, especially since Optimus Prime lacked a parachute system. Upon returning to the research building, Optimus Prime adopted a low-altitude flying mode. In this state, it could effectively control the landing position. However, it had a critical weakness: it could be observed by the naked eye. During Optimus Prime's low-altitude flight, many photography enthusiasts captured images and uploaded them online. However, this situation was quickly detected by the Lonka Institute, which erased the relevant information from the internet. Old Lee watched as something like a meteoric streak flew towards them, his eyes widening. Old Qian, a missile is flying this way. In a panic, he grabbed Dean Qian and headed toward the nearest underground shelter, planning to wait for safety before making further plans. Unexpectedly, Dean Qian shook off Old Lee's arm and said impatiently, "Put on your reading glasses and take a good look at what that is." As Old Lee was momentarily stunned, he hadn't even taken out his glasses before Optimus Prime had already landed. It smashed into the ground, creating a 6-meter-wide deep pit and sending dust flying everywhere. Then Optimus Prime flew out of the pit and transformed into truck form. Qin Feng jumped out of the cockpit, unable to hide his excitement. This was his first time witnessing the view from high up the oval surface of the Earth, the features of plateaus, hills, and basins. Even though Qin Feng was the top scorer in the college entrance examination and was familiar with every mountain, river, and terrain in the Dragon Country, it was all just theoretical knowledge from textbooks. Nothing compared to the shock of witnessing it firsthand. Old Lee put on his reading glasses and hurried over to Qin Feng, asking, "So how is the flying device performing? What's the maximum speed it can reach?" Qin Feng looked at Optimus Prime and replied, "Not that great." Old Lee's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a manufacturing failure? But it had clearly made a round trip. The flying device cannot withstand the explosive damage of a missile. Its speed is only 5 Mach, which is a bit slow. It doesn't meet my expectations. Old Lee trembled all over. Was this kid just showing off? Which country's flying device could withstand a... Dean Qian displayed a look of helplessness. How can this kid not change this habit? Whatever he invents is of top-notch quality on a global scale, or what more could he possibly complain about? Does he really have to outdo modern technology by hundreds of years? Qin Feng instructed the robot create a separate blueprint for the power energy system and replicate the technology of the flying device. Old Lee looked pleased and said, "You kid, you really are generous to share such important technical blueprints so readily." Qin Feng, grinning mischievously, replied, "Old Lee, you too easily letting me get first-hand information on the rocket thruster." Dean Qian, somewhat confused, leaned in and asked, "The technology for power energy was already included when purchasing the robot patent. What are you doing now?" Qin Feng grinned and said, "I made a bet with those old folks at the school. If I develop a more powerful new energy vehicle, the Research Institute will let me experiment as I wish. I've already lowered the technical difficulty of the core technology for the motor to make it easier for them to study. The core technology of the new energy vehicle is, after all, the motor. As for the design blueprint of the Optimus Prime, I can't provide it to Lonka Institute. Firstly, the manufacturing equipment at Lonka Institute does not meet the requirements, and secondly, the energy technology used cannot support the existing large mechs. Oh dear, where are you going? The design blueprints for the flying devices are more than sufficient, and besides, the Dragon Kingdom currently has no use for transformers." Qin Feng thought about it. After all, the latest research progress at the Lonka Institute's Robotics Research Institute can only accomplish basic daily tasks for individual soldiers. However, weapons like tanks and planes could likely be deployed to the battlefield soon. Dean Qian and Old Lee hurriedly returned to Lonka Institute with the technical blueprints. Meanwhile, Qin Feng drove his obsidian-colored sports car directly towards the school's research institute. Just like last time, he entered this not small research institution by facial recognition and verifying his work ID. He stopped outside the hall of the new energy vehicle laboratory, entered a string of numbers at the password door, and the pneumatic door slowly opened. Inside the laboratory, the professors and deans were still diligently working. Qin Feng's entrance didn't even attract much attention. Upon entering the vast laboratory, he began to look around, searching for the electrical dean who had placed the bet that day. Finally, he spotted that familiar stout figure on a platform. Holding the stack of technical blueprints, he walked up slowly, grinning maliciously, and said, "Dean, long time no see. How's the research on the new energy vehicle going? Have there been any substantial breakthroughs? Do you need my help?" The electrical dean, hearing that sarcastic tone, immediately guessed that Qin Feng had returned. He replied irritably, "What are you back for? Have you finished making the energy vehicle?" Qin Feng shook his head. Seeing this, the electrical dean smugly said, "I knew you didn't have that kind of ability. If you want to stay in the research institute, that's not a problem. You need to stand before everyone in the laboratory and apologize sincerely. Then I will forgive you and allow you to research new energy vehicles here." Qin Feng was a bit dumbfounded. How did this dean become one? His memory is so poor. He knows that Lonka Institute has been trying to recruit him while using the school research institute as a pretext. The crucial core technology of the new energy vehicle is the motor's conversion efficiency and kinetic energy enhancement. As long as we have a motor with excellent performance, the energy vehicle can greatly enhance its attributes. The electrical dean looked puzzled. What was this kid up to now? He frowned and said, "You're right, but how does that relate to you coming back empty-handed?" Qin Feng cursed internally. Not only is his memory poor, but his eyesight is also failing. Can't he see the stack of A4 paper in my hand? He raised one hand and slightly waved the stack of papers in front of the electrical dean. I don't want to create new energy vehicles. They're too low level for me. I can only produce the core design blueprints for the motor. You can study them thoroughly. The electrical dean, looking surprised, took the stack of blueprints and began to page through them carefully. Initially, he flipped through the pages slowly, but as the content unfolded, the pace of flipping increased. Cold sweat began to appear on the electrical dean's forehead as he exclaimed in disbelief, "These technical blueprints are actually more powerful than the motors produced by Lonka Institute." Then he thought, this is clearly unusual. Which team's core technical blueprints would be casually waved around like this? Isn't that asking for trouble? You didn't get these from the research personnel at Lonka Institute, did you? Qin Feng shot the electrical dean a look as if he were an idiot. If your son wanted to see the core technology of the research project you are in charge of, would you agree? The electrical dean shook his head. Everyone signed a confidentiality agreement. Breaking the rules means accepting an investigation. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Good to know. And about what you said. From today onwards, the school research institute is at my disposal. See you. As Qin Feng walked out of the research institute, his phone regained signal, displaying several missed calls, all from Dean Qian. Beep, 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 beep. Dean Qian, is there something urgent? Prepare for the next few days and tally the devices and functionalities for the inventions. Next week, attend the 2023 ceremony for the newly elected academicians of the Dragon Kingdom Lonka Institute. Qin Feng was stunned upon hearing this, an academicians award ceremony. Am I going to be an audience member, or should I familiarize myself with the process in advance? Not as an audience, you are the main character. Qin Feng was completely taken aback. Graduating with a Ph.D. had already filled him with unwarranted pride, and today he was told he would be promoted to academician. What kind of joke is this? The title of academician is the highest academic title in science and technology established by the Dragon Kingdom, generally a lifetime honor. The Lonka Institute selects academicians every 2 years. During each selection period, candidates are first recommended and then undergo departmental review and election. There are 2 ways to recommend candidates: recommendations from academicians and recommendations from preliminary departments. Self-applying for the academician title certainly won't be accepted. Qin Feng quickly realized that it must have been Dean Qian and Old Li who recommended him. He immediately opened his phone and searched for the 2023 Lonka Institute academician selection list on some search engine. The officially published list hadn't been updated for nearly half a year, so naturally there was no trace of Qin Feng's name or category. Could it be? Is my recommendation letter still pending the preliminary review? It's not that it hasn't passed. Qin Feng was puzzled. If it had passed, why couldn't he find any information about himself? Old Li and I haven't even prepared the recommendation letter yet. At this moment, Qin Feng felt quite helpless. Before he could even start his recommendation, he was already preparing to attend the academician certification ceremony. What Qin Feng was truly worried about was not this matter, but rather his age. A 20-year-old Ph.D. might be believed to be a genius from a youth class, with a seamless connection from bachelor's to master's to doctoral studies. But a 20-year-old academician, what does that even mean? It signifies someone who has made creative and revolutionary achievements in the field of science and technology and has made outstanding contributions to the progress of human civilization, such as the livelihood of the Long Kingdom or the scientific and technological industries. Moreover, being an academician requires engaging in research work in the fields of natural sciences, technological sciences, and engineering sciences. For Qin Feng, was this not a kind of shackle? Last year, Qin Feng was still worried about being discovered for his secrets at the Long Science Academy, yet now he was able to create transformers in front of 2 academicians of a higher rank. Qin Feng's potential was undoubtedly immense. Not liking rigid research work did not mean he did not want to contribute to the livelihood technology of the Long Kingdom. Patriotism and national strength are the endeavors Qin Feng is currently pursuing and will continue to uphold. Then Dean Qian, can you establish a research institute specifically for me? Dean Qian fell silent on the other end of the line. It was quite common for the Long Science Academy to establish new research institutes. However, to establish a research institute for a single individual without a clear research subject was something unprecedented. Dean Qian, having been in contact with Qin Feng for the longest time, naturally understood just how great Qin Feng's potential was and how he could elevate the livelihood and technology of the Long Kingdom to new heights. Moreover, Qin Feng's performance along the way had far exceeded initial expectations. Dean Qian took a deep breath and said calmly, I will do my utmost to arrange your request as I have in the past. Dean Qian believed that any request from Qin Feng was based on sound reasoning and ideas, and thus he would support it wholeheartedly. Qin Feng's heart trembled. Such an outrageous request was surprisingly accepted by Dean Qian. Old Li and Dean Qian quickly wrote the recommendation letters, submitting them for preliminary review that very afternoon. A special meeting was convened in a tiered conference room specifically for Qin Feng's academician application. The audience was not numerous, only a few dozen people. Yet they were all veteran academicians from various fields, and even military leaders came in person. The audit discussion for Dr. Qin Feng's academician application will now commence. Dean Qian was the first to stand, outlining Qin Feng's manufacturing inventions and surpassing all competitors. The inventions Dr. Qin Feng has dedicated his life to surpass global standards. Currently, nearly half of the research labs at the Long Science Academy are analyzing the patents Dr. Qin Feng has generously provided for free. The brilliance of Qin Feng's inventions lies not only in their primary functions. The composite performance regarding the materials of manufactured items, energy structures, and technical implementations could take the Long Science Academy years of meticulous research to refine. This is all predicated on having received the design blueprints. I believe everyone here has heard of those inventions. At this moment, another elder in black stood up and said, Dr. Qin Feng is still too young. His application can be postponed for a few years. This elder was actually well-meaning, sharing the same mindset as most present. They all acknowledged Dr. Qin Feng's achievements, but his age was a significant issue. In the Long Kingdom's social environment, while the hierarchy can be broken, they felt it unnecessary to do so for Qin Feng. At just 20 years old, he had yet to experience passionate love or vibrant youth. Directly being elected as an academician would interrupt the beautiful lives of these young individuals. The work of an academician is extremely busy, typically leading a group of researchers in guiding studies on specific projects. On a daily basis, they hardly have time for leisure activities, let alone to go for walks or travel. But they as deans have grown accustomed to such a life, having already experienced love and friendship. Their current task is to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the intense research work. Qin Feng was different. He was still young and had many things to accomplish. A certain scholar once analyzed data from the official website and reached a conclusion: the current age of academicians generally falls between 70 and 89 years, while the proportion of academicians aged 40 to 49 is even scarcer. From bachelor to academician, scholars have made the following statistics. It takes 35 years for a bachelor's degree, 23 years for a master's, 36 years for a PhD, 2 years for a postdoc, 210 years for an associate professor, and 5 years for a full professor to achieve tenure. For applications for outstanding youth and excellent youth, the age must be under 35 with substantial scientific achievements and a doctoral degree or higher. Thus, it appears that one can only apply for the excellent youth level if they attain a professorship in the shortest time before turning 35 and have remarkable achievements. The Changjiang scholar requires the individual to have made outstanding academic contributions and the ability to assist their discipline in surpassing or maintaining international advanced levels. The standards for academicians are even more stringent. Qin Feng's existing achievements allow him to leap directly from a doctoral degree to academician status, indicating that his inventions are genuinely of a high caliber. Dean Qian shook his head and continued to refute: with the continuous development of the times, the age at which scientists publish academic works and papers is continuously advancing. The trend of youth is as unstoppable as the torrent of times. Currently, the youngest academician at the Long Science Academy is Lu Ku, who was elected at the age of 38. What difference does it make to push the age forward a generation? Dean Qian's passionate speech left many in attendance profoundly shaken. Old Li also stood up to echo: not long ago, Dr. Qin Feng visited the reference technology of the Long March 5th rocket engine and developed an aircraft powered by solar energy. This new invention has greatly expanded our options for energy sources at the Aerospace Research Institute. Moreover, this aircraft has a remarkably high conversion efficiency, far exceeding the kerosene engines of current rocket engines. This advancement has placed the research on rocket engine modules years ahead of the old versions. As research continues to deepen, the years of surpassing only grow longer. Under the vigorous advocacy of Dean Qian and Old Li, the voices of dissent in the audience grew quieter. Dean Qian looked around and, seeing no one else was speaking, solemnly stated, "I propose that Dr. Qin Feng be selected for this year's academician quota at the Long Science Academy." Who is in favor? Who is against? The entire conference room fell silent. At this meeting, Dean Qian and Old Li triumphed over the opposition, securing an overwhelming number of votes to include Qin Feng on this year's academician list. Thus, the quota for academicians at the Long Science Academy in 2023 increased from 79 to 80. The two characters Qin Feng were heavily inscribed on the list. The certification ceremony for the newly elected academicians of the Dragon Academy of Sciences in 2023 is soon to take place. The venue is quite large, filled with hundreds of professors and academicians holding high titles, along with a multitude of reporters. The ceremony will be broadcast live nationwide by CCTV. Qin Feng and several other academic candidates are waiting backstage, all dressed in their respective formal attire. The backstage area is spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of people working simultaneously. As Qin Feng looked around, he noticed that most of the individuals present were elderly, around 60 years of age. His somewhat delicate features stood out distinctly among the crowd. Soon some other academicians noticed Qin Feng and curiously asked, "Little one, how can you wear such formal attire? Quickly take it off lest the other staff scold you." Qin Feng was clearly taken aback, then looked around realizing that he was the only one who could be referred to as little one. Sir, is there an age requirement for this formal attire?" Qin Feng had little experience with matters related to academic evaluations, so he was unaware of the customs. He thought that the formal attire for newly elected academicians was linked to age with different colors and designs for each age group. "I didn't know which specification of clothing I should wear if the staff gave me this one." The elder assumed Qin Feng was ignorant of the rules and quickly explained, "This is what the newly elected academicians wear. You are about to go on stage to receive your certificate. You should change your clothes and leave the backstage to avoid being misunderstood." Qin Feng suddenly understood that this was indeed an age-related issue. This uniquely poised elder clearly had not considered this aspect. If Qin Feng were in his 70s or 80s wearing such attire, would have raised no questions from others. Qin Feng smiled slightly. "Sir, is this attire specifically for the newly elected academicians?" The elder nodded slightly. "I am Qin Feng, the new academician elected this time." This statement evidently drew attention from those nearby, who turned their gazes toward him. "Oh, my little one, don't joke around like that with an old man." Qin Feng wondered if they were unaware that a new academician had been added to this year's list. In truth, they were indeed unaware, having not focused on that aspect. Just the day before this meeting, everyone had been conducting related research in different laboratories of the Dragon Academy. Seeing the puzzled looks on the faces of those around him, Qin Feng pulled out his phone. He opened the official website, found the latest list of elected academicians, and displayed his page for everyone to see. The text listed on the page left many puzzled. Serial number, name, age, specialty, and workplace. The information of others was quite clear, but Qin Feng's row was somewhat perplexing. 80 Qin Feng, 20 technology, long country. Everyone was very confused as to why the specialty and workplace had such vague descriptions. Wasn't there any precise information? There was no time to ponder too much as the certification ceremony had already commenced. The entire backstage fell silent, awaiting notification. No. 1 Guang, 59 years old. Engaged in the field of metallic materials processing engineering, currently at Nanjing University of Technology. No. 15 Zhang Yong, 58 years old. Engaged in the overall design and production of aircraft, currently at the Long Country Aerospace Science and Industry Group's Second Research Institute. No. 40 Qian Depay, 68 years old. Engaged in computer system architecture, currently at Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. This certification meeting, led by CCTV, was being broadcast live across various apps and platforms. The barrage section was also extremely crowded. These are all academicians. How great it would be if I were one too. Rather than fantasizing about it, why not take some practical actions? Paint a big picture for your mentor, strive for an academician title, and seek excellence. The age of the academicians is quite advanced, and there isn't a single young person. What do you expect? These are academicians, not teachers. Since the founding of the nation, there have been fewer than 2,000 academicians. As the elderly individuals backstage walked onto the certification stage, the backstage gradually became more vacant. No. 79, Zhu Ninghua, 61 years old. Engaged in microwave photonics, currently at the Anxiong Innovation Research Institute and the Semiconductor Research Institute of the Dragon Academy. Now that the 79 academicians have received their certificates, it seems the meeting is about to conclude. Tears in my eyes, I look forward to my mentor being present 2 years later. Conclude. No way, there's the largest connection-based case in history still left. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think they dare to use connections at the level of academicians? Do you think the auditing department is just for show? Exactly, XX said. The official announcement has already published the latest list, adding one at the end. Go take a look. Do you understand, bro? Many netizens disbelieving found the latest list, and indeed saw Qin Feng as the 80th entry. Age 20. Are you kidding me? What is this technology and long country all about? As far as I know, the age must be a printing error due to confidentiality regarding the specialty and workplace. Don't even try to understand it. I've explained everything. Are you questioning whether the Dragon Academy's work has any errors? I recall that Qin Feng was the host of the Dragon Academy's official live stream, where he showcased many remarkable devices. Yes, I know as well. There were over a dozen professors from the Dragon Academy present to confirm that. But the selection criteria for academicians are very lengthy and strict. So that's why this is a case of connections. In different live stream rooms, this scene was simultaneously unfolding. No. 80 Qin Feng, age 20. Engaged in technology research, currently in Long Country. Then a very handsome profile emerged, striding confidently from backstage to the certification stage. He shook hands with many leaders and accepted 2 honor certificates handed over by the certifier, then faced the entire audience. His fair complexion was fully revealed to everyone. Before Qin Feng fully presented his face, most unaware viewers assumed either the age was misheard or it was a lighting issue. They truly did not expect that a person of such a distinguished academician level would turn out to be a child. Some began to stir up trouble in the live stream, claiming the Dragon Academy awarded an academician title based on connections. We must resist such unhealthy behaviors. This would be a disgrace to the scientific community of Long Country and even globally. The Dragon Academy must provide an explanation, otherwise I will no longer trust the purity of Long Country's scientific research. For those professors who were not selected, this is simply a blatant insult. There were also many professors in the audience who felt dissatisfied with an academician of Qin Feng's age. But this sentiment was limited to those who were unaware of the situation. Many raised doubts, yet it did not affect the certificate awarding ceremony. Those skeptics outside the venue wasted no time in investigating Qin Feng. However, the results did not reveal any technical details about the device developed by Qin Feng, only videos of mecha weapons that resembled special effects. Although Qin Feng's longtime fans understood the significance of their idol, it was of no help. With millions of fans, it initially seemed considerable. Yet in the vastness of the internet, it stirred no waves. The news of being elected as an academician at the age of 20 spread like wildfire online, gradually escalating into an uncontrollable situation. Qin Feng received a call from Dean Qian. Without delay, Qin Feng, come with me to the headquarters of China's Central Television tomorrow. Dean Qian had already contemplated different outcomes when applying for Qin Feng's academician title. This internet incident targeting Qin Feng's connections was also within Dean Qian's calculations. The next morning, Qin Feng and Dean Qian arrived early at the headquarters of China's Central Television. Dean Qian informed Qin Feng that the purpose of this visit was not to clarify the issues regarding the academician title and age, but rather a grand press conference. At this press conference, Qin Feng needed to slightly unveil the projects and plans he would be developing in the future. This was not only to make the academician position truly deserved, but also to exert pressure on other powerful nations. The Dragon Kingdom no longer had to endure many industries' technological blockades and suppressions as before. Now, with the genius academician Qin Feng, the Dragon Kingdom would gradually break through these barriers and lead the nation towards the forefront of technology. Qin Feng and Dean Qian were welcomed by the staff who had been waiting for a long time and entered the large podium. Behind the podium stood an enormous electronic screen. The deep blue background highlighted the massive title, Future Development Plan of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng and Dean Qian took the microphone and walked towards the center position of the podium. Everyone looked at their watches, waiting for the time to strike 8 o'clock in the capital. This press conference was unprecedented in its pioneering nature and its vast implications. 75700, 75800, 75900, 75930, 8200. As the clock struck the hour, the exhibition lights throughout the hall immediately illuminated. The host, filled with passion and sporting a standard smile, picked up the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, students present and friends watching on television, good morning. Family matters, national affairs, and global issues are everyone's concern. This press conference is brought to you by the newly elected academician Qin Feng and Dean Qian of the Dragon Academy, presenting the future development plans and perspectives of the Dragon Kingdom. Dean Qian was the first to grasp the microphone and stated, since the technological reform and opening up the Dragon Kingdom has been striving to catch up with the pace of all powerful countries in the world. As of today, although we have achieved remarkable results and progress in various industries, we are still far from being a strong nation. Developed countries around the world impose separate restrictions and blockades on cutting-edge technologies to hinder the rise and development of the Dragon Kingdom. As citizens and researchers of the Dragon Kingdom, we must diligently bridge the gap with the world while also strengthening our own research capabilities and technologies. This academician Qin beside me has made outstanding contributions in various fields. Each research achievement is enough to surpass the world's cutting-edge technologies. With an output of 1.0 gene of wheat per moo, modified handguns with super penetration within a kilometer, manufacturing robots capable of carrying dozens of tons, while remaining incredibly agile, world-class machine tools with a precision of 0.0001, high-performance exoskeleton armor for individual combat, new concept mechas, and photolithography machines with a precision of 0.3 nanometers. Qin Feng even perfectly replicated the Optimus Prime from sci-fi movies in a one-ton manner. Involving hundreds of specialized technologies of the Dragon Kingdom, academic Qin can independently complete research work. This is the pride of the Dragon Kingdom and also the future leader of its technology and people's livelihood. A national hero unmatched. Academic Qin will give a brief explanation of the upcoming research projects and future development. Qin Feng was also stepping onto such a grand stage for the first time, delivering a speech to the entire nation. He did not show the slightest bit of fear or awkwardness. His speech was fluent and even carried a hint of arrogance. Hello everyone, I am the newly appointed academician Qin Feng, also the youngest and most talented inventor in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. I believe some of you may have heard of my invention and manufacturing live streams on Douyin. The devices I have created are not only incredibly functional, but are at least globally top tier. Within 5 years, I will personally usher the Dragon Kingdom into the era of future technology, and the world will be greatly influenced by the Dragon Kingdom. By then, high-precision instruments and large-scale equipment on land, sea, and air, including space stations, and the lunar surface will be filled with the symbols of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng's words were extremely arrogant, causing a sensation in technology circles on forums. Even the academician doesn't know what connections he utilized to achieve this, yet he wants to lead an era of innovation. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? A 20-year-old academician saying such things is quite extraordinary. If you watch his live broadcast, you'd understand a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. Oh, you understand the best. Who can understand more than you? Qin Feng's press conference also elevated the storm surrounding the academician certification from yesterday to another level. Not only was it discussed across various major platforms on the internet, but it was also a topic of conversation during tea breaks. Qin Feng's process was flawless, which had no impact on his reality. The press conference soon concluded, and one could even hear laughter from the audience filled with various mockeries. Yet Qin Feng paid no heed. Time would prove everything. If I did not have the system's assistance, I would have expressed doubts upon hearing such words. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Dean Qian chuckled and said, I didn't expect the vision to be so grand, aiming to create epic-making significance. Qin Feng tilted his head puzzled and said, isn't it just about elevating an era? Is that really difficult? Dean Qian's previously cheerful expression suddenly tightened. What was that supposed to mean? What does isn't it just mean? What does that really difficult mean? Completing epic-making technological advancements within 5 years is simply absurd. The Industrial Revolution can undoubtedly be considered a revolutionary advancement through the ages. From the 1860s to the mid-19th century, entering the steam age, from the second half of the 19th century to the early 20th century, entering the electrical age, and in the latter half of the 20th century, entering the biotechnology and industrial revolution. In this technological era, the emergence of biotechnology and aerospace technology has greatly enhanced humanity's dominion over the world. Each technological innovation typically takes centuries to achieve, yet Qin Feng dares to claim he will accomplish it in 5 years. Dean Qian looked at Qin Feng and ultimately allowed him to proceed with his research. Upon returning to the scientific research building in the technology park, he was surprised to find Dean Wang of the Mechanical College waiting for a long time. Dean Wang joked, my student graduating as an academician in just 1 year is not only an honor for our college, but also a pride for the school. Huh? Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, Dean Wang, you didn't come just to congratulate me, did you? Seeing Qin Feng break the ice, Dean Wang revealed the reason. The school was already aware of Qin Feng's selection as an academician and had asked Dean Wang to find him, hoping he could give an alumni speech for the faculty and students. Dean Wang knew very well that Qin Feng had a technology park covering an area of 1,000 acres at some location in the school. Various manufacturing equipment and materials were piled up in the research building waiting for Qin Feng's return. They waited for 2 days. The day after the awards ceremony, Qin Feng went to CCTV for a press conference. Dean Wang had been waiting outside for days, finally catching Qin Feng upon his return. Dean Wang, are you worried I won't fulfill my promise? I told you I will design a much-needed professional device for the Mechanical College. Dean Wang thought deeply and explained, the manufacture of mechanical specialties is executed by various devices concurrently, and the enhancement of a single device does not significantly impact the product. Qin Feng pondered and agreed, for example, in forging steel blocks. Steel blocks have a melting point, and no matter how high the temperature of the furnace, exceeding the melting point would still lead to performance overflow. Dean Wang introduced several drawbacks in mechanical production. The first issue is that standardized production leads to minimal personalized differences. Due to the high repetition rate of mechanical work, it is very suitable for mass production of homogeneous products. If there are countless body configurations for a single soldier exoskeleton armor, it would consume a lot of manufacturing equipment's time and materials. Therefore, manufacturing exoskeleton armor of the same specifications can be easily accomplished by mechanization. However, if producing exoskeleton armor of different body proportions, the degree of mechanization would significantly decrease. The second issue is that large-scale production makes small-scale production very difficult. As a genius academician of the mechanical college, you understand this best, right? Qin Feng nodded. This is nearly a common problem in all mechanical industries. The operation of mechanization requires constant adjustment of parameters to achieve a suitable operating environment, so small-scale production would waste a lot of resources. For example, in a gigantic steelmaking factory, Qin Feng could operate continuously for 5 years or even more. Reaching such a production time and plan would be necessary to schedule the furnace operation. To refine several tons of steel, the costs involved in adjusting the equipment components and numerous preparations would already exceed the value of the produced products. It is indeed not worth it unless the costs can be halved or even lowered further, which depends on the core technology of the equipment's engine. Qin Feng stroked his chin, quickly contemplating the key issues and solutions, but Dean Wang continued, "Our mechanical products still lack humanistic care." Qin Feng stroked his chin, quickly contemplating the key issues and solutions, but Dean Wang continued, "Our mechanical products still lack humanistic care." Dean Wang, are you joking? The products of mechanical repetitive work do not contain the craftsmanship's dedication. Dean Wang shook his head, asserting that it was indeed a fact. Mechanical products and handcrafted products have been in competition behind the scenes. Although mechanization is high, the quantity and quality of production far exceed 90 of handcrafted items. But handcrafted items are expensive. They contain the unique spirit of the craftsman. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "The first two issues are simple for me, but the last one I truly cannot handle." Mechanical products cannot possess the craftsman's spirit. They are merely the result of a program running repetitive code. Unless... Dean Wang's eyes brightened at this point, and he hurriedly asked, "Unless what?" Unless the mechanical manufacturing equipment has the ability to think independently, it could then compete with the craftsman's spirit. How is that possible? Artificial intelligence is just a product generated by humans through code. How could it possess wisdom? Qin Feng, seeing Dean Wang's skeptical expression, smiled and said, "It is indeed impossible now, but perhaps not in the future. I already have a general solution to the current technical and cost issues." Dean Wang's eyes lit up. No wonder he was the youngest academician in history. His problem-solving ability was truly exceptional. "Dean Wang, what is the minimum precision of the machine tools in our mechanical college?" "The minimum precision of the machine tools at Lonker Academy is 0.1 millimeter, but our school's laboratory only has 0.5 millimeters. Qin Feng knew that the world's top machine tools only reached 0.001 mm before his invention. Since that was the case, he notified Jakes to undertake a task to manufacture a machine tool. This time there was no need for a precision of 0.0001 mm. As long as it reached 0.005 mm, that would be most suitable. Professors in the mechanical college would grasp the usage and become familiar with the operation much faster. Moreover, it would be 10 times more precise than the previous old machine tools. An increase in precision implies that the machine tool can engage in deeper manufacturing and design, making it much easier to face the production of different specifications of finished products." "Dean Wang, where is our mechanical college's research institute?" "They'll send someone over right away." "Oh, it's behind the library." While Dean Wang was giving Qin Feng the detailed address, he suddenly realized something was off. "Huh? Sending what?" Qin Feng responded with confusion. "I've already arranged the solution, a machine tool with a precision of 0.5 millimeters. I wonder if Dean Wang will be satisfied." This. During our conversation just now, a piece of equipment more precise than the mechanical college's machine tools was just completed. "Yes, where's the address?" "They'll quickly send someone over." Dean Wang was overjoyed. This was truly a big surprise. Initially, he thought Qin Feng would send medium-sized mechanical manufacturing equipment like forging tables or cutting machines. He did not expect Qin Feng to directly unveil a big surprise, presenting this large mechanical manufacturing equipment approaching the world's top level. "Academician Qin, you truly are the pride of our mechanical engineers. Is it a large machine tool or a heavy machine tool? Is it a manually operated machine tool, a semi-automatic machine tool, or a fully automatic machine tool? What is the specific category of the processing range? Is it a large machine tool or a heavy machine tool? Is it a manually operated machine tool, a semi-automatic machine tool, or a fully automatic machine tool? What is the specific category of the processing?" He hurriedly interrupted Dean Wang. "Fully automated CNC machine tool, a versatile manufacturing system." As he spoke, 8 robots carefully lowered the 10-meter-long machine tool. Dean Wang gazed at the exquisitely precise components and equipment, visibly exhilarated. Touching this, inspecting that. Suddenly his expression shifted to one of puzzlement. "Academician Qin, where is the control console? Even CNC machine tools have manual operation buttons, don't they?" Qin Feng stepped forward and pressed a concealed button, whereupon an electronic display screen abruptly lit up. "This machine tool operates entirely under artificial intelligence. No manual intervention is required for routine tasks. Though autonomous Qin Feng still handed Dean Wang a comprehensive user manual and technical overview. Though Dean Wang headed the School of Mechanical Engineering, this level of precision was unprecedented in his experience. The manual and technical dossier proved indispensable, especially the detailed exposition on the AI's capabilities and operational protocols. With the robot's assistance, Dean Wang cheerfully returned to his laboratory and summoned all relevant professors for collaborative study. Now Qin Feng stood alone beneath the sprawling science park and research complex. What he lacked most urgently were advanced detection instruments. Qin Feng intended to design an integrated drone, capable of real-time data acquisition and analysis, precision strike capability, anti-radar stealth, and exceptional speed. Yet first he needed to consult Dean Qian regarding the establishment of his research institute. How could an academician lack a dedicated workplace? Without hesitation, he climbed into his Obsidian sports car and sped toward the Lonka Academy. Beep, 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 beep. A security guard emerged from the booth requesting Qin Feng's official identification and credentials. Having only just been appointed academician, Qin Feng possessed neither institutional work permit nor official identity badge and was therefore detained. After thoroughly searching the vehicle, he finally retrieved his newly issued academician certificate and presented it to the guard, who then granted passage. It was almost amusing, like a freshman's railway ticket serving as proof of enrollment. Entering Dean Qian's office, however, Qin Feng found it empty. The guard outside, however, recognized him instantly. He had accompanied Dean Qian on multiple visits to the university and stood nearby during those occasions. Dean Qian has been stationed at Research Site No. 23 lately. You might try your luck there. Research Site No. 23 was familiar territory to Qin Feng. He had passed it numerous times during prior visits to the Lonka Academy. It comprised a vast expanse of undeveloped land reserved exclusively for constructing laboratories or research towers, a scarce and highly coveted resource within the academy. The first 22 sites were already densely occupied by research labs, though their lush greenery offered scientists a comparatively serene working environment. Qin Feng accelerated towards Site No. 23, encountering remarkably few vehicles along the way, most likely occupied with intensive data analysis inside laboratories. Before even stepping out of his car, Qin Feng heard the thunderous roar of excavators and heavy-duty trucks. Peering through the window, he immediately recognized the distinctive vehicle models and standard-issue work uniforms. These were the same construction team that had built his technology industrial zone, the legendary infrastructure demons of the Lonka Academy Institute of Construction. As Qin Feng alighted, the ground trembled perceptibly beneath his feet. Fortunately, the wind was calm. Otherwise, he would have been engulfed in dust. Approaching the outer perimeter of the site, he spotted Dean Qian gesturing animatedly alongside construction personnel. Donning a safety helmet, he strode toward the group. Xiao Qian, this is the new academician's dedicated research site. Efficiency and quality must both be held to the highest possible standards. Understood, Dean Qian. I won't let you down. Qin Feng overheard and thought to himself, a new academician's research site. That must be mine. The previous cohort of newly appointed academicians already possessed established workplaces and experimental facilities, requiring neither new procurement nor relocation. He smiled warmly and remarked, Dean Qian, your efficiency is truly impressive. Construction on the lab began barely 2 days after my appointment. Oh, and one more thing. Structural resilience must meet the absolute highest specification, otherwise I fear my experiments might blow the lab apart. Also, Dean Qian hastily intercepted Qin Feng. Qin Feng, this is not your research institute. Qin Feng mid-flow halted abruptly and clarified, this isn't my institute. Seeing Dean Qian nod, Qin Feng fell silent in bewilderment. Dean Qian then recounted everything that had transpired over the past 2 days. Immediately after the press conference, he had rushed back to convene an urgent meeting at the Lonka Academy. The central agenda was the establishment of Qin Feng's research institute. Present academicians and professors argued that he should join an existing discipline-specific institute, contributing focused expertise rather than spreading his efforts broadly. Yet Dean Qian and several senior administrators dissented. Qin Feng's innovations transcended any single field. His extraordinary talent warranted an independent multidisciplinary research institute, one capable of advancing China's scientific frontiers across domains. After all, these very administrators had personally benefited from Qin Feng's earlier breakthroughs. The meeting concluded with an unprecedented resolution. Rather than confining Qin Feng's institute to designated Lonka Academy grounds, its disciplinary scope and physical location would be determined solely by Qin Feng himself. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. This arrangement was ideal. Autonomous private and open-ended research bore little difference from his prior inventive endeavors. Only now cloaked in the prestige of the Lonka Academy's academician title did his work carry added authority and institutional legitimacy. In time, his experimental inventions would gain access to significantly higher-tier weapons authorization. Moreover, he would gain entry to classified cutting-edge projects, mastering most of the Lonka Academy's core technologies and leveraging them to engineer innovations orders of magnitude more powerful. So Qin Feng, have you decided on your primary research discipline? After a moment's reflection, he replied, my first 5-year plan, the Institute of Future Technologies. An ambitious name. Shall I assign specialized personnel or allocate dedicated facilities? No personnel are needed at present, but may I retain full access to Lonka Academy's technical resources? Dean Qin smiled. If you come, I'll spare no effort persuading the relevant authorities. When confronted with frontier science, no one can resist. For now, Qin Feng's sole viable site was the Science Technology Industrial Park of Jingdu University of Science and Technology. Future expansion would extend to coastal zones, oceanic islands, and even the abyssal seabed, though those plans lay far ahead. Site reconnaissance and selection would rely entirely on devices Qin Feng himself engineered. At that stage, material selection and structural engineering for each base would fall entirely under his autonomous command. His bespoke fleet, including massive tunnel-boring machines, mining haul trucks, deep-sea drilling rigs, heavy-lift cranes, and synthetically engineered composite materials, would dramatically enhance each base's defensive integrity. Anti-aircraft artillery systems would be indispensable. The experimental site can be chosen by Qin Feng, but it must bear the name of Lonka Institute. Qin Feng smiled at Dean Qian and said, there's no time to waste. Let's head to the Aerospace Research Institute to find Oldley. Oldley has been quite busy lately. The beautiful country has started to tighten its grip again. During the press conference a few days ago, the authorities of the beautiful country also took notice. The first thing they did was close the shared laboratory for drone technology and impose restrictions on various rare materials. Currently, Long Country's research in the field of drones has no external assistance. Qin Feng waved his hand, dismissing the issue. Coincidentally, I also need to study drone technology. Please inform me when Oldley is available. Who says we can't enter the laboratory if Oldley isn't around? Your unique research institute is just a signboard. The reputation has to be built gradually. Dean Qian asked Qin Feng how much he knew about drone technology, but he had no clue at all. Qin Feng's strength lies in his rapid learning ability. He can grasp the core content of a several hundred-page book in just 1 hour. The same goes for physical mechanical devices. Simply observing the internal structure and technical principles allows him to manufacture a more powerful entity through machine tools. Let's have someone else give a simple introduction to drone-related information first. The two went directly to the drone laboratory under the Aerospace Research Institute. The person in charge of drones received the relevant notice and immediately came out to welcome them. You must be Xiao Sun. Please give academician Qin a tour of the commonly used drone equipment. The person named Xiao Sun led them into the experimental base for a tour and introduced along the way. As is well known, drone is a short form for unmanned aerial vehicle, abbreviated in English as UAV. This type of aircraft is a non-manned flying device operated by radio-controlled equipment and self-designed program control devices. There is another type that uses onboard computers for automatic or semi-automatic operation, with the vehicle acting as a mobile server. The design of drones originated during World War I, aimed at completing relatively dangerous or dirty tasks. Not only can they maximize the safety of soldiers, but also break through enemy blockades at high altitudes, quietly conveying specific information. Qin Feng questioned the cost of drones back, then must have been quite high, right? If they are interfered with by electromagnetic signals, wouldn't that be a total loss? The person in charge shook his head and continued to explain, no matter how high the cost was, it couldn't compare to the value of soldiers, not to mention that the technology for information interference wasn't mature back then. Drones gradually transitioned from military applications to civil use. They can be applied in many fields such as aerial photography, agriculture, plant protection, microshooting, transporting goods, disaster relief supplies, and observing wildlife, greatly expanding the avenues for drone usage. Early drones did preserve manpower to some extent, but they had drawbacks such as short hovering times, limited flying heights, and very small reconnaissance areas. In such cases, it was impossible to form continuous information-gathering reconnaissance, easily leading to intelligence errors and significant blind spots. These shortcomings do not meet the demands of modern warfare. Various developed countries have begun to invest large amounts of capital and effort into research and upgrades. With the vigorous research and development efforts of multiple countries, low-cost and highly flexible drones have been successfully manufactured. In certain scenarios, these drones can replace pilots in completing various lethal tasks. So what level can current drone technology reach? The person in charge smiled mysteriously and said, guess. Qin Feng, feeling exasperated, thought, if I knew, why would I ask you? Can it crash into a whale? Can it fly to the sky and evade the Earth? Can it give me a massage? A series of nonsensical questions left the person in charge utterly bewildered. Actually, current drones are quite high-tech and come in many types with various application technologies. However, things have been a bit turbulent lately. The beautiful country has directly expelled our researchers from the International Drone Research Laboratory. The higher-ups on the other side replied this is a small punishment for the reclusive and arrogant. The beautiful country holds a very high position internationally, and we can only temporarily avoid the spotlight waiting for the time when we are strong enough to retaliate. Qin Feng expressed he felt no pressure regarding this. The plans outlined during the press conference could be completed in less than 5 years. How about we go take a look at the finished products? The person in charge nodded and the three entered a large laboratory where the staff was very busy. Qin Feng immediately spotted a dark gray reconnaissance drone resembling a fighter jet. The corners of its wings had vertical tail fins, and its overall shape resembled that of a falcon soaring through the sky. The middle section of the aircraft featured a protruding cylindrical device, which is the installation location for the turbine engine and propeller. The streamlined design and mysterious coating on the aircraft's surface captivated Qin Feng. The person in charge also noticed this and smiled. Not bad, you have a good eye for machines. This reconnaissance drone is the fastest military aircraft Wuxin 8 among the world's advanced levels. Advanced level? Qin Feng was a bit confused and asked if it's at an advanced level. What good is the beautiful country's blockade and restrictions? The Global Research Laboratory of International Organizations certainly contains top technologies from various countries to some extent. Long countries' drone technology isn't necessarily superior to that of other countries. We still need to study together. Qin Feng suddenly understood, so that's how it is. How is the performance of this Wuxin 8? The person in charge was very proud while introducing this reconnaissance aircraft, as it is a pride of domestic production. The Wuxin 8 utilizes a very special power device, employing 2 liquid rocket engines, YF rocket engines. Having such a power device allows the Wuxin 8 to possess near-space flight capabilities. This means that the Wuxin 8 can operate at altitudes above 40 kilometers. Moreover, its most striking feature is its speed, achieving an incredible capability of 8 times the speed of sound. This means the Wuxin 8 has an extremely powerful penetration capability, even outpacing some hypersonic missiles that cannot reach its flight speed. When locked onto by enemy radar, missiles can be quickly launched to pursue, but they simply cannot catch up, rendering their efforts futile. The world's most advanced fighter jets cannot match the near-space flight capabilities of the Wuxin. It is rumored that the speed of the beautiful country's Critical Eagle SR-72 reconnaissance drone is only 6 times the speed of sound, far behind the Wuxin 8. No wonder the beautiful country is furious. It seems they have begun to fear the strength of Long Country, haha. Since Long Country's drone technology is not inferior, how can we make the beautiful country even more annoyed? Qin Feng pondered a crucial question. What is the combat capability of this drone? The person in charge awkwardly replied, this is a reconnaissance drone, so it can only be used for scouting. Loading weapons and ammunition systems would significantly reduce the drone's speed and balance performance. Qin Feng had a good idea. Since there was only speed without damage, he could manage both. Inventions are never limited to a single type. It is essential to create an all-purpose device. The wings of the Wuxin 8 each had a rocket booster engine hanging beneath, which needed to be half the overall length of the Wuxin 8. Typically, it is launched from the underside of a H-6 bomber at altitudes of 10,000 meters in subsonic conditions. This allows for a rapid ascent and relies on its powerful performance to cruise at high altitudes. Flying from the northern part of the Ryukyu Islands to the south only takes 5 minutes. The person in charge also explained the core structure of ordinary drones to Qin Feng and Ding Xian. As for the technical blueprints of the Wuxin 8, even the person in charge did not have the authority to access them. They were typically held by core research personnel, leaving him helpless. Unless Qin Feng developed a drone more advanced than the Wuxin 8, he could not replace the old blueprints. Qin Feng thought for a moment. Then please tell us about the core technologies that can be made public, so I can invent. The person in charge nodded slightly. The components of common small drones can generally be divided into 6 parts. The first part is the flight control system, which is the core component of the drone capable of controlling its flight. The flight control system consists of sensors and controllers which collect data from sensors and user commands and then output control signals after computation. This allows control over motors and servos, thereby controlling the drone's posture and actions. The second part is the power system, which is the energy source of the drone, including batteries and circuit protection devices. Ordinary drones typically use lithium batteries and NIMH batteries. The third part consists of motors and propellers, which are responsible for the drone's movement and controlling its posture and flight actions. The motors provide kinetic energy, while the propellers generate lift based on aerodynamic principles. The fourth part is the remote control transceiver, which is a crucial component for signal control, enabling the drone to perform various postures and actions. It can also receive and execute commands sent from the remote controller. The fifth part is the sensor system, as almost all intelligent machinery requires sensors. It can be used to obtain various necessary data about the environment and during flight, including altitude, speed, temperature, and air pressure. The sensors gather data and feed it back to the flight control system, allowing the drone to respond more accurately to operations. The last part is the camera and gimbal, which are important components for capturing images and collecting data, enabling advanced functionalities. The camera captures image information of targets, while the gimbal stabilizes the drone's body, ensuring balance. Qin Feng frowned. While he could create these components through machining, how would he design the body shape? He once again turned his gaze to the Wuxin 8A and inspiration struck. The Wuxin 8 seemed to employ biomimetic technology, utilizing the streamlined design of a large raptor that flies at high altitudes to minimize air resistance. As far as Qin Feng knew, the fastest bird in the world is the peregrine falcon, which is considered the king of birds. The peregrine falcon is a medium-sized raptor with a body length of 4,150 centimeters and a wingspan of 95,115 centimeters. It has long pointed wings, pale yellow around the eyes, and a very thick vertical black stripe on its cheeks. Its head to the back of the neck is gray-black, while the rest of its upper body is bluish-gray. It typically inhabits mountainous, hilly, and coastal marsh areas and can be found all over the world. Biomimetic technology simulates the biological systems and structures that organisms develop to adapt to their environments in nature. Qin Feng wanted to create a small drone, so he needed to study biomimetic technology. He had to strictly control various aspects, including size, weight, range, flight time, and altitude. Once the person in charge finished his explanation, he went to the laboratory to carry out tasks, while Dean Qian and Qin Feng also visited the Biology Research Institute. They copied the structural parameters of the peregrine falcon and brought them back. On the way back, Qin Feng also took a large amount of nanomaterials and coatings. These were the materials needed for Qin Feng's self-developed drone. Upon returning to the research building, he uploaded the peregrine falcon parameters from the Biology Research Institute to the JAX database. JAX Initiate Simulation Experiment Creeper Drone. Qin Feng took out a large amount of materials for the robot to fabricate and instructed it on how to design functionalities. The new wing shape and lightweight nanomaterials were intended to increase the drone's endurance. The advanced signal processing and communication technology would enhance the drone's image transmission speed and digital transmission speed. The advanced drone would use an autopilot system, allowing it to fly according to predetermined parameters. It could hover at a specific target point, adjusting altitude and proceeding to the next target. Similarly, to prevent threats from ground, anti-aircraft fire stealth technology must be elevated to a new level. Various composite materials, radar-absorbing materials, and low-noise processors were to be employed. The entire fuselage would be scaled down to one-third the size of the peregrine falcon's body structure. Additionally, all components would be made from graphene composite materials with special designs for the solar power generator exhaust and satellite communication antenna. Even at a flying altitude of 100 meters, it would be undetectable to the human eye. It would also utilize infrared reflection limitation technology with a special coating that absorbs infrared light applied to the fuselage. This would enable the drone to change color and conceal itself, blending in with the color of the sky. Radars would mostly fail to detect target points, and it would not be discernible by other systems. The drone's camera technology would employ high-resolution image capture, allowing it to record ground image information even when obscured by cloud cover. Qin Feng poured out all his design concepts for the drone to JAX, working towards the creation of a finished product. He certainly did not forget the most critical weaponry. Not only did the drone's head utilize a scaled-down version of a laser sniper rifle, but the entire drone itself was also a powerful bomb. In case of emergencies, it could deploy a self-destruct function, leaving no remnants of Long Kingdom technology. In fact, in the not-a-distant future, Qin Feng could use this drone as a cluster bomb for attacks. The anti-radar configuration would make it impossible for anti-aircraft artillery to lock onto targets under the continuous operation of the machine tool. This creeper drone has been successfully manufactured. It is no larger than a computer screen, entirely deep black, resembling a falcon in flight. Even the nose cone has been perfectly replicated, yet its functionality is vastly different. This drone's nose cone is shrouded in mystery and is primarily composed of composite materials. It is made using a high-temperature resin-based composite material system, ensuring the continuity of its flying shape, which not only reduces flight resistance and eliminates shock waves, but also enhances the aircraft's aerodynamic characteristics. Typically, the energy of a drone is consumable with higher energy consumption at extreme flight speeds. However, this creeper drone, due to its solar-powered system, can fly at high altitudes with minimal wear and tear. Unless locked onto by advanced hypersonic missiles from a developed country, it cannot crash throughout its lifetime. It can only descend from 10,000 meters at the command of Qin Feng. The first thing after successful development is to go to the United Nations Academy of Sciences and stir up trouble. As for performance testing and safety testing, Qin Feng is not worried. He trusts the capabilities of the machine tool. Currently, this drone, which has not undergone technological enhancements, is likely on par with the forefront of global technology. After all, a precision of 0.0001 is no laughing matter. Qin Feng has a bit of understanding about the United Nations Academy of Sciences. It was established by sovereign nations worldwide at the end of the Great War. Each country must select a group of scientists from its national academy to work at the United Nations Academy of Sciences. This academy encompasses a vast array of fields covering all categories of global industries. From one perspective, the United Nations Academy of Sciences is akin to a patchwork quilt absorbing research personnel from most countries around the globe. Logically speaking, each country certainly would not send out its most elite research team, as this is for international contributions. Sovereign nations that have experienced several wars understand that science and technology are the primary forces for development. While gathering the world's top talents can accelerate research progress and yield advanced scientific results, no one would allow their advanced technology to be known by other countries, as it would be detrimental to their own development. National borders are not easily crossed chasms. Of course, this is only limited to countries with respectable positions internationally. Generally, small countries will still give their all showcasing their technologies without reservation. This is a helpless move. With limited national strength, they simply lack the capital to make choices. If they do not contribute their cutting-edge technologies, they will be targeted by larger nations in every possible way. When a major country demands, how can you dare refuse? Are intercontinental missiles and bombers joking with you? Even without resorting to force, economic sanctions are a piece of cake. It is simply too easy for a major country to target a small one. Even if a major country looks down on that bit of technology, they still have to take it all. For instance, recently, the beautiful country united to expel all researchers from the Dragon country at the Drone Research Institute. In this world, there is no reasoning or morality. Dignity exists at the edge of a sword, and truth lies within the range of a cannon. Qin Feng certainly has to seek a chance for revenge. For him, it would be a pity not to flaunt advanced technology. Moreover, he is not afraid of being robbed by other countries. First, the equipment enhanced by Qin Feng's system will undergo several transformations in its internal structure and technical principles. Without blueprints, it is impossible to acquire the technology in less than 100 years. Even if they obtain similar blueprints through reverse engineering without ultra-high precision machine tools and AI jacks, they can only stare helplessly. Qin Feng immediately took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Director Qian. After a few minutes of waiting, no one answered. He had no choice but to personally go to the Dragon Institute and try his luck near the office. In the office of the director of the Dragon Institute, the director booked a flight to the beautiful country 2 days ago and left this morning. Some scientists are accompanying him, and it seems they brought some small drone models. The security guard's words made Qin Feng completely confident in Director Qian's purpose this time. He must be going to the United Nations Academy of Sciences to apply for rejoining the International Drone Research Institute. Qin Feng felt a bit distressed. If he had come a little earlier, he wouldn't have to join that so-called International Drone Research Institute. Now it's too late to rush over. Getting a passport and flight ticket will take at least a few days. Suddenly he thought of something, and Qin Feng slapped his thigh. A few hours later, Qin Feng, equipped with an exoskeleton suit, appeared over the beautiful country. Behind him was Optimus Prime in night form, and this creeper drone. With the help of anti-radar and stealth coatings, the beautiful country's air defense system surprisingly detected no unidentified objects. After Qin Feng detected the terrain below, he prepared to open the door and execute a solo descent. A handle unexpectedly extended from the bottom of the creeper drone, perfectly sized for Qin Feng to grip with one hand. Whoosh! As Qin Feng opened the door, a rush of air greeted him. Currently, he was at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Executing a descent task was very dangerous for someone inexperienced like Qin Feng. Fortunately, he had the protective effect of the exoskeleton suit and the powerful kinetic energy of the creeper. Qin Feng grasped the handle at the bottom of the creeper with one hand and leaped downward. Although the drone was smaller than a computer, it could carry a weight of over 10 tons. Supporting a person weighing several dozen kilograms for a controlled descent was completely unproblematic. The moment Qin Feng jumped out of the cockpit, the exoskeleton suit fully enveloped him from all angles. It significantly reduced the feeling of weightlessness caused by high altitude, allowing the pilot to quickly grasp the forward direction. The phenomenon of ear ringing would not occur, as the suit's isolation effect is exceptionally strong. Moreover, the external coating of the suit would change colors according to the surrounding environment, and due to its nanometer-level precision, the details are handled very well. To minimize Qin Feng's trace, he could not land on the ground and had to find a sufficiently tall building. The AI had long since located the site, which was the Central Park Tower. This is a super high-rise residential building standing at 472 meters, which has not yet been completed and is unoccupied. This also provided Qin Feng with a perfect landing location. Qin Feng quickly locked onto the destination according to the electronic screen inside the suit. The drone, currently in vertical descent, also adjusted its angle and flew towards the Central Park Tower. As the distance closed in when the drone was just dozens of meters away from the building's top balcony, it increased its lift force. This allowed Qin Feng to land softly and without causing much noise. Just as Qin Feng stepped onto the balcony, a somewhat bewildered voice exclaimed, "What the fuck did I see?" As Qin Feng steadied himself, he stumbled slightly upon hearing a voice. Turning around to take a closer look, he saw a person wearing a helmet and fluorescent-colored attire, seemingly a worker engaged in some task. The person pointed at Qin Feng and exclaimed, "Who the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you from? Get the fuck out of here." Before the burly man could finish his words, Qin Feng slapped him, knocking him unconscious onto the nearby concrete. What the hell? After moving the cement-covered man to a safer spot, Qin Feng turned around to search for the elevator. The building had plenty of elevators, but they were all in use. After much effort, Qin Feng finally found an elevator that was stationary. However, when he opened the door, it was completely empty. He stared at the bare wall and the seemingly bottomless elevator shaft. He ultimately decided to take a small path instead. Guided by a drone, he descended directly from the top floor to the building's basement. Carefully avoiding the workers, Qin Feng made his way back to the street. At this moment, the night was somewhat dim, with few pedestrians on the road, and very few people noticed Qin Feng. To those who did, he might just appear to be a cosplayer in a mech suit. Qin Feng retrieved the coordinates of the United Nations Academy of Sciences and found it was not far away, so he hurried over. Coincidentally, Director Qian and several staff members were just exiting the academy. Director Qian, holding a folder, looked quite regretful. The technology of the drone industry in Longhua could be taken to new heights, yet it has fallen to such a state. Without the collaborative research of global talent, I don't know how long the drone research will be delayed. The middle-aged man in black beside him suppressed his discontent. If it weren't for that kid's deliberate provocation, how could our staff have been expelled? In my view, that kid should. What should we do with that kid? The man in black looked up towards the source of the voice, only to see an unknown silver armor standing before him. A strange fear welled up within him, causing his feet to move backward uncontrollably. Director Qian, having seen demonstrations of exoskeleton suits, recognized the speaker immediately. "Qin Feng, what are you doing here instead of in the research room?" Qin Feng took off his armor and slung his backpack over his shoulders, saying, "I was worried about you all, so I came to check it out. When did you get your passport? I remember there weren't any available flights in the past few days. Could it be that you smuggled yourself in a?" The man in black's heart sank. This person was actually a researcher from Longhua. "You little brat. How dare you smuggle yourself in? Do you know what kind of political implications this could have for Longhua? If the beautiful country finds out, not only will your unit be affected, but we might even be temporarily detained." Qin Feng, somewhat displeased with the middle-aged man's alarm, retorted, "I flew over the beautiful country fair and square. Since they didn't warn me, I landed openly. What should I have activated the anti-radar system and communicated?" Director Qian asked in confusion. "Did you buy a private jet? Didn't you have a flight plan arranged already?" "What private flight? You know Optimus Prime can fly." Director Qian. The man in black was somewhat bewildered. "Oh, what was this kid talking about? Are you saying that the beautiful country's radar can't detect your flying device?" Qin Feng chuckled. "With such a shoddy detection method, you think you can break through an anti-radar system and special coatings that are several generations ahead of existing technology?" The man in black was increasingly baffled by the young man before him, while Director Qian seemed to understand everything. "Director Qian, are you here to reapply for the research qualifications of the Drone Research Institute?" Upon hearing this, Director Qian sighed. "Yes. This is not only an opportunity to fill in the gaps in technology, but also a channel to connect with the international community. There are many industries that still need to be connected in the future. We cannot afford to drop the ball." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "What's the big deal? Isn't it just drone technology? It was just developed at noon and is still warm. So how is the application for qualifications progressing?" The man in black clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "The International Drone Research Institute's head has required us to provide all components related to the WZ-8 and its propulsion. If we hand that over, then Longwo's drones will no longer have an advantage in speed." Qin Feng casually replied, "Then just give it to them. The WZ-8 is not even Longwo's fastest drone." "What?" Everyone present questioned Qin Feng in unison. "Are you still a citizen of Longhua? How could you suggest we hand over our technology?" "Qin Feng, what are you thinking? That is cutting-edge technology in the field of drones from the Lonka Institute. This kid has ill intentions. Ignore him. Let's head back to the embassy to continue our discussions. There's no need to discuss. I think this young man's proposal is very good. At that moment, a few foreigners walked out from the academy, smiling as they spoke. Qin Feng found it too troublesome to translate the English in his head, so he simply turned on simultaneous translation. No need to discuss. I think this young man's proposal is excellent. Director Qin furrowed his brow. Jack, I think the conditions are a bit too high. We can discuss it again. Jack, I think the conditions are a bit too high. We can negotiate further. Unexpectedly, the foreigner shook his finger back and forth. The man in black was a bit angry and shouted, "This is intentionally shutting out our country. This is deliberately excluding our country." Qin Feng looked at the subtitles before him, feeling that Director Qin and the others didn't need to be so entangled. Director Qin, my new type of autonomous weapon, the Creeper drone, has already been completed, which is why I came to find you. Everyone present was taken aback. Autonomous weapon. Are you here to make jokes? Drones are categorized as remote-controlled weapons and must have an operator select targets and activate aim and launch relevant weapons. Thus, they do not belong to the category of autonomous weapons. Who would have thought that Qin Feng's drone not only qualifies as an autonomous weapon, but also surpasses all existing types of drones? Suddenly, Qin Feng realized a crucial issue. The propulsion system of the WZ-8 does not need to be submitted. The foreigners will instead beg Longhua to come back. Qin Feng couldn't believe that any drone researcher would not be tempted by the Creeper. Qin Feng raised his arm, clenched his fist, and issued a landing command to the drone. Amidst the puzzled gazes of those around him, a rush of wind echoed from above as a small drone akin to a peregrine falcon swooped down and steadied itself on Qin Feng's hand. The researchers from the Dragon Kingdom looked on in unison, both curious and somewhat skeptical. This small drone before us doesn't seem to resemble a reconnaissance-type high-mobility drone at all. Instead, it resembles those drones used for capturing scenic views, just with a rather unusual design. Dean Xian pointed at the small drone in Qin Feng's hand, puzzled. Is this the autonomous weapon you recently developed? Dean Xian, your country's researchers are truly amusing. Ha ha ha, has the heat made you foolish? The foreigner beside him surprisingly mocked in Chinese, thinking Qin Feng was just a little kid trying to be funny. While fiddling with the drone, Qin Feng laughed. If you could speak Chinese earlier, it would have saved my phone's battery. He then threw the drone high into the air, directly activating its high-speed flight mode. In an instant after being thrown, the drone ascended to a height of several dozen meters, then a wave of heat erupted from its engine's tail, heading straight towards the feet of the foreigners. Although the drone wouldn't fully engage its engines until reaching an altitude of around 100 meters, the heat wave still affected the group. The scorching blast caused the slightly flushed faces of the foreigners to become even redder. Despite the heat wave, everyone present looked up towards the direction the drone had taken off. Did I see that correctly? Such a small drone can actually break the sound barrier. Not only has it broken the sound barrier, but it has also reached a state of hypersonic speed. Indeed, the flames jetting from the engine's tail are already appearing in rings. It's hard to imagine that it starts off at the speed of sound and then transitions into hypersonic speed. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and the foreigners clearly looked a bit shocked. In the history of drone development, speeds have been increasing and performance has been improving. However, the trade-off has been a continual increase in size. Both countries have hypersonic drones, but the 10 to 20-meter-long fuselages are quite a challenge. Without numerous devices and thrusters installed, achieving such speed would be impossible. The current Mach circle is a reality that cannot deceive anyone's eyes. Qin Feng smiled at the researchers from the Dragon Kingdom. Dean Xian, shall we return home together? Let's gather some manpower to study this small drone thoroughly. Dean Xian's eyes lit up at that moment, clearly able to guess based on the drone's performance displayed by Qin Feng. This drone's other functionalities must also be top-notch. The extremely compact device can enable the drone to operate at hypersonic speeds, which undoubtedly breaks through current technological barriers. Huh. Dean Xian patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Let's go back and study this. Just as everyone was about to leave, they were halted. Dean Xian, wait. Perhaps we can engage in deeper discussions. Qin Feng turned around to see Jack, who looked quite awkward trying to keep everyone there. As the head of the drone sector in the beautiful country, and also the director of the International Drone Research Institute, Jack understood well the advanced technologies and structural implementations contained within this small drone. If he could acquire this drone technology and combine it with the beautiful country's cutting-edge drone technologies, they would undoubtedly create a product that would far surpass all drones worldwide. Thus, he had to keep everyone there, especially the young man with the backpack in front of him. If not, he would have to take special. Hypothetically speaking, if the researchers from the Dragon Kingdom's drone sector were to return to the International Research Institute, what kind of treatment would you offer? Jack blocked the way of the group, continuously persuading them, seemingly stalling for time. Qin Feng also noticed that only 3 out of the original 5 foreigners were left. They were surrounding Qin Feng and the others in a strange triangular formation. Jack was holding on to Dean Qian's arm. The International Drone Research Institute needs excellent talents like you to join. This is contributing to the development of all humanity, and in due time you will be a leader in this field. Moreover, our country's technology is leading the world. If our 2 countries join forces, wouldn't it greatly accelerate the research speed of drones, making the performance of research products even better? What do you think? Dean Qian attempted to shake off Jack's grip, but seemed firmly held down, unable to break. He frowned and said, "This drone was not invented by my Drone Research Institute, so I cannot join the International Research Institute based on that." Upon hearing this, Jack turned to Qin Feng. To be able to create such a great invention at such a young age, I wonder how fast this drone can fly at its maximum speed. Both Qin Feng and Dean Qian knew that Jack was fishing for information, and Jack knew that Qin Feng was aware of his intentions. The goal was to stall for time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. For Qin Feng, it didn't matter who he disclosed the drone's parameters to. Without Qin Feng's blueprints and devices, it would be impossible to replicate. This drone can fly at a speed exceeding Mach 10, at a speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour. Jack looked astonished. Flying that fast, can the fuselage structure withstand it? Normal flying equipment experiences extreme aerodynamic heating and aerodynamic forces during hypersonic flight. The heat-resistant nose cone must ensure the aircraft's aerodynamic structure remains intact, while also allowing it to function normally in a high-temperature environment to protect internal components. It can operate for extended periods at temperatures of 500 degrees Celsius, primarily utilizing carbon fiber composite materials. Dean Qian hadn't expected Qin Feng to actually educate Jack about the relevant design materials, but remained silent. He knew Qin Feng wouldn't engage in meaningless activities. Jack smiled slightly. No wonder it's a high-performance device with a heat resistance 260 degrees Celsius higher than our Blackbird aircraft. While Jack was continually changing the subject, everyone noticed a large number of armed guards gradually approaching the area. Dean Qian became furious and questioned Jack. "Jack, what are you trying to do? You know this is a blatant violation of international conventions." Seeing the guards closing in, Jack no longer concealed his intentions. Arguing with you is too exhausting, but it seems I will finally succeed." Qin Feng pretended to be clueless, asking innocently, "Are you escorting us to board?" "Haha, of course, my little treasure. Just hand over the little plane to Uncle, and you'll be safely escorted back. The application for Dragon Kingdom's re-entry into the Research Institute has been approved in my capacity as the Dean. Is the propulsion unit for the Wuzhen 8 still needed?" Jack burst into laughter. "The propulsion unit for the Wuzhen 8 is no longer required. From now on, just hand this drone over to me." Dean Qian instructed Qin Feng. Under no circumstances should the drone technology be handed over to them, or else Dragon Kingdom's advantage in drone technology will be lost. Qin Feng remained utterly indifferent. Everything was proceeding exactly as calculated. He sent a recall signal to the Creeper drone, and within seconds it descended vertically from the high altitude to this very spot. Just as Jack reached out to grab the drone, Qin Feng blocked him. "What if this drone gets damaged during your research? If a mishandling causes an explosion, you won't try to extort Dragon Kingdom, will you?" Jack waved his hand, grandly declaring that he would bear full responsibility for any issues arising during the process. Qin Feng, unconvinced, insisted on drafting a contract with Jack. Jack was naturally willing. This was a favorable arrangement for him. With the advanced Dragon Kingdom drone appearing in a beautiful country laboratory, the media would be unable to expose the matter. After all, with their signatures in black and white, it was clear that Dragon Kingdom had voluntarily provided the drone for research. There was no question of theft. Even though guards had been summoned to threaten Dragon Kingdom today, there was no evidence to prove it. For Jack, it was a win-win situation with no drawbacks. Little did he know he had already fallen into Qin Feng's trap. The contract also stipulated that Dean Jack would assume full responsibility for any issues caused by the drone. 2 copies of the contract were made, one each entrusted to the secretaries of Beautiful Country and Dragon Kingdom. Having obtained the Creeper drone, Jack placed it in a specially crafted case and transported it back to his own laboratory in Beautiful Country. "Dean Qian, do you still need bodyguards to escort you to the registration?" The man in black angrily berated Jack for engaging in such unscrupulous acts. As the guards and Jack departed, only the Dragon Kingdom researchers remained. Dean Qian looked at Qin Feng with regret. "You shouldn't have come. The sole advantage of Dragon Kingdom's drones was their speed, and now Beautiful Country is about to crack it too." The man in black also seethed with indignation. "You are a traitor, handing over our Dragon Kingdom's cutting-edge technology to Beautiful Country. Do you realize the immense negative impact this will cause?" Despite the accusations from everyone, Qin Feng showed no anger or remorse. Instead, he smiled at them. "Just watch the news tomorrow. For now, do we still need to return home?" Dean Qian shook his head. Since we've been reinstated as the International Drone Research Institute, we might as well stay. The group spent an excruciating night at a hotel near the embassy. Although Qin Feng had no passport under Dean Xian's cover, he eventually managed to stay as well. That very night, Jack gathered several prominent figures in Beautiful Country's drone field to study this drone with him through the night. They intended to conduct comprehensive tests on the drone to measure all its parameters. A drone is a high-tech product, and its environmental reliability is one of its key performance indicators. To ensure the drone functions properly under various extreme environments, a series of environmental reliability tests were necessary. The first to be conducted was the temperature environment test. This test primarily evaluated the drone's performance under extreme conditions like high and low temperatures, including operational stability and the impact of temperature changes on battery lifespan. Next was the high-altitude environment test, equally crucial. As is well known, at high altitudes, oxygen concentration decreases and air compression ratios also drop. These factors significantly affect the drone's engine sensors and flight control system. Therefore, a high-altitude environment simulation test had to be conducted in the laboratory. Simultaneously, waterproof and dust-proof environmental tests were also carried out. These simulated extreme weather conditions that might be encountered during use. Such harsh environments included rain, sandstorms, and hail. Durability testing was also indispensable, as wind pressure and vibrations during flight could cause damage to the drone. This required durability tests to simulate environmental changes during flight. Jack and the scientists conducted all simulations thoroughly and found that the parameters far exceeded the highest domestic standards. "Oh, Jack, you are really amazing. The technology of this drone is simply unheard of." Jack smiled faintly. "Next, we will conduct the final wind tunnel experiment. During drone operation, it might be affected by natural disasters like lightning, so anti-electromagnetic interference experiments were necessary. Thus, the final step was the wind tunnel test. A wind tunnel is a large experimental facility used to study aerodynamics. It is not a cave, but a large tunnel or pipe containing a giant fan that generates a powerful airflow. After the wind tunnel test, the drone's parameters were determined. Jack and the researchers placed the drone on a display stand and then went to the control console to collect and upload data. Just as everyone was working with their backs to the drone, it suddenly lit up and flew straight toward the database. Boom! As Jack and the others watched in horror, the drone's body began to swell and expand, flashing with white light. Upon reaching a critical point, the creeper exploded instantly. The intense heat generated in that moment vaporized everyone present, and the laboratory was utterly destroyed by the force of the blast. All electronic equipment was obliterated by the devastating power, and even the database contents were so damaged they could not be accessed. Within minutes of the explosion, this advanced Beautiful Country laboratory was reduced to rubble. Firefighters and armed guards soon arrived, and Beautiful Country immediately sealed off the city's entry and exit points. All types of aircraft and freight vehicles were grounded until the cause of the explosion and those responsible were identified. Since Beautiful Country's laboratories operated independently, other types of labs were unaffected. Only the drone laboratory building was destroyed. When the firefighters extinguished the blaze, they began clearing the debris. Surprisingly, infrared detection instruments found no traces of any human life signs in the ruins. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was lying in bed, gleefully watching the video transmitted by the drone just before the explosion. It captured the advanced instruments and testing equipment from Beautiful Country's drone field. Haha, farewell, Jack. Only Qin Feng among the researchers of the Dragon Country had a wonderful night. This explosive news reached Dean Xian and others as soon as the embassy informed them, leaving them anxious all night long. Early in the morning, everyone got up with dark circles under their eyes as they had to return home as soon as possible. Due to the laboratory explosion, Dean Xian suspected that it might be the doing of Qin Feng. To ensure the safety of Qin Feng and the others, they immediately contacted Dragon Country's multinational private airline to safely evacuate everyone. Otherwise, being detained by the Beautiful Country would be unthinkable. While everyone was in a frenzy, Qin Feng was still sound asleep. Bang! Bang! Disturbed by the noise, Qin Feng covered his face with the blanket and continued to sleep. Dean Xian and the others couldn't request the hotel staff to open the door, as Qin Feng didn't even have his passport. Naturally, he had no authority to open the door for everyone. The phone was also turned off, but it was likely that he forgot to bring the charger for the video they were researching last night. As everyone was at a loss, the intelligence agency of the Beautiful Country unexpectedly surrounded the entire hotel with soldiers. Dean Xian was unaware of this, as he was busy contacting the embassy. "Ambassador Li, I have an emergency here. Please send someone over. I will send you the person's details and forge a passport for him. We need to act quickly. Otherwise, we might not be able to leave today." Ambassador Li was puzzled. "Are you trying to help this person sneak back into the country? I recall that our researchers from the Dragon Country all have proper passports and channels to enter." Dean Xian appeared anxious. He'll explain later. The urgent matter is to return home safely. Hearing the urgency in Dean Qian's tone, Ambassador Li became nervous as well. It seemed this matter was quite serious. All right, I will arrange for personnel immediately. Dean Qian sighed with relief as he hung up. The issue of Qin Feng's passport was now resolved. Although they would be taking a private flight, they still had to undergo identity checks by the beautiful country. Time passed slowly. At Qin Feng's door, the group heard hurried footsteps coming up the stairs, and Dean Qian was delighted. Ambassador Li is so efficient. However, unexpectedly, the person who arrived was not Ambassador Li, but a hotel staff member. The staff spoke in broken Chinese. Gentlemen, the hotel is currently surrounded by the police of the beautiful country. For safety reasons, please return to your rooms. Dean Qian was taken aback, and then another call came in. Dean Qian, the perimeter of the hotel you indicated is completely sealed off by armed forces of the beautiful country, and passports and other identity documents cannot be delivered in. The man in black instantly became furious. If it weren't for that Qin Feng interfering, we could have returned safely. I wonder what tricks that kid is up to. Shut up, Dean Qian said angrily. What time is it now, and you're still shifting the blame? Do you think they will just let it go if we don't hand over the power system of the Wujianate? The urgent matter is to contact the embassy and reach out to the political leaders of the Dragon Country. We must ensure they send someone for negotiations. The man in black was somewhat dissatisfied, but ultimately fell silent. Ambassador Li, I'm counting on you. Our lives depend on you. Ambassador Li was particularly shocked. The beautiful country actually brazenly violated international conventions by using armed forces to threaten researchers from a sovereign nation. Had Dean Qian and the others obtained some secrets of the beautiful country? However, he himself had not received any transfer information. Could it be that this laboratory explosion was related to them? Time was precious, and pondering this was now meaningless. They needed to send out a rescue message to their homeland. Upon learning that Dean Qian and the others were threatened by the armed forces of the beautiful country, there was widespread outrage. Coincidentally, General Zhao was coordinating some matters in the capital due to certain issues, and naturally he received this news as well. According to the embassy, it seemed there was a young academic from the Dragon Academy who lacked a passport and other identification. General Zhao could easily guess who that person was, so he picked up the phone. Is that young man named Qin Feng? Ambassador Li was taken aback. How could the domestic information be received so quickly? It's Qin Feng. Bang! General Zhao slammed the table in anger, startling those around him. They all knew that General Zhao was rarely angry. It was indeed a rare sight. Calming his anger, General Zhao slowly spoke. Tell their person in charge that I hope they can guarantee the safety of Dean Qian and the others. Otherwise, the fleet of the Southeast Military Region will be deployed in full force. General Zhao, don't be impulsive. We can discuss this. If you provoke them, the consequences will be unimaginable. General Zhao disdainfully replied. Moreover, let it be known that it was our Southeast Military Region's mysterious weapon that sank 2 destroyers of Sakura country some time ago. Everyone present was astonished. What's going on with General Zhao? As early as last year, Qin Feng had conducted real combat tests on this mecha weapon, and the mission was quite successful. Furthermore, before leaving, he gifted the designs and manufacturing machines of the mecha's weaponry to the Southeast Military Region. Currently, the laser weapon has yielded results and has been installed on ships undergoing numerous drills. The conclusion drawn was that this laser weapon could directly breach any ship's defenses. The people present exchanged glances, astonished that this young man, named Qin Feng, possessed such intellect and courage. He was actually able to transform a detection-type laser into a sci-fi-like large-scale destructive weapon. This person is a treasure for the Dragon Country. The group decided to hold a small meeting and unanimously agreed that they should no longer be so weak. The people from the Dragon Academy must be protected at all costs. General Zhao, your main fleet can set off. Under special circumstances, you can take immediate action. The other political personnel will depart in 2 batches. One will contact the United Nations for an international meeting, while the other will directly engage with the high-ranking leaders of the beautiful country. We must have an explanation. Received. Yes. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country and Dean Qian were extremely anxious, fearing that Qin Feng would be imprisoned by the beautiful country. Meanwhile, the person at the center of the incident, Qin Feng, slowly crawled out of bed. The sound of police sirens outside was too piercing, with such strong penetration that even hiding under the blanket couldn't help. It's daytime, and it's deafening. Naturally, Qin Feng knew their purpose was to investigate the cause of the laboratory explosion through their group. According to the intelligence agency's analysis, the footage from the last segment of the surveillance video showed that an unknown drone explosion led to the destruction of the laboratory. This drone was obtained from the researchers of Dragon Country by Jack and others. That's why they surrounded the hotel, intending to take everyone back to the intelligence agency for processing. He plugged the phone, which had run out of battery, back into the charger, and then stood up to find Dean Qian. Meanwhile, the police staying at the hotel outside also entered the hotel in batches. They brought Dean Qian and the other researchers back to the Intelligence Bureau for questioning. However, due to the intervention of the higher-ups in Longhua, a public inquiry had to be conducted while ensuring the safety of the group. The personnel from the Intelligence Bureau were quite astute, particularly digging deep into the investigation of Qin Feng. After all, that drone was created by this young man himself. Even if an accident occurred in their eyes, Longhua would not take any action against the beautiful country over a young man. Those middle-aged and older researchers were the precious resources of Longhua. The interrogation room was live-streamed. In a dimly lit room, Qin Feng was reclining in a chair, his face betraying no fear. A large table stood in the middle facing the interrogation personnel from the Intelligence Bureau. As everyone prepared a large amount of video and material evidence and heightened the atmosphere and environment to the utmost, they got ready to interrogate Qin Feng. You must be familiar with the drone in this video, right? Looking at the creeper quietly placed on the display before the explosion in the experiment, he said, "After all, I made it myself, so of course I'm familiar with it." The interrogator in front was taken aback, admitting so quickly. No more arguments. The pile of materials and documents had been sorted through all night, yet they were not even used. The video continued to play instead of being halted. The drone on the display, under mysterious control, quietly flew towards the control panel where Jack and others were. In an instant, it generated extreme heat of several thousand degrees, vaporizing all the experimental personnel present. Then the explosion wave triggered a chain reaction, igniting all the instruments in the laboratory, and the lab was destroyed, turning into a wasteland under the impact of numerous explosions. The higher-ups in Longhua were very regretful. With conclusive evidence, it seemed that Qin Feng would not be able to return home smoothly. Longhua was about to lose a genius who led technological and civilian development. The interrogators then read out the charges against Qin Feng and the penalty results, but Qin Feng directly interrupted. "Does the explosion prove that I was in control? Don't you know that the laboratory is isolated from external signals?" The interrogator seemed a bit shaken, or it appeared that he was unaware of the protective measures in the lab. Qin Feng looked at the hesitant person across from him. "Is my phone fully charged?" He stood up directly and went over to unplug the charging cable and power on the phone. Since the evidence this time was not conclusive, they proceeded with the interrogation step by step, so they did not handcuff Qin Feng or implement other restrictive measures. The phone powered on, and he found another segment of video from the drone. This drone, once manufactured, could maintain a 360 recording state without ever going to sleep unless the sun extinguished or the drone was forcibly destroyed. That night, when he met Dean Qian and others at the entrance of the United Nations Academy of Sciences, the drone had been circling in the sky. The scenes on the ground, and the people were clearly saved on the drone's hard drive, with even the sounds not being missed. "Let me show you something good." The interrogators, puzzled, accepted the video uploaded by Qin Feng and played it on the electronic screen during the public interrogation. Everything that happened that night was known to the higher-ups of both Longhua and the beautiful country. Jack privately gathered armed forces to threaten the researchers of Longhua to hand over the drone before allowing them to leave. The interrogators felt a bit embarrassed that Jack had done this not just once or twice. However, each time he would block the nearby electronic monitoring devices and signal sources, preventing even the recording devices from functioning properly. This time he had surprisingly overlooked something falling into the hands of this young man before him. He stubbornly continued the interrogation. "Jack's coercion to take your drone has already been punished. But now what needs to be discussed is the explosion of your device, which has caused immeasurable damage and destruction to the beautiful country. You must provide a reasonable solution to this matter, otherwise you will remain here forever." The interrogator's intention to threaten was blatant, trying to force Qin Feng into a guilty plea. Qin Feng waved his hand. "All right, let's talk about the matter at hand, no problem." Dean Qian and the higher-ups in Longhua looked regretful. This kid was clearly fine. As long as we coordinate with each other, he could return home. Now he has fallen into the other side's trap, not knowing how to cope. The interrogator looked at Qin Feng, who seemed to have the upper hand, and couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. "I want to see what connections you have that will allow you to leave the interrogation room openly." Just as everyone anxiously focused on the next move, Dean Qian's phone suddenly rang. Ding ding, ding ding. Dean Qian bring in the contract from that day. The people from the Longhua Institute suddenly realized that it was the responsibility letter signed between Jack and Qin Feng. The door to the interrogation room opened, and a man in black from the Longhua Institute entered, presenting the contract in full view of the video. It prominently stated that the drone technology would be fully inherited by Jack, including all losses caused by the drone experiment. Jack's personal signature was boldly written in the lower right corner of the contract. Qin Feng looked at the interrogators with a troubled expression. "So what do you think? Are my connections useful?" This matter was ultimately resolved perfectly, and Qin Feng and others smoothly returned home from the beautiful country. The higher-ups of the beautiful country were also extremely furious. This was clearly a trap set by Qin Feng and others, and Jack had been blinded by immediate interests. Jack even conducted experiments after signing the contract without reporting to the higher-ups. He wanted to monopolize the spoils, elevating his identity from a second-tier expert in the field of drones to a first-tier one. Moreover, he could work in the laboratory of the beautiful country's Academy of Sciences. It was entirely a series of problems caused by his own actions, turning the beautiful country from a victim into an aggressor. Qin Feng estimated that similar researchers like Jack in the beautiful country would be a bit more restrained. At this time, after the storm, issues also arose at the United Nations Drone Research Institute. Due to the direct loss of several drone experts from the beautiful country's Academy of Sciences, they could not quickly gather relevant experts to fill the vacancies, and there was currently no one available for the position of dean. During a small meeting, the position of dean was also filled by a drone expert from the Lonka Institute. In the field of drone research, Longhua and the beautiful country had always been at the highest level. Moreover, the creeper drone developed by Qin Feng had left the beautiful country far behind. Although he had signed a contract with Jack, the parameters and technology of the drone had not been uploaded to the beautiful country's database. Thus, Qin Feng was able to create again, and the beautiful country had no evidence to pin any blame on him. On the flight back to the country, Optimus Prime remained nearby. It would not act directly to harm important bases of the beautiful country unless absolutely necessary. Detected an imbalance in the seabed temperature, a volcanic eruption will occur within a month. Upon receiving this news, Qin Feng suddenly sat up. A volcanic eruption under the sea. Qin Feng vaguely remembered that an underwater volcanic eruption would create a new type of uninhabited island. This is due to the convergence of tectonic plates controlled by various forces, such as the Earth's rotation and the tidal forces caused by the Earth, Moon, and Sun. When two plates converge and collide, the heavier plate will lift the lighter one, causing it to sink or slide, thus forming a trench. The Mariana Trench was indeed formed by the movement of tectonic plates. The rocks in the subduction zone melt and push the hotter magma from the lower layers up to areas of lower pressure, flowing towards the mantle. As time passes, the accumulating magma will rise to the edge and eventually erupt. However, due to the surrounding seawater and pressure near the eruption point, the magma solidifies immediately upon reaching the water's surface. As the lava gradually solidifies and accumulates, a mountain will form around the volcanic crater. The size of this mountain is naturally related to the volume of the underwater volcanic eruption. Director Qian, when an uninhabited island appears in international waters, will many countries be eyeing it? Of course, a newly formed uninhabited island will naturally be discovered and claimed by numerous countries. If a new uninhabited island appears in international waters, according to the latest international legal system, the principle of prior occupation applies. Only those who first discover and can effectively manage it can claim it. Simply discovering it without forming effective management measures does not allow one to claim the uninhabited island. However, in practical operations, it is difficult to encounter disputes regarding uninhabited islands. On one hand, islands formed by volcanic eruptions have historically also resulted from various geological activities. Therefore, there is a high probability that the new island will appear directly within the territorial waters of a certain country. On the other hand, because islands produced by volcanic activity and seismic events often have unstable internal structures, they will gradually be eroded by waves and eventually disappear. Thus, there have been no such disputes in the international community for a long time. So, Director Qian, if an uninhabited island appears in international waters, can I occupy it in advance? You really have ideas? As long as you can occupy it before other countries and establish management, you can. However, this is still quite difficult. If a new large island with a good geographical location truly appears in international waters, it will be quickly detected by various countries' remote sensing satellites. Moreover, according to the current international system, it will generally be resolved directly within the framework of the United Nations, and the behavior of countries forcibly seizing it is quite rare. Qin Feng scoffed. So what if a dispute over the island really arises? The most brutal solution would be to sink the island. Qin Feng was taken aback. Is the international community so brutal? If he can't have it, then others can't either. What a waste. There are many people living near the volcano. This is because volcanoes possess endless geothermal resources, and these heat sources can be converted into electrical energy, providing nearby residents with extremely low-cost power. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect is the volcanic ash and other mineral resources, which serve as a natural fertilizer for planting crops and vegetation. A casual search online about volcanoes reveals that the vegetation around them grows extraordinarily lush. Qin Feng was quite fond of this island and felt the need to occupy it before other countries took action. He inquired, I detected underwater volcanic activity near international waters, expected to complete the eruption within a month. Based on the volume below, it should at least generate an island larger than 5 kilometers in width and length. Director Qin looked at Qin Feng in confusion. Normally signals are detected only a few days before a volcanic eruption. How did you know it would erupt within a month? Qin Feng shrugged. How could the big data detection analysis results lie to him? In Optimus Prime's data analysis, the signal energy of the underwater volcano is continuously and gradually increasing. Based on past volcanic eruption precedents, the energy amplitude generated is generally consistent. Moreover, this underwater volcano is new formed by plate movements. Director Qin rubbed his forehead. He had not expected that most of the functions of Qin Feng's manufacturing equipment far exceeded current technology. Do you intend to preemptively occupy this future island? Of course. Director Qin pondered for a moment. Occupying a new island in international waters would require deploying a fleet to protect the vessels. Otherwise, they might encounter pirates and large foreign vessels, leading to being driven away or even facing life-threatening situations. Moreover, they could not accelerate the eruption of the underwater volcano. That would be too dangerous. On the flight back, Qin Feng returned to the research building to investigate the underwater volcano. The danger level of an underwater volcanic eruption is far greater than that of a terrestrial volcano. This is because on the surface, geological activities precede a volcanic eruption, and the crater continuously emits a large amount of steam and volcanic ash. Nearby residents and the government can use these features to predict the timing of a volcanic eruption and evacuate in time. However, this is not the case for underwater volcanoes, especially in deep-sea areas. Due to the barrier of seawater and signal deviations, it is difficult for people to detect signs before an eruption. Often by the time it is noticed, the volcanic eruption carrying lava has already rapidly reached the sea surface. Small fishing boats or cargo ships near underwater volcanoes will suffer severe damage. Qin Feng needed to grasp the specific eruption time of the underwater volcano within this month. Moreover, he needed to manufacture a large transport aircraft with excellent defensive capabilities. To increase the number of robots to several hundred waiting for management and dispatch tasks after the island is formed. Currently, only Qin Feng's detection system has detected that an underwater volcanic eruption will occur near international waters within a month. Therefore, there is ample time to prepare and plant the national flag on the island at the first opportunity, completing the occupation and management rights. As for the transformation and construction issues of the island, they are currently not within Qin Feng's considerations. He would decide on the use based on the size and height of the island formed. Director Qin was also quite supportive, bringing Qin Feng's message back to the higher-ups. Moreover, in a small meeting, he indicated that he would assist Qin Feng in occupying this island. If there were unscrupulous pirates or small countries attempting to seize it and even threaten Qin Feng's life, the soldiers supporting the landing would immediately open fire as a warning, and the fleet would rapidly approach the island. To ensure safety, Qin Feng first created several identical labor drone models, setting their operational trajectories near the underwater volcano, patrolling continuously within a radius of several hundred nautical miles. He needed to check for any detection vessels or researchers passing by from various countries. Next, he planned to visit the Aerospace Research Institute to bring back materials and equipment for the modification of large transport aircraft. Large transport aircraft refer to transport planes with a takeoff weight exceeding 100 tons, which can be divided into two categories: military transport aircraft and civilian ones. Modern transport aircraft can achieve a range of several thousand kilometers, even exceeding 10,000 kilometers, making intercontinental deployment very convenient. Additionally, with the capability of aerial refueling, global transport can be realized. On the surface, large military transport aircraft seem to be merely auxiliary aircraft that undertake transportation tasks, primarily handling the air transport of supplies and troops. From a basic utility standpoint, their value seems minimal, more of a labor-intensive type of aircraft. In modern warfare dominated by information technology, the air transport capability of a nation has to some extent become a crucial determinant of victory or defeat. In the office of the Aerospace Research Institute of Lonka Academy, "Hey, you really have something, kid." Li Lao patted Qin Feng's shoulder. A drone of such small size, with such powerful flight capabilities, can even be equipped with explosive programs causing such astonishing damage. Li Lao was naturally present at the public hearing that day. Although the flight state was based on biomimetic technology modeled after peregrine falcons, it could change its starting posture at will. It could instantly ascend at sonic speed or take off slowly in a vertical manner like a child's toy. The heat and force generated by the explosion were indistinguishable from that of a medium-range missile. Alas, it's a pity the cost is too high. Qin Feng, next time you manufacture a weapon with missile-like lethality, make sure to choose low-cost equipment. Qin Feng chuckled. The cost of this drone is indeed quite low. The parts and electronic instruments only require a few tens of thousands of yuan in raw materials. Under the control of a machine tool, I can produce identical drones. Li Lao's eyes lit up at the thought of a high-tech drone costing only a few tens of thousands of yuan. Even the manufacturing cost of missiles with identical explosive effects is not less than hundreds of thousands. Not to mention the high-definition long-range surveillance systems carried by the drones along with their mysterious special coatings. Can this provide the research institute with a prototype? Name your price. Qin Feng slowly replied, while sitting on the sofa. Money is not important. We can have an equivalent exchange. Li Lao was a bit bewildered. I will provide the design blueprints and technical principles of the drone to the research institute, and in return, I would like a military-grade aircraft. Li Lao frowned. Those fighter jets are state secrets. My identity alone may not suffice. Qin Feng shook his head. He could modify the fighter jets, but not at this moment. I only need a large military transport aircraft. Fighter jets are too ambitious. If it's just a transport aircraft, that would be no problem. Li Lao even wondered if Qin Feng might be at a disadvantage. Although the two aircraft types differed vastly in size, the technological principles embedded within the drone were incomparable to those of a transport aircraft. Li Lao took Qin Feng to a large warehouse where many transport aircraft were stored. Qin Feng's first sight was the gigantic aircraft on display in the center. As Li Lao instructed the staff to open the warehouse, he continued to introduce. Modern military transport aircraft are mostly equipped with missile defense systems, though they are not very powerful. They mainly consist of simple electronic warfare devices and decoy missile launchers, allowing crew members to release signal elements when they detect missile lock-on. This is used to interfere with the missile's radar lock and tracking systems. Although large destructive weapons can be equipped to intercept missiles, research in this area faces significant challenges. The essence of transport aircraft is to transport supplies, so equipping them with the weaponry of fighter jets would greatly increase production costs. Only a very few aircraft can be equipped with such extremely expensive equipment. For instance, the Air Force, one of the beautiful country, is equipped with a defense system. This equipment is called laser defense equipment, specifically designed to counter infrared-guided missiles. When radar locks on and launches a missile, the laser is used to disrupt the guidance system. In this way, the radar locking effect of the missile will be disrupted. But this ultimately incurs extremely high costs. Dispatching escort fighter formations to protect transport aircraft is much more effective than installing defense systems on the aircraft. Li Lao, I have actually already developed defense measures for transport aircraft. Oh, tell me more. Li Lao was quite curious at this moment about how someone who had never been involved in aircraft missile research could design a defense system for an aircraft. In today's ever-evolving air defense and missile systems, even ordinary fighter jets struggle to cope. How could an ordinary transport aircraft achieve powerful defensive measures? Qin Feng elaborated. The stealth coating device has been practically applied in various manufacturing inventions. Ordinary stealth coatings can reduce the detection capabilities of enemy air defense systems, but my nano special coating can completely shield the equipment. Radar cannot detect any anomalies. The emission and scattering levels of the coating for electromagnetic waves have reached extremely low levels. Additionally, there is radar jamming technology, which primarily uses jammers and electronic countermeasure systems to interfere with enemy radar and missile detection and tracking. This prevents the enemy's air defense system radar from obtaining accurate tracking data, thereby reducing the accuracy of missile strikes. I also experienced this technology during the practical application of mech development. Moreover, increasing the aircraft's flight speed and hovering ability is a given. The drone's speed of Mach 10 proves just how advanced my technology is. Qin Feng, no matter how you put it, the size of a transport aircraft is too vast. What if it is detected by military satellites? The detection methods of satellites mainly include optical detection, infrared detection, and radar detection. As long as the aircraft appears within the detection range of satellites, it will undoubtedly be exposed. Li Lao, you know this. Satellites have fixed operational orbits and cannot maneuver freely. Even if there is an extremely low probability of being detected, if fighter jets are dispatched to intercept my laser weapons are not to be underestimated. Li Lao suddenly realized the last time you mentioned sinking two Sakura countries' destroyers, was it using the laser weapons? Exactly. Qin Feng employed the most advanced technical equipment in every modification of the transport aircraft. They are currently under preparation, and as soon as he obtains a large transport aircraft, he can begin work immediately. Since Qin Feng built the Pillar of Heaven, he had not opened a live broadcast. Now, with some time on his hands, he replaced the title on his phone, Approaching Perfection. This title is quite alluring. After all, it does not directly mention new technology. Currently, the largest transport plane in the warehouse belongs to Qin Feng himself, allowing him to dispose of and use it at will. With a snap of his fingers, a robot stepped out beside Qin Feng and walked towards the large airplane. This massive transport plane is of military grade, yet the cockpit structure is no different from that of a regular passenger aircraft. The robot entered the transport aircraft through the boarding platform and opened the heavy cockpit door. A few minutes passed without any movement from the robot, prompting Qin Feng to complain. Why is the efficiency so low? Could something have gone wrong? No, I need to go up and take a look. After saying this, Qin Feng walked towards the boarding platform of the transport aircraft, but was stopped by Old Li. Oh, why are you so impatient? This plane is indeed for transport, but it is still military grade. It's somewhat difficult for your little robot to master the driving function in a short time. As Old Li was speaking, the front lights of the transport aircraft suddenly turned on, illuminating the entire warehouse. Qin Feng and Old Li, facing the plane directly, were momentarily blinded by the intense light. The strong light lasted only a moment before its brightness gradually diminished to a level where both could open their eyes. The robot sent a command request to Qin Feng. Driving function mastered, requesting to exit the warehouse. Old Li stared at the information received on Qin Feng's phone, completely stunned. Qin Feng. In just a few minutes, the usage method of this military-grade transport aircraft has been fully mastered. As Qin Feng pulled Old Li out of the plane's path, he explained the robot's brain definitely understands faster than a human's. After all, the servers are scattered across several rooms. The computing power simulation function is particularly strong. This robot is really just a branch. If Jax were to come personally, he could see through this aircraft in seconds. Standing safely away, Old Li sighed repeatedly. The pace of technological development is truly accelerating. Alas, perhaps even the best pilots will be eliminated. Seeing Old Li's mood drop, Qin Feng hastily reassured him. Old Li, there's no need to belittle yourself. This robot technology is something only I control globally. Moreover, as long as the robot lacks self-awareness, it will always be a puppet controlled by humans. Only when the transport aircraft exited the warehouse did Qin Feng realize just how enormous it was. The wingspan alone measures at least several dozen meters. After closing the warehouse, the two stepped out to observe this colossal machine up close. Qin Feng was astonished to see the landing gear tires, which were significantly taller than himself. He then opened the live broadcast, allowing another robot to conduct the streaming from a distance. With the official appeal of the Lonka Institute, many people naturally came to watch. Since it had been half a month since the last live broadcast, everyone presumed that Qin Feng was preparing a significant reveal. After all, it had only been a few days since the completion of the transformer design, and it had already appeared at the academician certification meeting. Following this, he announced plans for the next 5 years, after which he had disappeared for some time. With the opening of the live stream again, the platform also pinned the Lonka Institute's live stream at a prominent position. Within just a few minutes of opening, over 800 online viewers flooded in. With the majority of netizens liking and sharing, the numbers continued to rise. Wow, I walked in and saw such a huge plane. The host seems quite busy these days. Is the new invention this big guy right in front of us? I suspect that's very possible. The larger the invention, the more energy it consumes. Why does the surrounding landscape look so much like a runway? What do you mean? How can you test the data without taking off? Are you stupid? Do you think wind tunnel testing and laboratories are just decorations? As Qin Feng walked out from under the plane, he spotted the two large propellers hanging from the wings. The side of the transport aircraft was emblazoned with bold black letters, Longwa Air Force. Below the cockpit, there was a section painted with a special black material resembling a pencil lead cone. This also employed aerodynamic principles to maintain stable flight posture. The tail of the aircraft bore a bright red 5-point star flag with the aircraft's numerical designation marked below it. Old Li, what model of airplane is this? It's so big. Looking at the transport aircraft, Old Li began to elaborate. The Y9 from the Shaanxi Qin Aircraft Manufacturing Company is a large transport aircraft developed based on the Y8B by Longhua. It measures 36.7 meters in length with a wingspan of 38 meters and a height of 11.8 meters. Its maximum takeoff weight is 65 tons with a maximum payload capacity of 20 tons. This aircraft represents our Longhua national defense industry and is used for a wide range of purposes. Material transport and humanitarian aid, as well as special operations and military tasks, are all within its capabilities. Qin Feng nodded. He was quite satisfied with these specifications. A transport weight of 20 tons is sufficient for his needs, as the large mechas do not require transport since they can fly on their own. They can also serve as protective units for the transport aircraft, shielding it while completing transport missions. The robots Qin Feng created weigh less than 50 kilograms, each allowing for a total capacity of 400 robots. After the overall renovation and upgrade of the machine tools, the load capacity will only increase. Qin Feng did not need to examine the internal structure closely, as it is a transport aircraft and lacks any noteworthy areas for research. A robot carrying the live streaming phone approached Qin Feng, took off the phone, and cheerfully said, "Brothers, I can be considered a missing person returning. So what do you think of this aircraft?" The robot pointed the phone at the plane circling around and adjusting the distance to present every aspect to the audience. "Such a large plane, I guess it's definitely for transporting products. I feel the same, otherwise would such a large cabin be filled with missiles? That would be too absurd a division's combat firepower. I suspect this transport aircraft is not simple, or it wouldn't be singled out for discussion. What else can be done with a transport aircraft? Qin Feng looked at the plane. Oldly, you promised in advance. How I handle it is up to me, right? No problem, you can go ahead and mess around. Hee, with your permission, I can operate boldly now. Qin Feng issued commands to the robot on his phone. Everyone come over and take this plane apart, from the smallest parts down to the screws. The moment Qin Feng issued the command, dozens of robots marched in neat formation from not far away. Each robot's mechanical arm extended and transformed into various disassembly tools, screwdrivers, Phillips head drivers, gas cutters, and so on. Seeing this, Elder Li was instantly stunned and hastily stopped him. Qin Feng, if you want gifts, I can allocate you hundreds of thousands or even millions in funds. There's no need to use destroying the aircraft as a gimmick to attract fans into sending gifts. The cost of this single plane is well over 10 million. Don't do something foolish. It must be known that Elder Li, as the chief director of the Aerospace Research Institute, had already pushed the limits by providing a large aircraft to Qin Feng for research. This, of course, involved numerous meetings and negotiations with other directors. It was only out of trust in Qin Feng's scientific research capabilities that they agreed to this exchange. After all, in the field of drones, only one director could obtain the technical blueprints. The other directors would gain nothing. In contrast, this large transport aircraft encompassed component designs from various directors. If news of Qin Feng destroying the aircraft to attract traffic reached the other directors, they would surely come to make trouble. Elder Li, as a close brother of President Qin and the chief director of the Aerospace Research Institute, would find it extremely difficult to handle the situation. He had to stop Qin Feng. Have these robots halt. Don't do anything foolish. No, Elder Li. This is my unique research method. Just watch and see. As the robots dismantle the aircraft equipment, they will replicate the technical blueprints in their minds and submit them to the Jake's database. In the end, the complete design drawings of the entire aircraft will be printed out, modified, and remanufactured. Really? Elder Li remained somewhat skeptical. I must personally observe this research process. Otherwise, I won't have an explanation for the others. Not to mention letting Elder Li observe from the side. Even having him design alongside Qin Feng was no issue, because the items currently being manufactured were all based on the pinnacle of modern technology. Coupled with top-tier precision machine tools and lithography machines, deeper and more intricate designs could be applied to the original equipment. The manufactured items would still reach globally top-tier levels. Since there was no immediate need for the technology enhancement system, the current priority was to accumulate numerous future technology enhancement opportunities for the research on the island. Humanity's development and exploration of the ocean had yet to reach even 5. Qin Feng was filled with an infinite sense of mystery and the unknown. To explore it, he had to vigorously advance marine technology. The Mariana Trench was also worth investigating. Perhaps SpongeBob was down there. Elder Li ultimately relented and allowed Qin Feng to proceed. Dozens of robots swarmed in, starting the disassembly from the aircraft's interior. The tail of the plane opened downward and instruments of various sizes were pushed out of the cargo hatch and placed on the ground. Is the streamer going to modify the plane on the spot? I feel like this is dismantling parts. I think I saw the cockpit's microphone and instrument panel. Oh, is this brutal? What are you yelling about? This is how modification works. Just do it. This plane seems to have been gutted. Because of the live dismantling of a military-grade transport aircraft, Qin Feng's livestream had already attracted over 4 million curious viewers online. The robots were highly efficient. In the midst of the conversation, they had already removed all small and medium-sized equipment from the plane. From the outside, the aircraft appeared largely unchanged. Large propellers, landing gear, thrusters, and other components remained on the fuselage, but looking inside from the tail cargo hatch, it was completely empty. From the tail, one could see the scenery outside the cockpit. The mountain-like piles of equipment on the ground were rapidly disassembled into the smallest parts: screws, bolts, iron sheets, steel components, and so on. Qin Feng then ordered the aircraft shell, engines, propellers, and landing gear dismantle everything down to the smallest modules. Hearing this, the livestream audience was dumbfounded. So he's really just taking it apart for fun, not leaving a single intact part. Is the streamer playing with giant building blocks? You call a military-grade super-large aircraft a building block toy. Is he going to reassemble it? That seems like quite a challenge. Kid, you're really incredible. In just a few months, you've developed to this level. Qin Feng glanced at his phone. Oh, isn't this the #1 fan? Haven't seen you in so long. You've dropped in the rankings, haha. Can't get the ranking anymore. Ahead of me are all the famous academicians from the Lonka Academy. They're paying close. Hearing this, Qin Feng was also a bit stunned. Although he had earned many gifts from streaming, he had never withdrawn them, nor paid attention to his fan base. He was shocked by what he saw: the Lonka Academy official livestream fan ranking 1. Lonka Academy President. Lonka Academy Precision Instrument Manufacturing Academician Li 3. Lonka Academy Drone Field Director Zhao 4. Lonka Academy Aerospace Research Institute Academician Len. 13. Lonka Academy Metallurgical Forging Academician Li. Qin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. The top 10 on the fan ranking were all academicians from Lonka Academy Research Institutes. Within the top 100, it was mostly Lonka Academy staff, with few ordinary viewers. And the gifts they had contributed were substantial, totaling nearly 100 million. The platform had also been intimidated by this terrifying scale and had sent representatives to consult with Lonka Academy. It turned out that these gifts were capital investments from various research institutes for Qin Feng. Previous inventions and creations had been found by the lead directors to involve many specialized technical fields at world-leading levels. Thus, the technical drawings were split and sent to corresponding research institutes for study. This led to a large number of Lonka Academy personnel creating accounts for their respective branches to express gratitude and reciprocate to Qin Feng. The platform was also sensible, changing the original gift-sharing ratio of 5,050 with the streamer to 100 for the streamer. But this applied only to the Lonka Academy official livestream. There were many streamers with more than Qin Feng's 8 million followers who requested the same treatment from the platform, but they were all firmly refused. The platform clearly understood the relative importance of entertainment performers versus scientific research talents. Qin Feng knew that these accounts bearing the names of academicians were actually operated by young researchers at the institutes. The experts themselves just needed to watch Qin Feng's live broadcast. Since it's all veteran experts watching, I won't keep you in suspense. This time what I'm going to build is an integrated offensive and defensive large transport aircraft. What? An integrated offensive and defensive transport aircraft? Li Lao was stunned at this moment. An integrated model like this only exists among fighter jets. Why would a transport aircraft require something so resource-intensive? Qin Feng, don't joke around. The mission of a transport aircraft is merely to transport supplies. If you want to design offensive and defensive equipment, go study fighter jets. After the robot disassembled the large shell and engine of the transport aircraft, Qin Feng paused for a moment. The issues of firepower and defense for the transport aircraft must be resolved. And the fighter jets I will arrange for modifications in a few days. Hearing this, Li Lao stopped trying to dissuade him. Then let's proceed with the modifications. Feel free to let me know if you need any equipment. The robot then disassembled the large airplane into parts and took out 2 large metal boxes. All the components were stuffed into the boxes without any overflow. Li Lao was clearly encountering such a thing for the first time. Am I seeing things? How did such a large airplane just disappear? Although Qin Feng had created this dimensional storage box in an earlier live stream, the audience back then was not as numerous as now. The vast majority of the viewers were also encountering such a bizarre phenomenon for the first time. Isn't this a magic trick? I get it. This aircraft is made from extremely thin materials that can be compressed into very small objects. You don't know anything. The sound produced by the robot disassembling the aircraft clearly indicates it is made of steel and aluminum alloys. It's truly laughable. Only we the decade-long fans know the reason. Have you all heard of dimensional boxes? What nonsense is this? How does an airplane relate to boxes? The robot brought the box filled with airplane parts next to Qin Feng and awaited the next command. Li Lao, there are some strange matters. If you ask Dean Xian, everything will be clear. Now then, we need to change the battlefield. Qin Feng gave a slight wave, and a black Obsidian sports car drove over. Li Lao suddenly discovered that there was no driver in the car. Looking at Qin Feng's calm demeanor, he refrained from speaking further. He placed the 2 large metal boxes in the trunk and then issued his command. Qin Feng drove the black Obsidian sports car ahead, while a group of robots followed closely behind, gliding forward. In the scientific research building of the technology park, this time the manufacturing was still outdoors as the product size was quite large. Under JAXA's arrangement, machine tools were being brought out from the research building, along with the previously leftover high-precision materials and weaponry. The robots had already transmitted the design blueprints to JAXA's database while disassembling the aircraft. Thus, only the design of the weapons and defensive equipment was needed to complete all the preparation tasks. The machine tools began to manufacture parts using special steel and nanomaterials under JAXA's control. When manufacturing Optimus Prime, a large quantity of high-quality materials was left over, which now came in handy. The airplane parts were being manufactured and assembled starting from the overall frame, landing gear wings, large hatches, and the airplane shell, etc. All these components were coated with a special layer that combined radar evading and cooling functions. The appearance of the propeller and engine became more refined, but the overall appearance remained roughly the same. The energy source shifted from diesel to solar power. The performance not only remained stable, but also improved significantly. Naturally, the ordinary viewers in the live stream did not understand these subtle changes. The host is indeed playing with assembly blocks. There's hardly any difference. There are some changes, but it seems the color has just gotten darker. Didn't they say it's an integrated offensive and defensive aircraft? Why don't I see any missiles or defensive cannons? Could it be just equipped for fighter jet cover? Under the continuous manufacturing by the machine tools, the overall frame and appearance of the aircraft were largely completed. The remaining details were to be arranged next. At this time, many research institutes in the Dragon Science Institute were streaming Qin Feng's live broadcast. A group of professors and students were discussing below, trying to decipher the key to Qin Feng's manufacturing. This young man to be able to collect such valuable manufacturing materials is quite rare. Indeed, the parts manufactured by that high-precision machine tool are extremely precise. I estimate the overall performance has to be more than 10 times stronger than the original transport aircraft. Teacher, can the integrated offensive and defensive transport aircraft really be achieved? Let's wait and see. Currently, there has been no manufacturing of weaponry. Under Qin Feng's arrangement, this transport aircraft was gradually perfecting its functions. The machine tools had also altered the conventional manufacturing approach. As the robots used a light engraver to finish a batch of extremely small chips, they took them to the machine tools for refinement. Under the carving and transformation of different materials, a barrel with a sci-fi flair emerged. It retained a silver-white appearance with a rectangular design. When the radar detects an enemy target, the front end of the rectangle will deform. Dual-barrel laser cannons will extend from the aircraft's shell to strike targets at the current angle. This laser cannon was modified by Qin Feng from the laser sniper rifle of the new concept mech. Two types of designs exist. One is a dense coverage of laser bullets capable of intercepting missiles attacking in a wide range. The other is a charged cannon that fires single shots with the power to destroy heavily armored tanks at will. Moreover, its speed is extremely fast, very few enemy aircraft can evade radar locking. With the emergence of this rectangular weapon, the live stream began to boil over. Earlier, Qin Feng had been testing laser weapons in an open area. The explosive damage and coverage area truly shocked everyone, because the destroyed object was precisely the special model armor equipment known for its defense. It was the equipment that Dean Xian had sent for Qin Feng to conduct weapon tests. This time it was completely obliterated, leaving no trace. What? Laser weapons? Is a space war not far off? Has the host encountered aliens? Otherwise, how would he understand the manufacturing of laser weapons? You're really stupid. Many countries worldwide are developing laser weapons, and you're not paying attention at all. Over at the Dragon Science Institute laboratory, many academicians were also shocked. This size is considerably smaller than the laser weapons currently being developed by the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, and the power is even greater. It seems that laser weapons will truly be used in direct combat in the near future. Truly a genius sent by heaven, the future of the Dragon Kingdom will be even more brilliant. Li Lao witnessed the explosion and waves firsthand. Such on-site testing is the most heart-stirring. And this type of laser weapon was also recognized by Li Lao. Qin Feng, since the attack weapons are not a problem, what about your defensive measures? Qin Feng chuckled. Defense? What defense? Li Lao was now anxious, thinking, are you pretending to be foolish? How exactly do you plan to counter the heat weapon attacks with the integrated attack and defense transport aircraft you mentioned? As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. My laser rain can withstand all in. Li Lao shook his head, finding such thinking too naive. Actual warfare is not as simple as imagined. On the front lines, if the enemy intends to deploy weapons with extensive coverage, it will surely undergo multiple rounds of different attacks. For instance, in today's ground combat, the soldiers on both sides are not like in games, aiming directly at one another and ensuring a foolproof shot before firing. Such a method of warfare consumes soldiers greatly and is too costly. It's better to suppress with sheer numbers of bullets, since bullets can be mass-produced. Soldiers, however, are precious resources for every country and require immense moral and training investment. Aerial combat is similar, unless precisely targeting for pinpoint strikes, it will also be a blanket attack. There is a saying, when poor aim for precision strikes, when rich suppress with firepower. Do you think you can withstand a massive barrage of missiles and multiple waves of blanket attacks? Qin Feng was taken aback. He indeed hadn't thought deeply about this issue. But there was no need to overthink. The firing rate of laser weapons is faster than that of the anti-aircraft guns on aircraft carriers, and their power is even greater. With the radar's precise targeting, it is nearly impossible to breach the range of the laser weapons. Furthermore, this rectangular laser weapon box is not limited to just one unit. When facing any anti-aircraft weapon, the cost is extremely low. It would even be feasible to fully arm the aircraft, installing laser weapons at every angle without any dead spots. The energy consumption of laser weapons is not a significant concern either, as the kinetic energy generated from solar power is almost inexhaustible. Want to compete with the transport aircraft in terms of resources? It's not a matter of how deep the pockets are, but whether you can last until the sun extinguishes. Li Lao, I'm afraid that even the defense of an aircraft carrier level would not hold up long without the assistance of destroyers, right? I recall that the aircraft carrier from Sakura country, which was said to be unsinkable, sank under several days of bombardment from the beautiful country. Li Lao was stunned. Qin Feng spoke the truth. The Yamato was indeed sunk due to repeated bombings. Am I being too demanding of transport aircraft? Comparing a non-combat aircraft with an aircraft carrier is quite absurd. But don't worry, Li Lao, the anti-aircraft firepower of my transport aircraft is not something ordinary physical attacks can destroy. Qin Feng did not rely on system enhancements, yet still had the confidence to say so. The materials used are among the most robust and high-quality, globally fused with multi-layered coatings at the nanoscale, along with higher precision machine tool modifications. Such a level of defense means that even if it were to take a direct hit, it would not affect the aircraft's performance. Not to mention, there are numerous laser weapons for defense and interception. Then let's go with your design. With all manufacturing equipment operating vigorously, the devices and instruments for the transport aircraft were completed. The final solar-powered engine was installed and hundreds of laser weapons were embedded all around the aircraft. At this moment, this aircraft could fulfill all the functions of an integrated attack and defense transport aircraft. I can hardly believe it. A large aircraft measuring 38 meters was designed and manufactured in less. You must know, even when upgrading existing aircraft, the required time is still lengthy. It can take months, from the individual R&D of devices to their successful integration followed by wind tunnel testing for the entire aircraft. It is indeed very energy intensive. You, my friend, have shown me what true research speed looks like. Haha, this is all thanks to these robots and manufacturing equipment. Li Lao looked at the robots responsible for transporting materials with a sense of admiration. The intelligence level of these robots is simply the perfect carrier for individual combat plans. Who would have thought that here with Qin Feng, they could only perform the role of ordinary workers? What a waste of potential. Qin Feng equipped this transport aircraft with 50 robots to serve as the crew. In addition, according to JAXA's simulations, it can bear a cargo weight of up to 500 tons. Although the size hasn't changed much, it is important to note that the robots can transform. When shrunk down to the size of boxes, it's estimated that thousands of robots can fit in. Li Lao, do you still trust me with the modification of the fighter jets? Seeing the multifunctional and highly integrated transport aircraft before him, Li Lao was naturally very satisfied. This was the first transport aircraft with firepower surpassing that of fighter jets, completely beyond his expectations. Upon returning to Lonka Institute, Qin Feng would directly use the transport aircraft. After all, manufacturing equipment like machine tools and lithography systems are only convenient for air transport. As for the livestream, Qin Feng would have to shut it down. He would soon be meeting the country's top fighter jets and could not afford to publicly livestream. Otherwise, he might be eliminated on the spot without even a chance to explain. After shutting down the livestream, the professors watching at Lonka Institute felt inferior. Such a scale of R&D and manufacturing, even any large research institute would find it difficult to achieve in just a few months. The large cargo door at the tail of the transport aircraft descended, and the robots began transporting the machine tools and the entire set of lithography equipment inside. After Qin Feng's previous simplifications, the lithography machine had been reduced from occupying several floors to just half a floor. Moreover, its overall performance remained unchanged only due to the use of system enhancements. Inside the transport aircraft's cabin, there were only a few machine tools and a complete set of lithography machines. As for other fighter jet materials, they would of course be taken from the research institute. At a certain fighter jet laboratory within the Aerospace Research Institute, Li Lao directly granted Qin Feng the highest permissions. Qin Feng was not shy about it, explicitly requesting to dismantle the hypersonic fighter jet that could reach a maximum speed of 5 Mach. Simple modifications to the engine and propeller systems wouldn't suffice. A comprehensive upgrade was necessary. Otherwise, the fighter jet would be unable to withstand the tremendous forces due to high-speed overload, leading to disintegration in midair. The entire process of modifying the critical engine would follow the same steps as dismantling the transport aircraft. This time, Qin Feng chose to enhance fuel efficiency on the basis of diesel propulsion and increase the thrust of the propellers. Qin Feng would not provide solar-powered engines. The purpose of this was to enable the laboratory to produce in bulk based on the blueprints and existing technologies. As for high-precision machine tools, I believe the relevant research institute has already made progress. With experience in modifying transport aircraft, JAX swiftly handled the fighter jet. In just half an hour, he completed the necessary work. Then Qin Feng announced that the modification was complete and they could proceed with the wind tunnel testing. The researchers nearby naturally did not believe it. Are you kidding me? Has the structure of the fighter jet been altered? Isn't it just the previous model's module design? Li sighed and shook his head, wondering why they were so oblivious. Couldn't they see the precise internal modifications from the disassembly of the fighter jet and the equipment manufacturing? Shall we just test it without so much chatter? Oh, fine. One team prepare to start the wind tunnel testing machine and get ready for data entry and analysis. The second team will pull the fighter jet into the area and ensure the fuselage is secured. The third team bring in the best fighter pilots for the experience. The fourth team, under the instructions of team leader Li, the experimental tasks concerning the fighter jet commenced. Old Li smiled at Qin Feng. Do you have a general understanding of the fighter jet's parameters? Can it exceed a maximum speed of 10 Mach? It shouldn't be a problem. The speed of the previous drone had already reached 10 Mach. This time, with the fighter jet measuring over 10 meters and equipped with a large engine and thruster, it wouldn't be too slow. The laboratory doors slowly opened and a man dressed in a special uniform walked in. Report to General Li and Head Li fighter pilot Guya reporting for duty. Old Li introduced this person to Qin Feng. This individual is currently the most outstanding fighter pilot in Long Country, having executed numerous frontline combat plans. With exceptionally precise maneuvers in aerial combat, he has impressed many pilots. It is not an exaggeration to call him the king of the skies, and he is here to serve as the pilot for the wind tunnel test. Shall we, since everyone is here, let's move to the wind tunnel laboratory. Under Xiao Li's lead, everyone arrived at an underground laboratory. The wind tunnel laboratory is particularly large, comparable to a medium-sized sports hall. In the center of the laboratory is a fixed frame surrounded by golden block-like experimental equipment. It's no wonder the area is so expansive. After all, with today's technological development, even a single fighter jet is quite large, ranging from 10 to 30 meters. Without such a large experimental venue, how could testing be conducted? The fighter jet had already descended onto the lifting platform and was now parked at the rear of the fixed frame. Shall we, let's start the experiment. Upon receiving the command from the Chief Commander Li, Bai distributed the tasks. All teams, the wind tunnel experiment officially begins. With the order given, several teams of staff each went to their respective control panels. Guya, under the guidance of the crew, entered the fighter jet. Before boarding, Li Bai informed Guya that this fighter jet's performance was vastly different from the previous one. Guya was particularly surprised. This fighter jet appeared more refined in appearance, yet the model had not changed. Guya thought to himself that perhaps the exterior had undergone a redesign. Without further contemplation, he boarded and closed the hatch. After Guya completed the registration, the control panel personnel confirmed with each other. Once they received the signal that they were ready, the experiment commenced. The fighter jet began to slowly taxi forward until it was interlocked with the fixed frame of the testing platform. The entire aircraft was securely locked by the mechanical arms of the fixed platform, and then the entire testing platform began to sink until it entered the monitoring area of the control panel. The wind tunnel experiment must be conducted in a highly sealed environment to ensure the accuracy of the data. Once the platform was completely sealed, the mechanical arms locking the aircraft extended upward, lifting the entire plane to the central position of the testing area. Then gusts of airflow began to emerge from all around, moving towards the rear of the fighter jet. The wind speed was also increasing. Under the fixation of the mechanical arms, the fighter jet showed signs of swaying backward. Guya initiated the fighter jet and began to accelerate slowly. As the fighter jet sped up, the staff continuously increased the wind resistance. With the sound breaking through the air, the fighter jet had now exceeded the speed of sound. For Guya, all of this was quite routine. Years of experiments had made him thoroughly familiar with the entire process. Qin Feng and Old Li were standing behind the control panel, intently watching the images on the monitor. Old Li, what is the maximum speed that this wind tunnel laboratory can withstand for testing? Old Li pondered briefly. 30 Mach. 30 Mach. That shouldn't be a problem. I was worried about the pilot getting hurt. As the speed of the aircraft continued to climb, the Mach circle also expanded. By this point, it had already reached hypersonic levels. The aircraft's body remained in its original state, showing no signs of pressure. Guya was not surprised. After all, the modified exterior had to be stronger than the previous generation, right? Yet the speed continued to climb, subtly approaching 8 Mach. The staff showed no signs of stopping, and Guya began to feel pressure. By now it had reached 15 Mach. Guya sat in the cockpit, knowing that any minor operational error could lead to catastrophic yaw for the fighter jet. Old Li was also very tense. 15 Mach is known to be the highest speed for fighter jets in the world. Moreover, from the looks of the experiment, the fighter jet seemed capable of even faster speeds. Guya is steady now. The limit speed of this fighter jet will soon be revealed. At this moment, Guya was under immense pressure. The 5 Mach fighter jet he had previously handled with ease had now reached 15 Mach. Though it was just an increase of one of the test on the fighter jet's structural integrity, and the pilot was tremendous. Beads of sweat were constantly sliding down Guya's forehead. His hands were trembling slightly, though any small shudder of the fighter jet would be fatal for him. The staff near the control panel were also extremely shocked. According to the data from the control panel, it indeed was 15 Mach and the speed was still rising. Looking at the aircraft's structural integrity, its capacity to withstand was top-notch. Under such high-speed operation, not only did it show no minute changes, but it was also becoming increasingly bright. The glow was speculated by the staff to be the effect of the special coating. The coating would only be displayed and consumed in a hypersonic flight state used to protect the surface of the air. The consumption of the coating was negligible. Based on the current ratio, to reach a level of damage to the aircraft, it would require maintaining a high-speed state continuously for several months. Such a situation is also very unlikely, as no country would allow its top fighter jets to operate continuously. Generally, they are only deployed for special urgent tasks. One application of the coating can last for over a decade without issue. The speed of the instrument panel continued to rise, and at this moment Goya was barely holding on. The staff terminated the experiment at the limit speed of 20 Mach, and the pilot Goya fainted due to excessive pressure. Levi, the person in charge, hurriedly contacted the medical team from the Lonka Institute, urging the traders on the other side to come for emergency treatment. Several people also rushed to the small medical station near the laboratory to check the situation. The wind tunnel test platform opened, elevating the fighter jet to a level height. Under the observation of personnel at the small medical station, it was determined that Goya had merely fainted momentarily due to the pressure generated by the aircraft's high-speed operation. A brief rest would suffice for recovery. Such situations were common in the wind tunnel laboratory. However, due to the unprecedented speed of this fighter jet, everyone was particularly tense. The fastest fighter jet in the Dragon Kingdom and its most outstanding pilot were invaluable treasures. Seeing that the pilot was unharmed, Old Lee let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise I would have trouble explaining to others. Since the pilot is fine, have the fighter jet's parameters been analyzed? Qin Feng and Old Lee returned to the control panel to check the data, while Goya was taken to the medical room for a brief rest. Report to General Lee: the fighter jet's current tested maximum speed is 20 Mach and the airframe structure is stable with no damage. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, though under the high-speed flight of 20 Mach the fighter jet managed to maintain a good condition. Moreover, with continuous training for the pilot, the maximum speed would only increase. Haha, Qin Feng, I underestimated you. A fighter jet capable of stable flight at 20 Mach is already at the top level globally. This fighter jet can surpass all air formations and aircraft carrier air defense systems, delivering precise strikes on targets. However, Qin Feng did not share the same view. It was true that the fighter jet's maximum speed was high, but the demands on the pilot were exceptionally stringent. Judging from Goya's current performance, he could barely withstand 20 Mach. Let alone other pilots, it was estimated that after a period of training, achieving a stable 10 Mach would already be a significant improvement. Oldly, this fighter jet can currently only be piloted by Goya, who I cannot trust anyone else. Oldly suddenly thought of something. Qin Feng, your robot should be able to operate the plane right. It can operate, but it is merely a branch of JAX, not the core artificial intelligence. These robots can only perform a series of complex maneuvers when the JAX signal is sufficient. If there were to be a brief signal delay during high-altitude combat, causing an operational error, wouldn't the plane end up crashing? Oldly pondered, as some operations were indeed more reliable when performed by humans. A week quickly passed, and Goya underwent multiple pressure resistance training sessions in the rigorous wind tunnel tests. He was now able to consistently complete flight missions at a speed of 10 Mach. In a short period, he could also withstand a flight speed of 12 Mach, but after half an hour of flying, he needed to rest for a day. In combat, the fighter jet's operations were usually instantaneous. This duration was already excessive. Today was the day to officially conduct the actual flight mission. During the week, Qin Feng continuously improved the robot structure, adding more functionalities. This time, he was also called by Old Lee to the Lonka Institute to witness history alongside Director Qian. A crowd had gathered outside the fighter jet's dedicated runway. Among them were Qin Feng and others, as well as numerous academicians and professors observing data from the laboratory. Under the guidance of the leading personnel, the gray-brown fighter jet slowly rolled out of the hangar and stopped at the end of the runway. Upon the command from the tower personnel, the fighter jet gradually accelerated along the runway. Once it reached a certain speed, it burst forth, breaking through the sound barrier and soaring towards the blue sky. The gray-brown fighter jet gradually vanished from the sight of the spectators. Qin Feng and the others returned to the laboratory to further observe the data and flying conditions of the fighter jet. Under Goya's control, the fighter jet conducted high-speed flight at 10 Mach at an altitude of 200 meters. This speed, combined with the special coating designed by Qin Feng, enabled it to evade 99% of global radar detection. This was confirmed by the data collected during experiments at the Lonka Institute. Therefore, after discussions with Old Lee and the higher-ups, the plan was to circle near the airspace edge of Sakura Country to test whether the air defense radar of Sakura Country could detect the fighter jet. Qin Feng, do you think the fighter jet's radar can detect the opponent's important bases? Oh, Qin Feng had not expected Old Li's thoughts to become increasingly extravagant that would require targeted modifications to the radar and low-altitude flying would be necessary. According to the principle, as long as the radar detection system's strength exceeds that of the anti-detection system, it could spy on the targets. However, due to signal shielding areas and bases located hundreds of meters underground, the radar could clearly not provide readings, unless one were to conduct ground surveys directly. However, speaking of which, since ground surveys could be performed, why not use more powerful land-based equipment? Old Li, low-altitude flying would expose the fighter jet. You wouldn't want the Dragon Kingdom's top fighter jet to be targeted by foreign nations, would you? Upon recalling the smug expressions of other countries, Old Li immediately retracted his thoughts. Oh, forget it, let's just observe for now. The fighter jet swiftly flew past the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom, heading towards the sea. Suddenly, Goya noticed that the radar detected several fighter jets approaching from ahead. Upon further observation, it became clear that he was already at the edge of Sakura country's airspace. Could it be that they have discovered my presence? Qin Feng frowned. How could they have noticed? With this special coating, even a vehicle like Optimus Prime, which could barely reach 10 Mach, would not be detectable while flying back and forth in the airspace of the beautiful country. Could such a small country like Sakura country possess such formidable detection capabilities? Qin Feng, what is going on? Has Sakura country truly discovered the fighter jet? I'm not sure, let's just observe for now. As long as the fighter jet hasn't entered the airspace of Sakura country, they can't fire at will. At Old Li's signal, Goya piloted the fighter jet, flying in circles at the maximum speed of 12 Mach that he could withstand. Meanwhile, several fighter jets from Sakura country were shown approaching closer on the radar. In an instant, the two sides' fighter jets flew past each other at a distance of less than 100 meters. Old Li, it seems they haven't detected the fighter jet. I have locked their radar, but the other side has shown no reaction. Let's return for now. Sakura country was only conducting actual flight missions for their latest fighter jets. It was unexpected that the dates and locations of both sides coincided. The pilots of Sakura country's fighter jets reported upon returning to base that they had visually observed unidentified flying objects passing through their domestic airspace. The fighter jet piloted by Goya had only 1 short minute to detect the enemy aircraft signal and its disappearance. A few minutes later, Goya completed the entire flight mission and sent a signal to the control tower. I am Pilot 001. The flight mission has been successfully completed, requesting to return. Control tower received. Please proceed to land as instructed and begin deceleration. Guided by the beacon lights, Goya gradually reduced speed from Mach 10 to below the speed of sound. He landed slowly on the runway until reaching the hatch. Old Li, do you think this trial flight mission was completed, exceeding expectations? Old Li stroked his beard and said with a satisfied smile, perhaps in a year Goya will be able to fully master Mach 20. Enough. The current speed is unmatched by any nation. Dean Qian quickly interrupted Old Li. Qin Feng, the underwater volcano eruption you mentioned should be just over a week away, right? How do you plan to handle it? Isn't it just about occupying an island? How difficult can that be? In Qin Feng's view, seizing an uninhabited island was all about speed. Whoever planted their national flag first would own the island. Moreover, this time Qin Feng had the assistance of robots, allowing him to land on the island even before it was fully stabilized. As for personnel from other countries, they would likely just watch helplessly as Qin Feng seized the island. Dean Qian shook his head, knowing that things were not as simple as they seemed. Some insider information was only known to their high-level leadership. Most countries around the world never ceased their exploration of the oceans. Initially, divers equipped with oxygen supplies and suits continuously descended to the seabed, bringing back minerals and fish. Although this method quickly clarified the shallow areas of the sea, the difficulty increased exponentially as one went deeper. Incidents of divers being attacked by sharks or dying from lack of oxygen were common, resulting in significant losses for every country. With the continuous development of technology, humans began to develop submarine equipment. The first-generation submarine, after extensive experiments and tests, finally could easily replace divers in seabed survey missions. Humanity's ambition also continued to rise as they ventured into the oceans. They developed submarines capable of withstanding greater pressure and with improved performance, among which the deepest diving one was Japan's Keiko. Its diving location was approximately 10975 meters deep in the Mariana Trench, but deeper areas remained unknown. The location of the underwater volcano eruption that Qin Feng mentioned was a terrifying death vortex in the diving world. This sea area had emitted a mysterious signal years ago, prompting multiple countries to dispatch personnel and equipment. However, the final result was either unexplained disappearances with interrupted signals or being swept away by the sudden formation of the underwater vortex. After the sea calmed down, various nations sent out more powerful military-grade submarines and salvage ships, but they found nothing. This vortex formed approximately every so often, and the magnetic field in the surrounding sea area was particularly intense. Ships could not enter, only salvage from a distance, or once they approached their instruments would malfunction. This situation had also ceased a year ago with the disappearance of the strong magnetic field. Due to residual effects, countries were still hesitant to explore. Only with the impending eruption of the underwater volcano did nations begin to stir, preparing to claim the islands as their own. Qin Feng scratched his head, observing that competition seemed quite fierce. Nevertheless, what needed to be obtained would not be lessened. With 1 day left before departure, Qin Feng began preparing and counting supplies in the technology park. In the large warehouse, 2 massive objects were parked: Optimus Prime in truck form and the transport aircraft. Qin Feng needed to take the top equipment and materials from the technology park. Items like machine tool, lithography machines, and mecha equipment had to be taken. Only with the Jack's body on the transport aircraft would the robot's performance be greatly enhanced. This would ensure smoother operations during the island landing and construction tasks. Bulletproof vests and exoskeleton armors also had to be brought along to ensure personal safety. The bulletproof vest was just a thin layer, and wearing it did not feel cumbersome or bulky. The exoskeleton armor was relatively lighter. Qin Feng also planned to have Optimus Prime conceal itself in the nearby sea, ready to appear at the first sign of trouble during his landing. During this time, he also crafted a matching laser weapon for Optimus Prime. Its capabilities would be even stronger than the cannons of the new concept mechas, with the gun body naturally being proportional in size. In this research building, Qin Feng would leave behind a machine tool and a few robots for operation, transferring usage rights to Dean Qian. He would have them arrange personnel for direct use, allowing for a leap over several decades of development time. Over 400 robots, after changing their body structures, were transferred to the transport aircraft. This included the new concept mecha. All valuable metals and rare materials were also taken. When would this technology park be visited again? As for the standard food and water supplies for the aircraft, those were also essential. Direct arrangements were made for external delivery to bring a large batch of supplies. Once everything that needed to be taken was loaded into the transport aircraft, they could bid farewell to the technology park. Qin Feng also promptly informed Dean Qian to have someone come to take over the park, even though it was not fully developed. I say, Qin Feng, are you leaving already? Is it a bit early? Every underwater volcanic eruption lasts a long time, often weeks or even months, and this one was no small-scale eruption. Its duration would only be longer. Dean Qian, rest assured, the formation of this island will be quick. Dean Qian was puzzled as to how Qin Feng knew the speed of the island's formation. Had he gone down to take a look personally? Well, then the military will send people to assist you and deal with interference from other countries. All right, then I will set off. Qin Feng opened the warehouse gate, and the transport aircraft under the control of the robots drove out alongside Optimus Prime. This technology park did not have a runway for flying, but that wasn't a problem. The transport aircraft was equipped with a jet system by Qin Feng, allowing it to take off directly without needing a runway. After entering the atmosphere, the transport aircraft and Optimus Prime quickly sped toward international waters. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Country side, Dean Qian also notified other leaders to prepare to assist Qin Feng in seizing the island. Several destroyers personally commanded by General Zhao also set out from the port, heading toward the area Qin Feng had indicated. The drones hovering over the sea also detected several signal sources approaching from different directions. Due to being an upgraded transport aircraft, Qin Feng added a luxurious personal rest cabin consisting of 10 rooms. He lay back in the chair, enjoying the scenery outside the window, feeling quite content. From the window, he watched as the plane's altitude continuously rose, stabilizing only upon entering the atmosphere. I wonder when the underwater volcano will erupt this time. Just as the ships and warplanes of the Dragon Kingdom took off, personnel from other countries were also ready, setting off in succession. Qin Feng received a signal notification from a drone, quickly realizing that this was no ordinary underwater volcanic eruption. Although no country dared to explore underwater last year, with the Dragon Kingdom taking the lead this time, other national leaders could no longer hold back. They promptly notified their organizations below to send out naval vessels to seize the impending island. Moreover, orders were issued: if obstructed, they could fire warning shots. By occupying the island, they could gain an advantage over many countries conducting detailed surveys and investigations of the underwater information. Qin Feng's transport aircraft activated its stealth function in the sky, and personnel from the Aerospace Research Institute, including Old Li, failed to detect the signal source. He directly inquired Old Qian. Old Qian, you said Qin Feng has set off, but there is no flight signal from the transport aircraft. Old Li, are you confused? The special all-functional coating on Qin Feng's aircraft is so powerful that it cannot be easily detected. I will transmit the signal flow designed by Qin Feng. The staff can connect this signal to the control panel to obtain Qin Feng's current flight information. Old Lee's eyes sparkled. Such functionality existed. The separate signal source can be extracted, indicating that this is not just a simple concealment system, but contains greater combat information. If false signals like these are released during a large-scale operation, it would be fatal for the enemy. A small drone carrying the signal source of a large fighter jet approaches the enemy's important base at a conventional speed. A single drone might not trigger the highest level of defense orders from the air defense system, but what if there are dozens or hundreds of them? Wouldn't all the combat aircraft in the field need to return for defense? Alright, I understand. Upon receiving Qin Feng's signal segment, I will dispatch Guya to escort Qin Feng's entire operation. Thank you for your hard work. Such words are unnecessary. You're being too formal. At that moment, Qin Feng, almost dozing off on the sofa, received a signal notification from the robot. Our transport aircraft's radar signal has been locked with a total of 1 detection radar. Should I activate the highest command for stealth functionality? Shut it down. Qin Feng knew that Old Lee had already connected the signal source to the control panel. Half an hour had passed, and in this area of international waters there was no longer just Qin Feng's transport aircraft. Various flying devices sent by large and small countries were hurrying towards this direction. Since Qin Feng was the first to arrive at the destination, he found himself rather bored waiting for everyone. He took out his phone to live stream, seizing the island from the front line. Under the charm of Qin Feng's personal appeal, millions of fans quickly flocked in. The live stream displayed a vast expanse of deep blue ocean. Is this for real? Seizing an island from another country, how thrilling. Bro, are you stupid? Our country advocates peace. How can we act like robbers? Then what do you think is going on? The islands in international waters already have owners. You're really foolish. Could it not be a newly formed island? Haven't you heard of underwater volcanic eruptions? No way. The news didn't announce the appearance of new islands. Look, other countries' personnel are also slowly arriving. It must be a closely guarded secret from each country. Qin Feng kept his eyes on the phone's bullet screen, hardly looking down. When he glanced down, he indeed discovered ships of various sizes flying different flags along with helicopters providing aerial support. As for how many forces were rushing over, that would depend on the results displayed on the radar. Qin Feng took out his tablet, bringing up the drone's radar detection display, where he indeed found a large number of ships and airplanes detected dozens of nautical miles away. They were rushing towards this area from different directions. Over 100 nautical miles out, several larger signal sources were even appearing. Based on Qin Feng's estimation, these were likely the destroyers. To the southwest, Qin Feng was clear that it was General Zhao's fleet, while the southeast must certainly be the fleet of Sakura Nation. He wasn't the lesson from the last 2 ships exploding enough. Qin Feng sneered, casually passing this information on to Old Lee. Don't worry. With General Zhao's ships and my fighter jet group, they won't dare to act rashly. Moreover, when the island forms, you mustn't go down personally. I'll stay on the plane. Let those robots carry flags and detection devices. This will ensure your safety. At present, Qin Feng was beneath the atmosphere, but due to the stealth capability and conformal properties of the surface coating, other naval vessels couldn't observe him at all. As long as he ascended above the atmosphere, he would be completely invisible. Even if the waters and air near international waters were filled with ships and fighter jets from various nations, they would be unable to find any trace of Qin Feng. But wouldn't that mean he couldn't see the frontline scene up close? No matter how high the resolution of the drone's camera, it couldn't compare to the thrill of being on site. At this moment, Qin Feng made a bold move, instructing the robot to turn off all stealth radars. He wanted the entire transport aircraft to be fully exposed to the radar detection of various national warplanes and ships. It was all about the thrill. During this time, various countries' ships and helicopter fleets arrived in this sea area one after another. Large destroyers and fighter jets were observing the situation from dozens of nautical miles away. Upon receiving the first directive from the National Command, they would advance. The moment the stealth radar on Qin Feng's transport aircraft was turned off, it was detected by hundreds of radars. All the staff were momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "How did a large transport aircraft suddenly appear? It looks like it was directly teleported in." Old Lee was also stunned. Had the stealth system failed? How could there be no response from the anti-radar systems? Seeing that the radar equipment on the screen was detecting the transport aircraft, Qin Feng was in Old Lee immediately ordered, except for the single fighter jet, with Guya, the rest of the personnel in the air should converge towards that direction. When other countries received this radar signal, they all turned their cameras towards the tail of the aircraft. Upon seeing that red 5-point star, they were shocked. When did the Dragon Kingdom's stealth radar technology reach such a level? If it can only be detected when approaching at close range, wouldn't that mean it could be attacked from a distance without notice? Upon receiving this terrifying information, various countries activated their weapons and defense systems. The situation in this sea area suddenly became tense at that moment. Countless helicopters continued to hover within the sea area, and the number of research vessels arriving one after another was countless. There are regulations in various countries that prohibit attacking research vessels which are deemed non-aggressive. Taking advantage of this rule, the research vessels of various countries crowded into the relatively small sea area, yet all remained within safe limits. Numerous ships formed a large circle around the underwater volcano. Only Qin Feng's transport aircraft was quietly stationed at the center. With a 360 live broadcast of the scene, millions of viewers were puzzled. Is the host's deterrent power so strong? So many countries' vessels actually dare not approach. Do you know about the Bermuda Triangle of Death? This place is similar. Does the host have absolute confidence, or is he just foolish? What if the magnetic field suddenly activates? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Qin Feng smiled at the comments, keeping silent. He naturally had confidence regarding the magnetic field issue. The energy source of the entire transport aircraft came from solar power, and after targeted modifications, its power instruments would not be affected by the magnetic field at all. Once the magnetic field activated, he could fly as he wished, except he couldn't use an oil fryer to cook chicken legs on the aircraft. Amidst the tense atmosphere of various countries, Qin Feng looked at the underwater signals detected by the radar and murmured to himself, "It's coming." This event would affect a large area, and the ships closest to the center might be affected. However, whether they live or die is not Qin Feng's concern. They chose to stay so close themselves. As for the relevant researchers from the Dragon Country, Qin Feng had long advised them, so only foreign scientists remained below. Once Qin Feng completely occupied this island, they would be allowed to stay here to explore the energy and unknown matters beneath the sea. However, whatever they brought back needed to leave a sample on this island owned by Qin Feng. After all, this also belonged to Qin Feng's personal territorial sea, and the higher-ups had no objections. As the sea surface fluctuated, other countries seemed to realize that an explosion was imminent, but due to the tight clustering of ships retreating, would require the outermost vessels to leave slowly. The vessels in the innermost circle would need at least a few hours to retreat to safety. But Qin Feng stated that this underwater volcano would not have the long response time it had in the past. As the fluctuations of the sea surface grew larger, a significant amount of seawater surged outward from the center. The staff on the research vessels were extremely flustered. This was coming too fast. Within less than half the time to turn the ship around, the entire sea surface began to boil. Being in the very center of this sea area, Qin Feng could clearly see the color change of the water. Compared to the surrounding waters, the color was much murkier. Moreover, the condition of the seawater was increasingly complex. Numerous sea fish, cooked and charred, floated up from the surface. With the sound of boiling seawater growing louder and the area expanding, Qin Feng saw a large area of underwater magma being pushed upward. Looking at the numerous vessels that had just turned around below, Qin Feng shook his head. It's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive flow of underwater magma was pushed up by the immense power from below. In the central area, magma had already surfaced, creating white steam nearby. Then the magma rolled outward from the center, instantly producing high-temperature steam upon contact with the seawater. At this moment, the seawater closest to the magma had turned to a series of pale oil paintings. The speed of the magma activity was incredibly fast. As soon as the ships departed, the magma quickly engulfed them, melting their surface structures. More impurities and magma substances clung tightly to the vessels, preventing them from leaving the area. At this moment, one ship, then two ships, capsized directly in the sea due to instability. A large number of crew members were directly smashed into the magma. As soon as a scream was uttered, they were devoured. At this point, their bones might have turned to liquid. With the speed of magma activity increasing, more vessels began to be held back and could not escape. The sea area now resembled the 18 levels of hell. Countless magma bursts swallowed people whole, leaving not a single bone behind. Watching the scene of hell on Earth below, the viewers in the live broadcast were shocked. I am absolutely terrified. No wonder the host chose not to take a boat, but to stay in the air. It turns out he anticipated this. If he already knew, why didn't he tell them, allowing people to die right before him? Are you a saint? Do you expect others to compete for scarce resources while worrying about their lives? The host did nothing wrong, yet at least in the vessels below, I did not see any trace of the Dragon Country. One can only say they deserve it. They came to seize the island without proper preparations. At this point, the underwater volcano had erupted for over an hour, with at least 50 vessels swallowed. The speed at which the magma covered the sea surface was gradually slowing down. Qin Feng guessed that this island must be at least 10 square kilometers. Until the magma stopped spewing, the sea area would soon take shape. The various sized rising hills and the small islands attached beyond this sea area appeared magnificent. The dense ships that had been below had transformed into land, contributing to the solid foundation of the island. The vessels within the safe area also did not depart. This heavy loss further solidified their confidence in seizing the island. We personnel and equipment could not be lost in vain. Old Li and Dean Qin also sighed, thankful that Qin Feng had already informed them. Otherwise, most crew members would have ended up like them, being swallowed by countless magma while fighting for the best position to land on the island. The formation of this island happened quickly, but cooling would take a considerable amount of time. At this moment, there was nowhere to stand, only magma. Qin Feng also believed that no country would recklessly attempt to land on the island first. The earlier scenes were still fresh in his memory. At this moment, the island looked like a volcanic island with remnants of magma slowly flowing from the center and large amounts of gray steam continuously rising. Qin Feng knew that this contained various impurities and toxic gases, so he had long activated the protective mode. Not to mention toxic gases, even ordinary residual heat could not affect the transport aircraft. The crew members of various countries below silently mourned their sacrificed compatriots, while Qin Feng continued chatting with the people from the Dragon Institute. While Qin Feng was chatting merrily, he suddenly caught sight of a comment. "Wow, it seems someone is preparing to land on the..." Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, utterly fearless. He glanced down, obscured by various steam and impurities, making it hard to see clearly. He decided to deploy a drone to capture real-time, high-definition footage of the scene. Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, utterly fearless. He glanced down, obscured by various steam and impurities, making it hard to see clearly. He decided to deploy a... They placed the solidified land from the mainland and prepared to head to the island. Due to its smaller area, the land solidified very quickly, providing a glimmer of opportunity for their small venture. In Qin Feng's eyes, this was undoubtedly a suicidal act, rushing to the island without thorough land surveying and data analysis. This small venture is truly daring. They wasted time on climbing the island instead of data analysis, oblivious to the impending disaster. In the eyes of the small venture, spending hours analyzing the land would only hand over the opportunity to other nations, so they decided to take the risk. Qin Feng possessed highly efficient data analysis equipment, which he sent the drone to analyze on-site. The results indicated that it would take at least another 2 hours before there was land suitable for human standing. Anchor, other countries have already landed on the island. Why aren't you going? You don't dawdle. If someone else plants their flag first, it will be over. Old Li was also anxious. Qin Feng, what are you planning to do? Just wait. Qin Feng appeared calm, as if waiting for bubble tea. They'll take control in 2 hours. They occupy. Old Li was also anxious. Qin Feng, what are you planning to do? Just wait. Qin Feng appeared calm, as if waiting for bubble tea. They'll take control in 2 hours. Oh no, don't be overconfident. You need to consider carefully. We trust your judgment. While various countries anxiously awaited the data analysis results, the small venture had completed the setup of the cloud ladder and was about to ascend the island. This was a small island, and occupying it would be pointless. They needed to construct a path through the small island to reach the main island and plant their flag, completing the declaration of sovereignty. With all preparations complete, the small venture donned their protective suits and walked up the cloud ladder, stepping onto the solidified rock of the small island. The pickled vegetable nation nearby was also cursing. "Isibabu la duo shibiaya." Qin Feng did not understand the curses, but the translation suggested they were quite offensive. They criticized the small venture's leadership for disregarding the safety of researchers and landing on the island under such unknown conditions. Yet the small venture appeared quite excited, having perfectly passed the first step. Unbeknownst to them, entering the main island would be even more perilous. The small venture's solo landing on the island evidently made other countries envious. Just as another nation prepared to execute their landing mission, an unexpected incident occurred. The cloud ladder was placed on another seemingly stable piece of land, and one by one, they stepped forward. Not even having backup personnel, the unexpected happened at that moment. The land near the cloud ladder began to sink, and the small venture's personnel at the forefront stumbled and fell directly into the lava. Their weight and the equipment accelerated the sinking of the ladder. Within a minute, the small venture's entire landing team was wiped out, all perishing in the lava. The only remaining ship from the Cherry Blossom Nation dared not make any further moves. The personnel from other countries preparing to land on the island also put down their equipment, deciding to wait for the data results before proceeding. The method of landing was restricted by the United Nations. They could not plant their flags via airdrops. They could only approach the island by typical sea vessels to plant their flags. An hour passed, and the lava had not fully solidified, leaving other countries without results. However, Qin Feng was not inclined to wait any longer. With data analysis informing him of which land was safe to step on, he had no worries about following in their footsteps. He then ordered the robot in the cockpit, open the hatch, prepare to land on the island. Hatch opened, preparing to deploy the robots. The massive hatch opened, and the neatly arranged robots were deployed in sequence. Parachutes, completely unnecessary. Hundreds of robots plunged into the sea like dumplings from the transport plane. This monumental action was evidently noticed by those around. It seems the Dragon Nation personnel can't hold back. They are about to take the rear route of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Impatient. I wonder if those things you deployed can actually land on the island. Landing robots. This is the first time I've seen such a small one. The robots that fell into the sea began to surface, advancing toward the island. They stirred up waves of considerable magnitude. Guided by the data analysis equipment, the robots quickly identified the land they could step on and one by one ascended the island. Everyone was astonished as they indeed emerged unscathed. However, they were not overly anxious, as only humans could plant flags on the island to complete the occupation task. Robots did not possess the corresponding international rights. Qin Feng naturally understood this, so he had long been prepared. Standing at the hatch, he gazed at the vast and magnificent sea, inhaling the salty sea breeze. Qin Feng donned his bulletproof vest, took out his backpack, and equipped his exoskeleton battle armor. At this moment, the Obsidian sports car slowly approached the hatch and transformed into battle mode. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped in. This was a multi-layered protection, pushing security to the extreme. Inside the mech, Qin Feng controlled it to leap from the transport plane, the whistling wind constantly roaring around the mech. Ultimately, with a tremendous splash, the mech completely submerged into the sea, leaving behind a massive shadow on the surface. With the assistance of the thrusters, the entire mech leaped straight up from beneath the sea surface, landing on the island and causing a stir. What is this giant thing? An amphibious device. The Dragon Nation actually possesses such advanced large machinery. Am I seeing things? No matter how perfect the robots are, a real person must plant the flag. The mech leaped up from the sea floor and landed, striking a cool pose before proudly walking toward the main island. Din Qian let out a long breath. When Qin Feng was standing at the hatch wearing the exoskeleton battle armor, he felt a vague sense of worry. Was this kid really going to descend personally? Only when he saw the Obsidian sports car slowly driving away did he finally feel at ease. On the vast island amidst hundreds of robots, a much larger robot opened its internal hatch. A mysterious silver-white battle armor jumped out from within, seemingly holding a rolled-up flag. Qin Feng removed the helmet of the exoskeleton armor, exposing his face to everyone. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he unfurled the 5-point star red flag and vigorously planted it into the ground beneath his feet. At this moment, the island has completely fallen under the control of Qin Feng and is protected by the Dragon Nation. At the base of the Dragon Nation Aerospace Research Institute, Old Li clapped Director Qian on the shoulder. Old Qian, as expected of Qin Feng, he has truly taken the island. Director Qian also wore a smile. Yes, Qin Feng has been preparing for this island for a full month, so it is. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation and various bases learned of this news and celebrated that the Dragon Nation has gained another piece of territory. Some were happy while others were worried. Nearby this island, there were research fleets sent by dozens of countries, all of whom were now stunned. They did not expect that someone from the Dragon Nation would be able to control a large mecha and remain unscathed while facing the still solidifying magma island. The most furious were the staff from Sakura country who first attempted to land on the island, but were robbed of the opportunity by others. Gongsuin Yichiji was the captain of this Sakura country research team. Originally leading a team of hundreds, only he and his small boat of fewer than 50 people remained due to the volcanic eruption and the landing attempt. In Gongsuin Yichiji's heart, how could he tolerate the Dragon Nation occupying the island without a scratch? He looked around and found that the only research team from the Dragon Nation was just him, so he devised a plan. He sent messages to the leaders of other countries requesting a united effort to seize the island. The leaders of other countries were also contemplating the pros and cons should they completely sever ties with the Dragon Nation. It is known that simply planting a national flag only represents the first landing of that country on the island. If the person who landed dies, they would lose the ability to manage the island. Next, other countries could quickly occupy and take over the entire island. Seeing that the other leaders were hesitant, Gongsuin Yichiji proposed that Sakura country strike first, with the other countries following. Once the island is occupied, they could discuss how to divide the rights to use it. Otherwise, when the Dragon Nation's reinforcements arrive to take over the island, it would be much more troublesome. The leaders of other countries also expressed their agreement. Gongsuin Yichiji was overjoyed and directly sent an attack signal to the nearby helicopter. As the order was issued, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed around the ship, rapidly flying towards Qin Feng's location. Qin Feng also received the alarm immediately, and the protective helmet of his exoskeleton armor wrapped around him, leaving no gaps. As the helicopter approached, the mounted machine gun bullets swiftly shot towards Qin Feng. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. A barrage of bullets rained down on the exoskeleton armor, causing. Subsequently, other countries also issued reinforcement signals to nearby fighter jets and vessels. A large number of fighter jets and small vessels headed towards the island. This scene was also observed by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation and the personnel from the Dragon Science Institute. Old Li angrily slammed his fist on the table. How dare you small countries do such things? Under Old Li's orders and the directives from the leaders of the Dragon Nation, the squadron of fighter jets quickly approached the island, and General Zhao's destroyer also moved in that direction. Waiting for the enemy ships to act, General Zhao would be the first to launch an attack. Qin Feng also observed this phenomenon through radar equipment and sent a signal to the surrounding ships. Alright, so this is how you want to play it. With the defense of Qin Feng's new concept mecha, without the appearance of large nuclear weapons or special arms, they could not harm him in the slightest. Instead, this gave Qin Feng a great opportunity to vent. Qin Feng dispatched dozens of robots to construct military facilities at the spot where the national flag was planted, transforming them into a small defensive structure. He then entered the mecha, pulling out the devastating laser sniper cannon. Adjusting his posture, he aimed the massive caliber sniper cannon at the helicopter that had just attacked. The helicopter pilot obviously noticed, his eyes filled with terror. Oh no! Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng pulled the trigger. A blue laser cannon the size of a barrel shot straight towards the helicopter. Boom, boom, bang. In the face of the invincible lethality of the laser cannon, the helicopter was obliterated, creating a brilliant firework display in the sky. Using a laser cannon against a helicopter was indeed overkill. The smallest sniper bullet would not suffice, so he had to resort to this. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Feng reoriented the gun's barrel directly facing Gongsu and Yichiji. You scoundrel, are you trying to set me up? Take this, you dog. Gongsu and Yichiji was terrified, even threatening Qin Feng. I am the vice president of the United Nations Ocean Organization. You cannot kill me. Otherwise your Dragon Nation will be driven out, and you will also suffer the consequences. Qin Feng did not want to hear this old fool's words. How dare he threaten him when his life was hanging by a thread? Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and Gongsu and Yichiji's ship was similarly blown to pieces. The nearby vessels were also affected. They were frightened at this moment, but the order had already been given, and the fighter jets would not retreat. So Qin Feng seemed to be playing an aerial combat game, firing laser cannons one after another under radar guidance. He blew up those incoming fighter jets into pieces, yet he himself was not harmed by the weapons of the fighter jets at all. The firing frequency of the laser cannons was very high, and the charging was incredibly fast. As the squadron of fighter jets from the Dragon Nation approached the island, they suddenly found that the signals from the fighter jets of other countries had disappeared without a trace. In just a few minutes, Qin Feng single-handedly annihilated over 100 fighter jets with his sniper cannon. Long before Gongsu and Yichiji sent out the united signal to other countries, Qin Feng's mecha facilities had already detected it. Not a single one of the agreeing leaders was spared. Once the coordinates of those signal sources were locked, he aimed and fired. Half of the research ships near the island were destroyed by Qin Feng, leaving only some debris. The remaining bodies and ships were evaporated under the searing temperatures of thousands of degrees. This was the second purgatory, a self-inflicted consequence. The live stream was clearly excited. The streamer did well let them know that the Dragon Nation is not to be trifled with. I suggest taking down that 8-nation alliance, leaving none behind. Those little days have so many bad intentions, it's time to go below and apologize. Qin Feng's actions also angered the leaders of various countries. In their eyes, they did not know about Gongsu and Yichiji's actions. They only knew that Qin Feng was using heavy weapons to massacre his own people. They hurriedly informed the fighter jet squadrons to set out and ensure that everyone present from the Dragon Nation was slaughtered. In an instant, a large number of fighter jets took off from the runway, heading towards Qin Feng. Before detecting the radar signals from Qin Feng's transport aircraft, the transport aircraft had already locked onto the enemy's radar signals. Qin Feng naturally received the information delivered by the transport plane, prompting it to fly toward the island. It was not that he feared the missiles would harm him, but rather worried that the island would suffer from the bombardment and sink, leading to significant losses. Before the large groups of fighter jets even came into view, the anti-aircraft artillery on the transport plane was already capable of eliminating the threats. However, to leave a deep impression on everyone present, Qin Feng decided to wait until they entered the island's airspace before taking action. He also informed Elder Li and the others that the country's fighter jets did not need to show themselves, as he intended to teach the enemy a lesson. Elder Li and the others understood Qin Feng's confidence and refrained from intervening further, merely conducting patrol missions near the island. Qin Feng waited in the cockpit for a while until the groups of fighter jets gradually entered the area. As soon as the fighter jets breached the edge of the island's airspace, they launched a fierce attack on Qin Feng and the transport plane. Various bullets and missiles rained down, but all were intercepted by the transport plane's anti-aircraft artillery. Currently, Qin Feng had no intention of retaliating, planning to wait until all the fighter jets entered the area and came into everyone's sight before taking action. Activate all anti-aircraft artillery and shoot down these fighter jets without Dragon Country identification. After issuing the command, the remaining anti-aircraft artillery emerged from the transport plane's exterior. Radar locked on fighter, Jet 19123 fire artillery. Radar locked on Longjian 1221 fire artillery. Radar locked on bomber 321 fire artillery. Suddenly, countless artillery pieces fired from the transport plane targeting the various fighter jet groups. The powerful flashes from the artillery made it difficult to see the body of the transport plane. In the sky, the booming sounds echoed continuously, and the signals from the fighter jets began to vanish from the radars of various countries. Numerous wrecks of fighter jets fell from the sky, landing in the sea and on the island. This battle left all nations in shock. It was truly demonic. Hundreds of advanced fighter jets and several hundred excellent pilots were completely annihilated in this joint encirclement operation, with not a single one spared. Some countries were already frightened, hastily contacting the Dragon country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to seek mercy for the surviving researchers in the waters. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs relayed the message to the Dragon Academy, which then passed it on to Qin Feng. For Qin Feng, the deterrent effect had already been achieved, and killing more was pointless. Moreover, the personnel from Sakura country, the head nation, were completely wiped out in this operation. Let them leave quickly, or they won't have the chance to escape later. The message was sent back to the homeland, and the domestic authorities relayed it through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to various countries. Soon the ships in the waters caused a commotion, with nearly half of the intact research vessels sailing away. The remaining crew members found it impossible to escape as the transport plane had cut off their signals and filled the area with intense radar interference. There was no chance of escape unless they received news of their leaders capitulating. The remaining countries were also strong and would not be crushed by a single defeat. On the contrary, they mobilized their domestic aircraft carrier fleets, sending their main fleets to deal with Qin Feng. The leaders of other countries also relayed the message to Dragon country: either abandon the sovereignty of the island or completely destroy it. Under Qin Feng's resolve, Dragon country was not afraid. Instead, it ordered General Zhao to dispatch reinforcements from the main fleet in the southwestern sea. With the laser weapons and manufacturing equipment left behind by Qin Feng, the main fleet was also equipped with these weapons. Attacking the destroyers, which also relied on physical defenses, was nothing short of overwhelming. Qin Feng continued to send signals to the ships below. Last year, when Sakura country provoked the edge of Dragon country's territorial waters, they ultimately left in disgrace after the loss of 2 vessels. I'm laying my cards on the table. Ooh, I did this, and I won't pretend otherwise. This signal caused the leaders of various countries to become restless. The images of the sunk destroyers from the previous incident were still fresh in the minds of the high-ranking officials, making it impossible for them to forget. According to the surviving sailors, the cause of the sinking of the 2 ships was due to an inexplicable weapon piercing the ammunition depot. The various missiles and torpedoes inside were set off one after another, ultimately leading to an irreparable. At this moment, the leaders of various countries dared not gamble on the veracity of Qin Feng's claims, but they also did not issue retreat orders to their fleets, merely telling the ships to stand by. Qin Feng could naturally observe the actions of the various nations' fleets on radar, and there were even hypersonic drones sent for real-time observation. Seeing that all the fleets were remaining in place with no intention of leaving, Qin Feng had no choice but to reluctantly sink another one. He sent a signal to the pillar in the atmosphere, ordering it to sink a vessel from the beautiful country, which was 200 nautical miles away. Following the command, the pillar quickly adjusted its direction from high altitudes and soon arrived directly above the carrier group. Due to its anti-radar system and stealth coating, the beautiful country's fleet below was completely unaware of its presence. Let alone the aircraft carriers dozens of nautical miles away, they were entirely in the dark. Without hesitation, the pillar aimed its towering laser cannon at the side of a destroyer. As the energy within the laser cannon was generated, a massive burst of heat was fully exposed in the thermal imaging of the destroyer. With no means of counteraction, the laser cannon fired and struck the side armor of the destroyer, directly creating a gaping hole. Countless seawater rushed in, causing the destroyer's center of gravity to shift and tilt toward the breach, rendering it impossible to maintain balance. The crew had no choice but to jump into the sea and await rescue from nearby destroyers, as the ship had completely lost its operational capability. They did not even detect the exact location of the attacker, only knowing from the thermal imaging system that there was a material with an extremely high temperature somewhere in the sky. Then it struck the destroyer and blew it up. This news reached the beautiful country, causing a tremendous uproar. Could it be that the claims made by Dragon country regarding the island were true? Qin Feng left behind one final message: "My patience is limited. I will sink a destroyer every 5 minutes. If you have more money, come at me with full force." Following the news of the destroyer from the beautiful country being destroyed, various nations hurriedly announced their withdrawal. If even the beautiful country's ships could be instantly defeated, the remaining nations were naturally no exception. In an instant, the Dragon country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs received a multitude of retreat notifications. Watching all the ships in the waters gradually leave, Qin Feng maintained a stoic expression. Had it not been for the transport plane detecting a mysterious signal source under the sea just now, he would have been willing to drag out the situation with these countries. After all the ships and crew had departed, Qin Feng set his actions in motion. Having delayed on the island for quite some time, evening was approaching. As night fell, Qin Feng piloted the new concept mech, silently infiltrating the dark world of the deep sea. The sea surface didn't even ripple, enveloped in utter tranquility. The obsidian-colored exterior of the mech shimmered with a faint glow in the deep sea. The mech provided necessary protection and mobility, ensuring Qin Feng's safety. Through the mech's visual system, Qin Feng observed an endless expanse of darkness surrounding him. It was pitch black and nothing was visible. The special signal had been locked onto by the radar with its location recorded. Even the darkness wouldn't obstruct Qin Feng's direction. Qin Feng maneuvered the mech slowly, traversing the deep sea currents, feeling the increasing water pressure in the cold sea water. I must admit, the simulation system truly mimics reality. This merely simulates the external environment, not truly experiencing the water pressure. As he delved deeper, he began to encounter some marine creatures, their forms large and mysterious. Massive whales swam alongside him, emitting deep calls, while jellyfish glowing with various lights floated beside the mech. Qin Feng cautiously sensed these creatures, but they seemed to pose no threat thanks to the mech's surface coating and its ability to emit simulated biological pheromones. Qin Feng extended his mechanical arm, gently touching these creatures. Softly, lightly. Suddenly, the mech's sensors emitted a series of alarms. He fixed his gaze ahead and activated the mech's underwater night vision equipment. The moment the device powered on, the surrounding area was illuminated for hundreds of meters. Qin Feng then witnessed a scene before him. It was a colossal underwater mountain range from which the mysterious signal seemed to emanate. Qin Feng reached out to pull up the previous radar location. Not bad. The last coordinates of the special signal vanished right here. Qin Feng adjusted the mech's power to adapt to the high pressure and strong currents. He then cautiously navigated through the crevices of the mountain range, remaining alert at all times. The mountain range teemed with various peculiar creatures and plants performing a unique dance. However, Qin Feng had no time to admire. His urgent task was to investigate the mysterious signal. This phenomenon had eluded investigation from various countries for years, yet Qin Feng was quite curious about what it truly was. As the mech advanced, he finally reached the mountain's end. Before Qin Feng lay a massive underwater cave shrouded in darkness. The entrance was obscured by a towering column of water which flowed violently. Qin Feng momentarily froze, thinking, could this be the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain? Is there a group of water monkeys inside? Most people would surely retreat upon encountering such a dark and enclosed environment. But Qin Feng felt no fear. With this mech, he was invincible. Even if faced with an underwater vortex, the mech possessed ample power and agility to escape any seabed disaster. Qin Feng resolutely piloted the mech, skillfully maneuvering through the water column into the deepest part of the cave. The cave was engulfed in darkness, with only faint light piercing through the entrance. Qin Feng then increased the power of the mech's lighting system, making the surrounding environment remarkably clear. He fixed his gaze on a colossal treasure chest before him, which marked the final coordinates of the mysterious signal. The mech's light illuminated the treasure chest, radiating an enigmatic glow. Surely this isn't an old pirate chest from the last century. If it contains gold coins, I'd be set for life, haha. Qin Feng felt a surge of high expectations, although he didn't really need the money. Yet the adventurous and exploratory spirit inherent in humanity persisted, and Qin Feng was no exception. He cautiously approached the treasure chest, preparing to forcefully break the lock when an unexpected event occurred. The cave suddenly began to tremble, with torrents of seawater rushing into the cave. Could my presence have triggered some kind of mechanism? Upon realizing this, Qin Feng understood he might be trapped inside the cave. He swiftly reacted, utilizing the mech's strength and agility to dodge the incoming seawater, continuously searching for signs of an exit while maintaining calm and focus. Massive waves of turbulent seawater surged in, creating frothy white caps. The mech's night vision effect seemed to yield little benefit, as everything ahead appeared bleached. Ultimately, under the mech's radar scan, Qin Feng discovered a narrow passage leading to the cave's exterior. He fully powered the mech's propulsion system to traverse the passage, and after relentless effort escaped the cave's predicament. Qin Feng now stood atop the underwater mountain range, feeling a mix of emotions. Could there really be mysterious creatures existing? This is too much of a coincidence. Due to the unknowns of this mysterious mountain range, I plan to return to the surface first. After discussing with the members of the Dragon Institute, I will make further plans. The mech's thrusters powered up to full force, leaping towards the surface of the sea. As the distance to the sea surface decreased, Qin Feng suddenly exerted force breaking through the water's surface. He landed smoothly on the island's land, which had now completely solidified. Opening the mech and removing the protective helmet of the exoskeleton, he breathed in the fresh air with abandon. This is truly bizarre. After a brief rest, he returned to the mech and went back to the area beneath the transport plane. A communication signal also entered a certain experimental base of the Dragon Institute. Director Qin, I have traced the mysterious signal into the sea. This faint and minor voice caused a stir in the base. Everyone was incredulous. Qin Feng had actually gone into the sea and successfully detected the mysterious signal. Director Qin, brimming with excitement, quickly inquired, what exactly is it? Could it be a sunken ship from another country? Qin Feng, with a hint of regret in his voice, replied, beneath the sea, there lies a mysterious mountain range. Deep within that mysterious mountain range, there is a dark cave. At the farthest end of that cave, there is a strangely shaped treasure chest. Li Lao directly interrupted Qin Feng's speech. What exactly is inside that treasure chest? Hurry up and tell us. You're making us old men anxious. Director Qin also looked somewhat helpless. Stop keeping us in suspense. We're all anxious. Qin Feng pondered whether or not to reveal the truth. Such words might sound like a fabricated story. What I said is all true, no fabrication whatsoever. Just as I was about to touch that mysterious treasure chest, the entire underwater mountain range stirred. A massive influx of seawater rushed into the cave, seemingly trying to trap me. As expected by Qin Feng, he was immediately met with skepticism from Dean Qian, but the truth remained unchanged. The members of Lonka Institute had no choice but to wait for the final negotiation results from the diving organization. That night, Qin Feng spent a delightful evening aboard the transport plane as he needed to swiftly restore the natural ecosystem of the island the next day to make it identical to the surrounding islands. Qin Feng did not have an extremely detailed plan for the island. Restoring the natural ecosystem was of utmost importance and crucial for someone like Qin Feng, who enjoyed a leisurely life. Building a moderately sized research institute on the island would not take up much space. The next day, a person named Zhang Sen contacted Qin Feng through a special department of the Dragon Country. Zhang San was a young and talented scientist dedicated to protecting the marine ecosystem. Recently, he decided to rapidly restore an island to its natural state to showcase humanity's contribution to the environment. Coincidentally, he saw in a live stream that Qin Feng had seized a newly formed island, which prompted him to reach out. Zhang San informed Qin Feng that he had spent several weeks researching methods for restoring the marine ecosystem. He utilized advanced technological means to revitalize the island. With Qin Feng's system assisting, the island's natural ecosystem was restored quickly without needing Zhang San's help. However, due to interference from mysterious signals, he needed to conserve future technological enhancements, thus allowing Zhang San to tinker freely. Watching the determined middle-aged man in the video, Qin Feng felt quite helpless. Alright, it'll just stay in the transport plane for now. Oh, it has rooms and supplies. Once your marine environment management is complete, it'll send robots to build the experimental base. The man named Zhang San was overjoyed after receiving Qin Feng's affirmation. Then academician Qin, await my good news. Zhang San hurriedly ended the video call and went to contact the relevant ships to head to the island. Qin Feng stood by the edge of the island quietly awaiting Zhang San's arrival. As the boat drew closer, the outline of the vessel became increasingly detailed in Qin Feng's eyes. When the ship docked, Qin Feng immediately pulled Zhang San aboard, ensuring he stepped onto the island safely. He then handed him a piece of paper. Here, since you wish to come, these are the tasks you need to complete. Zhang San looked awkwardly at Qin Feng, staring at the densely written plan. Initially, Qin Feng did not have such a detailed plan, but since someone was coming to work, he had Jakes compile one. The process of Qin Feng's ecological restoration could be divided into several stages. Ecological restoration plan. During the restoration, a detailed plan needed to be formulated first. This plan should include the goal, strategies, and timelines for restoration. Vegetation restoration. Vegetation is a crucial component of the ecosystem and vital for ecological restoration. The restoration process requires the planting and cultivation of vegetation, which can be done through artificial planting, transplantation, or natural recovery. Soil improvement. Soil is the foundation for plant growth and is also very important for the restoration of the ecosystem. The restoration process requires soil improvement, including adding organic matter and enhancing soil structure. Restoration of biodiversity. Biodiversity is an essential part of the ecosystem and is also very important for its restoration. During the restoration process, protection and restoration of biodiversity, including plants, animals, and microorganisms, are needed. Environmental monitoring. Environmental monitoring is essential during the restoration process to ensure the effectiveness and progress of the restoration. This can be achieved by measuring indicators such as water quality, soil quality, and species diversity. Zhang San took the task list and began his work. First, he cleared the wreckage of warplanes and debris from the island to ensure a conducive living environment for marine life. Then, with Qin Feng's help, he utilized solar and wind energy to provide sustainable energy for the island. Zhang Xin also planted a large number of marine plants, such as seaweeds and seagrasses, to provide food for marine creatures. To protect marine biodiversity, Qin Feng established a marine protected area, restricting human activities and maintaining the balance of the marine ecosystem. During the initial period after the island was formed, the destructive power Qin Feng possessed was known to all nations, so they would not disregard his rules. Zhang Xin also organized marine protection volunteers to participate in cleaning up garbage and protecting marine life. As time passed, within a week, the island gradually regained its natural ecological vitality. With the plant technology left by Qin Feng at that time, the island became filled with various tropical plants. The number and diversity of marine life significantly increased, and the quality of the marine water improved. The island became a true green paradise, attracting numerous visitors to admire and protect the marine ecosystem. However, Qin Feng rejected them all, even the relatives of high-ranking officials from the Dragon Country. He was most annoyed by disturbances, a habit he had since childhood, which Dean Qian naturally knew. When other leaders sought connections to approach Dean Qian for discussions, they were cleanly and decisively refused. The efforts of Qin Feng and Zhang Xin gained widespread recognition and appreciation. Their story was widely reported by the media, inspiring more people to join the actions to protect the marine ecosystem. Qin Feng was quite pleased, unexpectedly gaining a large following from his unintentional actions. Originally, this island was a place where he lived alone, devoid of external noise. With Zhang San, who dedicated his days to environmental protection, the island became lively. The liveliness was mostly due to various animals released on the island, and Zhang San's efforts did not stop there. He realized that merely restoring the island's natural ecosystem was far from enough. He hoped to promote this beautiful natural environment to a wider scope. Thus, he began to research methods for protecting the marine ecosystem. He delved into the balance and stability of marine ecosystems and proposed many innovative methods and strategies. Qin Feng, along with Zhang Xin, utilized advanced technology to develop a special marine biological repair agent that could effectively restore marine pollution and damage. At the same time, Zhang Xin actively promoted awareness of marine protection. He organized a series of online marine protection activities, including marine environmental lectures and volunteer recruitments for marine protection. He hoped that through these activities, more people would understand the importance of the ocean and actively participate in marine protection efforts. As the second week approached, the efforts of Qin Feng and Zhang Xin gradually yielded results. Innovative methods and technologies were widely applied, effectively maintaining the balance of the marine ecosystem. The number and diversity of marine life significantly increased, and the quality of the marine water improved. Qin Feng patted Zhang San on the shoulder. For the upcoming infrastructure tasks, just keep an eye on it. At the beginning, Qin Feng discussed the goals and requirements of dock construction with experts related to the dock project during the TX conference, identifying several critical factors, including water depth, geographical location, marine environment, and transportation convenience. First, the robot analyzed the water depth around the island using satellite images and measurement data, collecting a significant amount of depth data and inputting it into the robot's model for analysis. The robot utilized this data to simulate and predict identifying areas with suitable water depth. Next, Qin Feng considered the geographical location. He studied the geographical features of the island, including ocean currents, tides, and the shape of the island. Qin Feng discovered that at a specific location on the island, the ocean currents were relatively gentle, making it suitable for dock construction. Using ocean dynamics and geographic information system (GS) technology, the robot assisted Qin Feng in determining the optimal geographical location. When considering the marine environment, Qin Feng and the robot analyzed factors such as tides, wind force, and waves, while having the robot consult historical meteorological data and ocean observation records to assess the natural conditions they might face during dock construction. The robot employed data models to simulate the marine environment under different seasons and weather conditions and evaluated its impact on the safety and stability of the dock. Finally, he considered transportation convenience, studying the surrounding land transport network and port facilities, comparing them with potential construction sites. He also took into account future island development and the potential for expansion to determine the most suitable location for dock construction. Through the above analysis and simulation, Qin Feng and the robot ultimately identified the best construction site. This site possessed sufficient water depth, relatively gentle ocean currents, a suitable marine environment, and good transportation convenience. Qin Feng believed that building the dock at this location would greatly boost the island's development and technological innovations. The discussions and analyses between Qin Feng and the robot proceeded swiftly, finalizing the construction site in mere minutes. That would be the highest hill where the entire hill would be excavated to construct a large dock. Qin Feng stood at the corner of the hill facing an expansive sea with a tall and wide hill behind him. He decided to have the robot design and build a large dock independently using machine tools to facilitate future ocean development and navigation. He called upon his AI robot assistant to embark on this exciting plan. Since this was a complete restart of the construction plan, Qin Feng instructed the robot to clear the data and analyze once more. The first step was planning and design. Qin Feng and the robot studied the design blueprints for the dock together, selecting a suitable location along the coastline while considering navigational routes, water depth, and wave factors. The robot utilized advanced computing capabilities and simulation technology to optimize the structure and dimensions of the dock, ensuring it could accommodate the docking and repair needs of large vessels. The second step involved preparation. Qin Feng and the robot discussed the list of materials and equipment needed for dock construction, sourcing directly from the site, and if insufficient, bringing down materials carried by the transport aircraft. The third step was foundation construction. The machine and the robot began the foundational work. They first cleared away a significant amount of vegetation and rocks from the hill and leveled the land. Then they excavated a deep and stable foundation pit and constructed the foundational structure of the dock using steel bars and concrete. Qin Feng was responsible for supervising the construction progress and quality, ensuring that all work proceeded according to plan. The fourth step was constructing the main building. With the foundation completed, the robot construction team began erecting the main structure of the dock. The robot used massive steel materials and construction equipment to assemble and weld according to the design blueprints. The robot played a crucial role accelerating the construction speed and improving quality through precise control and collaborative work. The fifth step involved enhancing facilities. After the main structure of the dock was completed, the robot began installing various facilities, including cranes, navigation lights, and power systems to ensure the dock could meet the needs of vessel docking and repair. Simultaneously, Qin Feng also considered environmental protection factors, installing wastewater treatment equipment and oil-water separation systems to protect the marine environment. Finally, after several hours of effort, the large dock was completed. Qin Feng felt extremely proud, and a simple yet grand ceremony was held to announce the official opening of the dock. Zhang San watched in astonishment, saying, "I can't be dreaming, can I?" It took just 1 hour to clear the massive hill, and within an astonishing 2 hours the construction of the large dock was completed. Truly incredible. The Lonka Institute is known for its infrastructure prowess, and compared to you, I feel utterly ashamed. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Can a few hours be called incredible? I've been on this construction site for several hours, all right. My legs are aching. All right, I'm a bit tired. Building the dock is draining my energy. You keep an eye on the robot constructing the first small boat. I'm going back to the transport aircraft to sleep. Zhang San looked at Qin Feng's retreating figure, inwardly cursing. This guy really knows how to show off. A few hours, and he calls it tiring. Large dock facilities typically take months or even years to complete, consuming vast amounts of raw materials. Without large equipment and thousands of workers, it's impossible to finish in such a short time. Yet Qin Feng managed to accomplish all tasks solely with the robot completing everything in just over 3 hours. And he's still not satisfied. Reflecting on Qin Feng's various inventions and achievements, Zhang San shook his head. This guy really has the right to show off. Zhang San was the first to obtain the design blueprint for the small boat and began supervising the robot's work. The robot determined the size, structure, and functional requirements of the small boat through simulation technology and professional knowledge, ensuring that the boat could adapt to the marine environment and possess stability and navigational capabilities. The transport aircraft had all the necessary wood, metal, and other components. The robot chose high-quality materials to ensure the small boat's durability and safety. Construction of the small boat began within the dock, building the hull structure using wood and metal according to the design blueprints. Zhang San assisted in supervising the construction process, ensuring each step followed the plan. Once the hull was completed, the robot began installing the equipment and components for the small boat. They installed the engine control system, navigation instruments, and ensured the small boat possessed the necessary functionalities for normal navigation, as well as installing compartment storage spaces and facilities at the bow and stern for convenience. Zhang San personally selected comfortable and durable materials, arranging seats, dashboards, lighting, and more within the cabin. Thus, the manufacturing task for the small boat was completed. Qin Feng was satisfied with the construction craftsmanship of the dock. He believed that the dock's construction had been meticulously designed and executed, showcasing a high level of skill and professionalism. The design of the dock took into account the needs of small boat manufacturing, providing an ideal manufacture. During the construction of the dock, robots employed advanced technology and tools, making the entire manufacturing process more efficient and precise. Zhang San's supervision closely collaborated with the robot shipbuilding team to solve technical challenges in the project, ensuring the quality and safety of the dock. Additionally, Qin Feng noted that the layout and facilities of the dock fully considered the needs for human-robot collaboration. Zhang San played a supervisory, assisting, and managerial role within the dock, making the entire construction process smoother and more automated. Overall, Qin Feng was very pleased with the dock's construction craftsmanship and felt excited about its functions and potential. He looked forward to utilizing this dock to undertake more projects related to shipbuilding and ocean exploration. Zhang San looked at the excited Qin Feng with some confusion. "Weren't you just sleeping? Why did you suddenly come out of the ship?" I couldn't wait to check the manufacturing process. I need to proceed to the next task. Why don't you go back to sleep? It should be ready by tomorrow morning." Zhang San was puzzled, not knowing what Qin Feng was up to, but still followed his words and went back. After Zhang San left, Qin Feng began his task. This time, he focused on the functions and structure of the boat to meet the needs of fishing. First, Qin Feng conducted detailed market research to understand the characteristics and requirements of fishing boats. He found that fishing boats needed to possess good stability, large storage capacity, and efficient fishing devices. Based on the results of the market research, Qin Feng began to formulate a design plan for the fishing boat. He chose materials suitable for the marine environment, such as corrosion-resistant metals and high-strength fiberglass, to ensure the hull's sturdiness and durability. In terms of internal structure, Qin Feng designed a spacious cargo hold for storing captured fish and other marine products. He also set up specialized fishing devices such as fishing nets and robotic arms to enhance fishing efficiency. To ensure the safety of the boat, Qin Feng installed a comprehensive navigation and communication system so that the robots could promptly understand the sea conditions and communicate with the outside world. Necessary safety equipment was also configured, such as lifeboats, life rings, and firefighting equipment. Finally, Qin Feng ensured that the fishing boat met design requirements and reliability through rigorous testing and acceptance procedures. He also contacted relevant research institutes at Lonko Academy overnight, inviting professional ship inspection agencies to evaluate the vessel and obtain relevant certifications and permits. Through hard work, he successfully crafted a professional fishing boat. This vessel was equipped with advanced equipment and structures capable of conducting efficient and safe fishing operations at sea. Just as Qin Feng was about to make further modifications to the fishing boat, Zhang San suddenly came down. "Qin Feng, why are you building a fishing boat? You don't seem to be in need of money." "Oh, just forget about that. Let me ask you, are you going fishing tomorrow?" Upon hearing about fishing, Zhang San's eyes immediately lit up with enthusiasm. Although he was engaged in marine ecological protection, fishing didn't have much impact unless there were very large fleets conducting extensive and prolonged activities. After Zhang San left, Qin Feng inquired with Jakes, "Generate enhanced defense measures for the fishing boat." "Received. The system is processing. Simulation calculation complete. If the goal is to enhance the structural defense of the fishing boat, here are some possible modification methods. Strengthen the hull. The thickness of the hull can be increased, or tougher materials can be used to improve pressure and impact resistance. This may involve adding armor plates to the hull surface, increasing protective layers, or using more durable material. Install wave resistance systems. Wave resistance systems, such as anti-wave boards, shock absorption devices, or stability enhancement equipment, can be installed to help the fishing boat maintain stability in harsh sea conditions. This helps reduce structural stress and vibration, thereby enhancing defensive capabilities. Reinforce ship connections. Strengthening the connections of the fishing boat, such as the joints between the hull and deck and the fixed points of the mast and rudder, to ensure they can withstand greater forces and pressures. Add protective devices. Additional protective devices, such as railings, protective nets, or shields, can be added to the fishing boat to protect the vessel and its crew from external impacts or objects. Reinforce ship doors and windows. Strengthening the doors and windows of the fishing boat to make them sturdier and more protective against external forces or waves, enhancing the fishing boat's safety in harsh environments. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This was indeed quite detailed and impressive. "Then let's proceed with the enhancements as you suggested. Also install the disassembled weapons and equipment. Received. Dispatching robots to carry out the fishing boat modification work." The robots first conducted a comprehensive inspection of the hull, assessing the strengths and weaknesses of the existing structure, and then formulated a modification plan according to Qin Feng's requirements. First, the robots decided to increase the thickness and strength of the fishing boat's hull to improve its pressure and impact resistance. They reinforced the hull with sturdy materials and added armor plates at critical points to prevent external forces from penetrating. The robots then installed an advanced wave resistance system. This system includes shock absorption devices and stability enhancement equipment, which can help the fishing boat maintain stability in severe sea conditions. This helps reduce structural stress and vibrations, enhancing the vessel's defensive capabilities. To strengthen the stability of the connections, the robots reinforced the junctions between the hull and deck and fortified the fixed points of the mast and rudder. This ensures that they can withstand greater forces and pressures. To further enhance the fishing boat's defensive capabilities, the robots also installed additional protective devices. This ensures that they can withstand greater forces and pressures. To further enhance the fishing boat's defensive capabilities, the robots also installed Finally, the robots reinforced the fishing boat's doors and windows, making them sturdier and more protective. They used reinforced glass and durable materials to ensure the doors and windows could prevent external forces or waves from entering, enhancing the fishing boat's safety in harsh environments. After the robots' meticulous modifications and upgrades, the structural defenses of the fishing boat were greatly enhanced, allowing it to better face various challenges and risks. The next morning, Qin Feng and Zhang San got up early preparing to go fishing. As soon as Zhang San got off the transport plane, he was taken aback by the astonishing sight. "Are you telling me this is a fishing boat?" Of course, it's a civilian small fishing boat. The fishing boat before them had transformed from its appearance of the previous night, its exterior and armor replaced with military-grade protective materials. Moreover, it employed a special defensive structure, rendering it impervious to ordinary artillery shells. Isn't this for safety reasons? In case we encounter pirates or something, we can respond, right? Zhang San sighed, as if he found some rationale in it. The two were currently in international waters, although this area, within 12 nautical miles of the island, belonged to Long Country. However, should any foolish pirates decide to cause trouble, it would indeed be quite bothersome. He wasn't worried about them attacking the island. Zhang San knew the armed forces of Qin Feng. Fear of thieves is less than the fear of thieves' longing. Does this fishing boat have weaponry? I served in the military before and still maintain some level of skill. Of course it does, but only specialized robots can operate it. You won't be able to use it or just focus on fishing. Zhang San felt somewhat offended. Am I not capable enough to handle the defensive weapons of such a small fishing boat? You really underestimate me, don't you? Today I must give it a try. Zhang San rolled up his sleeves, preparing to climb the ladder and board the boat. Qin Feng tried to dissuade him, but ultimately let him be. The small fishing boat was not so small after all, measuring several dozen meters in length and with quite a deep draft. Zhang San excitedly climbed aboard and shouted down to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, where's the armory? Let me take a look." Qin Feng smiled, faintly curious to see how he would manage to use it. After authorization, the robot activated the fishing boat's automated defensive weapon systems, causing faint noises to emanate from the vessel's exterior. Rectangular, mysterious iron boxes emerged from every direction and began to transform continuously. Zhang San was taken aback. Wasn't that the laser anti-aircraft artillery that had been wildly firing from the transport aircraft during the live stream? He awkwardly scratched his head. I've indeed never seen this weapon before, nor do I know how to use it. Little did Zhang San know Qin Feng would equip such exaggerated weapons onto a fishing boat. Are you here for fishing or fishing enforcement? Seeing Zhang San's discomfort, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Mainly the hundreds of anti-aircraft artillery on the transport plane were just too excessive. Stacked together, they made the exterior appearance of the transport aircraft quite unsightly and overflowed in functionality. Even if half of the weapons were dismantled, they would still suffice to handle a massive assault by a squadron of fighter jets, not to mention that only 12 had been removed. Then let's pack up and get ready to set off. Today we head to the waters off Somalia. Oh, the waters off Somalia. The tuna there is particularly plump and the environment is very suitable for growth with no natural enemies. Under Qin Feng's direction, the robot transported various models of saltwater fishing hooks and common fishing equipment onto the boat. Qin Feng and Zhang San sat at the bow, enjoying the sea breeze and comfort. Having been on the island for 2 to 3 weeks, they were busy every day, whether researching the nutrient content of the soil or applying for private shipping routes and sea access. This time he wanted to take a break for himself to go fishing and enjoy life. Qin Feng knew that tuna was not only visually appealing, but also had very firm flesh. Tuna meat is rich in protein, high in vitamins and minerals, and not only can it lower blood pressure, but also enhance memory. In short, it is a nutritious food with many health benefits. Regarding Somalia, known for its abundant tuna, Qin Feng was aware that there were notorious Somali pirates in the area. Today he did not wish to become entangled with them. A vacation should come with a vacation atmosphere. So Qin Feng instructed the service robot to analyze the frequency of Somali pirates appearing in different areas through the ocean's network security system. After screening, the robot selected a location with an extremely low probability and reported it to Qin Feng. Looking at the address, Qin Feng found it quite nice, with a small island where the two could have a barbecue. Mainly because there were many hidden reefs here, making it unlikely for pirates to pass through. As the fishing boat approached the island, Qin Feng and Zhang San began using the boat's equipment for fishing. They attached special hooks to the bait and cast them at a depth of 100 to 400 meters, which was the activity range for tuna. Then they waited for a catch. Once the tuna bit the hook, it began to struggle fiercely, and Qin Feng quickly noticed this. He swiftly picked up the fishing rod to engage it, but the tuna was very fast in the water. After half an hour of tugging, he still hadn't exhausted its strength. Being born of a blacksmith, Qin Feng's stamina was naturally not comparable to that of an average person, and the special material of the hook was incapable of causing damage. Qin Feng continued to retrieve the fishing line, gradually reducing the tuna's activity range. After half an hour, the tuna's sharp long fin broke the surface, but was still struggling. With a single strike, Qin Feng ended the tuna's life. The unique blend of fishy and bloody scents mixed together, leaving Zhang San utterly speechless. Where did you get that hammer? A family heirloom hammer. As a blacksmith, one must carry it at all times. The two had a bountiful haul for half a day, filling a compartment with seafood products, including various flying fish, lobsters, and crabs. After reeling in all the hooks, they checked the radar to ensure a safe arrival at the island. In Western cuisine, tuna must be served raw with soy sauce to match its high price. Qin Feng didn't care about that, or wasn't it just for show? With the cabin filled with fish, they could prepare it however they liked. Qin Feng took a big bite of grilled tuna belly, and the tender juices burst in his mouth. He let out a satisfied sound, so delicious. The two quickly devoured the grilled fish on the table, when suddenly the robot emitted a signal, for ships are gradually approaching, and they are armed with numerous guns and rocket launchers. Upon hearing this, Zhang San's expression changed in an instant. For ships? That must be at least 100 people. Why are these pirates suddenly coming to the island today? Qin Feng, let's get on the boat and leave. It's better to avoid trouble. Zhang San's subconscious was still very afraid of these Somali pirates. They kill without blinking an eye and even possess large vessels. Qin Feng looked at the radar display on his phone, casually skewering meat, while saying nonchalantly, "No need to leave." Zhang San glanced toward the island's shore, confusedly looking at Qin Feng. Did the pirates signal leave? Oh no, there's no time to escape. Zhang San had thought he had seen a glimmer of hope, but it turned out to be this situation. His face turned anxious as he urged Qin Feng to retreat quickly. Let's leave first. Once we're on the boat, everything can be discussed. With no weapons on the island, wouldn't we become lambs to the slaughter if the pirates arrive? Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the bag of ingredients and the grill, there were only the remains of seafood shells and bones left behind. These are all biodegradable and will not harm the ecological balance of the ocean. Qin Feng shrugged, letting the two robots beside him clean up the leftover food and plastic trash, preparing to leave. As he approached the ship, he discovered that 3 other vessels were docked nearby. The vessels were significantly larger than Qin Feng's, equipped with a variety of weapons, making it clear that they were not to be trifled with. A group of people approached Qin Feng from the shore, gibberish. Qin Feng was a bit confused. What language is this? Zhang San resolutely stepped forward. This is Italian, one of the 3 most commonly used languages by Somali pirates. Watching Zhang San negotiate with the pirate leader, Qin Feng felt quite curious. There had clearly been 4 pirate ships signaling towards them earlier, so why were there only 3 now? He took out his phone to check the radar, noting that the other ship was anchored in a reef area, and its signal was somewhat weak. After finishing negotiations, Zhang San turned around. Qin Feng, they just want the supplies and barbecue materials on the ship. Qin Feng was a bit bewildered. The pirates actually didn't intend to kill them. They only wanted supplies and the rare spices from the sea. That's strange. What are they afraid of? Zhang San smiled mysteriously, pointing to the medal on his chest. This is a medal awarded to me by the other side when I was conducting research along the coast of the Bear Country, imprinted with the national emblem. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng finally understood. Somali pirates resorted to robbery and murder at sea for survival, plundering supplies. However, the Bear Country was also the nation they feared the most. The Bear Country would retaliate for any grievances and would not easily let pirates who attacked its citizens go. Thus, the pirate leader became somewhat restrained upon seeing the medal on Zhang San's chest. Qin Feng, carrying his backpack, stepped forward and activated the voice translation function to communicate with them. It turned out that earlier that morning the ship had been observed by a pirate's telescope, discovering that this fishing boat had arrived at the small island with the most reefs. Following the principle of not letting any opportunity slip, the pirates quickly assembled their ships to head over. The ship anchored in the reef area was there to scout a safe route for the 3 vessels. At that moment, they were waiting for their leader to return after plundering the supplies. On the sea, the sun-baked, dark-skinned pirate leader warned Qin Feng, "Do not make any moves of resistance. Seeing that you have connections with the Bear Country, I will only take the supplies and other items. Your lives depend on whether you two want them or not." Qin Feng found it somewhat amusing. Was he being threatened? The backpack he was carrying was an exoskeleton armor that could be attached in mere seconds. However, Zhang San had no protective measures, and with the two robots beside him it seemed unlikely they could fully block bullets coming from various angles. Perhaps it would be better to let them take the supplies after all they weren't worth much. The fish caught were merely for enjoyment, and he could not possibly eat them all. It should be known that tuna once out of the water and deprived of the immense pressure that infuses oxygen would quickly perish. For Zhang San's safety, Qin Feng opened the cabin and tossed the supplies overboard, allowing the pirates to take them. He even left behind the bottle of cumin barbecue seasoning. After the pirates left, Qin Feng continued to fish by the shore while also setting up the barbecue stall again. Zhang San, excited at facing Somali pirates for the first time, returned to the ship to start writing his nautical diary, recording the events. Before long, the three pirate ships returned to the small island, and it appeared that there were some rather disheveled people on board. The pirates rushed down, pointing their guns at Qin Feng. "Leave the ship, fend for yourselves. Didn't you just take the supplies? Why are you back again?" Qin Feng said as he picked up a skewer of freshly grilled squid, handing it to the black red-faced pirate leader. "Come try this, just grilled, and still warm though it lacks cumin." The leader knocked the skewer to the ground and prepared to strike Qin Feng with the butt of his gun. However, the robot stepped in front, making a crisp sound. In the next moment, the silver-white exoskeleton armor was donned by Qin Feng, and with a kick, he sent the pirate leader sprawling on the ground. By controlling the force, he did not directly cause a fatal situation. The pirate leader struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. Sensing the smell of blood, the pirate leader disregarded what the silver-white armor was ordering. "Open fire, shoot this kid dead. Let the body sink to the seabed for the fish to devour, then no one will know what happened to them." In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets continuously striking the exoskeleton armor. Qin Feng, slightly bored, touched his head with his mechanical arm. "Is this even more damaging than a candy bean? Are you really pirates?" The pirate leader was astonished at Qin Feng's pristine white outfit, completely unharmed. "This is a bulletproof vest. Even under such a dense barrage it should have penetrated, yet nothing happened. Change the ammunition, blow him to bits." Several shells whistled from the rocket launcher, hitting Qin Feng. A huge cloud of smoke and noise erupted, and Zhang San heard the commotion and rushed out. Seeing the scene before him, he was filled with panic. Unexpectedly, a voice emerged from the smoke. "Haven't you heard of the smoke and no harm rule? Still dare to use such weapons?" As the smoke dissipated, Qin Feng appeared before everyone unscathed. "Hey, how can you be pirates without lethal weapons to rob? Let me teach you a lesson." The pirate's second-in-command, having keen eyesight, immediately spotted Zhang San and ordered everyone to aim their guns and shoot him first. Seeing this, the pirate leader felt something was amiss and hurriedly waved his arms. "Retreat, everyone, quickly leave this monster." In the next moment, the crew robots formed a 360 protective shield around Zhang San. When Zhang San opened his tightly shut eyes again, he found himself completely unharmed. Both surprised and excited, he exclaimed, "Qin Feng, this is so cool." The silver-white armor twitched, slightly appearing before the pirate leader. Qin Feng grabbed him by the collar and violently slammed him to the ground. A low, muffled gasp escaped the pirate leader, and several small pirates rushed forward to check. Trembling, they responded to the second-in-command. "Boss isn't breathing. He was killed by this person. Should we seek revenge?" "Forget about it. Run," the second-in-command shouted, and immediately fled towards the shore. Qin Feng wouldn't let these people go, even destroying the pirate ship with laser weapons. Those who still had breath left were tied up by the robots and thrown onto the shore. Qin Feng sighed. "I initially planned to ask more questions, but didn't expect them to die so easily. The human body is truly fragile." Qin Feng then approached the second-in-command, slapping him twice. "You didn't want to give up the supplies, and you insisted on making me take your lives, right?" The officer was sobbing, anxiously unsure of what to say. "Since you refuse to speak, then let's throw you into the sea to sink." Standing beside him, Zhang San looked at Qin Feng in confusion, then at the group of pirates bound before them. Each of them had their mouths stuffed with plastic trash bags from barbecue packaging, along with various dirty rags. "Qin Feng, it seems you haven't given them a chance to speak." Qin Feng paused for a moment, then noticed the objects blocking their mouths, feeling a bit embarrassed as he pulled the cloth out. As the cloth was pulled out, the officer gasped for fresh, fishy air, gradually calming his breath. "Now tell me, why did you seek death?" "While returning, our ship discovered that the one responsible for surveying the terrain had run aground and sunk to the seabed. Only a few fortunate crew members survived, while the captain has vanished with the ship. And the captain was the older brother of the boss, so he came seeking revenge for his brother." Qin Feng stroked his chin, pondering briefly. "Oh, to rob my supplies, causing his brother to drown, and now he seeks revenge on me, is that it? Well, this is how you want to play." Looking at the group of pirates being fed to the sharks, Qin Feng felt no sympathy whatsoever. If one chooses to be a pirate and commit robbery, one must be prepared for the possibility of being countered. Anyway, having finished their meal and enjoyed themselves, they prepared to leave. Looking at the three empty, dilapidated pirate ships, Qin Feng felt no possessiveness. Blow up these 3 ships, they're giving me a headache. Understood. The robot received Qin Feng's command and activated the laser cannon on the fishing boat, mercilessly firing at the pirate ships. Boom bang, several ships were instantly obliterated by the laser cannon, reduced to a pile of wreckage scattered along the shore of the small island. Qin Feng turned to Zhang San, who was cleaning up the plastic trash. Once you're done, prepare to head back. We need to get back to work on building the experimental base. It won't do to live on the transport ship all the time, we need to get grounded. Zhang San responded while cleaning up the mess with the robot. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't help but praise. You really are worthy of being a marine protection expert, from Lonka Institute, professional and meticulous. Haha, you flatter me. The two returned to the island by boat, only to be stunned by the scene before them. The island was no longer the lush, overgrown jungle it had been in the morning. A large number of trees had been cut down, impacting the ecology. Under the robot's handiwork, they had been transformed into furniture and wooden bridges. Even the harbor had been completed and was currently in a usable state. Following the guidance, Qin Feng had the robot drive into the harbor, entering the large fishing boat shelter. After disembarking, the robot began to lead Qin Feng into the interior of the island, walking along paths bordered by marble and transformed trees. They even passed a small stream, the gentle flow of water making Qin Feng feel as if he had returned to his village. After navigating through wooden bridges and various winding paths, the robot finally stopped and exited. Before them stood a building surrounded by trees with an exterior that was a soft green, seamlessly blending into the surrounding landscape. From a distance, the island showed no signs of human alteration whatsoever. One cannot help but admire the robot's manufacturing thinking and design capabilities, which truly overshadowed those of ordinary designers. Upon pushing open the door, a refreshing, subtle scent of plants greeted them. Qin Feng was now curious about where the robot had received the command to transform the island, as it turned out to be exactly as he envisioned. The paradise-like landscape design and subtle style were truly to Qin Feng's taste. Zhang San, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "The whole exterior transformation and construction of the experimental base were completed in a day." Impressive. Qin Feng immediately took out his phone to check Jax's command signal, finally discovering something was amiss. 3 weeks ago, when Zhang San had just arrived at the empty island, this island transformation plan had already been submitted to Jax at the same time. Qin Feng suddenly recalled that on the day he completed the ecological restoration plan for the island, he had casually handed over the final version of the design task order to Jax. Within 3 weeks, due to the ongoing completion of the natural ecological restoration and the construction of a large dock, Jax had no right to override Qin Feng's current commands. Thus, when all preliminary tasks were completed and the two were out fishing, Jax finally arranged for the robot to carry out the final transformation. This does save some trouble. Currently, this experimental base was not very tall, just about 4 or 5 stories, and behind it was the base of the large dock. Zhang San looked at the concrete building, feeling somewhat unenthused. As an expert in both marine and terrestrial ecological protection, he naturally had more first-hand experiences. He then asked Qin Feng, "Do you think living in just a concrete building would be a bit dull?" Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings and felt no strong aversion, though it was a bit monotonous. Perhaps during the design phase, not every aspect was meticulously planned and arranged. Since Zhang San had his own thoughts, Qin Feng naturally wanted to hear, "I can only say it's mediocre. Do you have a better living environment?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's interest, Zhang San began to explain various renovation styles. But among them, Qin Feng was most intrigued by the wooden house. First, find a suitable location to build. Choose an open area close to the beach, but with some shelter, allowing for enjoyment of the sea breeze and natural beauty. Next, gather materials needed to build the wooden house on the island. Find and select suitable logs, clear away fallen branches and weeds, and stockpile enough wood to ensure the house's stability and safety. Later, considering the island's climate and environmental characteristics, a simple yet practical wooden house structure was designed. To let the wooden house blend in with nature, emphasis was placed on the use of natural materials such as wood and large leaves. After starting construction, Qin Feng used an ancestral small hammer and axe to shape the logs into the required sizes and shapes. He carefully chose the positioning and combination of the wood to ensure the house's robustness and stability. After the framework was established, the next step was to enhance the interior space of the wooden house. The doors and windows were simply installed, then basic furniture such as beds and desks along with essential living items were added. Finally, some decorations and comfort-enhancing facilities were added to the wooden house. Paintings and photos were hung, greenery was placed, and a rocking chair was set on the balcony for enjoying the beautiful view during breaks. The next morning, Qin Feng got up early from the wooden cabin, freshened up briefly, and left with Zhang San. The two walked one after the other on the wooden bridge that was the only path, chatting and laughing. Today is Monday. A brand new week with a fresh research topic, and I can hardly wait. Zhang Xin said while stretching lazily. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, slightly curious. What is the research about that excites you so much? Of course, it's about the contributions of tuna to humanity, as well as its role in marine ecological protection and the pros and cons involved. Speaking of which, the grilled tuna from that day was indeed delicious. We should go fishing for it again next time. Qin Feng reminisced about that day, feeling a bit nostalgic. The fish was truly exquisite, and the scenery was absolutely pleasant. However, Somali pirates brought trouble upon themselves and ended their own lives. The two continued on their way and soon arrived at the experimental building where research related to marine ecology naturally existed. When Zhang San entered the research building, his expression turned serious. This was the solemn attitude of a scientist towards research. Qin Feng looked at Zhang San, whose face changed like the Sichuan opera's face-changing act, and didn't ponder further, turning to enter the larger laboratory on that floor. In this laboratory, there were neatly arranged ultra-high precision machine tools, while the adjacent room was equipped with a complete set of lithography equipment with a control console located within this lab. Qin Feng's purpose for coming today was to set up an automatic defense system for the island, enabling it to intercept fighter jets and large missiles. This way, he could enjoy the delightful technological inventions on the island while being able to fend off disruptions from mysterious signals from the sea. This would require a significant amount of focus and thought to completely protect the island. As for the island's current air defense capabilities, they certainly could not rely solely on the transport aircraft's defense system, as the transport aircraft would eventually have missions to attend to. Thus, Qin Feng planned to establish laser defense towers around the island that were as powerful as laser artillery, capable of automatically detecting and attacking enemy aircraft. Beep, beep, beep. Qin Feng checked his phone and found that it was a call from Dean Qian, who was far away. Although they were quite distant, the signal, being satellite communication, allowed for smooth communication. As soon as the call connected, an anxious voice came from the other end. Qin Feng, do you have time to return to Lonka Institute? There is an urgent matter here, and it's very serious. Qin Feng's heart sank. Could it be that the technical blueprints I provided triggered a massive explosion in the laboratory? He nervously asked, Dean Qian, what is the situation regarding casualties among the laboratory staff? Superficial injuries, they just need some time to recover, but we must seriously follow your blueprints for research. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a sense of guilt, as it seemed the accident was indeed caused by him. Let's halt the experiment for now. I will return and review it. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng headed directly to the research room where Zhang San was located. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he stopped, realizing he shouldn't disturb others' research. He decided to leave the message with a robot to be conveyed to Zhang San once he was finished working. The message read, there's something I need to handle at Lonka Institute, so focus on your work on the island. The fishing boat is available for your use. I will take the transport aircraft back to the country. Qin Feng made all the arrangements and then boarded the transport aircraft, setting off at full speed towards Longhua. In the laboratory of the Superconductor Materials Research Institute at Lonka Institute, Qin Feng pushed the door open, followed by two robots. Dean Qian, which part of the blueprints went wrong? I will have the robots make the corrections right away. Dean Qian, who was standing behind the control console, turned around upon hearing that familiar voice. So the blueprints are fine. The staff got anxious and were scratched by the laser equipment. Fortunately, there are no major wounds. Qin Feng's brow furrowed. The staff at Lonka Institute were usually very meticulous and serious about their research, rarely lacking patience. Unless something significant happened. Dean Qian, what exactly happened to make the staff so anxious? Dean Qian sighed. Recently, the country of the Sticks has developed room-temperature superconducting materials and will file a patent application in a few days, imposing an additional 5,000 fee on Longhua. The intent is too obvious. They just want to make Longhua watch helplessly. Moreover, they deliberately interfered with the experimental progress of Longwo's staff in the International Superconducting Materials Research Room, almost causing a catastrophic accident. It is precisely because of the development of this room-temperature superconducting material that the country of the Sticks has become so arrogant. Other countries are also wary of helping Longhua, openly fearing that the Sticks will impose additional fees on them too. Qin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Dean Qian, aren't patents supposed to be transferred unknown or onediment? This group of Sticks has broadly categorized non-Longhua nations and organizations as one entity, allowing other countries to share the patent technology. This method shocked Qin Feng. It was indeed a bit absurd. They were willing to suffer losses just to make Longhua uncomfortable. Are they really that ruthless towards Longhua? Didn't Longhua export watermelon peels to the Sticks this year? Qin Feng was quite knowledgeable about superconducting materials, having encountered them when manufacturing lithography machines. Superconductors, also known as superconducting materials, refer to conductors that achieve zero resistance at a specific temperature. If the sticks really developed room temperature and atmospheric pressure superconducting materials, the benefits could last at least 100 years. Dean Qian, the set of blueprints I provided regarding the lithography machine must include details on the manufacturing of superconducting materials, right? If Qin Feng's inference was correct, among the superconducting materials, the worst performance would be the room temperature and atmospheric pressure superconducting materials. Not to mention, there were other superconducting materials with even more powerful properties that could completely isolate magnetic fields and other energy interferences and losses. Oh, it was precisely because of this matter that the staff became anxious, leading to equipment parameter deviations that caused damage and rendered the equipment unusable. Dean Qian then opened a contract and handed it to Qin Feng. It detailed various technical transfer contents, essentially stating that the country of the sticks could allow Longhua to enjoy the benefits of superconducting materials. However, Longhua would need to offer top-tier technologies in other areas to meet the exchange conditions. The more Qin Feng read, the more he found it ridiculous. They were demanding dozens of cutting-edge research technologies from Longhua for a superconducting material that had not even been fully announced or utilized. It was truly absurd, completely ignorant of its value. Dean Qian, there's no need to pay attention to this. Just continue with the daily work and research at Longhua Institute, as usual. Regarding the technology of superconducting materials, I will have the robots conduct detailed analyses and pass them on to the research room. These powerful and versatile superconducting materials lack only the conditions provided by high-precision machine tools. Fortunately, Qin Feng meets the two most critical requirements: the blueprints and the equipment. Upon receiving Qin Feng's command, the robot retrieved a stack of standardized paper from the workbench, proceeding to design the manufacturing process for the superconducting materials and the corresponding machine tool operation methods. At this moment, the superconducting material research room was silent, as everyone closely monitored the robot's laser drafting of the blueprints. This was extremely novel for the majority of the staff, especially upon seeing that the savior of the Dragon Academy was merely a young lad. Their curiosity about what he was selling grew even more. Once the blueprints were completed, they were handed over to the director of the Superconducting Research Institute for detailed group assignments. The director eagerly flipped through the stack of blueprints. He received his gaze exceptionally fervent. His hands holding the blueprints trembled slightly, panting heavily with beads of sweat occasionally falling. Seeing the increasingly flustered director, Qin Feng stepped forward and reminded him, "Director, what do you think of this blueprint for the superconducting materials manufacturing?" The director, with a trembling heart and hands, grasped Qin Feng's hands tightly, exclaiming, "You truly are the savior of the Dragon Nation." The powerful functionalities depicted in the blueprints, along with their technical principles and manufacturing methods, all reveal the shadows of underlying logic. Compared to manufacturing conventional superconducting materials, many paths have been altered and the manufacturing processes are quite numerous. My intuition tells me that we can create the corresponding superconducting materials according to the blueprints. However, the unfortunate aspect is that the precision of the currently used machine tools is not very high, though we need to wait for the progress in machine tool manufacturing. Qin Feng waved his hand, asking if they still needed to wait for the machine tools. "I have several all-purpose CNC machine tools with 0.0001 precision stored in the research building at my school." He took out his phone and sent the information to the transport aircraft's cockpit, instructing it to head to the school to retrieve the machine tools. Had Qin Feng known about today's situation earlier, he could have avoided such trouble by letting the robot operate on-site in the island laboratory to conduct technical analysis and mimic the manufacturing of the superconducting materials with the photolithography machine. Just as everyone in the laboratory was immersed in a wave of joyous cheers, Dean Qian received a message from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His expression grew increasingly somber as he read it. Putting down his phone, he informed a few academicians and Qin Feng, nearby, the team from the Bangsa Nation that developed room-temperature superconducting materials has sent their leader and Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs here. They demand that the Dragon Academy hand over the cutting-edge technology and equipment blueprints as soon as possible. Qin Feng scoffed. The Bangsa Nation truly had some nerve to come threaten the Dragon Nation. Dean Qian, along with several relevant research institute directors, and Qin Feng hurried toward the embassy, ready to confront these individuals from the West. At that moment, the group was in the reception area, devouring the specially supplied watermelons of the Dragon Nation, showing none of the decorum expected of diplomats, their eyes only on the succulent, sweet, and crisp watermelon. "Ah, this watermelon is so delicious, I must pack a portion to take back. No one for each person." Although the etiquette lady had seen many celebrities, she had never encountered such a scene. She could only continually add watermelon to their plates, while maintaining a smile, ensuring that no dissatisfaction arose. Behind their backs, however, she was cursing these Bangsa as if they hadn't eaten watermelon in decades, devouring it frantically. Their mannerisms and behavior were worse than the pigs raised back in my hometown. The remnants left by the Bangzi after their watermelon feast were a disaster, with red juice and seeds scattered everywhere, making it a hassle to clean up. At this moment, Dean Qian took the lead in entering, and the etiquette lady wisely left, finally freed from the feeding pigs mode. Seeing Dean Qian leading the group, the Bangzi stopped eating watermelon and approached him, questioning with a tone of accusation. Dean Qian, when can you deliver those dozens of technologies? We as researchers are quite busy. After all, room temperature superconducting materials are of great importance to our studies. Qin Feng looked at these Bangzi who were shorter than him with disdain. They might not be tall, but their appetites were not small. The watermelon rinds beside them could probably hold 3 buckets. I truly don't understand how these little fellows manage to eat so much. Dean Qian sat down firmly beside them and stated resolutely, the technology of the Dragon Nation will never be handed over to you. Please return. The Bangzi sitting opposite seemed to anticipate this, and dragging out their words said, does the Dragon Nation not wish to seize this massive opportunity? This is room temperature superconducting material. I believe Dean Qian understands better than I what this implies. Haha, it means the global lossless transmission of clean energy, solving the energy crisis and climate change issues. It can break through the limitations of Moore's law, achieving ultra-high speeds and extremely low power consumption in information processing. It can enable maglev trains to reach speeds exceeding that of sound. Dean Qian calmly elaborated on the functions and applications of room temperature superconducting materials, unaffected by the arrogant demeanor of the Bangzi. Suddenly, one of the Bangzi sitting opposite interrupted Dean Qian, wearing a confident expression. All right, can you let me know now if the contract can be signed? Qin Feng could no longer tolerate the demeanor of this old brat and stepped forward to directly respond on behalf of Dean. Qian, have you eaten too much kimchi to cause a brain tumor? Or is the watermelon blocking your mouth? While I am still calm, hurry back to your Bangzi Nation. I might consider giving you a watermelon. If you continue to linger, don't blame me for not warning you if something unexpected happens on the way. Habo. For Qin Feng, beating the Bangzi didn't invoke the slightest sense of guilt. The Dragon Nation wouldn't lose much face either. They dared to come here to demand technology from the Dragon Nation, pointing their fingers at them. How could that be allowed? The Bangzi opposite looked somewhat dumbfounded, not expecting such a young person to engage them in conversation, let alone insult them. Dakshai. The words meant to silence Qin Feng had barely escaped his lips when he fell to the ground, having been. At this moment, Qin Feng, like a vengeful spirit, flipped the table over, causing the Bangzi sitting opposite him to be thrown to the ground without exception. Bangzi. Neo Babwa, In an instant, profanities erupted, and the Bangzi, who had earlier conversed with Dean Qian, was the first to rise, his face twisted with rage, as he said to Dean Qian, since the Dragon Nation is so confident in its technology, let's terminate cooperation in information technology and semiconductor materials. Upon hearing this, Dean Qian's expression changed dramatically. Although the territory of the Bangzi Nation is relatively small, and its population not numerous, it possesses considerable strength in the semiconductor and information technology sectors. Many years ago, Long Nation signed several technical contracts with Bangzi Nation. Many of the advanced imported equipment and technical personnel belong to Bangzi Nation. If the equipment is damaged for any other reason, the staff of Long Nation have no opportunity to repair it. It is entirely handled by the technical personnel from Bangzi Nation. In the office of the president of the Long Institute of Technology, a large group of older researchers and professors stood with no young person other than Qin Feng. In the office of the president of the Long Institute of Technology, a large group of older researchers and professors stood with no young person other than Qin Feng. They are the technical personnel who have collaborated on projects between Long Nation and Bangzi Nation, summoned by President Qian to discuss countermeasures. An elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair stepped forward first. From the work badge hanging on his chest, it was evident that he was an academician from the Semiconductor Research Institute. An elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair stepped forward first. From the work badge hanging on his chest, it was evident that he was an academician from the. Many high-precision devices will no longer be produced, and downstream hospitals, universities, and various enterprises will fall into tremendous danger. High-risk patients will lose lives that could have been saved due to the lack of top-notch equipment. Enterprises will face bankruptcy and closures due to insufficient functionality and declining performance of production equipment, leading to a lack of buyers. The university students of Long Nation will also be unable to conduct experiments based on their theses due to a lack of advanced equipment and software, jeopardizing their graduation. President Qian, this matter must be considered carefully. Standing at the forefront, President Qian appeared at a loss, sighing. To maintain the original cooperation, we must hand over dozens of crucial technological nodes of Long Nation. Are you willing? Some of these technologies are achievements you have painstakingly attained over your lifetime. The crowd fell silent, with no one stepping forward to speak. No one had a better solution than this method of sacrificing a small part to save the whole. Qin Feng, standing at the back of the crowd, looked around, and seeing no one else speak, slowly opened his mouth. President Qian, I remember that semiconductor materials are mainly used in integrated circuits and communication fields, right? Since we have the machine tools and photolithography equipment for manufacturing, we need not worry about these threats. His words stirred a commotion in the office as some professors who had participated in testing the machine tools and photolithography equipment understood the significance of those devices. However, they felt somewhat ashamed as their current progress on the blueprints was far from achieving the precision level of The white-haired elder who spoke first shook his head slightly. The core blueprints of the technology are indeed in the hands of the laboratory, but production and research are two different stages. Moreover, other people's high-precision equipment can already be exported and sold, indicating they are in the mass usage phase, while our process is still in the experimental stage. The gap between both sides is significant. Qin Feng then pushed through the crowd towards the inner circle. What if I mass-produce and put into use the currently most advanced machine tools and photolithography equipment? Additionally, if I pair them with highly skilled robots to assist in manufacturing tasks, wouldn't that completely resolve this crisis? His words once again evoked murmurs of approval from the crowd, and many seemed to be optimistic about the idea. President Qian's face also brightened, dispelling the earlier gloom. Qin Feng, are you really willing to do this? It would be a significant sacrifice for you. Qin Feng walked over to the sofa next to the desk, opened a bottle of drink, sat down, and smiled at everyone. Of course, but I have conditions. The Future Technology Research Institute where I currently work needs to be independent from the Long Institute and on the same level. When I need assistance from other professionals, the Long Institute must promptly provide personnel to help. In the near future, I will produce a fleet of aircraft carriers with formidable destructive power, and I hope President Qian can communicate well with the higher-ups to avoid any misunderstandings at that time. President Qian stroked his beard. The request posed no issues for communication with senior leadership. However, regarding private military forces, President Qian alone could not make a decision. An important meeting was needed, allowing the commanders of each district and central leadership to decide, with President Qian only able to cast a vote. After all, private armed forces are treated with extreme caution in Long Nation. Deep in thought, he asked Qin Feng a very important question. If that day comes, you won't involve the people and territory of Long Nation, will you? This question tightened the hearts of everyone present, as it was a veiled test of Qin Feng's stance. President Qian is joking. You know my character well enough, don't you? Haha, just kidding. Since this meeting has yielded results, let's implement it as soon as possible. As the discussions continued, the transport aircraft had already delivered the machine tool from the research building to the Long Institute. The supply and marketing agency of the Long Institute also urgently purchased a large amount of raw materials needed for manufacturing the machine tools, transporting them all to a spacious testing ground. With the assistance of robots, the mass production of machine tools began, and the finished products were distributed to various laboratories of the Long Institute, replacing the old machinery. President Qian and the academicians were now completely at ease. The two crises brought by Bangzi Nation were smoothly resolved by Qin Feng, turning misfortune into fortune and directly elevating Long Nation's manufacturing sector by several levels. As for how arrogant Bangzi Nation may be, Long Nation was no longer afraid of any threats. A few days later, with the help of robots and machine tools, the Long Institute finally produced special superconducting materials. Unlike Bangzi Nation's claims of negligible losses and magnetic field interference, the materials developed by Long Nation could even convert external energy disturbances into their own. Moreover, they can achieve zero resistance at any temperature, ready to be applied in downstream industrial chains, which is just within reach. What is needed now is the fermentation of time. During this time, Bangzi Nation contacted President Qian again, proposing to reduce the quantity by half in exchange for the manufacturing process and principles of room temperature superconducting materials. They seemed quite anxious about this. However, President Qian ruthlessly refused, leaving no face and cutting off contact. See you at the patent release conference. I hope your superconducting materials bring you good luck. Patent release conference. Each time various patents are to be applied for and released, they must undergo testing by professionals from the United Nations to ensure that the technology is unique. The presidents of the academies of sciences from various countries, such as the Stick Nation, Beautiful Nation, Dragon Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation, are currently seated in the audience below, waiting for the final determination of the technology. At this moment, the host on stage passes the microphone to the team leader of the Stick Nation, who is to present the future implementation outlook and technical analysis of this technology. However, when the person from the Stick Nation took the microphone, he appeared a bit anxious and did not provide a thorough explanation of the superconducting materials. Instead, he inquired of the audience below, President Qian, what do you think about the contract between us? Under the original conditions, we can reduce our share to a quarter and lower the cost of the semiconductor equipment exported to the Dragon Nation by 20. However, I wonder when President Qin is ready to sign. You know time is running out. The person from the Stick Nation said as he had a team member hand a contract over to the Dragon Nation. Qin Feng was the first to receive the contract, taking the folder without opening it or passing it to President Qin. Instead, he looked at the person from the Stick Nation with a smile. Why do I feel like you seem more anxious than we are? Are you afraid of not getting our core technology? The person from the Stick Nation seemed to be struck by Qin Feng's words and became furious. This is a global cutting-edge technology patent release conference. Who are you, you little brat? You don't belong here. Hand the contract to your person in charge, or don't blame me for calling security. Qin Feng and President Qin exchanged glances and smiled slightly. Then amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Feng tore the document in half. In the bloodshot eyes of the Stick Nation representative, Qin Feng continued to tear the document until it became tiny fragments. He stood up from the audience and threw the scraps high into the air. The location of the Dragon Nation representatives in the audience just happened to be on the side of a large fan. The paper bundle wrapped in countless fragments was immediately swept towards the stage as it met the wind. In an instant, it was like snowing, with white paper scraps continuously falling on the stage, driving the person from the Stick Nation nearly mad. In a slightly crazed tone, he gritted his teeth and said, "Security, throw this child who doesn't meet the entry qualifications out." As soon as he finished speaking, President Qin stood up directly. As the youngest academician of the Dragon Nation, you do not have the right to expel him. Upon hearing this, the entire audience was stunned. The one throwing the paper scraps appeared to be barely in his 20s, yet he was already an academician in the Dragon Nation. It was simply unbelievable, and some even felt a tinge of jealousy. The intentions of the Stick Nation became increasingly evident, and everyone present sensed something amiss, but no one spoke up. The helplessness towards the Dragon Nation made the person from the Stick Nation more enraged, and he directly blurted out, "Since the Dragon Nation is so stubborn, then the technical cooperation between us is hereby terminated." The academicians and professors from the Dragon Science Academy, who were next to Qin Feng, stood up along with him and began to applaud. Good, everyone is happy. This action completely stunned the person from the Stick Nation. Qin Feng raised his phone and waved to the stunned person on stage. Hi, what you just said has been recorded, and it also holds legal effects. At the end of this meeting, we will wait for the signing of the termination of cooperation. Oh, what the heck? Just as the person from the Stick Nation was about to roar in anger, the electronic screen behind him suddenly turned on. The displayed image was from within the laboratory where United Nations testing personnel declared the anti-magnetic property of this superconducting material does not meet the standards and cannot be used as a patent for a room temperature superconductor. As soon as this was said, the entire audience was shocked. The person from the Stick Nation was indeed a fool. How could such a globally shocking news be fabricated? Who had such audacity? The person from the Stick Nation quickly fled the scene amid the crowd's jeers. President Qin, however, looked serious. How could the Stick Nation have the audacity to deceive the world? Why do I feel like this matter is not simple? Qin Feng, however, seemed unconcerned, smiling cheerfully. The Stick Nation is so foolish, thinking they could use such a scam to extract advanced technology from the Dragon Nation. They truly do not know better. President Qin looked at the representatives from various countries who were leaving and said to those around him, "Since this release conference has ended, let us return home. Soon handle the cooperation contract with the Stick Nation and study the special superconducting materials and machine tools well." Led by President Qin, the Dragon Nation delegation began to leave the audience and walk through the aisle. However, they were stopped in the hall. The person in front was Smith, the president of the Academy of Sciences of the beautiful nation, who was currently smiling wickedly at everyone. "Hey, old buddy. You actually managed to completely ignore the threats from the Stick Nation. This young man's courage is quite impressive." President Qin looked at Smith warily and at the surrounding young and vigorous individuals. Long time no see. "I'm just curious how the Stick Nation has such audacity. I guess this was instigated by you, right? You have been eyeing our technology for quite a while now, using various means." Smith continued to maintain his wicked smile, looking at the people from the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation should have developed room temperature superconducting materials by now, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be so calm, right? After having slept late in the morning and not having breakfast, Qin Feng was already hungry by noon and wanted to finish things up quickly. "What? Want to buy the patent? That's quite valuable." The professor beside him tightened suddenly upon hearing this. How did this kid reveal this? Smith had come this time to probe the trends of the Dragon Nation, but he did not expect that this so-called youngest academician of the Dragon Nation would actually reveal his identity. He couldn't help but feel pleased. It seemed that youth made one impulsive. Just as Smith was about to ask further, the person from the Stick Nation, who had embarrassed himself on stage, rushed over clutching something. Walking while glaring at Qin Feng, he was furious, completely ignoring those around him. As he approached the group, he raised the thing he was holding high and was about to smash it toward Qin Feng. At this critical moment, Qin Feng was already prepared to instantly activate his exoskeleton armor, but the person from the Stick Nation was restrained by several strong men from the Beautiful Nation, pressed down onto the ground. After all, Smith was about to negotiate something very important at this moment. How could he allow the person from the Stick Nation to disrupt the atmosphere? The person from the Stick Nation was held down tightly, and the thing in his hand fell to the ground. Qin Feng focused his gaze and saw a speckled green egg bursting into laughter. Tisk, is this the intellectual's counterattack? It's quite thoughtful, but I hope next time you can use a watermelon to counterattack. That would be more valuable. Smith looked coldly at the man crawling on the ground. Throw him out. Also be on guard. If this person makes any other moves, execute him on the spot. Yes. The few strong men holding the man down received the order and escorted him out, keeping a close watch on his movements. With the unexpected commotion resolved, Smith's expression brightened as he turned to Qin Feng. Shall we discuss the superconducting materials in a more suitable place? I've already informed the restaurant staff, all the ingredients are Chinese cuisine and the chef is from Long Country. I guarantee it will suit your taste. What do you think? The professors from Long Country behind him looked at Dean Xian, waiting for instructions. Dean Xian decided to leave the choice to Qin Feng, allowing him to make the decision. Qin Feng nodded, feeling his growling stomach, and replied, "Then let's go." The group was escorted by a bunch of bodyguards to a relatively large Western restaurant decorated very lavishly. This large restaurant was the most famous in the area with first-class service and food quality. However, it was now empty with only a bunch of waiters on standby. Haha, Mr. Smith is indeed generous. Renting a restaurant of this scale must cost at least tens of millions of dollars a day, right? Smith waved his hand. Money was just a bunch of numbers to him, especially since the government was backing him. As dishes were continuously served, Dean Xian and Smith discussed the relevant technologies that Beautiful Country needed for exchange. Meanwhile, Qin Feng picked up his chopsticks and devoured the food, genuinely starving. I believe Long Country is quite familiar with our laser weapons, right? How about we exchange basic laser equipment? Dean Xian shook his head. With Qin Feng's large-scale destructive laser weapons, why would they need the shabby technology from Beautiful Country? Then I want the engine system of the 8 Mach fighter jet. I'm sure Dean Xian would be very curious about its principles, right? Qin Feng almost laughed out loud. What outdated technology was this? Trying to fool him with such scrap metal. According to Goya's current training level, they should be able to operate a 12 Mach fighter jet stably by now. Qin Feng didn't want Smith to continue probing and decided to negotiate terms himself. Putting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth with a napkin, he said, I want to know how your country's electromagnetic railgun and electromagnetic catapult on the Ford-class aircraft carrier are progressing. Smith hesitated upon hearing that Qin Feng wanted to acquire technology in this area. The technology in this area is still in the realm of fantasy and hasn't been established as a major research project, though we have seen slight progress in electronic detection instruments. I wonder. That's acceptable. Qin Feng directly agreed, surprising Smith. Normally such things weren't lacking in various countries, and they didn't have particularly large-scale effects. Smith couldn't fathom Qin Feng's thoughts. Then let's cooperate happily, prepare the relevant equipment and technical drawings right away. I hope Long Country won't go back on its word. Don't forget the room temperature superconducting materials. On the way back to Long Country, Dean Xian couldn't help but feel puzzled. If Beautiful Country acquires these materials, they will definitely use them in various industries before us, especially in military applications. Aren't you worried that the technology exchanged by Beautiful Country could be counterfeit? Qin Feng shook his head, indicating that he had everything under control. Due to the functional limitations of this electronic detection method, its military application was minimal and Beautiful Country had no need to falsify it. Upon returning to Long Science Institute, Qin Feng personally got involved in the data analysis and paper revision of the superconducting materials. Unlike special superconductors, Qin Feng only intended to hand over this imperfect room temperature superconducting material to Beautiful Country. After all, it was their choice. Moreover, attached to the special box containing the superconducting materials was a unique device, the specific function of which Qin Feng did not disclose to anyone. Beautiful Country Precision Instrument Research Institute. Smith repeatedly reminded the researchers at work, the precision positioning system of this device must be properly modified. There should be no risk of detection, otherwise public opinion will heavily tilt against us. Rest assured, Dean, even at the ends of the earth we can detect signals in places that are shielded. When the technical staff from both sides completed their handover preparations, they would connect at a specified time. Eager to acquire the